Welcome back to the beautiful esports arena as we jump back into the TFT tournament for the 2019 All-Stars event. I am Kobe, joined by Mark Zimmerman and Joshua Jatleesman.
He's a guest,
Hi.
though. I'm a caster.
But we are joined by him.
Yeah, you have the host,
I just
the
wanna make sure.
co-caster, and the guest.
Yeah, just want to make
Just
sure
so
he's
we're clear
not
on
the
roles.
same
Because
level.
you've played the least recently.
Especially set 2. I
And
played a lot
overall.
of set 1.
I have to throw you as much under the bus as much as
I
possible.
played a good amount of set 1.
If you at home, though, have questions for us about TFT, then hit us up on Twitter at lolEsports, and we'll see if we can help you in your climb as well.
Yeah.
Shall we get into the game?
I
hear some.
I
I hear
have a
some
question.
noises. Not yet.
Who is the favorite?
Who is the favorite?
Yeah.
I feel like maybe Hafu. I'm not familiar with all the
ranks?
Eastern players. Like, I know J-Shred actually is pretty good as well.
All right, so that was just a shot in the dark.
Yeah.
But
Well, I was just saying,
first question, swing and a miss.
I know 4 of the names.
Okay, we got an Inferno map here for the extra attack speed.
I like it.
Looking at Hafu herself, she's got the Brawler's Glove. Thief's Glove and Frozen Gauntlet are probably the 2 best items out of that.
So what's the format of the Legends tournament then?
So
Because
these are the
there-
legends.
there were
These are
8
all challenger.
Yeah. There were
plus
8
player.
different challengers that played yesterday. Becca won that one.
These are more challengers.
What does that mean?
These are more challengers.
Winning
What does winning do for you?
not you just need to make top 4.
Okay.
And the top 4 from that group and the top 4
And
from
then
this
the
group.
top 4 go to the finals, and that's what matters the most.
Yes.
So winning actually gives nothing more than 4th place. For the purpose of this, like aside
Yeah,
from
way
winning,
to hype it up,
winning's
Jat.
nice.
Thank you.
Well, no, it means to draw attention towards the top 4.
Yes.
I feel like that should change your strategy a little bit.
Well, yeah, so
Because you should play differently if you're going for top 4s versus if you're trying to win.
there's different formats for a lot of TFT tournaments. So like the Rise of the Elements Invitational, the last day really heavily prioritized first places. You saw people go for more volatile hyper roll strategies. This is one where top 4 is the most important. So things like Ocean Mage and some of the more consistent ones should definitely be a priority.
Yeah, so the good early game starts that we should be looking for. It's Woodland Druid and Ocean Mages. What else is there?
Predators are super contested as well. Usually in the TFT lobbies, at least the higher rated ones, you'll have at least 2 people typing me pred after the first few rounds.
Really?
Whoever got some Predator.
So there's like cooperative predator
It's a
taking.
joke. It's a meme.
Oh, it actually is a meme.
Yeah, because so many people do them early.
Well, and you're trying to scare people
yeah.
off.
And
you know.
there's actually some variations on Predator. Like you can hyper roll early before you level up to 5.
And
Try
what
3-star.
round is the best round to hyper roll if you're going?
Before Krugs, so you don't spend any money on leveling up.
Well, it's 3 ones. It's the one right after.
Yeah.
Krugs.
Yeah, right.
Because they've added a lot to the UI since like early set 1, where I feel like most people were jumping into TFT. So like now we're on round 1-4.
But you also don't have to hyper roll them. You
Yeah.
can go later and you can transition into poison stuff. Most people have been focusing on just getting your right items for stuff like Singed instead. All right, so this is looking like some pieces for the Woodlands Assassins.
Yeah, off
You have
to a
the
good start.
options.
This is actually even better start. I like having oh, I thought that was a 2-star LeBlanc. Excuse me, it's not.
And the reason why Woodland Druids is such a good start is because the region that you get for them is insane early. It's flat, so it doesn't scale very well.
Yeah.
But early on, it's incredibly powerful. Plus, obviously, you get the duplicate champion if you get the full 3.
And they have a lot of defensive things built in. Maokai's passive when he auto attacks after spellcast heals.
Yeah.
Ivern gives the shield, and so if you don't have like the DPS check to actually punch through and finish something off, they'll usually whittle you down. In this instance, though, having a 2-star Diana is plenty to actually get some kills.
What's the meta in terms of sitting on 10 gold early versus having a full bench? Because I see a lot of full benches here with not many people trying to get early econ.
So I would say the higher skill, the more open you should leave yourself. You have a lot of players.
Even if it means you get less money.
Yeah, you buy a whole bunch of stuff, as you can see, you get a big board here so that you have more options. Because the damage early doesn't mean that much. A little bit of damage early, you don't take that much, plus you can just have earlier carousel picks for items. And pretty much everybody will be able to scale decently. But having those options is way more important.
Scar's got a lot of money.
He's got a lot of money. He's been in a bit of an awkward spot.
Yeah.
He's kind of got Woodland Druid, but then he's also got a
That
2-star
Nasus.
Nasus.
I mean, you say awkward. I feel like that's not awkward at all because the more 2-stars, the better.
Man, it's so
Not-
awkward
not-
how rich I am.
Exactly. It's a first world problem. Like, oh, I got all these random 2-stars. Well, I have a bunch of 2-stars.
I just mean that what's the likelihood it actually ends up getting play in?
Having a light warden.
Yeah.
Well, the nice thing about getting 2 stars 1 cost is they sell for full value. They're like the only.
Yeah. I'm not saying that. I just mean like his Diana's not completed. And as soon as he completes a Diana or gets close to 5, you're putting other things in. So like you're starting to round out your assassins.
But I mean, Nasus just by himself is good early on. He's one of the ones that can hold a Morella Nomicon early as well, because when he ults, he gets AoE damage all around himself, can apply it. And it has decent early synergies with the Warden. So just popping in 2 stars early on gives you a big benefit.
Okay, what are the chances Scar wins?
I'd say 1 out of 8.
Still? I feel like he has one of the better starts. He's got a lot of money. He's got early 2 stars. He's surely up to like 1 out of 6.
I'm sticking with my 1 out of 8.
That's the most conservative possible prediction.
Well, we're gonna have to check in on what was Hapu. She's at the lowest health, but I think she had Woodlands now. So
Yeah, but she didn't have that many things completed and
Upgraded?
wasn't even above 20 gold, I don't think. So she wasn't in a great spot.
okay.
Man, this feels like a really heavy Woodland Druid lobby.
Yeah.
I
So
mean, there's a reason, right? It's so powerful early.
that's one of the things that makes this set a lot harder, aside from like relearning stuff, is the fact that in set 1, do you know the exact numbers? Like there were 39 of each
It was
one cost
39,
unit?
and it's down closer to I think 30 in this one.
Isn't it in the 20s? Isn't it
Or
like
maybe
27
maybe
or
it's
28?
27. Yeah.
Yeah, so if so many people already have Maokai, it'll be almost impossible to 3-star a Maokai unless someone else sells.
Well, that's why I like Hongklaw's position, even though he lost there. He was already in the Ocean Mage package and had some upgraded like Atelia too.
Yeah, and you don't commit to Woodland Druids unless there aren't other people, and then you're hyper rolling. But if there are, they're 1-cost units. You just sell them back at full value.
Yeah, it's
good
totally
early game.
You can take Woodland Druid and just use it as an early game, and then by stage 4 you start selling them off as you put in other things into your comp and complete other set synergies.
I want you to update your Scar prediction to something other than 1 of 8.
All right, I'll keep you updated on
Yeah.
the
I mean, it's such confirmation bias.
For some reason, I feel like he's 1 out of 4 to win.
I'm bumping him up to 1 out of 6 now.
Okay,
I think you're
okay.
too aggressive.
Yeah.
See, you can get too focused on the health early, but he does have starting to build a win streak.
Yeah,
So we'll see if you continue that.
he's
because
win streaking with high gold. I
Yeah.
feel like that's just an embarrassment of riches.
this is a critical point, though. We'll see how he does for the transition.
He also leveled there to get a little bit more power in to protect his win streak. He knows he's not in the hyper roll game plan, and he's focusing more on keeping a win streak alive.
Yeah, so that also means that he's never going to try max out his Woodlands, because since he's leveled, he's going to be going for a higher cost comp, but we just don't know what that's going to be yet.
And you can have really big swings in your chances to win later, depending on if you get an early Singe, if you get something early at 5-cost.
The game Becca won, someone else had a 16-game win streak in it, and then she just managed to hit all the right things.
She
Just really good
dead,
decisions.
Singed,
Tarek
as
got
well.
a Crystal Lux, had a 3-star Skarner, 3-star Kog'Maw. You know, she was able to really rally hard. So that's why I kind of agree with Kobe, where we're like, yeah, Scar's in a really happy, great spot to be, but you still need to actually find that late game.
Yeah.
All right.
1 out of 4 is still only a 25% chance. Come on.
I know.
Jet stats, my friend.
I think 3 people is the perfect number for a TFT cast, by the way.
Yeah, you're really into some numbers right now.
Yeah.
This is a slightly different lobby than what we were seeing. There's a lot more levels to 5 here. I think because no one seemed to go hard on Predator.
I think we have a bit of an interview here with Scar. So the optimal number is now going to increase to 4.
All right, yes, that's right. I'm here with Scar. We're going to check in. Sitting in first position currently, tied up with Jinsoul. I see Woodland Druids at the moment and the makings of Assassins. This is the composition that Virus ran all the way to top 2 just yesterday before getting taken down by Becca. But explain to me the strategy, kind of the power curve, and how you're feeling about your position right now.
It's called the egg roll comp, but I'm not doing it because Hafu said she needed to do it, so I'm giving it up to her so that she would get top 4.
Oh, this is teamwork.
I don't know if I'll be able to win though from this position, but it should be fine.
Well, so what's the concern then? Because you gave up some crucial pieces. Does that mean you might be forced to pivot at some point?
I'm forced to pivot out right now because I gave it up.
All right, so with that in consideration, 36 gold sitting at, what are you, level 5? Level 5 right now. What are you looking for? What are the crucial pieces that could show themselves to you that might indicate a pivot?
I'm definitely going to go 100% foreshadow from this position.
100% foreshadow. So which are the pieces that we just saw picked up? Scion, Veigar.
These 4 right here.
All right, so the 4 on the left side of the screen. Is there eco involved that's necessary for this? You're gonna have what's the level that you need to be in order to make this happen?
Probably 7. But I'm going for top 4. I don't think I can get first unless some really lucky stuff happens.
All right, so top 4 to move on to tomorrow. We're gonna look to force Shadow. Gentlemen, you heard it here first. That's what Scar's strategy is. We're gonna toss it back to you now.
I'm almost positive that Scar did not say 1 and 4. He said he didn't think he was gonna win.
Yeah, he said he's looking at top 4.
I don't think he.
5%. 5%, chat. That's
What?
what I'm
Say
20?
1 in 20. He has gotten lower odds
okay.
since loading into the game.
Because he's colluding with Hapu to give away a comp.
But honestly, if Hapu's not going to back down and she keeps the pieces, right, then
I mean, it's true. It's mutually
literally
assured destruction.
only one of them can roll for those 3
Yeah.
stars.
Yeah, well, and she's actually doing it right now. Skara and a lot of other people actually leveled. I'm not sure how many people are going for the hyper roll, but they call it the egg roll comp. Is that what he said?
So yeah, I've heard a lot of the higher ranked players calling it egg roll. I have no idea where egg roll comes from with those units. How is that? How do you get egg roll?
Like
I have no
Little
idea.
Legends are eggs.
There's been a lot of variations of names of like donkey roll or hyper roll, and you're like, okay, so that's just rolling a lot. But what's the egg part of this?
It beats me. I have no idea. She's needs 3 more Renekton's to actually complete this, and she already has a lot of good Renekton items. So
Yeah.
Renekton is certainly a big part. A lot of people are talking about how hard it is to take him down because you get so much healing. She's got the 2 big defensive items, Phantom Dancer and Dragon Claw.
there's 1 more.
Yeah, and she needs to do everything now because next round she'll automatically level to 5, which will reduce her odds to get the 1-cost unit.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't get. She had 5 more potential rolls, I guess.
Yeah.
She just wants something auto-completes to get onto the board to free up bench space, so she didn't need to sell any of her units, because you basically want all of those.
All right, back in with Scar, the Shadow player. We talked with Lothar a little bit about Shadow yesterday, because since not that many people go for it, you can transition like Scar is doing a little bit later into it, and the units probably won't be contested.
Yeah, I mean, this was a weird lobby where I didn't see that many Predators. I didn't see that many Ocean Mages. I saw a ton of Woodland Druid, and what that does is, like, make everyone scared to hyper roll. So other than Hafu, I'm not sure how many people actually went for that strat.
And a lot of people just ended up kind of econ.
Yeah.
It seemed like.
Some Ocean Mages in action, though.
Wow, he's
taking
already got
down
Brand in
Gara. It is a level 6, already has a Brand.
That's pretty crazy. Brand Annie already completed at level 6 and didn't have to spend too much econ. He still got 20 left for Bonclane.
And look at the items. Those are amazing items for Brand. Those are like top tier. Having Morella Namicon to bounce around, as well as the Spear of Sojin, and he put them on the attack speed Hex from the Flame, so you can attack faster and charge up your Sojin mana autos even faster. Big part of that is Ocean gives you the mana early for your first cast, so then you can get your Sojin auto attacks off as well.
My biggest issue with set 2 is I get the good starts, and then I really suck at transitioning.
Why?
Because you haven't played enough and you don't know what all the
I was like, my issue with set 2.
That's the point that I'm bringing this up.
I thought you were going to
tell
criticize
me
something about set 2 itself. That's
Okay,
you. That's a you problem.
It's a me problem.
Let me tell you, there are a lot of...
and I'm working on it.
Yeah, there's a lot more options. So a lot of the players have talked about they like the beginning, at least, of this set because there are a lot more endgame comps that you can go for. Poison, Electric is good.
Well, I think
Ocean Mages,
what Kobe
Predators,
means more so than
Blade
there's a lot of things that you can put in your comp in late game that are situationally really good. Like
specking Mystic for
getting
MR.
Mystics, getting Clouds, getting
Cloud for
the
dodge.
Poison in. Yeah, like getting all those things and knowing what you're playing up against is a lot harder this set, where there's a lot more stuff you can slot in late game against your specific opponents.
But I also mean fully completed endgame comp.
Yes.
Because set 2 turned into a lot of everyone racing for the same thing.
You mean set 1?
Set 1.
A lot of people
Yeah,
racing.
set 1 was like there were 2 or 3 comps that were the best, and there was a larger pool, so everyone could kind of end up with the same thing. This is a lot more about finding what's working in that one particular lobby, as well as what will counter the others.
See, that's really cool for good players. For me right now, you're not
For
giving
flow
me...
charters, it's not that
You're
easy.
not giving me the thing I should do to go win a TFT Set 2.
And we've been talking about coaching a lot
Yeah.
because these legends that are on stage are supposed to help coach their littles.
Ooh.
And generally, my idea of what's best for that is to give 2 options to your little so they don't have to think about too much.
Give me the 2 things.
And like you're saying,
Scar's going Shadow, so is that one.
So here's what I would give you.
Okay.
I wouldn't give Shadow,
Wow.
even though that is decent since not a lot of people are going to go for it, so you probably could get it most of your games. But my first 2 that I would give to people are either Predators or Ocean Mages.
Wow, that was such a clean transition by Zarazay there. He actually went all the way from Woodland Druidish Assassin thing into Blade Master Desert transition, and I think this is relatively uncontested. Off that carousel, he also did manage to get the assassin, or excuse me, the Blade Master item on the Nocturne.
Exactly. That's a key part of this build because you don't really want the Aatrox in there, so you want to turn Nocturne into the Blade Master. It's a very, very good carry.
So that's the
because
exact
of his
thing
passive.
Jat is bad at in this set, was that transition.
Identifying when you should transition and how you can do it.
Yeah, he might have gotten a little bit weaker there, but it did free up a lot of his board space and kept him above 50 pretty easily.
Oh, Hafu never got the 3-star 4 Renekton.
Oish. I think she's sitting on 8 different...
Is it still uncontested?
expensive
too?
board.
It looks
Yeah.
like she's still the only one going for it.
Well, she started econing a little bit because she's back up to
Yep.
33.
Yep.
So she's setting up for a potential another roll later on.
Yeah, probably wait till the end of 5.
Yep.
Because that's what a lot of people do, right? They'll roll really hard right before it auto levels them to 5. Then they'll kind of re-econ and then roll again once they've hit, what, like 40 or 50 gold?
You will never die in stage 3 as long as you're not completely like inting.
Yeah.
And so you go for the hyper roll strat and then you re-econ back up until after wolves usually, as opposed to just keep mashing D because you'll get more rolls in the end.
And especially for you, Jat, I know you're talking about having trouble with transitions already. You need to be able to do this type of thing very quickly.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at your life total, anytime you get like below 30, I think you should really start spending your money because you'll see a lot of people have decision paralysis.
That was
and
actually
end
my
up
jam
dying.
in set 1. I would usually ride, I would play very greedy econ, and then kind of grind up afterwards, like once I hit
Once
the
you start
stuff
to
I
get
wanted.
around the 20s, you get very nervous.
20 is too low. You should you should never really econ below 40 before trying to roll. Because at that point, it's like one unlucky draw, especially in this set when you can tech against stuff. So like if you hard roll and hit 6 mages and then play someone that's MR stacking mystics, you just get really salty.
I've seen a
I singed.
All ready for J3.
Okay, that's quick.
But he is Ocean Mage, and that's one of the harder ones, I think, to get a full poison package in because you need the Ocean Warden setup as well as the Summoner Inferno, which he has all that stuff. So he's in a really great spot. It's just getting the Singed in can be hard.
I mean, Singed is fine just putting him in by himself.
Yeah, if you have the Morel Nomicon
So
not on your brand yet, absolutely just stick it on the Singed. But the Morel Nomicon's already on the Zyra. I wonder if he would give up Inferno Zyra to get those items on the Singed.
Phantom Dancer popping out of the wolves for him there. That's definitely one of the best
And a
items
GA
as well.
He can go either one.
All right, Scar, he's got a lot to do.
Shadow.
Look at all these
He
items.
has so many items.
He should use
Got
those
a
items.
Z too as well.
He also got Hafu rolling down.
Not a Z2, but a Z also.
All right, let's see if Hafu can actually hit these Renekton's or Maokai's or Ivern.
Or
Her bench is
Cosmic.
so full.
She wants all these things combined.
She wants the Maokai, but she can't. Did she have to level so she could get bench space for the Maokai purchase?
Yes.
That is tragic.
Well, yeah, she also has to make moves now too, because you can't keep waiting on this Renekton forever.
yeah.
She wants to upgrade Cosmics as well.
She needs one more Renekton. She's there.
And she has no Nico's help. Would you... That's something that is always a bit of decision paralysis when you have a Nico's help. Like, would you ever use it on a 1 cost just to get the bench space? Or do you almost always want to save that for an endgame unit?
You would only ever use it for the 1 cost if you're like literally about to die
About to
and
die,
it gets
yeah.
you over the edge. Otherwise,
But if you're also in this scenario, and you're about to level as well, like the chances of getting 1 cost drop off so heavily.
Really quick.
Yeah.
Even at 6, it's pretty hard. If you go to 7, you're not. It's really rare to.
Okay. I'm going to be so sad if she doesn't get this stuff after Skara colluded to let this happen.
All right, let's go. Renekton. There it is.
All right.
Okay. And it's already got the items.
yeah, so it's a super strong Renekton. She
Yeah.
also has the Kazakhstan now, so the Assassin. Like
Okay.
this is a pretty good position to be in from the mid game. Not quite as strong or as healthy because this is normally a little bit snowballier of a comp.
Yeah, and She doesn't have the Diana. Oftentimes when you're rolling early, you'll find a lot of Dianas because nobody else goes for them. So it doesn't have the 3-star Diana, but Kiana in there is going to fill that role. And Kiana's a very good unit by itself as well, and does give you that assassin bonus.
I just heard we have an interview with Hafu. I'm curious what she thinks of the roles she just got, or if that took too long.
All right, let's get it. On-stage interview, please.
All right, thank you very much, Jad. That's right. I'm here with Hafu, who just 3-starred the Renekton. We heard that Skara had to int away the composition so that you would have an opportunity at it. Did you feel good about hitting it there, or do you feel like you had to invest too much?
I'm definitely behind. I mean, I took like 25 damage, I don't know, I was at like 78 in 3 rounds. And I was like, I need to hyper roll, otherwise I don't think I can catch up this game.
So what do you still need to make this come together and ultimately top 4?
Everything. I need everything.
So what is everything? Is everything a certain, like, level 7, level 8? What are the pieces that still bring this all together?
I mean, I'm 2 off Maokai 3, 1 off Kha'Zix. If I get Kiana to 2, I mean, I have a lot of upgrades left, and I feel really fragile.
All right, so upgrade sounds like the name of the game. Item-wise, I see that the Renekton is stacked, but in general, with this kind of composition, are these the items you're looking for, or something else?
I'm a little scared without Amarello, and I also haven't done this without Diana. I had like 1 Diana after I rolled it down, so I'm going Kiana instead, but I still only have a Kiana 1. So we'll have to see how this goes, but oh my god.
A very close fight here. We'll see if we can pull it off. The Renekton does not. All right, well, with 22 gold left to go, is it eco to what point, and then where are we going?
I mean, I'm going to try to get a Force of Nature off the carousel. If I don't get that, I'll go for Thieves' Gloves, and then I'll try to just get some Mystics in.
All right, there you have it. It sounds like we got the strategy laid out for you, gentlemen. I'm going to let you get back into it, Hafu. See if you can pull it off. Take it away, guys.
All right. We have some live questions fed to us by Twitter as well.
I'm ready to answer them.
Yes. We'll give Jat first crack.
Yeah, he gets the first answer. We can correct him if he's right or
wrong.
wrong.
All right, first one is not too hard. Kiwanion asks, what am I looking for when I look at other people's boards, when you're scouting around?
Yeah, you're looking for duplicate units of what you have. So if they're going for the same stuff you have, and if they're further along than you are, that's a good thing to notice. Also, if you're seeing counters to your current comp, you should understand that to try and pivot.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why the first thing that most of the pros say when you ask them, what's the most important thing, is to know, quote unquote, the meta. So you know what the strong builds look like. So if you scout around, you can see what people are going for.
The other thing worth noting is if you hadn't played in a while, the left side that shows your synergies, when you hop to another person's perspective now, it gets updated to their board. So
that's so helpful.
Some people actually scout super quick now just by glancing at the left side, and you can just tab through and see how many people were in Woodland Druid early game or something like that.
Yeah, but then like the higher skill test will also be check their bench, because sometimes they'll be sitting on the stuff that you need to complete some unit if they're actually scouting themselves as well. So if you're going for a Zed, they'll just hold a Zed to be jerks.
All right, question at number 2. Overtime here. Ryan J asks, which comp do you think is the hardest transition from early game to late game?
Do you want me to answer that one?
Yeah.
You get first crack at all of these, Chat. Swing for the fences.
Wow.
I personally think that Woodland Druid is a very difficult transition into late game. Skara has struggled to switch to Shadow, and Hafu has also been unsuccessful so far. We're seeing it, the results right in front of us.
So the most difficult ones are going to be the ones that include a lot of these 5-cost units, because those are the most difficult to find, right?
I mean, some I would say are just like bad. Like Light's a really difficult transition, and so is Ranger.
Well, isn't Light just weak until you get it?
Well, yeah.
That's not really a transition.
Yeah, I know, it's just saying.
Well, also, it depends. It's made difficult by what everyone else is going.
Yeah.
So if a lot of people in your lobby are going something, then it's going to be hard to transition into it. But I would say some complicated ones are like Poison Electric, the Blade Master Desert Assassin, maybe, because that one requires a spatula. You don't really, like I said, you don't really want to have the Aatrox in there for your 4th Blade
That
Master.
was just like unreliable.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the ones where that rely on spatula have been kind of removed in this set, but this is the main one, this Blade Master one we're looking at.
Yeah, it's not really, a lot of the openers that you use will have a couple natural things that you go into. There's not that many hard transitions where you're like, I'm in this, but now I'm going to this, kind of like Scarred did.
Yeah.
Generally, people don't do that much. He did find a Scion 3 I saw. Hafu is not far from the Maokai 3.
Yeah,
but
she's 15 health.
really close to dead.
I'd say a big thing too about transitioning and in the late game is looking around, scouting boards. Do you need to put in Mystics for lots of magic damage? Generally, Mystics are just good in general because a lot of magic damage is in the game from Champions Ultimates, but those types of things, or how valuable it is stuff like Cloud.
All right, well,
get you dodge.
I have to see if Narcus is going to be the first one to drop here. He's only at 3 health.
Oh! I'm going to say yes.
Big brain, Jet.
I'm going to say there's a 7 out of 8 chance he's the first to drop.
Well, we'll have to see. I always love the feeling of like, well, I don't love the feeling, but the bit of relief that you get at the PvE rounds feels so good. You get all the items back, you get to get that little bit of extra gold that you can then roll down on.
Okay,
one Maokai, you got it!
All right, two LeBlancs.
I do this also. Do you move your mouse over
Yeah.
the pieces? I do it to check mentally so I don't pass over something that.
Yeah, but she already completed her Kiana.
And she's never going to go for Kha'Zix 3, so she passed on Kha'Zix.
Yep.
Yeah. That's definitely a trap that you can fall into as well, just hoarding pieces that you're never going to.
Narcus is in the 4 Cloud Glacial Berserker comp. Really interesting.
Well, he's playing up against the Ocean Mage guy as well, though, so the dodge doesn't help him that much, right?
Yeah, it's not great. You still get the mana regen even when they dodge. Olaf might be able
His
to
Ezreal's
Hulk out.
going off, too.
Yeah.
And having the 2-star Olaf, he might clutch. Oh, what's that Lux? Is that a Glacial Lux?
I think it's a... It is Glacial. It's not a Cloud.
That's pretty big.
Wait, is it a Cloud?
It's Cloud because he has 4 Cloud. Yeah, you have 4
it's a Cloud
Cloud.
Lux. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Cloud scales really well.
It's
when
also
you
really
get
good to just buy the Cloud Lux because it denies it from everyone else. Cloud as a 2-cost synergy is one of the best in the game.
I didn't see that he had Cloud Lux. That's actually big.
Yeah, because not like I'm saying, it's
I'm
not only good
my prediction.
for you, but it also is good for slowing everyone else down. You think he's not going to die first anymore?
It is no longer 7 of 8.
It is pretty hard now to pull off Berserker and Olaf-based compositions because Berserkers have a hard time getting to an enemy's backline. If they just put frontline units in front, separate their DPS backline, then it's hard for Olaf to actually get back there, and they increase the mana on his ultimate.
Someone's getting knocked out in this fight.
Yep.
All right.
Hafu at 15, Levo at 6.
The Nami 2 is going down in the silence.
Here's the Brand ult, though. Only got a single cast.
Kiana's going to pop off, too.
Yeah.
The Spear of Sojin ults are coming through. It is a big wipe.
There we go.
Narcus actually got knocked out, too. So you managed to be correct still, but...
He could have just ran a little bit further to the corner.
Scar's smiling. He's got his 3-star Scion there.
Yeah, but he's
still no Yeez for super endgame Shadow.
It doesn't seem like anyone's really playing around the Inferno Square that hard in this game.
It's not one of the ones that you can play around the hardest.
Just generic attack speed.
Yeah, you basically just put it on one of your carries until it gets 3 items, and then you move it off and put your secondary carry on there. Like you see...
Yeah, it's not like the Cloud one where you just put an Iceborne Gauntlet tank, and that's what you need to compete.
Ooh, still sitting on the Brand 1 here. He's got 1 Brand on bench. Has never been able to get to the Brand 2. That really boosts your DPS when you're running your Ocean
does have a
Mages like
3-star, or excuse me, 2-star Thieves Gloves Yorick, though.
Yeah,
but against Assassins, too, it's just so brutal. Like, Ocean Mage does have a couple of tough matchups in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't hit your 2-star Brand, it's going to be real rough.
Yeah.
This is a close one.
Yeah.
No one's really running away with it.
Yeah, Zhao was on a really big win streak, but he started dropping off a little bit, too.
Is there any Force of Nature? No.
No, I think best thing to look at might be Titanic or Giant Slayer, depending on...
Also, in these ones where the items, even though you often look at items and these are completed ones, you can go for the 5 cost. If you're slotting in something like upgrading to a Yi 2 or Sins or something like that, it could be one of the changes where usually you're looking at items, but now you're looking at the units. Because 5 cost upgrades make the world go round.
Yeah. I wonder if that Ionic is a little...
2 Sins.
Ooh,
1 more.
Got no money left.
Wow.
Oh,
well, one away from a
Sivir 3.
Sivir 3 is pretty crazy. Doesn't have the best Sivir items. You usually like disables or something on her.
But look at the Yi 2 here for the Blade Master comp.
Well,
okay, he's pretty strong.
This is why I love the Blade Master comp. You just get so many carries. Like, his Nocturne's disgusting. The Yi's going to be strong. The Sivir's going to be gross. Like, so many things become late game threats. as well as having good front and backline damage.
Hey, we
Okay.
got the brand 2 here.
Pabu again.
Uh-huh.
That 3-star Vladimir with the Ionic. And he finally got
Well, the
brand
Nami
2.
got popped.
Okay.
Brand, did he get the double cast though?
No, just one, I think.
Yeah, it
no,
looks
he
like
has double. I
He'll
think.
ult again right after GA.
Yeah, he got a double
But it
cast.
hit the LeBlanc in the corner.
I think actually
He's got it.
Hafu's gonna die here.
Yep.
Upgraded that brand
Oh.
just in time.
Scar's at 1 health. Okay, I think Scar does not have a
Scar
good
said he was aiming for top 4. He
And
just needs to
I mean, his
outlast one
aim's pretty
more.
close. If you're aiming for top 4 and you get 5th, that's still pretty close.
But that's a miss though.
It is a miss. But it's the type of miss that goes around the rim a few times and then goes out. Or it's like a James Harden dunk.
Those are some obscure references
I mean,
for a lot of the audience.
the James Harden dunk went pretty viral.
Oh, he didn't get the extra Kindred.
That's a really...
He's got a 1 Kindred.
a 1 Varus, a
one
1 Yorick.
Yorick.
This
Oh.
is, yeah, he hit only Sion.
This team is Sion.
Well, Scar put all his items on the Kindred and didn't get hindered.
Oh, this is rough. He's playing against the
and he's playing against
Blade
the Nog.
Master Assassin.
He's in
dead.
the corner already. He knows.
He knows it's over.
Scramble,
Actually,
Scar,
hold on.
scramble.
He's scrambling, but his Scion is...
Yeah, but it's not going to be enough.
Scion!
Is it?
Nocturne's going to 1v9.
No, he's not.
Oh, wait, it got one shot by the
Get back in
Vanguard.
there, Scar!
Got it!
Hey,
Yeah!
Look at the shocked face.
The dream is alive. Top 4, let's go.
He actually has a lot of upgrades, too. He's one off
Yeah.
both of them, so...
He really needs Kindred.
Imagine if he had 2 stars.
Oh, Kindred!
Got the Kindred.
Well, I heard him on stage from
You
where
can-
we're
you can
sitting
hear his
right
laugh.
now. Yeah.
Okay, what are the Drake items as well? Because sometimes this can be really swingy.
Dragon's Claw is decent,
Yeah.
but not
I saw
ideal.
the kill. What's the name of the one that gets stronger every time you get a kill?
Deathblade.
Deathblade. There's a Deathblade on one of these. That could be huge.
Deathcap's huge as well.
Yeah, these are good dragon items.
The Deathblade, sadly, for the Ocean Mage player, which is not the best.
True.
You still take it, but
Can you do
You'll
two
definitely take any item.
You can't do
but-
2 Deathblades on one character, can you?
I've never tried it. But I don't think it's unique passive, but I think you could.
It's a lot of BF swords.
Yeah.
You get a lot of money. I like this change too, where you get the small money.
Yeah, as you whittle it
points
down.
off a dragon. Feels quite nice.
Deathblade 1-star Nami.
All right, roll it down, roll it down. Where's the Sivir? Okay, Kazakh's upgrade. Definitely take that.
Okay, do you sell your Scar? Yeah, he's going for the Sivir.
Realistically,
Oh, and he's out of cash. The Yasuo one still in.
And he's still holding out hope for a 3-star Nocturne later
I
with the
think you
28
just give
health.
up on that.
All right, Dragon Claw on your Kazakhs or your Yi? What do you got?
Yi.
Kha'Zix already has enough survivability for the most part, just running around.
I mean, Yi also does resetting aggro, meditate, but I would also go Yi.
All right, let's see. Scar got his upgrade.
His Scion is very strong.
That was a weird Nami ult. Went only in the corner.
Oh,
Oh.
the Val's hard. The brand has the GA
No,
too. Yeah.
it's dead.
Scar!
Over.
Run! Scramble! Scramble!
Oh, okay, he's dead.
But
Can you?
Oh wait.
No one else can get eliminated. They
Because
already took damage.
Jinsol had already lost.
Biff,
Yeah.
that was
What is
close, chat. That was around the
It
rim.
was. Maybe he can submit something to the league and maybe get it overturned.
I doubt it.
I'm
but,
done with my obscure references now. I'm sorry.
Ooh, there's a Nami upgrade.
yeah, and it's the Deathblade Nami.
Okay, if he hits Sivir 3, is that enough to just win the whole lobby?
Not really.
I need to see the other
I saw
one.
a 2-star Zed there. I want to see the items.
Yeah, because
True.
Zed is a late game win condition all on his own.
But Blade Master Desert Assassins has a really high peak.
Oh wait,
there was
it's
at least
G-
a
it was-
Redemption.
I think I saw GA and a Phantom Dancer.
Yeah, if that's Redemption, GA, Phantom Dancer, Zed, that
Oh,
is-
it's Dragon's Claw. Okay, so it's
Okay.
not quite as crazy, but that's still pretty gross.
that's really, really
What are
good.
the best Zed items? Wouldn't Ionic Spark be pretty troll as well, or does it come online too late?
It works for all. It works for.
It would be more like a third item. The best,
Yeah.
I think, by itself is GA, and then I think second
GA,
best is
yeah.
Redemption. But
Because you get a billion of them.
yeah, I mean, if your Zed doesn't die early, the
Just
Redemption's
look at
better.
him go.
This is
Zed.
goofy.
Yeah. If your Zed's gonna die early, GA's better. If it's not gonna die early, Redemption's better. But they're really close. 3-star Vladimir actually.
These are the most annoying games when you really just want to get Sivir 3 and you sit on it for 5 rounds in a row.
You have 20 gold basically just chilling there.
I want to see it.
There's a Tibbers upgrade. He's got to give up on his.
Do it.
Yeah.
You're at 8
actually
health.
really
I mean, he's
big.
top 4 already, so we know who's moving on to the final.
Actually, yeah, that is the goal.
Yeah.
Now it's just down to
Pride.
honor. All right, the Blade Masters, can they take down the Zed? Z2, great items. Hasn't been hit yet. Does he get off the first shadows? They start chaining. He's actually getting pretty low.
Yeah, it was the first redemption, though.
You got the Nocturne down, though.
Up to Zed,
Gonna win
baby.
it.
He's got too many Zeds up.
You see, chat, there are full compositions, and then there are
And there's Zeds.
Zeds with items.
2-star
Yeah.
Zeds and
What's the
2-star
easiest
Zeds.
late game transition? Oh, yeah, the 2-star Zed with Redemption.
I mean,
DA.
this is also good because Ocean Mages has summoners in it, and it's very easy to put Zed in there, giving your shadows
And it
more
pumps mana
longevity.
into him.
And exactly, it pops mana into him, so you can get those casts as well.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's,
there was
it's
a
actually a
Sivir in
really
this
good Zed
carousel.
comp.
I've seen a couple people take the I know it's not called Quicksilver. I just called Quicksilver. The
CC break thing?
yeah, the CC break.
It is, isn't it?
Is it called
Yeah.
Quicksilver? Okay. I doubted myself because there's an item of
I
Quicksilver in the
never
league as well.
doubted you, Mark.
Ever?
Wait a minute. There it is.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and he popped the items off intentionally because he wants to get better Sivir items. That was really
That was
good.
clean. That was actually clean.
Just gotta move him over one.
Get everything
now.
onto this Yi here.
Okay, is the 3-star Sivir enough to take down the 2-star Zed?
Well, we have to see who gets the main
So,
board. Okay, he's
yeah.
got the clone board, which means Hongolian's taking down Jay Shrite, who's on the win streak with the crazy Zed. So I think
Yeah. I think this is going to give us our top.
Classic brand fight here. Oh, Nami Wave actually going only halfway. Doesn't hit the other brand.
got the double brand cast, but
Nami Wave out to the side there
Zed's
again.
still-
here comes the
still up.
Zeds, yeah. Zed with Dragon Claw is just so brutal for another Ocean Mage player. Look at
Don't you love seeing the call downs of all the redemption?
It was funny because there was like 2 Zeds almost dead, and then suddenly there was like 5 more.
It's actually one of the most hilarious units because of the item multiplying effect.
So I want to test your TFT knowledge. You've seen both the comps. Right now, which one do you think will
So
win?
I always bet on
The Zed.
2-star Zeds and 2-star Singed comps. So there's only one of those.
If his Sivir had disable items, I would maybe consider it. Because
Right.
if you Swordbreaker is that, it can be pretty brutal. But he doesn't have any way of actually locking anything down. That's the one problem with the Blade Master comps. It's pretty much all damage.
I mean, yeah, silence, hushes are very
Yeah,
good.
Hushes can be really good too. Like any of those disables on your Sivir can help, but he doesn't have anything actually.
And does he even have healing reduction for the Zed?
All right,
reduction?
look it out. You
Look
can
like
see in the back. It's Zed versus Sivir. He pops the
going
first shadow. Redemption comes down.
Oh, he killed it.
Sivir's done it.
Hey, oh,
The 3-star, baby. Oh!
he's got
What?
it.
It's brand versus
So
the
that's what,
world.
now you can reposition.
And that was actually pretty good, getting Zed onto the...
Oh, he got a sword. Oh, he can't get it on anything great though.
He's
Yeah.
already maxed out his Sivir.
Yeah, even on a Nocturne it can be super good.
And
but
you put it on Kha'Zix, I guess?
prob-
Or do you put it on the Rex side because the steel will make him live longer?
just put on the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I think Kha'Zix's jumping around.
What's the other one? Is it...
I think it's Rek'Sai or Kha'Zix. You put it
No,
on.
I
you
mean,
put it
what's the
on
other item? What's the other
Oh,
item?
that's a
I'm trying to look at the
Hurricane.
board. Okay. That's not gonna help a...
Yeah,
Hey,
Zed's
you don't
already
think so?
maxed.
That's not gonna help a mage player.
I guess you would put it on.
I mean,
I don't know.
I just
Annie.
give it to Annie.
Yeah.
Did he have the Nami in here? Was he the Nami mage player? No.
No.
So he didn't get the 2-star Nami for him yet. All right.
I mean,
Jay Stride actually did really well in a lot of the Twitch tournaments that we were doing for TFT too. All right, let's see. There we go. He gets a Nami, but
yeah. I mean, you'll take Warden out for that.
yeah.
Thing is, his Janna was acting as bait for Zhao Zhe here. So I wonder if Jay Shrey wants to.
What was that?
I vote Kha'Zix. What are you voting?
I think you should go on the Rex side, but
Okay.
he's actually gonna. Is he gonna wait to
Wait.
see who goes on Zed? And then he's just gonna
Oh,
put it
that'd
on
be
him?
kind of smart.
No, he's not.
All right. Yeah.
Kiana,
Okay.
All right.
He's disarmed. This Sivir is.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, the 3-cost Sivir bait.
Oh wait, here's some
3-star.
Dead Shadows though with redemptions coming down.
But the AOE.
No. They
Okay.
Okay.
Zed.
Uh,
Okay. That's it.
Shadow Clone Jutsu!
Wait, is it going to be enough? It's 13 damage.
It's enough. Look how many there are.
Yeah, but those they don't count.
okay.
Yeah, only one. That's the funniest thing with Zed late game in a really close fight is you actually have to lose to it like 3 or 4 times because you do only like 10 damage around.
Because usually the real Zed is not left.
Yeah, so you're just doing little legend damage.
This is likely the final bout.
Yes. So the Sivir needs some help to kill the Zed, it looked like. Because last time there were multiple units that turned onto the Zed. When it was just Sivir there, it wasn't quite enough.
Well, really, you need to get the disarm item onto Zed early, somehow.
Yeah, but...
You can't, because you put it on an assassin, so he's going to bait it with Nami every time, and the Zed's going to be gone.
All right, where's he going?
Yeah,
Back
can't
to
get on
Jana. Sivir's unharassed at the moment.
He's on Zed. Zed.
Her Rage Blade's really stacking up, though.
Oh, but there's too much mage damage, it feels like.
Real Zed is dead.
There's a bunch of high health clones.
No, I think the Sivir's got it. I can't tell. Wait, no, it's over. It's over.
Yeah, my money on Zed is safe.
Yeah, it looked scary for a second, but...
the Sivir's still untouched.
Oh,
wait a minute.
Know, man.
The ults!
Wait, the healing reduction's going to come in.
Overtime!
Wait, what happened?
Oh my
Sivir
God!
not taking damage?
She has handed justice healing. She has the
She procced it.
She got the healing.
Oh my God.
That's it. No, it's not.
Wait.
4 health.
Oh,
okay.
My.
Hand of Justice is 50-50, whether you get auto attack damage or you get the health on hit.
And the health on it in overtime is just too
overtime
much.
with the Blade Master reset.
Yeah.
On all those clones.
Holy.
Oh,
that was an
man.
exciting TF.
Now we're down to betting on Hand of Justice. What's it gonna be this time?
I can't even tell from spectator. So
If you have the glowy thing under the healing.
Yeah.
he keeps moving his Sivir around as well, because the fact that Sivir was full health early.
Yeah.
And he's moved the Kiana as well. I want to see where Kiana jumps.
I think it's healing again? Question mark?
You wouldn't know till now. I can't tell.
All right, let's see.
Ooh, Nocturne just one-shot.
Yeah,
Manny.
He's
the
gaining
healing
lives.
one.
He's gaining
I saw the
lives.
+50. Look, she's got the +50.
Yeah. And Nocturne's popping off.
Oh, yeah, he's got this one for sure.
Yeah.
He's quick this time. J-Strike.
There you go.
GG.
The
Just
3-star
delivered.
Sivir finally delivers.
I think I'm ready to hop in.
You've seen enough? You're ready?
Yeah, I've seen enough.
Get up there on stage? Or just going into ranked?
I mean, I might be able to play in the Littles game.
There you go.
Yeah, I could hop in ranked again, though, because they
The
reset.
only qualification for the little is that they can't be challenger.
I'm not
So,
challenger.
so
Not
yes,
worried about
but
that.
they can be grandmasters.
Okay.
And I feel like you'd still get slapped.
Maybe.
Definitely.
Never mind. I was gonna go to bat for Jad. I think he could do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially since
That's fair.
we've been teaching him this whole time. We've got much better direction
There
to him
has
than
to
the legends
be a,
give to the
there
littles
has to
normally.
be a villain in the anime here of Jat, where he's the protagonist. You're on his side.
My TFT set to journey.
I'm the
Yeah.
doubter. All right, we're going to update the overall standings as well. And we're going to have another round, which is the littles, which they'll give a little bit coaching to later. Becca, of course, won the first round of the Legends fight that we had. She's still on top.
Yep, Jazze, the other winner. J-Strike getting second, Hungolian third, Jinsel fourth.
All right, so Jat, what you said you're ready. What are you going to aim for then? You lay out your plan?
Yeah, so...
Or are you going to remain flexible and try your hand at the mid-game transitions?
I'm going to remain flexible.
Oh.
I'm going to start with Woodland Druids.
Okay, that's a
I'm
good
going to
start.
type in
Good start.
chat to scare other people off of Woodland Druids. I'll tell them I'm crazy. I don't have Elo anyway. I'm going to roll.
Don't mess with me.
Yeah, and then I'm going to get luckier than Hafu did, actually get to the end of the roll comp, and then I'm good.
Okay, so you're
That's
just in
top
a
four.
hyper roll.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Just go
That's
Predators
simple.
then. No one
Yeah.
wants Predators this lobby. It's really weird.
Yeah.
The Woodland Assassin.
No one started
hyper
with
roll
Predators,
is.
right? Like they.
Yeah, if you don't get it, it's
Yeah.
kind of hard. But even then, I think, yeah.
Or I'm just going to econ to 8 and try and get Singe and Zed.
Yeah.
Those are the
Just
alternate.
remember to look for Morella Nomicon parts early, so you
Yeah.
can make one for Singed, and then
Yeah.
all the
GA
dead items. Yeah.
in the Redemption.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
He's got the full kit.
Yeah, easy.
Look either for hyper rolling on
And I have
Druids or
TFT
go for
mechanics.
these.
Like I know how to sell and do all the hotkeys and stuff.
But okay, what I will say is, like, recognition is the most important thing, I think, more than the mechanics for like making the fast plays and decisions. And if you haven't played too much set 2 before and you're not used to looking at all the icons in the shop and stuff like that, that will slow you down more than your mechanics.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Also, something I learned when I was playing on my laptop, turn off flux because it messes with all the colors. Can't really tell the difference.
Because you grinded TFT in preparation for this event, right? Like you went from unranked to diamond before you started this.
I did, because I quit.
All right, that's enough about Kobe's credit. Let's.
I quit the set 1 a while ago. Okay, after the break, though, the LCK and LPL All-Stars take to the Rift. But before, we are going to hear from Shox, who is caught up with the reigning world champion on his All-Star experience so far.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Doinbi and Ji-sun assisting for the translation. Doinbi is, of course, a world champion, but did get knocked out in the 1v1 tournament. Doinbi, what happened in the 1v1 match versus Fofo?
네, 도이미 선수 월드 챔피언이신데 아쉽게도 1대1에서는 이제 탈락을 하셨어요. 1대1에서 어떤 일이 지금 일어난 건가요?
이거 1대1이 생각보다 많이 힘들더라고요. 생각해야 될 게 많고 아무래도 약간 이렐리아 이런 잭스, 레넥톤 이런 챔피언들이 좀 강세를 보이는 것 같은데 그거를 잘 몰랐어요.
So I think 1v1 is trickier than I thought because there are so many things to think. So I think Jax, Irelia, Renekton, those are the champions that's going to be really strong, but I didn't really know that.
Okay, well, that is unfortunate, but you can still play the other modes, and there is a big clash of LPL versus LCK coming up. First, I want to know, what role are you playing? Are you playing mid, or are you playing something else? And what are your fighting words for the LCK?
그러면 네, 하실 수 있는.
저는 뭐 미드 라인을 그대로 갈 것 같아요. 왜냐면은 미드를 할 만한 사람이 없어요, 저희 팀에. 그게 문제고, 두 번째가 저는 빡겜 할 것 같아요, 아무래도. 근데 약간 챔피언은 약간 질게임 위주로 가면서, 근데 게임은 당연히 게임 내에서는 빡겜을 할 것 같아요.
So I'll be sticking to mid lane because there's no other player to go mid lane. So I'll be going to mid lane, and also I think I'll be a little bit try hard. Well, actually about the champion pick, it's gonna be like for fun, but in game it's gonna be all in.
Who are you most looking forward to kill in the game and take down?
그럼 LCK에서 누구를 제일 죽이고 싶으신가요?
어제도 얘기했는데 클리드 선수를 0킬 10덱스 만드는 게 목표입니다, 오늘.
As I mentioned yesterday, Clid, my former teammate, I'm gonna make him 0-10-0.
Okay, gonna make him suffer. Fantastic. We're looking forward to that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ji-sun. We're gonna take a quick break, but we will be back with that show match of the LCK versus the LPL. Don't go anywhere.
Scramble, Scar, scramble!
He's scrambling, but his Scion is...
Yeah, but it's not going to be enough.
Scion!
Is it?
Nocturne's going to 1v9.
No, he's not.
Oh, wait, it got one shot by the
Get back in there, Scott!
Yeah!
Zimmer's still untouched.
Oh,
wait a minute.
Know, man.
The ults, the ults!
Wait, the healing reduction's going to come in.
Overtime!
Wait, what happened?
Oh my
Zimmer
God!
not taking damage.
She has handed Justice healing. She has the
Yeah, she procced it.
She got the heal.
Oh my God!
That's it. No, it's not.
Wait.
4 health.
Oh,
Okay.
J-Strike.
There you go.
GG.
I'm here with Jankos, who is well on his way to maybe win the 1v1 tournament. I don't want to jinx it, but you just beat Tien as well. What's going on? How did you become a 1v1 god all of a sudden?
Well, I mean, I played 1v1 only once before, and I didn't really try to win back then. But now, since I was with Mickey and Caps, they really sweat to win. They really try. They practice one-on-ones before as well. So I got motivated more to kind of try my best as well. And I would say I was pretty lucky with Tian, but it was really close. But I won, and I'm on my way to Levi now.
Yeah, very good. Also, all the EU players are doing good in the 1v1 bracket. What do European players have that they are so good in 1v1s?
Well, I think that LAC is very skilled, as we can see.
True.
And clearly in G2, everyone else except for me was the issue because, well, I won my 1v1 against Tian. But yeah, I just think that we as LAC prepared really well. We actually discussed picks that are strong, and we did play some 1v1. So I feel like we treated kind of seriously because Caps really wants to take the trophy again. So all of us are trying to stop him, and he's just trying to win.
Oh, okay. Yesterday, Tyler One said, why are they tryharding so hard? Why are they banning our champions? People think that EU is tryharding a lot this tournament, but is that really a bad thing?
No, I mean, I think a loser would say that, if you lose, because like enemy team was better and you don't accept it, then you say, yeah, they were tryharding and they banned my champion and I can't play anything else. So I feel like yes, we are trying to win, but that's because we treat winning as having fun, you know?
Yeah.
Like, sure, you can have fun and play something troll and then lose, but is it really fun after all then? So, since we are having fun when winning, then we are just winning.
Yeah, finally, the biggest news, you got your picture with Faker. Now, if you guys don't know, this has been a journey. Jankos has been wanting a picture with Faker rather forever. How did it happen?
Well, I wanted the picture with Faker like throughout the whole year, but I never got a good chance because we always played against Faker, so it would be like kind of awkward to take a picture with him. But today I kind of like manned up at some point, and I saw he was sitting alone on the couch. So I thought this is like the best time because he wasn't really doing anything in particular. So I just like took my chances and walked up and asked. And he was, you know, Faker is a super nice guy, so obviously he said yes. And then like, I'm so happy. And yeah, I have my picture now, so I'm really happy.
Wonderful. It's on Jankos' Twitter. It's a great picture. Thank you very much. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
The real victory for all of EU. Jankos finally getting that Faker. It took him like a half an hour to work up the courage to go in that room and ask Faker for a picture, for the record. And of course, great interview, Shocks.
Faker's very personable.
Yeah, he's really nice.
He's like super polite. If you walk into a room, he'll just like make eye contact with you and say hello.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
And it's time now. This is my favorite part of the day because it's a regional grudge match where I have no immediate personal stakes, and neither do you, Jet. It is LCK versus LPL, and first up, let's take a look at that LCK lineup as they load onto the Rift. In the top lane, it will be Clid. In the jungle, it will be Faker, flexing on his two jungle compatriots in the mid lane, Narakyle in the bot lane, and Madlife on support. Madlife back. That makes me so happy.
I do like how we have two jungle pros, and it's Faker jungling. The LPL team that we have is the Shy in top lane. That seems a little stacked. With Doonby in mid, Uzi in bot lane, Cat support, and Fireloli in the jungle, who also was a pro jungler for a long time.
Yeah.
This team looks really strong.
Look, the thing is, though, if you're LCK now, and you win with Faker in the jungle and two junglers in your respective solo lane, your bragging rights have shot through the roof. And as we heard from Jankos, you have a cop-out excuse, too. It won't be try-hard pick, but it will be, you know, we were playing off-roll.
I'm actually on Jankos' side here. You know how calling someone a tryhard is like loser's mentality? You know what they call tryhards in real life?
What?
Successful.
Oh, wow.
So I am totally fine.
Are you telling me the path to success is not paved with, you know, half-ass in it your entire life?
Weird, right? Oh, also, after EU so shamelessly banned out NA's top influencer, Tyler One.
Yeah.
There's no bans in this one. It's blind pick. So everyone's going to be able to pick what they want in this LPL LCK show match. I'm all for it.
I'm also for it because EU has already won.
Yeah. Just get it in there, and then they make the rule change. I'm sure it was EU who called it in.
Well, and this is the thing. This would have been my fear going into this one, right? Is that I think that, like, while there are certainly a number of signature picks, there's a lot of big champion pools here on the stage. But if they had banned out, say, Madlife in this match, and he just didn't get to play a hook champion, there's enough bans to take him off of a hook champion, I would be extremely sad. Now, the other additional fun fact is if for some reason Madlife chooses on his own in blind pick not to play a hook champion, I will also be extremely
Then it's fine.
No, I'll be real sad. Like, on the one hand, yes, I want Madlife to have a good time. On the other hand, I want Madlife to play Thresher Blitzcrank.
Yeah. We could also have an Aphelios mirror matchup. Or no Aphelios whatsoever. So
also,
after you and I
had the
passed Aphelios yesterday, we learned what all of the symbols mean. Because that's the important thing when casting Aphelios is you know he has 5 guns. You know what all the guns do, but I didn't know the symbols.
That's true.
So we're going to explain that in game if it's picked. We also have some graphics for assistance.
Oh, you got us graphics.
Yes.
That's the best.
It is the icon of the gun and a brief description of what it does.
Fantastic.
Yeah. The green one is the sniper rifle.
Yeah,
remember
that's
that.
true.
The blue one is the fire flames.
Blue is for burn. Yeah, for those.
Red is for heal.
Red is for healing.
Purple is for slow. White is for chakram.
Yeah, there you go. Easy.
Yeah.
Now, there's obviously a lot of interesting interactions. I don't know. I got really excited about this champion.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know from my 5 minutes in practice tool if I'm going to be good at this champion, if, you know, this champion's going to be crazy powerful or weak, but it's interesting, and it's unique, and it's new, and it's got so many weird interactions with it in the context of his own kit that it's
kind of like the learning process has been super fun
Yeah.
because it's not all of the interactions are not super obvious right off the bat.
Yeah, we're about 3 minutes out of this, so I apologize if you're not interested in the newest champion that will soon be joining the Rift in Aphelios. At
And
the
look,
start of this
if you're
patch.
not, there's a solution, and it's called banning him every game. But I don't recommend that. I instead would recommend listening to us now so that you can have an edge or a leg up on the competition.
Yeah, and my biggest recommendation is actually not trying to read the Aphelios instruction manual
Yep.
and don't try and memorize all the abilities until you've just gone into a game and shot all 5 guns. Because once you do that, I feel like the kit really starts falling into place.
Yeah.
And then the learning process of figuring out, oh, I want to combo the sniper rifle with the slow gun or any of the cool combos your brain are going to start making is what I think is going to make this champion cool. So it is a blessing and a curse to get a preview patch of this particular champion who on paper is so hard to conceptualize. But to me, once you play him in game, it hopefully kind of just falls into place.
Yeah, and I think it also, so this is interesting because we were talking a lot earlier today about kind of MMOs and kind of like the raiding experience and how like peak MMO for a lot of people playing was like going into a raid blind, right? And like learning these things as you go. And I think it's a similar experience for me watching Aphelios be played where you're like, okay, on paper I can see like 2 or 3 interactions, but then as you play him more and more, you're kind of going through this organic learning process. And when you figure out a new interaction, you feel so smart.
Yeah.
And that's like the 2 to 3 week period before, you know, like whatever Aphelios one trick figures out everything that's super optimal that I'm looking forward to, where like everyone gets to feel super, super big brain when they learn a new Aphelios interaction. They're like, oh, this is super exploitable. I'm going to beat people with this.
And I hope at least one of these guys pick it, so this whole duo podcast ends up working because we do have.
Will that stop us if they
it.
don't pick it? Will we not just continue?
Play it? I hope not. Just I have enough respect for us as casters that we wouldn't talk about something off screen for 40 minutes. But maybe it could happen.
You know? Yeah. No. The only thing I will say, this is my one note to anyone who wants to play this champion, whether you're jumping a normal game, is that the green gun, caliber on the sniper rifle, has extra range. Every other gun, don't worry about what it does. You can read the tooltip as you play. You can kind of learn organically. But knowing that when you swap away from that gun, you're going to lose 100 attack range is going to kill a lot of people in the first weeks. Because I don't know if you know, the orb walking, auto attacking experience, A-clicking experience changes a lot when you randomly gain 100 range.
Yeah, and if you have the white gun, you want to be really close to them because your next auto attack can start as soon as the basically boomerang thing returns to you.
Yeah, you only get 1 boomerang. Well,
yeah.
Need more. Yeah, well, regardless. We'll say one for now. It's one more nuance
Simple
than that.
enough.
But this ends the Aphelios podcast episode 2. We might get an episode 3 depending on how this blind pick goes. It's looking like we're going to get an episode 3. I hope you're excited. But regardless, we'll talk about some of the other picks that could come out here. And so far, no one's locked in.
Well, yeah, because the LCK is cheering. They know they have 70 seconds left, so they're waiting for late game of this blind pick. Is Doonby going to play Nunu mid? That would make it okay for me. That
I'm actually so ready for this one. Ender only plays AP Nunu bot lane nowadays, but I kind of vaguely understand it, which is you have Snowball and literally no other abilities. But that's all that matters. You only need the one. Okay. Has anyone... Okay, Nunu locked into the... They can't swap in blind.
I bet
right?
you... I mean...
No, you can't. Why would you even need to swap for that if you've done this?
Yeah,
Why would
right.
you let them? You just...
Faker's going to play Zac again, isn't he? He played Zac mid last All-Star.
It was so disappointing.
Okay, he just lost
Lee Sin.
That's
Faker Lee Sin. That's going to be a... Ooh,
Clip
okay, I
top
take it back.
Ramus against the shy top Callista, who might just ult the Shyvana, which would be epic.
That would be sweet. I like top Callista. There was a lot of rumors about Callista with
playing Aphelios.
bonding a champion that wasn't in her lane when we were at MSI. I heard a lot of rumors when Nico especially was powerful. But there it is. That's if you were waiting, the only thing that mattered in that entire champion select is as we get the players through is that Mad Life is playing fresh. That's right, folks. Nostalgia in full effect.
Agreed. That's why he's here. Sen is also in the game. Very strong new champion who we haven't been able to see that much of. I played a lot of this champion as well. Very good, very strong.
Yeah. It's hard for me to have a strong... I felt like she was so strong on initial release, and a lot of people weren't super comfortable playing against her.
Yeah.
That the 3 games I played where I did well, I can't tell if it's like the champion is super good if people don't know what they're doing, or if you know, it's just very beginner friendly when she first came out.
Yeah, I mean, she has quite long range, and the thing that I personally like about playing Senna is I'm not that good at high attack speed marksman play, and that's something that really starts hurting me when I get up into Diamond. But
yeah.
Senna has such artificially low attack speed, I feel like it's an 80 champion that I can actually play.
And unlike Jin, who has 4 shots and thus is kind of difficult to farm on, Senna doesn't run out of ammo and have like this huge gap between her attacks. But here we are. It is LCK versus LPL. The show match. EU came out on top over NA through the power of bans. So we've taken them away, and that means you're going to see your players play their favorite champions. Some surprises in the Predator Nunu mid for Doinb.
Yep. So you start Snowball.
That's true.
You clear the first wave fastest in the game because you just get a big old snowball roll. It kills the backline minions, takes the frontline minions low, which you can finish. And then since he started Boots, he can immediately roam bot lane at level 2.
Which is pretty easy setup.
Yeah.
I would say. Now, looks like we will have a bit of a delay here on stage. I'll keep you guys up to date as I get more information. Oh, that might be it. We just needed to let Uzi know that his mama loves him. But could also be technical issues. So here's the thing. Cassio bot with Conquer I'm pretty excited about. I haven't seen Cassio bot in a while, and obviously she's one of the big mage Conquer abusers alongside Ryze that I've heard a lot about.
Conquer is nerfed on 9.24 as well.
That's true.
So the amount of healing you get on a ranged champion has been reduced. It potentially is still the best keystone for Cassiopeia, but we'll have to see. Phase Rush, arguably better, but in bottom lane where you're going to have to kind of stand still and duel, it's probably fine.
Yeah. So it was a small resolution issue. We're going to be getting back into game shortly. So don't worry, we're going to get to witness many things. But just recapping, the big oddities to me, the interesting things. One, we get to see Faker play Lee Sin, but Lee Sin a very conventional jungle champion, so while it is Faker, it is slightly less wild. But definitely the LPL team has some very unique picks, and it's not just the Nunu mid. Shyvana in the jungle outside of solo queue, not something I'm used to seeing. And the Shy on Kalista top, Halo Blade's Kalista top. Did you see who he bonded with? I did not.
I have not. I imagine it would have been Shyvana.
I would hope so.
Yeah. There's also the prop bet for this game. Do you remember the prop bet?
I do. Well, it's a push-up contest with Tyler 1.
Yes. So Kobe and Dash both predicted teams.
But I don't remember who predicted which team. Do you remember who predicted which team?
They literally just told me, and I've already forgotten. So Kobe LPL. I've been told twice now. Dash LCK.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to find out. I think Dash has to be feeling a little optimistic right now. Because there's a lot. Well,
look at the team. The Shy?
Yeah, but look at the picks.
Uzi?
Look at the picks. You got Mad Life on Thresh.
He's not even starting mid. I don't know about this one. I don't know about this Nunu play.
He's just going bottom.
Yeah.
Is that allowed?
Uzi's going mid. Wait.
Uzi's going mid. Oh, I know this. This is exactly. I played Nunu Volibear, and this is the same thing. Nunu just waits, and then he rolls in as the lane starts. This Mad Life's already dead. He doesn't even know it yet.
He can flash.
Yeah, but here comes the ball. Where's he going to go? Oh, there. Out of the way. Yeah, that's fine.
But they got the flash level 1. Now he can TP top to 1v1 the Rammus. They've lane swapped already, so they're breaking the rules of the lane assignments.
But we could also be witnessing Season 10.
The birth of a new meta.
The birth of a new meta, yeah.
Believe me, when Nunu released, Mark Z immediately made a video about Nunu mid on Twitter. For some reason, it didn't catch on.
It's... I mean, when you hit the snowball, the big snowball, the biggest snowball ever, some would say, it feels really good. When you don't, the champion really doesn't do a lot. And turns out building full AP makes you pretty squishy.
And this is also a better lane for Kalista with a partner than the solo lane Kalista. So.
Yeah, and this is pretty... Honestly, I really love this laning combo. Kalista, whenever she's popular, is just a massive bully in the early game. Halo Blades, making a lot of the trades that much more favorable for her. And Senna, with early sustain, with CC for potential follow-up, it's going to make it very difficult for the Cassio to find those really long, extended trades.
Senna's early game is really, really strong. What I found interesting is getting access to early tier is actually really, really beneficial on Senna because you're pretty heavily monogated on your heal. So that's one of the reasons that Marksman Senna has been higher win rate than Support Senna, even if Support Senna is more highly played. But the nerf to her on this patch that we're playing on right now, 9.24, which hasn't hit live yet, is that the chance of dropping a soul is greatly diminished. Uzi's done for.
Out there, Faker gonna come in and find the kill. That's what you want from a jungler. Come in, claim the credit, Q the wrong way, get him anyway.
The BM red buff walk away Q in the opposite direction kill by Faker is a 10 out of 10.
And there you go. And now you know why Faker's in the jungle. He's like, look, guys, I know what it takes to win a game.
I mean, it's true. What if Faker is gonna roll swap in 2000?
What is this, the preview? So it's going top lane. Okay, Firewall is here. Should be fine in the 1v1 individually, but now the retreat comes
That's a fast
out.
Rammus.
That's a very fast Rammus. Now TPing in. There is no way they make it out of this one. Taunt connects. Cat is running for the hills, but been played backwards and taken out. Clean play from the side of the LCK. 3-0 so far in the game.
All right. The Shy's going back to top lane. Because he's like, I played top lane for years. I do not get 5-man 4 minutes in.
Yeah.
Uzi's saying, bro.
He lives on the island, Faker.
This happens all the time.
Flash W away, but here comes the snowball. Yeah, Madlife's there. Doesn't have a lot of mana, but going to be really no follow-up. Just going to move in and maybe try to take a camp? No, instead he's just going to go mid.
Moby boots first. Nunu. Watching this gank one more time. So it's 2 Predator top laners with teleports. So they're maximizing their speed. It's the Predator Rammus. Look at that gap closing distance.
It makes you wonder why we haven't seen more Predator Rammus in competitive play.
It really does.
But that's like, the thing that you can definitely say is that while, oh, how's that thought? This is a bit of extent. These guys can't actually kill each other. Wait, maybe they can.
I mean,
there's
with
a
the
lot of
minions,
damage.
you can.
Oh, they both just have Moby boots. I thought for sure Khalid would have actual items at this point in the game. No, they both have Moby boots. They can very much kill each other.
He has the rejuve beat advantage. Gotta watch out for that.
Really, in the Predator Rammus versus Predator Nunu matchup, yeah, I don't know how experienced you are, but I will say the rejuve beat is the difference maker.
Yeah, once the other player gets the first rejuve beat, you just open. There's nothing you can do.
Go next, guys. It's not even worth it. That 150 gold, there's no coming back. And the thing is, I think if the Nunu or the Rammus start a fight, the other team probably loses. Because there's so much good follow-up on both sides.
Yeah, and even though everyone's basically playing off-roll, they're still playing champions that they're generally going to be good at. So Uzi obviously is a great Vayne. Echo is a champion that Peanut can get a lot of reps on in the jungle, even if you're going to be playing it in the mid lane. So we're in for some pretty high-level play, even if it's a little bit for fun.
Yeah. I mean, Peanut there, I think, cancels the Q animation with the E, so he clearly got the knowledge.
This team's not really with him here.
No, that's going to be good damage. Just instantly dies.
Get him, Madlife, get in there.
Madlife is going to go over, doesn't want to go over. That's just going to be Infernal Drake, kind of donated by Faker, a consolation prize. He says, hey, we got these 3 kills, but you can have this Drake.
Extra good for Shyvana.
Extra good.
Yeah, get the Armored MR bonus off of every Drake, still.
That's such an odd passive. But it does feel really good when you play Shyvana and you get a few Drakes early.
Yeah. I mean, she is a dragon.
Yeah, that's true.
So I wouldn't call it odd.
Well, I mean, we make her kill her family to get buffs. I find that odd, Jet.
I'm going to think about this for a second. I need to tread carefully.
I think it might be time to move on. Uzi doing great in the mid lane.
Have you ever
Five CS.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's fine. But you have Klein open. Can we get a Senna stack?
Yeah, sure.
See how the old
I don't
souls
really agree with the Null Magic first. Oh, this is actually going to be an Athene Senna. Which,
oh, yeah, and one for the sickle, for the AP really,
Athene's
too.
Ardent Senna is actually fine in the support role. Almost no one does it because it's just more fun and thematic to build lethality, but like win rate-wise and AP ratio-wise, it's fine. Senna's at 17 souls. So 17 AD, hasn't gotten bonus range yet. That'll happen at 25. And here comes Rammus.
And he's just so fast. And no matter how invisible they think that they are, Rammus will still walk away. Dang, all right.
Well, they're Misty.
Peanut now needs to get out of there. Quick dash over the wall. But
counter
he's now coming in. He can just smack Peanut right into the next
flash.
while he walks near.
He's in
down.
there.
Good hook comes in from Madlife. Doomby now moving in, but he's not going to be able to curve that one. He did not watch enough initial D growing up. Could not drift the snowball there.
He perfected the mid lane Nautilus. He mastered the mid lane Galio.
And he's learning.
He's learning.
One snowball at a time.
Yeah.
And here's now Fire Lolly really taking off. Sadly, won't get extra stats for taking the Rift Herald. Can luckily get 2 of them.
Yeah. Rift
Hook
Herald
does connect.
Rift Herald also buffed on 924 as well, so the first charge will do more damage. Will basically always get 2 plates.
Oh, follow-up is there. Shy taken out. Cat now definitely going to be in trouble. The lockdown, that delayed CC costing a lot, but here goes the CS. Dude, I thought he was going to kill someone. I thought for sure. I was like, oh, here we go. But the Nunu doesn't even have AP quite yet. Fire Lolly here, ult available. Flid now moving in. The taunt will definitely connect. Fire Lolly can try to get something done. A great pushback, saving Private Uzi right there in that moment. The ball is rolling. Shyvana, where's the E at?
Snowball or Powerball? Who will win?
Here. Doobie, curve it! Curve the bullet! Okay, he doesn't get it, but Clid will still go down. Should still go down. The heal is there. The ult coming out, taking his time. Nunu bot and Doonby get the kill, but it will cost him his life in the end.
That was fun. I guess the snowball did kind of catch the Powerball. You would think Powerball would always outrun, but I was mistaken. This is looking better for LCK than I thought it would. But I guess their comp is better because one doesn't have a Spectre's Cowl Moby Boots Nunu.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the cowl here. Maybe better in the long run. Uzi slowly but surely getting chipped away at by Peanut here. But Uzi does still have flash, as does Peanut.
Yeah.
And sadly, Cat still only level 5.
Ooh, nice.
That was good damage.
Get that soul.
That's the thing.
And winning fights with Senna feels so good. It's just soul here, soul
like,
over there.
That's an extra 80. That's an extra 80.
Okay, so the Powerball was already running out, and he didn't have Moby's active because he was in combat.
Couldn't hook this one though. Yeah, sad.
You can really turn a snowball more than you think.
Yeah, it's very generous.
Yeah.
It is not like Sion. It is much, much more generous.
That's what I was just going to say. Playing Nunu and then playing Sion makes you really bad Sion.
Yeah.
Because you expect to be way turnier than you can be.
You're just going straight into the wall. Yeah, it's semi-truck turning radius versus like compact car turning radius here. Yeah. You're not making it around the corners on Sion. There's a reason you guys do Sion Speedway and not Nunu Speedway.
Yeah, because the Nunu Speedway is just wherever you want to go.
From start to finish. Yeah, it's not a challenge.
It's like setting up an obstacle course that you can walk through. Like, it's just not
thrilling challenge, to be sure.
Yeah.
Oh, the Rift Herald is going to do a little bit more, obviously. As you mentioned,
they
buff
funneled
this
the
patch.
gold to Nunu.
Well, because really, the Spirit Visage Power Spike is going to take him over. Faker knocked the wall. Faker should definitely be dead. Cat gets ult, snipes Faker. That's exactly what the LPL wants. Now here comes the snowball. Peanut
He's too fast.
Walks out of the way.
See, I think he could have kept turning.
Yeah?
I think he could have looped all the way around.
But the thing is, if you hit the wall underneath the tower, I think you die.
Yeah.
But you're right that he didn't commit, and that is always questionable.
They're setting up the Drake. They're going for the late game. They want the Dragon Soul. It's going to be an Ocean or Mountain Soul.
Okay.
That's how the new Drake system works. Basically, the first 3 Drakes are always going to be unique. After this one, it'll turn into one of the 2, either Ocean or Mountain Souls. The terrain will change. Here we go. What's it going to be? Ocean.
Mount?
That's bad for Nunu, actually.
Yeah, because now there's more walls for anyone to hop over. Oh, hold that thought. Shy has now been grounded. Cannot do anything. Cassio just shreds through this duo. The setup is there, and Mad Life and Argyle are just popping off your Faker. Does not connect the Sonic Wave, but this bot lane is doing serious work. The Shy, I'm glad he went bot lane and not top. I feel like that balances the scales, but maybe too much in the favor of the LCK. As now Fire Lolly is just doing what he can to hold on. Grounded, but it won't be too consequential, and still some solid AoE on the Flame Breath there for Shyvana.
Yeah, I mean, really good turret defense. Probably has to back away now.
Faker going out. Doesn't opt for the insect.
Faker can
gonna walk him down, conquers there, ward up forward. It's all too easy. Just finds that one.
Watching Faker Mad Life team up like that, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Or even just watching Mad Life do work on Thresh again.
Yeah, 2-0-4. Here we go. Shy. This is definitely not the fight that he wants. Oh, I asked, and Faker delivers into the play. That is synergy. That was incredible. Clip it.
Yep.
Throw it on Twitch. We've all been waiting for it. You might not have known it up until this moment, but you were.
It's time for Mad Life to sign with SKT. I think he's ready.
This is the Harlem
Faker's gonna switch to jungle.
of CC chaining.
Easy Hoon's going back to mid.
Bring them all back He needs another Azir skin. Narkyle, though, knocked to the wall, will be taken down. No! They didn't get it! Doonby!
Oh, no.
That's so infuriating. The channeled ult doesn't get it down either, and Faker just keeps going. He's merciless. Even in a for-fun game, he will not relent.
Clint. I mean, LPL may have won Worlds 2 years in a row, but really, Faker is jungling and beating LPL teams.
Out of his mind.
What does that really
sadly,
mean?
I think has... No. Once again, Mad Life is there. In a game with Peanut, Faker, and Clid, I did not think I'd be saying Mad Life is MVP, but Mad Life looking like MVP right now. Faker manages to dash away. Fire Lolly jumps in, gets the shutdown. The taunt brings him back. Not enough mana for Mad Life. Not going to give his life for this one either, but the hook, barely going to miss. This is a little aggressive. Peanut, of course, has his ult, can just pull back, but not going to be able to finish the kill there. And Clid, with no mana, has activated the Predator, is on the hunt for Shy.
Fire Lolly's back in. He's got ult. AP Shyvana.
But it's just going to get taken out here. Delayed CC, but he will still get locked down. Easy kill pickup for the Senna. Cassio hovering off to the side. The Shy should most certainly be dead. Has, of course, the ability to dash away.
Oh,
Narkyle
wow.
wants to finish one. The cat misses the snare, and that should just be instant death. Peanut walking on the way in. Narkyle going to get the double kill. 8-0-5.
That was actually pretty clever, where he could have killed the Shy, but he decided to wait for the double kill instead because he's so ridiculously strong. Watching this again, though.
Oh.
Faker,
Oh.
kick into the hook mid-flight. The dream.
There's a fight happening. It's really hard to talk about it after that replay because that seriously was my favorite play of probably the last year. That was awesome.
Favorite play of All-Star 2019, I'd have to say.
Definitely. And to be fair, obviously, it would be, if that had happened in like a World Final, it would have been a little bit different of scale. But still,
What are you trying to say about the scale?
That World Finals are very important, Jed. I'm not trying to imply anything else,
All right,
sir.
I'll let you off with that
All
one.
right, thank you. All right, so it is support Senna. It is Mikhail's, which I'm not as excited about as Athene's. But
Yeah.
given the 2-5 scoreline for Cat, maybe just trying to, you know, funnel resources into Uzi.
Fun fact about Mikhail's is its 20% heal shield power amp is the highest amp of all heal shield amp items. So even though stuff like Athene's will heal for more, stuff like Ardent Sense will give you the attack speed, if you're just looking for that big heal on what item, it would be over time, right? It would be the Mikhail's. If you're not doing much damage. I think Athene's is better on champions that can dish out damage as well. But maybe the CC break for like a Rammus taunt is considered
Pretty big
important.
deal.
Yeah, I can see.
And look, at this point, if you're Uzi, you're like, all right, the Shy, you've had your fun. We're going to funnel resources into me, and I'm going to carry. But that is a Mad Life hook connecting once again. If he's trying to walk his way through this one, he's going to be able to snare at least one opponent. Now channeling the ult. That's going to be a big combo. Here comes the Shyvana. Doonby still alive for now, but he does get taken down in the end, and now they're chasing down Mad Life. But still, he manages to live, goes golden at the perfect time, and now Cat has to run for the hills, but it is Peanut on the flank, and the LCK is dominating the LPL in this show match.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say if Uzi was there, that the LPL would have had a better chance in that fight.
Sure. I don't think it would be going out on a limb, though, to say that they also would have gotten aced in the end.
Ooh, maybe, especially if they're not killing Cassiopeia at the very start.
Very
Because,
strong Cassio.
and that's kind of one thing about new Conqueror mages, or just any Fed champion with Conqueror, is like, yes, you're not killing them as fast because it's not doing the true damage anymore, but just the raw amount of healing you can do, especially because Cassiopeia with Twin Fang is already healing a lot. Once you're fed, unless you're bursted down really quickly, you're just going to carry all the fights. Because, I mean, look at this. They actually get a Nunu stun at the start. Doinby buys a lot of time because he gets the shield from the Senna ult as well as from his own ult. But because they don't instantly kill the Cassio, he just heals back up.
Yeah. And I mean, it's post-mitigation damage now, right? And so
Yes.
when you're fed, you're just doing more damage, you're healing more. On top of that, more levels under your belt. You're a level 11 at this point, so you're maxing out on that base Twin Fang healing. And now you have 10 stacks on a Medjai's. You're Narkyle. And when I look at the opposite side, if I ignore the items, I'm excited to see the next team fight. If I look at the items, I know that the next team fight's going to be a slaughter. Uzi, though, stepping forward, taking a bit of damage back from Rammus.
The 20-minute Rage Blade he's going for. He's going to make it.
It's okay, guys. The 2-item power spike. Like before they nerfed Rage Blade and all you needed was Blade of the Rune King and Ginsu's and you could literally 1v5 any team fight. Assuming you had Peel. But we're working towards some first items, you know. LPL is on a budget right now.
This is a roughie for the LPL.
We have a second Spectre Scout. He's building.
I mean, it has to reduce the Cassiopeia damage.
No, Adaptive Helm is a great item. It's just like build one or the other. Why do you need both? But
Yeah.
it's also AP Shyvana, which is with Dark Harvest, which is an incredibly obnoxious champion as the game goes on. So the just scale option is alive and well. Not my favorite thing to see in a show match, but definitely a viable pursuit.
Yeah, and losing out on the third Drake really hurts them because it just delays their potential Dragon Soul by a lot.
And Mountain Soul, it's not super great. It's always obviously a good thing to have, but it's not super great against this comp because it's a lot of sustain for the enemy.
Yeah. Like the shield is one thing. Another thing about having the soul is it just means you have multiple stacks of the Drake, and the armor MR is just going to be generically good in all.
Especially when you're building both the Spirit Vicious and the Adaptive.
Just imagine how much MR you're multiplying.
So much.
So much. Now getting the Mountain Drake in the first place would be pivotal.
Yeah, I think incredibly difficult given that Mad Life just hooked Uzi, and Uzi is just not going to have a chance. Can't make his way out of the box. And Arkyle now legendary and absolutely fearless. 3 members strong here. Fire Lolly can look to throw some Flame Breath down. They walk into the pinch. Will connect Faker. That is a massive hitbox. Nigh impossible to dodge if Tron is in a good position.
14 stacks as well as a Spellbinder on the Cassio.
Oh, but this is Peanut.
Okay.
He's too patient. Too many players get scared and dash ahead of time. I see, that's the thing. In lower ELO, my bastion of hope, people just get scared and flash away, and then Nunu just catches them anyway. But if you just wait, yeah, you can't curve it fast enough. Although that I would love to see from the enemy team's perspective is the snowball through the Sentimist and then the very fast Wraith coming out of it.
True.
You know it's a Nunu, but that's a very scary image.
Yeah, I think Doonby's going to have to go back to the workshop on this new solo lane champion Dark technology. Or maybe this is just an unlucky game.
I mean, to be fair, it's been a rough bot lane for the Shy and Cat as well. And it's not like Clid was like...
Pick up the souls! How many souls does Senna have? Cat's still level 8, 39 souls.
Are they funneling resources into anyone, really? No, they're all kind of just sharing farms.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 12,000 gold Cassiopeia to a 6,000 gold Vayne. There's not much funneling to be done in that
Yeah.
case.
Not a lot of gold to go around, eh? Well, Wits End second appears to be the choice for the Shy. Really solid item on melee champions, and obviously just generally good against the sheer amount of magic damage pressure on the enemy team. The real question for me is, can they get some of these shutdowns? Because that is a juicy 700 gold bounty sitting on top of that Cassio.
Yeah, I mean, that is what I do to prevent my team from tilting, is every time they want to surrender, I just say, guys, it's winnable, just kill the people with the big bounties.
There you go.
It works less often than it doesn't, but it still works sometimes, so it's worth the try.
I like how you made that unnecessarily complex, just as a sentence. You're like, let's just give him something to decipher here. All right, 5K health, dropping,
Steal.
Baron,
Steal.
could be the big difference. But here comes Clid into the middle of everything. Doonby, can he get the finish? Does not look like it. That is absolutely massive. Narkyle, now legendary. A no hesitation flash coming from Mad Life over the wall means that this fight is just going to get going. Where's Thoth going to go? Can he predict it? He doesn't need to. Throws the play out. Will not be able to. Yes, he gets the hook! And that's just going to be it. Narkyle, now legendary. A beautiful fight from the side of the LCK. Did not fear going over that wall whatsoever. And Faker's just going to continue to start that one up because this Cassio will delete it on the full stack mid-dice.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be Baron for the LCK. And in this situation, if we're talking about ways to try and come back in games, I say, great job. Mad Life bounty down. Next up, Cassio.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Faker's not actually a jungler and may not
Nunu
be as
could
good
eat
at
it.
fight.
Come
Oh,
on, he just
Peanut is
didn't
a
die.
jungler. Nope, he hasn't.
Okay.
All right, Faker gets the Baron. Fire Lolly finds a single kill, and Nunu will now zoom his way out
to the death chamber.
Oh, Cat, no, that's not where you want to be,
Whoa.
Faker. killing spree. Fire Lolly not going to run, but he will get stunned. Not going to get Dragon in time. Is slowly getting chipped away at. Health very low. Is he going to go? Peanut? Oh, so the Shy trying to find his way back in, but I don't think this is a good call. Needs to get out.
Oh,
Ooh,
nice.
gets hit. Good predict by Faker. Will dash out to safety. The Shy could get stunned up, but actually is managing to stay on the edge here. But stepping into the Casio, never the right choice when she's 15-0.
Yeah, 25 stacks Medjai's. That puts him at 589 AP pre-death cap.
That's a pretty big number. All right, here comes Cat. We do not get to see Ghost do, but that's pretty big.
I think it was.
Ulti could now come out, but they've hooked Uzi! He's already dead! The fight's already over before it even begins! Doomby doesn't even really get to use the ultimate.
Man, this is a stomp.
Yeah.
16K gold.
Yeah. I mean, turns out Mad Life's still very good at League of Legends.
Yeah. This is not the Shy's best day.
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing the old Callista top anytime soon. Doomby just gonna get kicked out, won't even get the satisfaction of ulti. The Fire Lolly will get a big shutdown. Lee Sin is going to be traded back. Doomby does die, and the Shy desperately trying to retreat. Going to have Proc Conquer, and Flit is kind of just zoning everyone off with the threat of a Powerball. Oh, man! Forward, can't ult back. Ooh. Wait. Yeah, Mad Life kind of hovering back, ready to throw that lantern if necessary. Retreat himself. Yeah. All right, Jet. So you were talking to me about what you say to your solo queue team to keep them in the game.
Okay.
We've gone over bounties. Do you have any other tactics? I feel like the other.
Yeah, I'll say we have 2 out of 4 of the required dragons to reach Dragon Soul.
Nice.
We should try and achieve that. People get really annoyed with my optimism sometimes, but if you feel like playing it out, I suggest these tactics.
There you go.
I think something I tried once in 2015. This didn't work. But I bet the team that they can't end the game by a certain time.
Ah.
So their ego makes them want to do it.
Sure, sure.
Yeah. You have to entice them with something they actually want. So back in 2015, I said something like, I bet you can't win in under 20 minutes. And if you do, I'll tweet a picture of it.
Oh.
I tweeted I did.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So
no one cares if you tweet a picture.
Yeah, so this is not a very transferable skill.
To you, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And it didn't even work for me. But
might be the final
like
fight. There's the kick flash coming in from Faker as he does leap in. They'll be backing off. They're going to pick up a quick kill on UMB as Faker will go into the GA. Quick going to hit 2 there, but he might just get taken down. Big ult comes down from Senna. Uzi off to the side is actually getting a lot of work done. Very difficult for them to get on top. He's giving a lot of respect for the Mad Life. We'll get invisible there briefly, camouflaged by the Shroud of Senna.
Just hiding.
Peanut does get Uzi?
He
has to go. It doesn't matter. Oh, no. Yeah, okay, the second Casio got to hit the vein. The game was over. But up until that point, it looked real close. 34-11, 16K gold lead for the LCK. Bring back Mad Life. Hashtag it, bring back Mad Life.
He's got over 1,000 AP on Casio.
Promote Narakyle. More Narakyle.
Agreed.
All right, I love it. Little fountain kill BM. Faker's gonna kick him back. That's
another
great.
shutdown.
That's great. Anytime you see Faker BM, it's a treat. He's so polite, you know. Mixing it up. Diving into fountain
20.
kill.
Get to 20 kills. Come on.
Ooh, hook him. Pull him back with the play. Good job. All right, beautiful game. Really? Once again, just wonderful.
It's really
Look at all
Cloud
that
Templar's.
love. Yeah, Cloud Templar really bringing the team together.
Bring the glory back to the LCK. I mean, I gotta say, Dracos, before the World Championship.
Yeah. You were big.
I foretold the rise of
Korea.
Yeah, I said 2018
Yeah.
is an aberration, and then not only did they win all 3 of their groups,
yes,
they also demolished the LPL in the regional show match.
At All-Star 2019.
Don't worry about what happened in between. Remember the 3 group stage first place wins and this match.
Remember, folks, if you want to win an argument, just cut out the context that doesn't support your argument.
Yeah. You can try it. Sometimes it works.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I love it. You know, I respect it. I liked your, kind of breaking it down, how you keep your team going. It's like little breadcrumbs, little
What do you do?
goals.
You just surrender?
I don't type.
Okay.
I haven't disabled my enter key, but I should because I take it very personally. I'm a very competitive person. I have a hard time.
I mean, you take what you say personally?
No, I take what other people say personally.
Okay, so you just
And
you don't want to engage.
EU West is not the beacon of positivity that many
Are you
think
sure?
it might be.
Maybe you just don't understand the culture.
Yeah, you're right.
As an
Those
American
very
living
offensive words mean different things in
it's
different
friendship.
countries.
It's banter. Come on. Yeah.
Okay, so highlight for me, definitely Mad Life. The Mad Life Faker kick, right? That has to be the highlight.
That was the highlight of the game.
There can't be a better highlight.
No.
Maybe when we see wait, who won the push-up contest?
Well, it's going to happen.
This could beat the push-up contest.
Yeah, so someone's going to duel Tyler 1. It's Dash who picked LCK, I
God,
believe.
you remember this time. That was a test.
I said I believe. So that's one of those things you can do where you're right until you're wrong. And I'm correct. They just told me. So Dash won the bet, which means Kobe then has to do the push-up contest.
And as we heard from Shocks, Kobe really wants to show off his sick muscles.
Yeah. Well, Kobe said he would be confident in a pull-up contest.
Huh.
But the push-up contest is going to be more difficult because he doesn't train those as much.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he had the option to pitch the push-up contest.
Yeah.
And he did, or the pull-up contest, rather, and he didn't. So I'm just wondering if he's getting his excuses out ahead of time.
I also think that Tyler 1 is pretty strong.
Yeah,
and mysteriously never wears sleeves.
Is it a mystery? He takes the sleeves off. It's not like they don't just disappear. All right, well, to hear from the victors, that's enough from us. Dash is standing by for an interview.
Thank you very much, Dracos. That's right, I'm standing by with Peanut and G-Sun, who's going to help us out with some translations. Peanut, you just announced actually recently that you'll be going over to play in China for LGD, but getting to play one more time on stage with the LCK, you got the victory over the LPL. So talk to me about this win here and what it meant to get one final win for Korea before going over and playing alongside some of those LPL players.
네, 이제 피너 선수 최근에 중국에 있는 LCD로 이제 이적한다고 기사가 났는데 이제 가기 전에 마지막으로 이제 LCK 팀들과 한 번 더 호흡을 맞춰서 LPL 팀을 무너뜨렸습니다. 이 승리에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
네, 뭐 즐기는 자리니까 이 승리로 뭐 엄청 크다고 생각하지 않지만 엄청 재밌게 했고요. 뭐 서로 재밌게 게임을 즐긴 것 같아서 뭐 승패보다는 즐겼다는 거에 의미를 두고 싶어요.
Well, I mean, this event was so festive and we all just enjoyed it. So regardless of the results, I think we all just enjoyed this event.
Speaking to the fun of the event, a bit of a reunion for your time on SKT, playing alongside Faker. However, this time around, you were the mid laner and he was the jungler. How would you say he did as your jungler here today?
즐기는 자리라고 하셨는데 또 하나의 그런 요소가 이제 SKT의 동료였던 페이커 선수 한 번 더 경기를 하셨는데 그때는 이제 피너 선수가 페이커 선수를 위해 정글링을 했는데 이번에는 이제 피너 선수가 미드였고 페이커 선수가 정글링 해줬잖아요. 페이커 선수의 정글링 어땠는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 정글을 가서 상혁 형이 미드 감수성이 좀 풍만할 줄 알고 미드를 많이 올 줄 알았는데 생각보다 미드를 너무 안 와가지고 제가 미드 와달라 해도 딴 라인으로 가더라고요. 그게 좀 아쉽지 않았나 생각합니다. 네.
Well, I hope or believe that he will understand mid lane a lot. So I was expecting a lot of gank from him, but actually I even asked for him to make a gank, but he did not. He was going to other lanes. So a bit sad about it.
I love it, I love it. I don't know if you know this, but there was a little bit of a Vegas wager placed on this match. Kobe and I, one of the other analysts, we wagered. I said that the LCK would win. He said that the LPL would win, and the loser had to face Tyler 1 in a push-up contest that will take place tomorrow, most likely. So first off, thank you so much for winning because now I don't have to do the push-up contest. But two, do you think Kobe can beat Tyler 1 in a push-up contest?
네, 이제 이 얘기에 대해서 알고 계실지는 모르겠는데 이제 분석 데스크에서 이제 LCK, LPL 누가 이길 건지 이제 서로 내기를 했는데 이제 이분은 LCK가 이길 것이다. 그리고 또 다른 코비라는 분은 LPL이 이길 것이다라고 해서 이제 피너님이 이겨주신 덕분에 내기를 이겼는데 내기를 진 사람은 이제 북미의 스트리머 초청받으신 타일러원님이랑 팔굽혀펴기 내기를 해야 되거든요. 우선은 정말 감사드리고 이제 누가 이길 것 같은지 팔굽혀펴기 내기.
제가 뭐 정확히 잘 아는 건 아니지만 눈으로 봤을 때는 네, 타일러님이 이길 것 같은데 네, 타일러님이 이길 것 같습니다. 네.
Well, I don't really know a lot of information about it, but as based on what I saw, I think Tyler 1 will win.
Yeah, I think so too. So I agree with that entirely. Peanut, congratulations on the victory. Thank you so much for the interview. G-Sun, of course, thank you for the translations. We are going to head over to Shocks and the Analyst Lounge to close out that matchup.
Thank you so much. And well, Peanut obviously inadvertently really burned Kobe because he said, all I can go off is what they both look like and how strong they are. So Tyler's going to win. So I thought that was...
Tyler's got some pretty big arms.
Yeah, so I think that's maybe, it was very polite by Peanut, but he still managed to burn Kobe, which we all enjoy.
I also agree, by the way, that, and I actually know Kobe pretty well, and Kobe's going to lose.
Okay.
Kobe also agrees.
Yeah, I think
Kobe knows Kobe very well.
This is a massive underdog story. This game was amazing to watch. It was a lot of people got very interesting champions, and there was no one banned out this time around. The player of the game was Narakyle because absolutely popped off.
Cassiopeia. It popped. I mean, it was great.
It's like a meta thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously a big meta pick, but a lot of CC from the squad. Like, shout out all the hooks, shout out Faker's ganks, but he put in the damage really well.
Yeah, I mean, he played really well. He's playing Conquer Cassio. It's a really strong pick right now. Also really, really good into Kalista because the miasma makes it so hard for Kalista to use the passive. So, got really far ahead and was really good at snowballing that advantage, finding all these picks out of brush, utilizing the ultimate to set up a stun. And if you face check a Cassio like that, you're going to die.
Indeed. I also love that Peanut said in the interview, well, yeah, I was expecting Faker to give some ganks to that mid lane, but it didn't at all. But Faker did play well also on the Lee Sin, and I think everyone did. They had great synergy, and it was, I would say, a landslide victory for the LCK mixed team. What do you think, Greg?
Yeah, it seemed pretty one-sided. It seemed like the LPL team was trying to have some fun, trying to do some crazy stuff.
Fun? Uzi picked Vayne. Like, he always plays Vayne.
Picked Nunu, went bot level 1, and then TP top lane. If that's not having some fun.
Okay. I think you're right.
That's some next level strats.
So I was about to say, because Uzi actually always picks like the AD carries or the marksman.
And he was mid-Vayne.
That is true. So this spiced it up a little.
And he won lane, but the problem was, is where's the team? Uzi was 1v9 that game. Everyone else needed to step up to his level. I think he was done wrong.
Yeah, it's always the same, that is. Was there any pick that you say, okay, now that I saw this, I'm going to try this myself because it was so strong?
No. The Cassio, but I'm already playing it. It's already
Yeah.
Wasn't convinced by the level 1 gank Nunu. Wasn't convinced by the Rammus top.
Not convinced by it. I'm sad there was no Felios. I wanted to see that in this game as well, so that's a bit of a miss, but fun game overall.
Yeah, very entertaining game. Congratulations to the LCK for picking that one up. And as we move on, MasterCard is keeping the excitement going by highlighting fans of the day for another leg of the All-Star event. Today's fans are a father and son duo, Reese and Frank, who are here to celebrate Reese's 16th birthday. The pair regularly attend the LCS regular season in LA, and today have received limited run bum bags and MasterCard All-Star jackets to celebrate for making the trip out to Vegas. I'd actually spotted them in the crowd from yesterday already. And
happy birthday to him.
Happy birthday to him, and also cool of the dad that he goes with. I hope he's having some fun of his own. Well, they got some goodies, which is always fun. Time now for a commercial break, but on the other side, we got another set of TFT Littles as Bwipo, Deshai, and Pluto try pilot their own set of Little Legends. You won't want to miss it.
Shai has now been grounded, cannot do anything. Cassio just shreds through this duo.
온다 랜턴. 이거 찰게. 베인 갔어요. 괜찮아 이긴데? 이겼다. 저까지 텔템.
Yeah, Pesci! Now Cat has to run for the hills, but it is Peanut on the flank, and the LCK is dominating the LPL in this show match.
And we just saw some highlights from that LCK LPL matchup, which, by the way, I think that's my favorite play so far of the entire tournament, that Faker Lee Sin into Mad Life hook. But now we're going to get into some TFT action. The tournament is going to resume for the 2019 All-Star event. I am Kobe, happy to get into the matchup between the Littles now alongside Mark, Dracos, and Jat. We just keep on adding more clowns to the circus.
I thought the 3-man TFT cast was superior to the 2-man TFT cast. So by the same logic, we had a fourth.
All I'm saying is when you added a third person, we got to see that crazy Zed versus Sivir / Nocturne play. So if we add a fourth, does the likelihood succeed? I think so.
I think as long as we're watering Kobe down, it's good. So the more people we add in so Kobe can't talk, the better the cast becomes.
That's good. Or I'll just have to shout over whenever Mark tries to start talking. Let's take a look at who's competing this time around, though.
We got Solo's gang, Lothar, Teofeeder, and Bwipo. Lothar actually joined us on the cast yesterday. It was very insightful. So he's probably a favorite
He
for me.
seems really good.
So,
yeah, he's not.
We went over the rules for who is a little and who is a legend.
Right.
By last set, Lothar would be a legend.
Yeah, because he was challenger.
But this set, he started playing late, and he's only diamond, so he's a little.
How the mighty have fallen.
So in the legend game, I asked you who would be the favorite.
Yeah, it's,
Didn't have an answer.
Lothar.
And
Now
we're
it
also
feels
biased
like
because
it's Lothar.
Lothar came up, and he was a better third caster than Jat was.
I don't know about
He
that.
actually taught us things, whereas Jat
The
just
Zed
asked
thing?
questions.
Yeah, the Zed thing was sweet. I didn't know about the Zed thing.
What?
The first Zed shadow counts as an additional assassin, so partway,
yeah.
partway through the match, you get the 3 assassins.
Yeah, you still need 2 to. Well, you should probably still want it at the very beginning so you have the assassin trait.
Yeah, for sure. But like even that little thing is just.
All right, first things first. Let's change up some of the key bindings here.
Yeah, we got to make sure.
Much more important to see than any item selected.
So Bwipo, as the LEC representative, I do know has played a decent amount of TFT.
Okay.
I would not call him a super high level player, but I would not be surprised if he has 1 or 2 strats under his belt. Like most beginner season or set 2 players, I imagine it's probably hyper roll predators. Probably, but we'll see what he gets.
Well, the Shy, known for dominating Summoner's Rift, as well as the ARAM map, as well as 1v1s. So can he do it in TFT as well?
He does claim to be not that mechanical of a, like he's more of a thinking player, he says. You know, when he was interviewed about how good he is, he's like, well, it's not about my mechanics as much as my thinking. So this is the perfect game for a low mechanical player like the Shy.
I judge how
that
much.
took a turn.
It was
So like
sarcasm.
If you could test one thing, let's say you know nothing about any of these players, I think how quickly they buy champs is a good correlation to how much TFT they've played.
That and how much they mouse over their abilities.
Okay, that's a pretty big one too.
Your advice there is very similar to when people ask, okay, how do I have confidence in my life? And they say, just fake it. Just fake confidence until it's real. That's what you're doing. Just instantly buy the champions like you have a plan, and
Yeah, look at that.
eventually
So
it'll be
good.
real.
That was pretty fast.
Golagasang is ready to go.
Ooh, look at this. That's speed.
Actually, yeah, this was.
Yeah,
No
this is actually very
hesitation
solid.
on the Woodlands.
I would like him to buy that Kokma, though.
Oh, and he
get
has
there.
hotkeys.
A lot of hotkey switching here.
Lothar also.
Lothar,
keeping his options open.
yeah, he talked a lot about trying to stay very, very versatile. And again, this is one of the sleepers, I think, in the Littles match because he's very good at teamfight tactics and lots of other card games.
Yeah, he's got a long background of different ones. I do like the Infernal with Kiana if you can find the Diana in the opener with the Woodland Druid.
Yeah, and he does have the early Kiana. Now, Kiana is just a very good unit in itself, even without specific synergies. A lot of players would talk about the value. Because her ult is so good, you can get double stuns off it on priority targets.
It's also very nice because two very strong early game units, the Diana obviously going into the Woodland comp, as well as the Zyra, who scales very well later in the game, are both Infernal. So while Infernal isn't my favorite synergy in the game, it's definitely something that's much easier to achieve on this Infernal map.
Talking about what type of units you want to upgrade early, we just saw Teofeeder there. He had 2 of the best. Zyra is insane as far as mage, summoner, ocean composition. You can put items on her. She'll carry you very, very far through the mid game, and you keep her even in the final build. Plus, he had Renekton, which, due to the healing, extremely strong.
Got some early lightning, or excuse me, electric out of Bwipo, but
Now, Ornn got a lot of good AoEs there, and Volibear's going to try. Diana's level 2, so this might be a rare case of a defeat for a Woodland Druid. Level 2 Diana here, taking her down.
really nice stack actually for the electric. Doesn't always work out that well in the early game.
Level 3 beating level 4 too.
Yeah, it feels bad. You invested early. That was actually a 5v3.
And yeah, the Shy using early money as well. A lot of players do not want to invest early money into leveling to get those early wins. Not quite as important, and getting your econ going. Level 2 Vlad though, 2-star.
Committing the gold.
Was that a little move there, leveling at that point, just to get the Vlad in?
If you have something big to put in,
like a 2-star
then you can if you're trying to go for that win
Didn't even
streak.
hit a synergy though when he threw it in.
I don't think you needed the synergy. I would have given up electric and just gone for the 2-star Vlad.
I mean, it doesn't. It's one of those traps where you're like, well, it doesn't cost me any econ because I'm at 16 anyways, right? But it will eventually.
Yeah, it's a little short-sighted for later because it adds up.
I mean, he's got 1 win under his belt. There's not really an argument for preserving the win streak, but could start the ball rolling.
One thing to pay attention to is early item completions. Things like Phantom Dancers and Morellonomicon will always be super high value. So you'll see people go for the pieces of those items even pretty early on. And just have a champion that's a mid-game carry. Like something that is a 1 or 2 cost champion that even if you upgrade to 2 stars, a 1 cost champion, you can sell it back later. So anything with AoE is pretty good at that.
Ooh, well,
here's a Pred player.
Yeah, I like this so far for Exocen. Already has 2 of the important pieces of it done. Renekton, not quite that important.
I would for sure put that level 2-star Renekton instead of the Mundo, though, because you're not getting poison with it.
100%.
And 2-star Renekton is a very, very beefy champ. Let's see, what has he got on his...
Is he hear you? I think, good job. Good job.
Well done, Little. Now, look at the item completions. You can make a Spear Sojin. That's one of the best tier items there. But also having both of them, you can make a Seraph. So
I like GA Seraphs maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I would agree.
Big damage, though, coming in from Lothar on these Assassins.
But there's the spin.
Yeah.
Renekton 2-star is a big boy.
And this is one of the things that I really love about set 2 is that it doesn't feel bad to invest a lot of items into your 1 or 2 cost units early. Because in set 1, if you put all your items onto it, like Darius, you got a 3-star, yeah, it was pretty good, but it could never really outclass a lot of these carries, where I feel like all the way through mid-game, a Maokai with items, a Renekton with items, feels so good, and it's just so oppressive for most comps to deal with.
Spoiler, they released a little cheat sheet with the nerfs for next round. Renekton and Maokai are both on the list.
Oh, no!
You gotta feel good, Dracos.
Yeah, Singed is on the list. Yeah, but Zed, I guess that's one of the ones there that most people do want to see find their way there. Negatron Cloaks are usually left till the end because Dragon Claw is one of the good ones, but besides that, maybe Zephyr. Not a lot of other good options to combine. I guess Ionic Spark is decent as well, but not a high priority, especially early item.
They make a lot of okay ones, but not that many that are like build enabling or anything.
Yeah.
So you usually see people go for other things.
Exocen. Okay, got Predator again. Realized he had to maintain the synergy there. Doesn't get to use the level 2 Ornn. Bit sad, but could level, but I think you just wait.
Yeah, I mean, Kobe is a big fan of the Poison Electric, so having the Ornn there 2-starred is okay. But
yeah, currently it's going to cost him some econ.
You would sell here, right?
Yeah.
Because you're basically trying to set up, I think, for hyper roll predators, right?
Or I would have switched them maybe. Renekton's super good early, but you're not going to use it later, so you put in your Ornn and you sell that one instead to get your 3 and hit your econ.
Yeah.
Just to keep your options open for electric later.
Yeah. I got some Twitter questions earlier. We use the term hyper roll a lot.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people don't know what that means.
So hyper rolling is the idea that you really focus on econing pretty hard up all the way until the start of the 3rd stage, and you don't level before then. And then you'll be forced to level from level 4 to level 5 just by the natural XP the game gives you. And before that happens, you spend all of your gold. And that's why it's called hyper rolling, is because you literally dump, 40, 50 gold into rolling to complete your 1 cost units.
And you want to do it really fast because you want to maximize your interest. So you save all your money until this 1 turn right before you're about to level, and then spend it all and pick your units up very quickly. Those are the intense moments of TFT super early on because there are mechanics and quick recognition of what is good in your new hand and what you don't need.
And you have to be able to recognize slight shifts in what your comp can do. If you're getting one more of another unit, you need to be able to adjust. For the most part, Hyper Roll Predator is pretty easy to see, but the small adjustments can be a big difference. And
And managing bench space gets really annoying too in some of the situations.
Very hard. And of course, if you're very, very new, the reason you do it at 4, right before you get into 5, percentage chance to get different tier units changes, and 4 is kind of the optimal balance between getting tier 1 units, finishing up those tier 1, tier 2 units, and having enough gold to roll an insane number of times.
I will also say, Solo Gasong, if I'm saying that name right.
The comeback
as that game was
LeBlanc.
close. The 100 health player is the person who was clicking really fast at the start. So there's something to my theory of the fast clickers are generally the better TFT players.
Let's check
Look at how fast he's moving his units as well.
Yeah.
There's something to this.
He moved things a lot 1 hex over, but it didn't change very much, especially since this is Krugs.
If you want to impress Jat, just move things in little circles.
I mean, Faker presses a lot of buttons when he plays.
It's like the people who like walk back and forth
in lane. He
in
clicks the fastest.
Do you remember
he tabs around.
I know for a fact, though, Jat does not spam around F keys when he's jungling to look around
I click the minimap.
at the map.
Yeah, I click the minimap instead.
If you wanted to be faster, Jat, and stay true to your own rules, your AP would be better if you spammed with your F keys.
Well, no. If I did it, I will be better. So
yeah.
My theory is still true. It's just not something I
Yeah,
can
you're just
do.
not there.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the thing where you see how you could be better, and you just have your own limitations.
There's a lot of that in life. Yeah. It's like, a lot of people could be better if they went to the gym daily.
That's profound.
It just doesn't happen.
Very profound.
Yeah.
That's why we've got you here.
It's funny too because
you see that you should eat healthy.
It's going to devolve into Jat life lessons.
The Shy got the early mage cap here. So this is a really cool twist that you can put on Ocean Mages. You can put your mage cap on either a Annie or Nami later, something that's going to get a lot of value out of double casting. Getting 2 Tibbers is super big early, and Nami getting longer knockups basically with double waves.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where he goes because he's kind of in between Woodland Druid and Mage right now. And I assume he wants more to go to Ocean Mage, especially if you pick that item up.
Yeah, basically it's just so harmonious to have Ocean, which gives you mana for your double cast, and then your Mage obviously synergy going to get those high values out.
And clearly designed that way, right? You've got both Vladimir and Syndra very early on to set that up, so.
Also on the cheat sheet for nerfs coming up, Ocean was one of the only synergies there.
I feel like I got to see this cheat sheet.
It is on Twitter is where I found it.
Are there Woodland Druid nerfs?
I saw at least Maokai on there, and I think Ivern as well.
So basically
2
small
of the
hits.
champions.
Small hits to all the popular stuff.
For sure.
Aside
Except
for
for Zed. Yeah, Zed was the one thing I saw a lot of people were like, wait a second, Singed is here. All these things are here.
I think the thing is like for me, losing to Singed is much less immediately tangible than losing to Zed, because when you see a Zed get 30 redemptions in a round, you're like, that feels.
But Zed's also cool.
That
hell.
Yeah, super. Okay, you're right.
Interesting point, Daniel. Very interesting point. But we have an interview ready with a more interesting person. So let's throw it up to the stage. Dash, is it shots?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kobe. I'm standing by with Whippo, who's sitting in 4th position. That's winning position when it comes to TFT. Whippo, I already spoke to you earlier in the competition here, and you promised me that EU was going to smash NA. You fulfilled that promise. You're crushing it right now in the 1v1 tournament, still in it. And here you are in TFT, but if I'm taking a wild guess, this is probably your least comfortable game mode. How are you feeling about how you're doing so far?
Honestly, right now, I feel like if I had the right units, I can mount a comeback. I've got 2 Scions, 2 Kindreds, and 1 Malzahar, actually.
All right, so we're looking to 2-star some units. Did you get an opportunity to talk to your legend at all? Did you get any advice before coming into this matchup?
I talked to multiple people, try and see what they were doing, and they all suggested that most of the people that I was playing against would probably be hyper rolling. So Econ was a good strat, so I'm going to try and Econ Shadow and see what I can get here.
All right, so 50 gold feels good. We've got the strategy in sight. Of course, we need to make sure that the RNG is on our side. Lastly, in terms of items, you are aware that you're supposed to use these. I just want to confirm that.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see on which unit I want to put them.
All right, beautiful, beautiful.
Right now, the item I'm going to pick right now, because I'm quite low, is going to decide which unit I want to make really strong, and then based on that, I think I'm going to start doing some rolling as well.
All right, well, since I've been here, you've gone from 4th to 7th. I feel like I may have cursed you. So after this carousel round, I really hope you can hit the rolls and get yourself to those 2 stars. Best of luck. Get back into it. Back to you guys over on the desk.
Thank you, James. A little sabotage there. But also, you can always play it off as, I wanted to get first pick on the carousel.
Yeah. Yeah, and Bwipo kind of is giving away that he's focused on econing. He's okay to lose streak a little bit. It's all part of the strategy.
And I always love econing on Shadow, because Shadow feels like one of those synergies that just goes mostly unnoticed in a lot of the very powerful meta comps. And so while it doesn't, in my eyes, stack up to a lot of the other ones, getting a 3-star does change that.
Yeah, and you can 3-star Kindred later into the game at higher levels too, because it's a higher cost unit. Not going to be too worried about it. And you can peek with some... Ooh, extra Malzahar is picked up here. He gets his 2-star that he was looking for.
Yeah. Let's see what else.
So a lot of people rolling right now, willing to give up that extra point of gold.
Yeah, Teofeeder more in the Ocean mage category, but doesn't have any Vladimirs.
All right, here's general rule, especially for Ocean Mages, because we're looking at this. Most people will wait until level 7, which usually you can get to if you're econing either right before Wolves or right after Wolves. Basically, you want to get to the PvE round, which doesn't cost you anything. PvE rounds are almost always free wins. Then spend all of your money, because you have a much higher chance at your 4 costs, level 7 rather than level 6, and that allows you to get Brand, which is usually what you're going to hard carry with. Otherwise, you can put your items and carry with Zyra.
It's also a comp that kind of needs to be 7 and 8 to really turn online. Like, theoretically, Predators can be online at, like, level 5. Same with Woodland, Druid, Assassin. Whereas, like, Ocean Mage has a really hard time getting there.
All right, we've got an upgrade here. Jay Strite has joined us for some Challenger advice here. Hot off of the victory. How you feeling?
I feel good to be here. I'm so glad and was so close and yeah, was cool. Was a really good match.
Yeah, you had the Zed that we were all betting that the Zed was going to be able to beat the Sivir, but then the Hand of Justice buff seemed too crazy in that fight.
Yeah, it's for me. I had that win and didn't happen, but that's fine. We still have tomorrow. But I had the perfect settings on Zed. I don't know what.
It really looked good. I immediately put all my money on you, but then he 3-starred the Sivir. Did you get a chance to give any good, quick, like Challenger advice to Little that you were paired with going into this?
Yeah, I talked with Goku. It's a little legend, and I said some strats and follow this and see what's happened.
All right, give us the insight then.
Ocean Mage and
So for Ocean Mages, did you tell him like try and get to level 7 and roll for your Brand, or did you give him extra pointers on?
This is, you need to look for your lobby, because sometimes you need to roll in the level 6. Was what's happening in my lobby. Like I had 3 people doing the same composition.
Yeah.
Then sometimes you need roll down on 6, or sometimes you need echo to 7 and roll down find the Brain.
Yeah, your lobby was actually pretty weird with it. It didn't feel like there were any Predator players in your lobby. It was all like, felt like a ton of Woodland Druid.
Yeah, I don't remember any Predator. Is the first thing that you check in the first PV how many Predators have.
Yeah.
Because you need
Who types me Pred first?
No one. This was the point. I didn't see any Predator.
So why specifically Ocean Mage? You just feel like this is kind of like user-friendly, like if you're just getting started on set 2, that this is kind of the easiest comp to pull off, or do you feel like this is one of the stronger comps that people can get started on?
It's a composition to you transition since the early game to late game, right? It's if you see the solo, he starts with 4 oceans. What make he feels good, and he can eco and see like if he gets like Zed or something in the late game.
Yeah, that's one of the things too. I feel like there's a lot of good pivots if you start out with Ocean. The summoners are a huge part of it. Summoners are so valuable, especially since a lot of them are higher cost units. And he got Brand, he got a 2-star York already. If you just even have the mana gain from Ocean on those summoners, that will also carry you.
He got 2 Brands level 6, was crazy.
Yeah.
and he had like the win streak, like I think was 7 win streak, something like this.
All right, who's the top here?
It feels like the Shy has come into this looking to redeem himself after a difficult Kalista performance in the show match, because he's doing very well, rolling reasonably confidently. He has had some TFT experience.
A lot of upgrades here.
Ooh, this is awkward though, because I want those items off my Zyra, but then that's gonna like you're already kind of in the ideal spot though.
Well, one of the things that Lothar said yesterday that really stuck with me is like talking about Zyra, while yes, less immediately powerful, probably more reliable than the Brand in the sense that the Brand ult can fizzle depending on who you're going up against. The Brand ult doesn't always come out, but Zyra feels like always you get some value.
Also, Mage Cap can't go on Brand.
No, I didn't mean on Brand. You put that in the Annie or the Zed later. I would like to hear what Jay you would do in the Shy's position where you have a lot of items on your Zyra. Do you just keep them there until much later, or when do you look to move them off?
Normally, it's what he gonna do. If you see he's holding a Zyra there, it's probably for when he gets some Zed, he can put the items on Zed. It's Zyra with this mage cap. It's really good to make you echo the early game because you literally win all your mates because these are mage.
Yeah, I actually like when people do that where they have like another completed unit that's just going to go in, but you get the items off, so you still get to keep the Zyra.
I also think he might be going for 6 mages because he got the mage cap, and he's just holding extra mages on bench. So I don't recommend that, but he might go that route.
So here's the thing. You gave Goku Ocean Mage advice. He's immediately gone light berserker. Are you happy with this adaptation? You're like, oh, this is good, or are you like, light?
I'm glad because he didn't force his comp. It's what I always advise. If you don't get the champs, don't try to force. It's what to make you lose. I remember he got like 6 veins, and it's because he's going vein, right?
Yeah. Not quite enough to pull out the victory there, but
needs to get one more light, and he's stuck at 5, even with the item on.
I want a light Zed. I feel like that's you know, that's the dream.
Yeah, I don't know if you know, but now in this patch, I think if you light Zed, when he clones, it's gonna multiply your synergy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the best. All right, what did he end up getting? Let's track Goku because that's your little, and he's on the bottom.
He picked up a Yorick, which I don't know if he has yet.
He has a Yorick already on the board that I saw. I think this might be 2-star Yorick. I don't know if he only had 1 or if he had 1 on the bench as well. Obviously not ideal to get the 2-star off of this because it does force the crit glove to be used, but no.
Well, he's got another Brawler's Glove, so you can just make a Thief's Glove on Yorick is actually...
That's not bad.
All right. He has the Soraka he can put in once he can level, so I think he's just going to focus more on leveling.
Yeah, this is the Shy that I was talking about. See, he's holding a lot of these extra mages that are not high-value mages, the Talia and the LeBlanc here, and he does have a mage cap.
The thing is, he has more than 15 echo, then it doesn't matter so much.
Because, like, theoretically, when he does all in, he should sell those for whatever
to level.
Yeah. But until then, it's fine.
The biggest thing is he is doing mage comp, and if you don't have Morello, it's so hard you win. You make like top 1 without Morello.
And they only have 1 more PvE round up here on round 4, because in round 5 you start getting the completed items, and you won't be able to make it.
But Pluto's doing surprisingly well. I like the comp that he's putting together. Electric is one of those synergies that it feels a bit gimmicky, but when it really starts to take off, does do some serious work.
I mean, especially if you get good Zed items, too, it can get pretty obnoxious because each of those Zeds is like making that huge electric burst.
Yeah, and Phantom Dancer's it's not obviously not the perfect Zed item, but it's pretty solid.
How do you feel about the mid-game Ezreal carries? Because it's actually a pretty good like mid-game carry, but I always feel weird selling it since you lose a decent amount on it.
Yeah, I didn't try so much. I don't feel so much confidence with range because the other comps are scaling so much, like Ocean, the Predators and everything. But it's good. It's doing a good job.
Well, and the crit there, it just one-shot. I could not see what backline unit he one-shot there, but he definitely just one-shot someone with the crit on top of the Death Cap, on top of the Archangels, so...
Yeah, I mean, he has Poison already. He has 2 3-star Predators in the Skarner and the Kog'Maw, so he's actually... And now it's Singed. All right.
And he has a Nico.
Yeah. If he can get a... He also has a Giant's Belt, so if he can find just a wand...
He's just chanting for a large rod.
He used 3 wands on Ezreal. That feels so bad.
All right, they're not wands.
they're rods,
They're
sir.
needlessly large rods.
Needlessly large
There
rods.
you go.
He has used 3 of them on Ezreal and does not have a Morello's, so it feels a little bad, man.
All right, well, Jay, we got one more question for you for your match tomorrow. What is your favorite comp? Like, if it's not contested, what would be your favorite comp to run tomorrow?
I like so much the electric.
Huh?
Electric comp.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but it's too hard. It's you need Z2. you need scale to the late game because the biggest problem is you can't equal in the early game with electric. You lose to the most of comps.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you like using as a bridge? Like, what would be like your early game comp to set you up for electric?
It's normally Predators because Predator is really strong in the early game, and sometimes you can do like what I did. It's if you watch the match, I was trying transition to electric. I was trying to drop something, but I didn't get the to electric, and I tried to get Lux electric, but didn't come.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to be subbing Jat back in. So thank you so much for coming out, Jay Shrite. Where can we find you? Twitter, Twitch, any place you want to shout out?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitch, YouTube, Twitch. It's my nickname, Jay Shrite. It's so hard to spell, but yeah, shout out to everyone in Brazil, everyone here. I'm so glad to be here and be part of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us, and good luck.
So we did have our first elimination during that. His little Goku.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Get back up there, quick!
Sapped all his power for
unintentional, we swear.
All right, we're checking in with Lothar's at 9 HP here.
He was supposed to be one of my favorites, but he went.
Do you remember? Remember when we talked
level
him up?
1 Singed with Morellos.
Okay.
But there are a lot of other Singed that are already grabbed up, so it might be hard for him to fight his way out of this hole.
Yeah, and he's also got just Berserker Glacial is not a real composition that people look for.
Also, this Ezreal is incredibly strong. Like, I understand it definitely is not the ideal late game carry, but it is just one-shotting everything.
Yep.
Yeah, whips the Qs. It missed 2 Qs.
That's why I expect the sell later, because Ezreal, single target can also whiff these things, is not that great for late. It's a huge mid-game carry.
I think the only thing that's awkward about it to me, I would love it, except for some of the items are really not ideal. I don't mind Archangels, but I think those rods are better used in other places. Like you're talking about the Morellonomicon, obviously an item that you really want to have in every single game just about.
Yeah, and Lothar did drop during that time. Ripperoni.
Rest in peace.
Let's go down the list. We got a bunch of Ocean Mage players. We still have the Shadow focus. Whipple was talking about
5 Shadow. Let's do it.
His strat was, hey, not many other people are going to go Shadow, so I'll just look for Shadow if nobody else is going for it. And you can get your 2 stars very quickly. He also has found the Yi, the end game Shadow.
Yeah, but he's going up against the Shy, who has the kind of dream Ocean Mage comp online.
Yeah, but he just got one shot by the Veigar. Brand can carry.
Oh, no,
the Timbers fight.
Rapid Fire Kindred.
Kindred's going to chunk.
She just jumped out of the fire.
2v1 though, no.
Oh, no.
Oh. Those bears are so strong.
Oh, we're almost to top 4.
Ooh.
Who's going to get the Force of Nature? So when you have completed items on the carousel, they're the ones that haven't been built in the game. Oh, he passed it! No!
Everyone's picking it.
All the question marks.
No one wants it.
It's a 5-cost Force of Nature. Oh my goodness.
How did he pass on that?
That went to almost... He's second place.
Plugo took a red buff instead of a fawn.
Okay, I can understand potentially the redemption if you already have like a Zed, and this is just like best in slot item potentially for the Zed.
Yeah.
But I don't know red buff ever is close. If there's anything that ever wants red buff enough.
Solak saying is second place, and he got the Force of Nature.
Yeah.
That is sick. Smurfing. All right, let's see if Whipple can find the extra Yi. He's got 1 more Yi to 2-star.
Needs two Malzahars too, potentially.
Scion. Oh, that's the Kindred.
Oh, well.
That's seen 3-star.
Yeah, we have seen this.
Runan's red buff.
With the red buff. That's why he took the red buff.
He didn't take the red buff.
Plugo took the red buff.
I thought that was Blippo who took the red buff.
Plugo took it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I got
because he was last place.
Yeah. Okay.
So we'll see.
It's a good pick.
How many great comebacks are we going to see
Zephyr
from
got him.
Blade Master 3-star Sivers?
That is a very high value Zephyr.
But
Is it going to be enough, though?
Pops.
I think it will.
I've been really impressed by 3-star Sivir. I don't think any... Oh, no.
Oh, the Zephyr won the game and eliminated him. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, now he's not top 4.
He just hit the 3-star Sivir.
That's you pretty much always know there's a hyper carry or something very important on one of these tiles. And so you almost always
I don't even think it was on the Infernal.
he
it
didn't
wasn't
have
even on the Infernal. It was
that was
in
just
the
the
middle.
closest unit?
It was just in the middle, yeah.
Well, we're going to pretend you didn't say that so we can talk about the big brain play by whoever knocked him out.
Wimpo.
All right, there's the 3-star Zyra now with the static shiv.
That's a lot of mana. Instantly going to ult, and then just going to continue ulting.
Perfect.
There you go. I can read tooltips, Kobe. That's what I'm here to provide.
Look at what he's fighting, though. That's a Zed with Redemption, Phantom Dancer, Dragon Claw.
So this was the player who took the Redemption. Tio Feeder took Redemption.
Oh, baby. All right, my money is back on the Zed. It didn't work last time because the 3-star Hand of Justice Sivir.
But
I'm
the
doubling
3-star
down.
Sivir is gone.
Yeah, I'm doubling down again on the Zed with pretty much perfect items.
Is there any poison player?
All right, let's get another interview. Dash, I believe, is ready on stage. What have you got to tell us this time around?
Thank you very much, Kobe. That's right. I'm with Solo just saying who I saw pick up a Force of Nature from second position. That had to have been a surprise on the last carousel.
Yeah, they left it to me, actually. Actually, Plugo did me a favor.
Ah, okay, yeah. Plugo went out in 5th and gave you the Force of Nature to make sure that you're sitting pretty. But taking a look at your composition here, we got a whole lot of synergies. Ocean, Summoner, Inferno, Mage, Mystic. Do you feel lucky to have gotten all of this, or what?
It's a new and exciting comp here, right?
Yeah, very much so. We heard Jace Red talking about it too. He said to his little, that was the advice he gave. Go for the Oceans, go for the Mages. I have been told that you were a top-level Dota Auto Chess player before coming over here to look to dominate the TFT world. How do you feel you're doing so far in mastering TFT and making the rise to rank 1?
Oh, it has been okay. Oh, I was hardstock rank 2 for a long time, so there was no rank 1 yet. So.
Okay. But in TFT, you think you have what it takes to get rank 1?
Hopefully, yeah. I need to win this tourney first, right?
I like that a little. But, I mean, we're sitting at 10 of 10 up here. Do you think it's even possible for you to drop another round here from now to the finish? Look at the Shy's comp. Oh, we got the 2-star Zed over there. What would it take for your comp to beat a 2-star Zed?
Oh, I need poison. I need Singe. Because he has Dragon Claw, so I cannot kill him. I need Singe to, deny him.
So you would be comfortable just shoving a Singed in here simply to get poison without anything else?
Yes, but don't have them, right?
Oh, okay. Well, hold on. Let me cover your mic so that they can't hear that. Either way, we're down to the last couple rounds. I don't want to distract you too much while you have to make some final adjustments on the board. We just saw what happened when that Zed pops off. So best of luck to you. Throw that headset back on. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you, James. Yeah, don't let anybody hear about that top secret strategy of Singed. Singed extremely.
Controversial. Bad character, I've heard from so many people.
Solo actually took place in that Rise of the Elements tournament that Lothar cast, so I probably should have actually put my bet on the person who competed in that tournament.
As opposed to the caster?
Yeah.
That's caster bias.
I didn't even need to know that. I just saw how fast he clicked at the start. And
this is the thing I don't understand.
The Shy and Solo are the two fastest clickers in.
I answered that question before we got into the game.
Yeah.
Can't answer a question like 20 minutes later and be like, I answered it better with more data and information.
Yeah.
All I'll say as a follow-up to that is we witnessed. I'm going to hold that back. We're in the final moments. We can get away from
here's one of the funnest things. Dracos, take us through a Mage Summoner versus Mage Summoner when the ground is filled with Inferno squares. Zyra plants everywhere.
So what you're going to want to do is turn away from the keyboard momentarily because there's too much going on to track, and you take your hands off, you lift them in the air, and you hope that your Zed gets to spawn more Zeds, or the game's just over.
Yeah, looking to watch which one double casts as well, because since nobody goes the 6 mages anymore, you just have the 50% chance.
Wow.
Is that an Ocean? Oh, baby.
That's going to be a lot of ults.
That's early cast for the Zyra as well. This is a 3-cost Zyra with a Spear of Sojin. Spamming those 3 plants. Does he have a Morello's anywhere, though? No Morello's in this side. That's going to be big.
Yeah, he's already lost to the Zed once.
Get some emoting out of Tio Feeder.
Yeah, let's see how Solo does in this one.
Nice,
will tell us a
nice
lot.
Nami wave.
Yeah. I'm not going to pretend I know who's winning this right now.
The floor is lava is basically all
winning.
you need to know.
Is the Zed winning? Oh, yeah, the Zed is won.
The Zed is always winning.
Tio Feeder, actually, the other important thing to know is that everyone is Ocean Mage, and he has a Dragon's Claw on the Zed. So there's actually no way to really kill the Zed. Because Shy doesn't have healing reduction, and even if you do, that many redemptions coming in, you can't really burst through it. So I actually think there's no way that they can deal with the Zed outside of bringing poison into the comp to delay his ults.
Yeah, I mean, you could potentially Zephyr him, and that helps a bit, as well as poison. I feel like those are like the only 2 ways.
Zephyr is probably your best bet, but if you don't get it offered to you.
Yeah.
It just, Yeah, the thing is it's one of the reasons I think a lot of these fights are so hard to track is if the primary Zed has already, gotten the item active off, and if he has, it feels like everything from that point on is a little bit easier, but the Zed is actually just unkillable. I've never thought that I would be excited about Brand auto attacks and Zyra auto attacks, but here we are.
Well, the Shy is potentially trying to find a way to fit Zed into his comp.
He does.
There's double Iceborne Gauntlet, Thieves Gloves, Annie on the front line. That was a smart play by Shy. Once he saw it, he actually moved the Annie up.
And instantly the board is filled with ice.
And
as
fire.
well as fire.
Do you want to?
No Game of Thrones season.
Yeah, okay.
I thought All-Star 2016.
There you
when
go.
It was fire versus ice.
Look at you, Mr.
All right,
Right. You got it. Wow, Mark. Really appealing. I want to see the 2-star Zed just because I think if you just swap the Zyra out.
But yeah, his problem is that he doesn't have items that he's going to be able to put on it. Zed, it's all about the items.
Got 2-star Lux.
Yeah. Get those knots out of there. You're not getting. You got to accept it.
He's like, do I have enough health to lock?
I mean,
Come on.
he can lose. He can lose
30.
one.
He's going to lock it. Okay.
Okay. I like trying to kill someone because if you can just find one win over Tio, you might be able to beat Solo. Let's see if he can stop this Zed.
I just don't see it.
It's just,
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Nami Wave buys a bit of time before he gets to cast ult. But there it is. Now there's 2 Zeds and the game's probably over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Confirm for me one more time, fellas.
Well, he's not out yet, so he can still get second as long as he manages to play into Solo, because no one can stop the Zeds.
This little lobby was way stronger
than the other little
players.
lobby.
Than the
I don't
other
want to
little
say anything negative about day one Legends.
Why not, Mark?
It's like, there's just a difference. Like,
Well, I
some
mean, like-
people are clearly more, a little more experienced here.
Lothar and Solo Gasong were both challenger players in set 1.
And Lothar didn't make top 4.
Yeah.
But it's important to set strict rules on what counts, You got to be, D3, D2 to play in the LCS/LEC. You got to be challenger to be we can't just let people in because of how they did in set 1, Mark.
That's true.
Yeah,
You got to earn your way up.
history.
It's a different game now.
What are the 3 items? So we got Ludens for Tio. That doesn't, probably put it on Brand?
Yeah. Something that casts faster. I think
Zyra.
maybe I was going to say Syndra can be good.
Well, Nami, you want as much flat mana on Nami to
That's
cast
true.
early
It does
as
have a
well,
mana
too.
component.
It's a level 2 Nami.
The Shy does have tier 2 Master Yi. And Thieves Glove, okay.
Basically, fight for second, baby.
Yeah.
We're just waiting to see
Cross
who
your
rolls.
fingers and not play Zed. Because no one got healing reduction.
No, I don't think so. All right, so he
The
doesn't get the
Ghost?
Zed. He gets Solo's board. Solo rolls the Zed.
Soho's looking to hide.
Yeah, he's getting in the back right corner.
He's getting close to that Singed. If he could just make it through this round, he might be able to get poisoned. It's not looking bright.
He has killed a fair amount of the main units. The real Zed's still alive, though, I think, actually.
Yeah. There he is in the
Yeah.
back.
Oh, no.
And just like that, all you gotta do is avoid the Zed. You'll be fine.
Top 4 still moves on to tomorrow,
Yeah,
though.
it's true.
So, goal accomplished.
Wait, so are you? Because is it top 4 based on the pairings? Are little pairings and legend pairings separate? Are the results of the little and the respective legend put together? Fine. All right, we'll figure it out.
I don't believe so because I saw a top 4 from the little from yesterday moving on already.
Yeah.
So I think it was
There you go.
separate.
Which is good.
But hopefully,
All right, here we go.
Some people will be sad about
This is the side quest. Can you do anything to try and take this Zed down?
This is
main quest accomplished. Moving on.
Well, there's already multiples on the board.
yeah, I don't think he's gonna be able to do anything about it. Tio feeder.
Yikes.
Just getting Dragon's Claw against the double.
Hey!
Oh, it was enough.
Hey!
What? There you go.
Late game, a lot of damage dealt from the little legend. Tio feeder takes it with the smart pick of the redemption. He gave up the force
Off
of
the
nature
carousel.
on the carousel to take the redemption. Really smart heads-up play by Tio.
And honestly, I think at that point when you have, at the time obviously it looks really crazy, right? But when you already have the Dragon's Claw, when you already have the Phantom Dancer, that healing just makes you actually unkillable.
Yeah, I would say, you know, like we were saying, probably best in slot for Zed, who's one of the best units in the game. And yes, Force of Nature can help a ton with things, but I think in certain situations, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the surprise was that there were like 4 or 5 people that passed up on it. Not just the guy with the Zed that was looking for a specific item.
Yeah.
Bunch of others as well. Still, I'm impressed with the Shy getting second there. He just dominates in so many games.
Well,
and we talked about how stacked this lobby is.
I want to say that the top 4 from this lobby,
You're gonna tell us they
3
click
of those
fast?
4 players will be top 4 in the next lobby.
Are they going to click faster?
Yeah, that's the question.
They were the faster clickers. I was watching the last Littles game. We didn't see any Volibear, Hover, Tooltip, Read, Sell 'em all, Buy One Back strats in this game. This was high level.
You're just calling people out?
A little bit.
If you go back and know which player he's talking about,
Yeah,
otherwise
sure.
you might just be a vague reference.
That's my game.
Vague references? that's a pop
James
game
Harden
to be
dunk,
in.
selling Volibears. You're a renaissance man of random references.
All right, let's get an updated look at the standings then to check in and make sure that we've got it all correct for tomorrow. Sneaky, Clit, Saros, Levi, the TO feeder, which we just saw with the Zed, the Shy, Solo, and Whippo.
And so here's the thing. I remember all of these people from this lobby, and I see Whippo lagging a little bit behind, but the other 3 very confident. Yesterday, it's a bit of a blur, because as mentioned, that lobby was all over the place, so I'm not sure what to think of all those players heading into this one. I feel like today's group just has to be heavily favored.
I remember Sneaky won with Woodland Druid Assassin. But I remember watching as he was kind of doing some of his roll downs, and it wasn't like the optimal level 2 rolling situation sometimes. So
He was level 5 when he hyper rolled.
Right, because he pre-leveled a little bit earlier. So, I mean, these are things that he can learn for the next day because it's going to be really close.
It's going to be really close, but we'll have to tune in tomorrow for the exciting
have your
conclusion.
predictions for the winner?
I think it's either going to be Tio or Solo.
Not the Shy?
No, I think he had a great run.
Okay.
But I'm going with those 2. Because I felt like if I chose 3 players, that's just too many. But if you
All
go
for
2,
lobby.
you can pass off choosing 2.
Yeah, I would go with Solo Gasong. Whippo, I want to believe him, but he's got a busy day tomorrow. He's got a couple of different events he's competing in.
Yeah, and I think it's you know, the Shadow was a good attempt, but sitting on 5 Shadow for so long. We'll see. We're giving Sneaky the credit to shape up. We'll see if Whippo shapes up.
The Shy will win.
The Shy will win.
All right. When they're not all on stage, the All-Stars are actually soaking up the magic here.
Soaping it up.
You know, you got to get clean magic.
Soapy magic.
Soaking up that magic here at the Esports Arena as we hear from Shocks in the MasterCard VIP Lounge.
I'm here with Closer, who is participating in many of the festivities at All-Star, most notably maybe the 1v1 tournament. And your next opponent is Caps. How are we feeling about that matchup?
Definitely not feeling too good, but I'll do my best.
I do also want to talk about your big move. You are moving over from the TCL to NA to Golden Guardians. How have you enjoyed your time in America so far? Not to say Las Vegas is representative for the rest of the USA, but how have you been finding it here?
Yeah, everyone says that. I mean, I'm really excited to play in bigger stages. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to. I just met Golden Glue as well. Yeah, everything is perfect for me.
What are you most excited about the American lifestyle?
I don't know, like everything is really good, like food, a city, like everything. Yeah, and it's a really big opportunity for me to prove myself, so I will definitely not waste it.
Yeah, absolutely. The best of luck to you, and thank you very much. I'm here with Akemi and Johnny, respectively, in Vi cosplay and True Damage Yasuo, and I have to say, first up, you look absolutely fantastic. Just the level of detail in these costumes is wonderful. First up, I'm just going to ask you about your experience here at All-Star, Akemi. How have you been enjoying the festivities?
I've been enjoying it very much. The energy is so great here. I always love coming to these events and just being surrounded by other fans and all that fun stuff.
Johnny, same question for you. How have you been enjoying your time here?
I've been having a great time watching the games. It's always entertaining to see the pros put into like just very strange situations and seeing how it pans out.
Well, that's a good point because it's not as serious, of course, as Worlds, and they're having a bit more fun. Can you tell me for these respective cosplays, why the choice for Vi in this case for you?
Vi's always been a favorite champion of mine, honestly. I love all the detail. I love the steampunk aesthetic to it, so I was just immediately drawn to it.
We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
I value
Good Zephyr.
Is it going to be enough, though?
I think it will. I've been really impressed by 3-star Sivir. I don't think any. Oh, no.
Oh, that.
Oh, what?
Oh. Nice, got him. Nice.
No, so sad.
Okay.
Top four.
Oh my god.
Welcome back to All-Stars 2019 and the MasterCard VIP Lounge. I'm standing by with Nikki Taylor. First question, Nikki Taylor, your first time here to All-Stars in Vegas. How are you enjoying it so far on day 2?
It's a lot of fun. I got to play in Tandem Mode with Sneaky. That was cool. I've been eating lots of food in Vegas. So.
Food is fantastic in Vegas. Let's talk about that Tandem Mode because I think from a spectator's point of view, it's always one of the most fun to watch. But I recognize that it must be entirely chaotic and crazy to play. And when you got 20 players on stage, one, there's barely even space to move. But how did you feel you handled that alongside one of our LCS pros?
Well, I think it went great. I didn't expect it. I was really nervous about it. And then once we got on stage, I was like, oh, that's right. We have to coordinate with like 2 other players for our support. So, but it went really well.
Right, that's true. At ADC position, I didn't even think about that. It's not just the 2 of you coordinating; it's another 2. Did you come up with a system like you and Sneaky together? Was there like a he's gonna let you know when he intends for you to cast a spell, or were you gonna drive more so? Like, what was there any set form of communication?
He definitely guided me a lot, but you know, there's a lot of me just doing my own thing. But we definitely had to coordinate ults and flashes because you know Misfortune's ult's the channel, so we accidentally canceled it like 3 or 4 times.
Fair enough. You know, while we were standing here on stage, it was announcing the Top Golf after party. Have you been working on your golf swing? Because I'm excited to see what kind of performance gets put up by a whole bunch of esports people golfing and drinking at the end of the weekend.
Yikes.
All right, enough said. 2020, let's talk 2020 for Nikki Taylor. What's going on?
As of now, just a whole lot of streaming.
A lot of streaming. We like to stream. I like to watch that stream. 1v1s are coming up next. We're down to the quarterfinals, 8 people remaining. Have you been watching much of the 1v1s? And if so, do you think Caps might be able to actually defend his title this year, back-to-back?
Sure.
Sure. There you go, Caps. You got it. Sure. That's as much confidence as I've ever seen. With that, we're going to toss it over to the casters to get into the 1v1 quarterfinals. Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you very much, Dash. Nikki, I gotta say you know better than to give one-word answers. I know you know better than that. So the last 2 answers were, yeah. Oh, sorry, it was streaming and sure. So I think Dash kind of monologued.
Said lots of streaming.
Oh, really? I only heard the word streaming. All right, I missed out. I'm sorry. It was a
Dash do a
one-sentence
good
answer.
job though. Sure.
I'll give that one a snort. You know, I'm not even sure what word is deserved in that one. Welcome back. The 1v1 tournament is happening, of course. I am Freak. That is Azael. I almost said I am Azael because that name was first in the order in the prompter, and I confused myself. My brain's not too good. We're diving into the quarterfinal bracket. Let's take a look at the matchups for the top 8 competitors. We kick things off with the Shy versus Mickey X. Does G2 stay alive? Every LEC player has won so far, but the Shy is a tournament favorite. Yankos versus Levi shortly afterwards. Whippo versus Fofo, and Caps versus Uzi before we lock in the semis.
EU has competitors in every single one of the quarters. They are looking really, really strong here. The Shy, going to be a tough one to beat, though. He has been dominant. This guy is known for his 1v1 style laning. I do think one of the edges, though, that Mickey has is the G2 guys have been prepping. Yankos was saying, you know, that Mickey and Caps were getting pretty sweaty for this. They were working hard. They were grinding. We saw the Shyvana come out for him, or excuse me, the Skarner come out for him. So, you know, these sorts of strategies can get you a really big edge. If you just have a metagame edge, maybe you surprise your opponent, you just knock down Shy.
Yeah, because think about it, right? They keep bringing out new stuff. You ban the old stuff, that's fine. Skarner's the 3rd pick. I'm ready for the 2nd pick now, and you keep on moving up. The Shy's just got the mechanics, and also he plays so many champions.
Yeah.
Right? Running around the Draven.
But it's a blind pick. It's not as though he gets to counterpick Mickey.
I know, and that's important, right? But at least it means that he's got the breadth where you can't just, you know, make the call like, I know what he's going to play here. So that's exciting. That's going to be fun to watch for. And it's just going to be exciting. We're still best of ones. I think the BO3 start tomorrow once we get into the top 4. For now, it's still one and done.
Yeah, I mean, we know the Shy can play all kinds of stuff. He played Draven already. He played Fiora. So he does have a very large pool of champions to pull from. Mickey, I am expecting to bring out something tricky here, trying to surprise his opponent.
Yeah.
You know, see if they've workshopped any other picks. Maybe go back to the Skarner if that's not banned out, because that did seem pretty clever. Both the fact that almost the entire map is on the Spire, and also that you can capture the Spire from the bush. You don't actually have to expose yourself, and Skarner in an enclosed space, especially if you're fighting on that Spire, is so damn strong.
High stats.
You know, the Bruiser with the Conqueror, Snowball to help stack it up really quick. That can be pretty powerful.
And I think this is one of the matchups where if you did have a pocket pick, you bring it out now. This is a time. This is the first. I would say. I realized he played Corte J in the beginning of this thing. This is the first really hard match for Mickey X.
I mean, Corte J played Zyra.
And got clapped.
It was looking doomed from the beginning. I think that pick just didn't work out. The Shy is someone that I was targeting as one of the favorites to win the whole tournament.
Exactly.
Right? This is a guy that everyone will tell you is so damn good at laning, which is kind of what the 1v1 is. Yes, it's different. You have to pretend there's junglers and all that, but he's such a good individual mechanical player that,
you better have a matchup
pull out
lead.
all the stuff.
You must have a matchup lead or the Shy will beat you. I'm pretty sure it's just every League of Legends player has that kind of over their head. The other thing to point out is, we talked about it a bit, LEC has won every time they can. If LEC wins all their matches, it's just a full Europe top four, which means they already know your matchups. They already know your champions. There's nothing left to hide.
That's
the Shy is the
true.
last unknown opponent.
That's true. And well, I don't know if they've all been practicing against each other. Is
we both the one man out.
Bwippo in on the G2 scrim blocks? You know, Jankos was kind of flaming his teammates. Maybe he's made a dark alliance with the the Fnatic player to take down his teammates. Because I feel like Jankos would prefer to beat his teammates, rather than help them practice. He seems like, he wants to prove that he could take down Caps.
All right, I see that. That's going to be exciting. I'm glad the players are smiling, laughing back and forth. It's always enjoyable. I know sometimes it's hard to learn enough of the other players' language to get the conversations in, but usually you can get the point across. It's always really enjoyable.
I feel like if I'm Mickey, the strat here is to try to convince the Shy to play a Pike Mirror or something.
Oh,
you know? If you're just like, what the fans would really love if we just played this matchup that I play all the time.
I mean, we saw the Tom Kench just a little bit ago, and that wouldn't go so well against him. But
yeah, that was unlucky.
You can call it unlucky. I would call it maybe not the best pick overall. But I'm kind of curious what else is out there. Again, with the fact that we've seen the Shy play Draven means the other marksman picks are probably on the table as well. We've seen Trist be a really big meta favorite overall, and we are finally into the game. And we get a Poly
Shyvana coming out here. This should be really, really interesting. I have heard some whispers about this potential strategy. We did get to see, I think it was an EU team bring out this at Rift Rivals. It was actually Shyvana, and it was the Spear of Shojin Shyvana that was played in the side lane. I want to say Wonder played it. I could be trolling, but I want to say Wonder played that.
Well, he was, don't worry.
In the Rift Rivals event. This was something that was kind of, rumored to be a cool special. Could be full AP, could also just, make a fool out of me and be having this Kindle Gem to go towards the Spirit Visage, but that's what I'm going to guess is it's one of these kind of AP strategies, because AP Shyvana can do actually a tremendous amount of damage with the E-spam, and when you ult and then you have that Spear of Shojin proc, you can actually spam out the E's if you have access to the wave to reset. Your Q counts as 2 autos, and can be pretty cool.
Now the Shy right now getting early poke, landing some Qs, landing the E as well, all those stacking up Conqueror, dealing some decent damage, and it's Mickey having to play defensively for a while. That doesn't last too terribly long. Obviously the Shy is not hard pushing, trying to deny some farm. That melee gets E'd, but it means also some AoE damage comes across, and it slows the wave down. So this one might get lost depending. Yeah, that one's not going to get picked up there. So Mickey's going to lose some CS, and it's 37 gold per melee. It's certainly meaningful.
Yeah, also worth mentioning that is Barrier Flash versus the Barrier Ignite. So one fewer combat spell there kind of for Mickey. The flashes haven't usually been working out. I tend to think that generally when they've been taken, they have lost. We saw, I think it was No Man's tried against Uzi. He lost there. We saw Pabu did come out and say he accidentally took it, but he did lose his matchup against Whippo, against those combat summoners. So we'll see if Mickey can kind of be the first one to get the edge with this. But the Shy, is going to be rushing towards Gunblade. He didn't actually feel like he had to pit stop for any sort of Doran's items. I think that's the correct read when you're going against Shyvana here, who needs 6 to really have any sort of threat, especially if you are expecting kind of the APE spam style of build. Or maybe you should call it Bruiser. I mean, if you're going Shojin, it's not AP.
Yeah,
but
it's like Shojin and an Amp Tome, and that's the last item you can buy.
Or, I mean, it could even be a defensive item with that, like a cowl or something, but...
I mean, there's also builds, like, for what it's worth, these are components of a
Spear Visage or...
Well, I was going to say Black
else.
Cleaver.
Yeah,
right? Those are specifically components of Black Cleaver.
I think Black Cleaver and Shyvana would be mega
I think
troll.
it's super troll. Like, I don't think he's building it. I'm just saying what we're shown is those pieces. If Phage comes out, I'm just face palming.
Either way, he knew he wasn't going to be threatened. So, just rushes toward that. You don't need the Doran's items. You can just go straight towards that Gunblade, look for the early completion. That is what the Shy will do. And this is something you have talked about a fair bit throughout the tournament, is just kind of mapping out what is the most powerful set of items you can have with the amount of gold you will end up with. And I do tend to think that generally skipping the Doran's items will give you a more powerful end game, in quotes, style of build.
In a lot of cases. Dorans themselves, yes, they are more than 100% gold efficient. They are good items. However, if you need to finish Gunblade and you definitely want to have an Elixir on top, those are way, way better both. And if you do double Dorans, upgraded boots, you barely finish Gunblade and there's no space for your Elixir, right?
Yeah.
And that's actually... You've got to be able to plan around that, so I do like the non-Doran starts. Or if your key item is Cleaver, right, it's a cheaper item, sure, you can get away with the Doran start because you know it's going to have space.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, again, it's not that Doran starts are bad by any means. It's just that, at the end, completed items are more efficient than the Doran's items, right? Yeah. So if you don't need the early game power, don't feel that you can bully or be bullied without them, then I think it's great to just kind of build the components that are going to turn into something else, as both these players have done, right? It's the same reason we're seeing the Kindle Gem start from Mickey instead of going, double Dorans and these types of things to try to have a little bit more early game power, where he knows really it doesn't matter. He's just trying to survive. He thinks he can do that without going for that route.
Yeah, he'll be within, 10-ish CS. It's fine. The fact that, again, he recalled and didn't buy means he's saving for BF sword money, which means we're really confident it's going to be Shojin Rush with a long sword kind of chilling for now. And then we'll see what goes on top, because it's going to be about 1,000 gold to spend, and then that'll be the finished build.
Yeah, I think you could go towards MR. That's probably the most
you
could get out of it if you're just trying to not get one shot by a Kali. But the Shy actually getting a lot of turret damage down. That's a couple plates out. And
oh my gosh.
Yeah, remember, he doesn't have flash, so he couldn't actually look for the flash ultimate. So Mickey will be able to slink away, but more turret damage getting down.
A lot of turret damage. And the Shy can read for this, right? He can go for plate number 4, maybe take the recall afterwards, and then legitimately threaten winning the game on turret damage.
Yeah, especially when plates fall, the turret becomes much less durable.
Yeah, it'll be back to 0 armor.
Exactly. Stacking resistance is like gone at that point. So if you get it really low, there is the potential to just basically suicide all in for it. I mean, we saw Caps just ignoring his opponent in a matchup and going straight forward, and it is the completed Shojin. So Mickey does have this, and this is where the build must turn on or he's just going to lose, because his turret is already so damn low. Yeah. But the way this works really is just about you ult, and you're trying to look for E-spam and constantly using your autos and Q, which counts as 2 autos, to reset the E, so you can just go like Flame Breath, Flame Breath, Flame Breath, and hopefully have them really, really low. Because he is going E max. You can see it's 5 points E.
All right, so the big thing here is you have to fight him before he's on the turret, for the most part, because the Shy can actually int for the turret once, and it's okay. So here's the ulti coming across. Big damage. The Shy is so far ahead, though. He's going to kill him outright with rank 2 of the ultimate. Gets that one over the flash. You saw he tried to dodge ult with flash, and now the Shy has 15 seconds, 10 seconds
You
to
can just kill the turret right here, I think. I think it's just over.
He's going to certainly try to. It does have some armor, but this might just be enough damage.
It's so long before he gets back. This is
GG.
just done.
That's GG. He respawns. Not going to matter. The Shy, the second player to win via the turret. Yes! And the recall swag, 10 out of 10. The Shy into the top 4.
Yeah, the Shy is just too damn good. I respect the pick from Mickey, because I think you have to go for something a bit unexpected when you're up against the Shy. I mean, it's a support versus what most people point to as just the best laning player, perhaps in the world of any role, the best laning player. I've heard pros make that argument, and I think it's a fair one to take.
But double it, though.
No, there you go. That's true. But the Shy really playing this out well. He got Mickey so damn low before Mickey could even get into the ulted form. You can see the idea, again, looking to reset those E's. The barrier comes out. He gets a second one here. but just barely not enough. And if he started that at full, I mean, he got the Shy to like 10% health, and he didn't even have access to the minion wave for the entire duration of the ultimate, where that's what he was really hoping to get, right? You know, E, reset it, E, reset, and all of a sudden, you're surprised by that damage, and then maybe flash on him and you kill him, right? And these types of things. But unfortunately for him, the Shy took a great trade prior to him getting into ult, and as a result, Mickey comes up just short, but it was close.
And it was another case where Flash could have been the difference, but wasn't. He tried to predictively flash R2 from Akali. You have to predictive flash. Humans cannot react in time to a melee range Akali dash. You will never dodge it on reflex, so he tried to guess when it was. It wasn't the right timer. R2 landed. That was the kill immediately, but if that was an Ignite, maybe it's enough damage in time, right? At the start of the all-in, the 180 health difference, plus all the healing he's not getting through Gunblade because of Grievous wounds, maybe that fight is different. And it's yet again, if it was a different summoner, maybe it's a different game.
Yeah, it's really true. You know, the Shy was incredibly low, so Ignite might have actually just straight up killed him because this is also fairly high level into the game, right? So Ignite does scale as you're getting further in. But we are on into the next one. Levi going up against Jankos here. Jankos back on the melee hype train, but not using Snowball this time. It is Ghost Barrier. So I would say I'm a little bit surprised. Ghost is more reliable than Snowball, but Snowball's a very low cooldown, and I feel like when you connect that, getting right on your opponent's face, maybe he's more worried about, you know, the disengage or being able to stay on top of him when he's ult tumbling around and these sorts of things. But again, Snowball can reveal that stealth. So
yeah, the first time.
I am a little bit surprised that he didn't go for the Snowball here. We'll see if he has something kind of clever planned out.
Yeah, he's going to have to obviously ult to not get condemned. If condemn hits, you automatically lose the trade. If you get pushed back, it's already over. And that's, of course, a cooldown difference, right? That as soon as Ragnarok's down, now you can go back for it. You know you pretty much auto-win with condemn. As you mentioned, Snowball could kind of undo that. You can immune with dash, or you can at least land the mark and get back into range. This is going to be exciting because certainly it's volatile. I think either champion can win a 1.5 item 1v1. And it's going to be really up to a couple big things. Is Levi needs to not let Jankos pick up a second axe. Right? If he hits you with one, dodge in and just don't let the second axe come down because Q-Max is very common. Or dodge it with Tumble in the first place and just keep cutting the guy.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of what it's going to be, really. Like, can you actually avoid those axes? The hitboxes sometimes are wider than you see. You know, Levi rolled fairly quick there, but still did actually get tagged. That one will not hit. The other thing is Levi is going to be able to have access to the turret. And, you know, how much does he actually press for turret plates? Because you really want to do that and kind of extend your lead and extend the gold you can grab. But at the same time, if you do get tagged by the axe under turret and start getting chased down, it gets really risky. But from this position, I don't really think Jankos can have much opportunity to try to look for that all in.
Ooh, couldn't find the health relic ring there either. Takes some more autos on top of that one. So certainly early game going well. The farm is fine for Jankos. He's actually getting a lot of these.
Yeah, he's done well.
Especially with a little bit of CS drop by Levi from all the harass. Not that harassing is wrong in any case, but this is some farm going to be picked up there. Axe actually not hitting that minion kind of sucks.
Yeah, and part of the thing is you're willing to give a little farm for the harass because the harass is what dissuades the all-in. And the all-in is the way that the Olaf wins, right? So when you are playing Vayne into these types of all-in melee matchups, you sometimes have to sacrifice a little bit of that farm to really make sure you're poking them down because then if they can't all-in you, it starts to snowball a bit, right? You know, they're not able to step forward, so you get more and more free easy CS and you're kind of more comfortable to pressure the turret. And it does get better and better.
And point out that we are level 6 now, so you are at the point where Ragnarok can immune a condemn, but of course Levi can turn invisible.
Yeah.
Still, with these health bars, obviously Vayne wins the 1v1 in any reasonable case where you're not hard trolling, and so Jankos is going to be in the back foot until a recall comes through for items.
Yeah, so we'll see. Does Levi actually try to pressure in here to get a turret or two? That's
Whoa,
a lot of damage.
That shouldn't have to force barrier.
He's alive. He's alive.
Yeah. That's the last tick.
But very, very close. And he does force the recall, and it's not a long cooldown on the Ignite. So you shove here, you try to take a turret plate or two perhaps, but there is some risk to him having a better buy and coming back and immediately all-inning you. So Levi is going to try to play it a bit safe. He wants to make sure he doesn't get caught greeting it out and just going to be happy with the fact that Jankos will miss a cannon, which is a ton of gold when Jankos is already behind.
Yep, and Jankos' purchase, he could have gone for a Doran's Shield for a bit of extra sustain and kind of stay in the lane a little bit longer. Chose to go for the Doran's Blade instead. Should still be able to finish, in most cases, a Black Cleaver. Should be able to get some decent items by the end of the game here. I also like the Health Relic steal. I think that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can get that damage out from your Q. It does seem to proc on spells. So if you guys are just now tuning in, it's actually a 20% current health. He's going to go.
And there's the ulti in. He's going to try to get away from this one again. Levi needs to get away from the axes. The flash in the same direction, though. This could be even more damage coming across. Going to land it yet again. This should be... Oh, it's a lot of damage.
That was so close. The Ragnarok just barely expired, and Levi was able to actually condemn him away. Nice all-in from Jankos, and as a result, he's going to be able to pick up a farm advantage. He's going to be the one taking turret plates here and denying actually a lot away from his opponent, Levi. So Jankos looking for the all-in right when he got back at full health to make sure that he didn't get chipped down prior to it, and he sets himself up well.
Some of it was summer advantage, of course, as well. The Ignite was used for what amounted to poke, really, because it was just, recall off of, and that meant a little bit extra that he couldn't do. The flash, of course, will be a longer cooldown as well, so there will be a 25, 30-second window where Ghost is up and Flash isn't, and Jankos can use that to all in yet again.
Yep, and he is building towards that Black Cleaver as expected in a pretty decent spot here. It's going to come down so much to can he just hit that initial axe to really kind of start that all in, because if you can't hit the first axe to really get it going, Levi, I think, is going to be able to create too much space, and then it gets very, very difficult to actually close that gap.
And I actually want to see Levi take a fight, like, right now, like, before Ghost barriers back up, is just, like, try to find some way to do battle, because you have a small summoner lead.
Yeah.
Use those 20 seconds, use that one wave of difference where you can maybe get something done.
Yeah, I think instead, he obviously is just going to go for that recall. There would have been, perhaps an opportunity, especially if Ragnarok's down, if he can get some sort of a condemn off or something like that. Interesting to see that he doesn't feel he can actually complete the full play of the Rune King, so it is just Cutlass, and now he has a Ruby Crystal on top of that, so might just be building some flat health. Something like a Giant's Belt could make sense here to just try to survive through any potential burst.
Nice job, dodges that act.
Yeah.
It's going to be useful. I'm trying to think of the math, and it's pretty tight. With that Ruby Crystal, if you do anything more than that, I think you can't fit the Rune King in the build anymore.
Yeah.
You're kind of up against it. It's like 1,800 gold roughly from here, or 1,600 gold from here to finish Rune King, which
I feel like
you just don't have time for.
When he bought that, he's just not going to get it.
Yeah.
Because generally he hasn't actually got turret plates. He hasn't actually gotten any kill. Yeah, Phage would be interesting. You can go Phage for the additional move speed, or just a Giant's Belt for flat health if you can't actually afford it. It will be the recall.
An optimal play should be Levi shoves this wave as fast as possible, and then recall. You should have enough time to recall. I think if you stay and hit the turret twice, you're definitely trolling. But you can see he's running Tumble, and he's like, I want to make sure I have enough time. Walk far enough back that I shouldn't be hit by an axe. Start the recall. I'll miss 2 CS, that's okay. Jankos, he might get the recall stop. It's close. Real close.
Yeah, that was really, really close. So it is a Germs. So I do think Phage would have just been better if he had that extra couple gold, because as you have pointed out a bunch of times, it's a stacking item. The efficiency isn't there until you've killed a bunch of minions, which won't happen. But it is all going to come down to this. Summoners available, ults up. Okay. Both players are going to have their chance. I think Levi wants to make this fight happen earlier rather than later. If you wait too long, you're going to have nowhere to kite in the all-in. So Jankos is actually just chilling in this rush.
I would actually Blue Trinket Condemn right now just to hit the guy damage. And like make him ult, right? Like just do something to poke this guy a little bit.
Does he even realize that he has the Blue Trinket?
He bought it. He actually bought it on the recall. I think it's available at level 9. He recalled, bought the Blue Trinket. Because I think it's automatic. I think he actually bought it.
The firewall is going to be here. It's actually almost right behind Jankos, so this is out of sync. You can see on the minimap, it's right up on them.
All right, here we go. They're going to try to kite back and forth. Ragnarok, of course.
Oh, nice dodge.
That dodge was needed, and he has the damage. The kill comes through.
That was really nice from Levi. The tumble, the Invis tumble through his opponent.
Yep.
Jankos doesn't really know where he's going to go, so he just has to guess, has to throw out that axe, and he doesn't quite have the survivability. So back-to-back EU players getting knocked down in the quarterfinals. Both those guys had a good run.
Yeah.
Jankos and Mickey. Generally, supports and junglers don't do well in the 1v1, and these guys, I think, handle themselves very, very well. But credit to Levi, another jungler here, and he does start it off with that Blue Trinket, dodges the first axe, and then this tumble, back through his opponent. Jankos assumes he would be tumbling down to create distance. Instead, he has just gone right back through him. A nice little juke. I'm not sure if Snowball would have made the difference or not, but it did feel like Ghost was pretty much irrelevant. And it's one of those questions that's it's hard to know because it wasn't very close, right?
Yeah.
But if you snowball him and you just leave the snowball up, when he tumbles, you still see him, right?
Yep.
You don't actually activate that snowball. You just hit it on him and you try to leave it up for, I don't know, it's a couple seconds you have to reactivate.
Yeah, 3 to 4, I think.
Yeah, something like that. But either way, tight match. It is Levi's game. Whippo versus Fofo will be the next one.
Yeah.
Fofo coming off of taking down, I want to say he took down Faker, did he not?
Yeah, I think it was Faker. So it was a really good, obviously, win for him. Well done on that one.
Or no, it was Doomby. He took down Doomby on his Aurelia. That was really, really nice.
Aurelia Rise, great matchup. Well played here. So we've got solo laners, right? Top versus mid. Going to be exciting here, of course, as well. Only 2 LEC players left in the bracket.
Ooh, Rengar. This is cool. This is actually really, really cool because I have felt like Whippo got really good pick advantage in both of his previous matchups. He had Ornn into Rumble, and then I want to say, what was the second one?
Something else absurd.
It was Olaf and Nickbled.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Nickbled, right? And he had the double combat sums against the no combat sums, basically.
Yeah.
And he smashed that. This one should be really interesting. Whippo has brought out Rengar a handful of times in competitive play. He is a very experienced Rengar player. There's a lot of brush to push around, including when you get to that final Ring of Fire, you're going to have brush available. There's opportunities to really kind of just outplay the Aurelia. You have your empowered W to actually remove the Aurelia stun potentially here too.
This is going to be a very heavy fight. Does land the stun here, pretty big damage, and jumps back out to the minions, and then goes right back in. Whippo, I think, ahead on that trade. And
yeah, the W is always really something you have to take into account. And also when you get an empowered Q, the empowered Q plus the regular Q successively back-to-back does so much damage, as anyone who has played against top lane Rengar will tell you.
Yes.
The burst is pretty shocking, so Fofo has to stay away from the wave, and you can see that Whippo is keeping the Frosty stacks up as long as he could. He wanted to make sure that he could threaten that burst if Fofo ever stepped forward to grab some of that farm.
And you can see it's, level or minions 8-1 right now. Fofo is pushed off the wave. Can't quite win that battle right now. Curious to see what happens later on, because level 6 Rengar is, not the most impactful ultimate. I wonder where he's going. Probably mid.
He's going for the back door.
You get some damage out of it, right? Like, it's something, but I would take Vanguard's Edge every time.
Definitely, and I think that's why Fofo is trying to play aggressively, and also why Fofo is trying to play pretty defensively. The leap also really does surprise you, because you have a window after you've already left the brush to still actually jump.
Yep.
So you can actually close way more distance than you would think. You don't have to be right beside that brush.
Stun and ignite on. Damage close. Who's going to take it? Fofo gets the kill, brings it back.
That was really, really close there. It looked like Whippo was going to have it, but he used the empowered Q right as he got stunned. So he didn't actually have the ferocity to remove that stun right as he got hit. And it is Fofo going for the executioners here, trying to reduce a lot of that W healing that Whippo is going to have. The Conquer also pretty effective, so sending it back to base. It is the 100 gold advantage for Fofo, but I'm not sure exactly how the wave is looking.
It looked pretty bad for Fofo. It's stacking up and pushing towards Whippo, so I think it's a bit more farm for the Rengar, and he had more farm coming in.
Not too bad. They both have about the same amount of range minions.
Okay.
Whippo had one more, so I think, if anything, should be pretty even.
Oh, that's a
nice
big
dodge.
I like the idea of going for the ult, because I think Fofo was advantaged there, and that ult could have been enough to get a kill. Here comes the small re-engage. Not going to do too much, but it's still a health bar lead for Fofo, and Whippo's going to have to be on the back foot.
Yeah, I think the Executioner was actually such a smart buy, because Rengar really can get a lot of healing off of that W if you time it as well as you can. Whippo's looking for this, though.
Gets the health relic. They're going to go back for the minion. This is the game right now. Has to run away. Fofo needs that minion. He's not around. Oh, not quite ready for the leap. So close. Whippo almost got that kill.
Yeah, that was a couple pixels away from being able to get that jump back out on Fofo and take him down. Whippo definitely going to win the all-in without ultimates available, you would have to expect. Fofo now back to base. We'll see what he does build towards. With double Dorans, refillable, and Executioners, he's just going tank. So he's actually going to grab a Giant's Belt here. Whippo should be going towards Black Cleaver. He is.
Yep. And the wave is, sort of positive for Whippo in that the cannon's still alive, can still be farmed. Fofo lost that one. It's smart by Whippo to sort of recognize the wave state. Unlucky.
Cannon will die, and unfortunately, that is worth so much of the gold, but there's still going to be more minions for him to farm here, so he's going to be feeling pretty damn good about that.
Yep. We'll see him hit level 8 first, most likely here as well, as push around, and Fofo now hugging the far right side of the map. They're going to find another stun right here. Dig damage coming across there as the summoners are back up. Ignite's put down, and Whippo has to be a bit careful. Ulti's not up yet, but the damage could be enough. One Q would kill him.
Oh!
And Fofo limping away at 100 HP. Same for Whippo. Watch out for the leap. He's almost in Q range.
Oh, that is so close. He has the ultimate. Do you dare go for it? Because you could get Q'd out of the air if you're ulting towards him and he spots you.
Yeah. Charge W, let go
Bwipo.
Q, and it's enough damage, right?
Yeah, Bwipo will reset. I think this is the smarter choice. You could even use the ult to try to take him down if he actually recalls. Yeah, so he's going to use the ult to try to run straight back.
He's got the health lead.
Can he get the cannon?
I don't know if he cares about the cannon. Like, he might legit charge the Aurelia. He knows. He's going to go! This could be the damage! All he needs, he gets away from the stun! And Bwipo shuts him down! That was such a smart play!
Yeah, he recalled. He didn't even wait for his health to fill back up. He just runs immediately back out of the map with the move speed from the ultimate. He got in range, finds him, and Fofo, I thought he expected a lot longer for it to take, for Bwipo to get back to lane. He thought he had way more time to be able to reset. Bwipo,
that's smart.
Very pleased with himself. Big brain play here.
That is a big brain win. That's deserved.
And Bwipo, here is the all-in again. This was that trade kill. Fofo did get it. It was extremely close. The last tick of Ignite, it looked like taking down Fofo in that trade kill. And it was one of our only games that have actually ended 2 kills pre-Ring of Fire. So this was a pretty action-packed one. And remember, the Rengar ultimate gives him sight of that hunted target. So he's able to get on top of him. He steps past the stun, has the empowered Q for the additional damage there. And this was just a really big brain play from Bwipo. Just ult straight back to lane, knowing that he could have that timing. And even if you miss it, it's not that big of a cost because the ultimate is not a lot of in-combat power, truly.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you some ferocity for the push eventually, but and like the upfront damage is there for a little, but you're right, again, not nearly as good. And to your point, I don't think Fofo saw it coming. Again, if you think you are going to get dove, you see the eyes of your head, you hold W, you take half damage when he finally lands on you, and then you hope you have enough to fight back afterwards. Obviously, again, wasn't the case there. Got jumped on, wasn't ready for it. Good sidestep by Bwipo, dodging the stun. We'll see him in semifinals tomorrow. Right now, though, Caps versus Uzi. I think these are 2 of the only trophy holders of 1v1. I think Uzi has 2. Caps is defending champion.
This is an absolutely incredible matchup.
Yeah.
This is a finals quality matchup that we're having in quarters. I'm a little bit sad they're meeting this early on, but it is going to be an absolute banger. We have Qiyana versus Vayne. And I think a lot of people are going to be like, well, Qiyana is just going to one-shot up. But there is cleanse for the root, and there is the potential to kind of outplay here, right? So if you can actually get a condemn on the Qiyana, if you can get some sort of juke with your ultimate and using that stealth as we saw Levi have earlier, there is potential there.
Got to point out, shout out Caps' bans. He banned Udyr, something with a Z, and something with an I. He banned Uzi.
What did Uzi ban? Were they both doing fun bans?
Rise, Cassiopeia, something.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, there's a C? No, it's not enough.
Okay, yeah. So it seems like more real bans on the one side. Cap's not really caring what his opponent will play. I like it.
I do too. And Qiyana Vayne is going to be hype. I mean, Vayne I think is really good at champs with a walk at you. Like, I really do like Vayne Olaf. That's one of, like, I would say I would enjoy playing that matchup in general. Qiyana's a lot harder, of course. She can find the CC on you. You've got to somehow find a way to get away from the wall. It's a lot harder to kite. Of course, Qiyana has Invis as well.
Yeah, the EQ being undodgeable is always really, really rough. So it is the cleanse to try to get out of that potential route. Can you actually access water, though, on this map? That is something I didn't actually think about.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay, so the health relic,
health relic.
I just got information on. Thank you, producers.
Yeah.
Can give you water. So if you, I don't know if the health relic actually has to be active though, or just the area. Yes. So if anyone knows, let me know. That is actually pretty interesting because the root is generally pretty important to set up potential all-in.
Picks it right away, goes in for decent damage. This is Uzi pretty low as he's sitting invisible under the grass right there. Good poke. Yeah, really good condemn.
Nice condemn. That was actually on the E from Caps, it looked like.
Yeah.
Shoving Caps back and proccing that. Press the attack. Caps going in, though.
Yeah, good ignite. And good cleanse as well. Got rid of the ignite. Oh, no, it was afterwards. He didn't cleanse the ignite. This is the kill. Caps gets the one right off the top.
Yeah, Caps baited the barrier there. He actually went in, did not use the ignite or the barrier, saved his auto and the ignite till after the barrier ended, and just knocks down Uzi. And if you can get a kill like that pre-6, I think it's just going to get tougher and tougher for Uzi, but we'll see if he can prove us wrong as he's going for the early Joram, so he'll be able to stack this up. We'll make it much more efficient, but remember, when you get First Blood, you get a Baron's Recall, so you can head back to base a lot more quickly. Caps
You got to be careful if you're stepping out this far.
Yeah.
You're really low.
He does have barriers, so there's a little bit of, extra stuff there, but he wanted to finish shoving the wave, couldn't quite do it, so now Uzi can kind of manicure this a bit and catch up in gold, catch up in XP, stack the Jarm's Fist for the, like, 450 gold, 450 health on the item, which is really nice. And then, see if he can kind of stabilize from there.
If you could afford Jorms plus PD, that would be pretty sick.
Oh, yeah, that's really good.
Or a potential all-in. To try to survive that and then kind of outplay.
Seeing this rated Dirk, I'm definitely going to buy at least 2 cloth armors. I don't care about Ninja Tabby.
Then you don't even care about PD, because you can't actually get PD plus the armors plus the Jorans,
no,
right? That's going to be too expensive. So, maybe even getting like a chainmail or something could make some sense. We'll see what Uzi wants to go for, where he's going to be feeling most comfortable.
Yeah, basically, PD Jarms is already 4K right there, and so with double Thorns, that's 5K. So there's no way to get all that. Yeah, that's just not gonna. Nice guide step though, and this could be scary. Of course, goodbye Caps, sit in the brush, make Uzi switch targets, drop the Silverbolt stacks.
And the Kiana ultimate is actually quite a long cooldown at this point in the game, so Cap's gonna be having to wait a long time for that to come back up. He doesn't have any CDR. This is rank 1 of the ultimate, so it should be back up obviously for the level 11 type fight, but that may mean he has to wait for Ring of Fire, and it could just be a sudden death, as Uzi's so on point with these condemns, timing it on the E to actually knock back Caps as he comes forward, taking both his move block as well as actually denying that from connecting.
Yeah, good stuff there. A little bit of damage still comes across, but it is certainly Uzi now favored, and as that Jarm's Fist stacks, he's going to be farther and farther away from being killed. Again, because you're seeing Serrated Dirk, you want to buy armor to beat lethality. That's the counter, is you do it in that order. So I think there is value. And again, I don't like Tabby because you're spending a lot of money when so much of that kit is spell-based. The 10% damage block doesn't do anything there.
Especially when there's no actual outplay on an EQ. It's just guaranteed to land. It's not as though you can dodge that.
This is a little bit tight, though. Ignite is up, but so are the defensive summoners of Uzi.
Yeah, he can't actually catch him, so he's just going to have to go back and farm. Not playing Flash, so he doesn't have that additional playmaking to try to get on top of Uzi and one-shot him there. Uzi going back to base. Let's find out what he will be building for. Actually sells the refillable to grab a recurve, so looking for some attack speed and a longsword. So he's building towards Blade of Rune King, so that is going to be what he will attempt to finish. Caps, I think if you're lethality, you're going Duskblade, probably Duskblade. I think that makes the most sense, unless you're really highly evaluating the move speed from a Ghost Blade.
Yep.
But I do like this buy. I think it's going to be about the 100 to 0. Uzi looking for a Blade of the Rune King. Interesting that he did value the attack speed over a potential slow from something, to try to kite him out potentially, try to create a little bit of distance, as you can obviously get.
Cutlass slow, run away. No, instead, Duskblade's going to look pretty good. Pops right up, they're going for it right now. Trying to get the kill, goes invisible. Duskblade's re-triggered. You use Invis for 1 second, you get Duskblade back. And that was, I saw that dance spam. I'm pretty sure that was a dance spam. So he already knows. Look at that trade. No ult needed. Get out of my lane, Uzi.
Caps, always one to be a confident player.
Yep.
Dancing on him a little bit. Caps will have time to go for another reset. Uzi goes back. He buys a red elixir himself. So that could very well be, as far as he's going to get. I don't know that he's going to have enough item on top of this, or enough gold to actually complete his full item for the Blade of Rune King.
Not a chance.
Yeah, I don't think he
it's
will.
Like 1,000 gold from now, and you don't have the time.
Yeah, obviously we can't see exactly how much gold he has, but definitely assuming he's not going to be able to make it there. So Caps will have the completed item, going to have the advantage there. Going to be looking to shove this in. You want to shove one more wave if you're Caps if you can, and try to get that buy, because the cannon's worth a lot, but Caps, I think, just prioritizing getting the base off right now.
He's got to have serrated, right? That's why. Oh, he stopwatch. Interesting. And can't afford anything else, so goes.
Okay.
Just buys the rejuve bead.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I wonder if he's going to try to use the stopwatch to do something like you can throw grass and then use the stopwatch to bridge the gap on your W cooldown to be able to do another grass throw.
Yeah.
These sorts of things. Also, if your opponent is going into ult to try to go for stealth, you can stealth to try to wait it out, then stopwatch and these sorts of plays. So looking for the playmaking there, and we'll have to track how well he can do it.
EQ in, goes for the invis, grabs the rock, can't get the rest of it. Just a bit of damage, not going to do too much, and Uzi's going to get the push. But once again, minions can help a lot. Extra DPS. Right, that's going to make up some of the gold, some of the item difference. Goes for the fight yet again, turns invisible. Ring is closing in. Big damage coming across. Uzi's got to be careful. And there's stopwatch.
Oh, but he can get condemned out of this.
I think he blocked condemn.
Okay.
I think that's what he actually put that in for. So now Uzi's got to be careful. Caps half HP. Again, damage coming across. It's going to be pretty big burst. Duskblade comes in for both sides. But look at the damage up with there. Caps has the barrier. Ult's not going to land. Uzi puts him down.
Caps not able to connect, getting knocked down there by Uzi.
Uzi playing it out so well in the final moments, never giving Caps a chance to actually get that ultimate to push him towards a wall, staying towards the central location, and having the minion advantage was so big in this because Caps couldn't actually get access to the wave to thin that out and have a more even fight. So if he fought it out in the middle of that wave, you're always going to have all of this additional damage because there's so many range minions stacked up helping Uzi out, and Caps just couldn't really find the angle despite what I think was actually that Condemn being immune with the stopwatch, which is incredibly well played there by Caps. But yeah, I mean, it's just look at all the extra minions here for Uzi. Uzi's healing up off the minions, pushing this in. So when Caps comes back in, as soon as you come out of stealth, you have all of these additional units turning to focus fire on you. The cannon, there's like 5-6 range minions hitting you, and you couldn't actually scoop Uzi into the wall there, which you would have needed to try to knock him down.
Yeah, and you know, the poor Kiana like running backwards, not going to get a whole lot done right here. He's like, yep, I'm just going to go back towards my side, chase with your minions, I dare you, can't do it. Yeah, nowhere to go is the big thing, right? Always juking towards the middle of the lane and juking back through his own minion lane means the chase is just not good.
Yeah, so the defending champion will get knocked out in the quarterfinals. Uzi, moving on, has made it look pretty easy on these marksmen against some damn tough opponents. Of course. He took down Bang on the Yasuo, now taking down the Kiana, making it look pretty easy in these 1v1s.
That is trademark Uzi. He's very, very good. So we're going to have Whippo Uzi as one of the semifinals, and the Shy versus I am blanking Levi on the other. Those are going to be hyped. To hear more about the 1v1 Final Four, let's send over to the State Farm Analyst Lounge.
Thank you very much, Freak. I'm standing by with Mark and Kobe to break down our quarterfinals in the 1v1 tournament. As we just saw, Caps did go down to Uzi, so our defending champ out. 4 more players remaining, but we had some very exciting quarterfinals that really came down to some new and interesting picks, as well as, of course, sudden death kills.
Yeah, I mean, all the way from the beginning, it was super hype. The Shy was probably the most dominant one. Like, everyone knew kind of what Mickey was going for, but it just felt like it took a little bit too long to get online.
I mean, the Shy has been dominant this whole tournament. He takes his hands off the keyboard like half the time that he's actually playing. I think we're headed for a crash course with Uzi and the Shy. That's what I think a lot of people would like to see for our hype finals.
Yeah, that's been called out a couple times. There we saw the Vayne over the Olaf, a very solid pick into the Bruiser. This was
my favorite.
Yes, exactly, of our 4 quarterfinals. Whippo showing up on the Rengar, but the early traded kill made it feel like it could be a really even matchup.
Yeah, it was a super close kill there. They actually had a couple more skirmishes where it almost led to someone winning. And then this really heads up instant recall and run back out into the field, not healing up.
And notice that he saves his full ferocity until he's sure that he dodges the stun.
Right.
So one mistake, some people will just spam out for the empowered Q to try and get the damage, but he wanted to make sure he doesn't have to use the CC breaker. And then here we go. Even though Caps got the early kill, it comes down to the sudden death.
Yeah, a much anticipated matchup here between our defending champion and our 2-time champion in Uzi. The first kill goes over to Caps, but once that Ring of Fire comes in, it's only 1 kill is what you need. The ultimate doesn't come out early for Caps. It's used here more in defense, misses once again against Uzi, so we never really got to see the power of the ultimate from Kiana against the Vayne.
I mean, he was 0-2 on them, but that's tough against Vayne in general, just such a mobile champion. And the Joram's fist was actually really big. We saw Levi buy it too, but that was like late into the game after he didn't really need it. He just killed Olaf in what felt like a counter matchup. But this one felt really important to getting a lot of extra health on the Vayne to be able to sustain through any potential all-in, and you would need like an extra rotation or 2 from the Kiana, which I thought was what the stopwatch was supposed to get.
And I love that Uzi is sticking to the marksman, picking the Vayne.
The Varus.
Showcasing like how important it is to get these correct condemns, these correct tumbles with stealth off.
I will point out, I found it interesting. I don't think I ever saw Caps throw out the water. Because we did hear, as the caster said, you can't get it from the health rune, if you pull it in that regard. I'm not even saying it's optimal. It was just very curious that he opted not to go for it in that matchup.
Yeah, and he did seem to know about it because I saw him grab it once or twice when clearing minions. So it wasn't like did Caps know or not? I'm pretty sure he did. So he must have just thought the damage or the invincibility helped more in the fighting versus Vayne. But either way, I think it was just the condemns really forced his hand.
Yeah, Uzi on Vayne. That's about as much as you can say. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket as we get down to our final 4 players and those matchups. Much anticipated. That will take place tomorrow. First up on the top side of the bracket, we have the Shy and Whippo. Whippo, let's see if he's got another champ up his sleeve or if it'll be the Rengar coming back out again. And then, of course, Uzi versus Levi.
I'm looking forward to Whippo keeping the EU dream alive. And he does it in, like you said, style. He's got different picks every single time.
I want to just see who makes the Shy keep his hands on the keyboard the whole
The
game.
whole damn
Nobody
game.
has done it. Nobody has done it.
And then again, what will be the answer against Uzi, right? Because he has so many different marksmen at his disposal. If you ban out that Vayne, will he go back to the Varus where he beat, Bangs Yasuo? So there's still so much at his disposal. Will Levi really have something up his sleeve to kind of put it to our two-time champion, our most winningest 1v1 player in history?
Always rooting for the jungler, the underdog Dash.
Well, it's similar.
Go get him.
Both Whippo and Levi are using like weirder picks to try and get by against like the super mechanical, oppressive, the Shy and Uzi. So it's actually kind of similar sides on both brackets.
Without a doubt. Now that takes place tomorrow, but from today to Sunday, December 15th, Alienware is hosting a sweepstakes to give away 4 of these customized All-Star 2019 themed Alienware M15 notebooks. Whether you're here in Vegas or watching online, you can win one of these monsters by visiting the entry page at alienware.com/LOLesports. Make sure to check the rules though, because there are some eligibility and exclusions that apply. Once again, that URL is alienware.com/LOLesports. Those are some pretty slick laptops.
I get to use Alienware for my own work. I'm very happy about it. Don't want to plug my own shows, but they are as well.
They're
top notch.
Yeah, and exactly. And we heard that you were grinding, right? Some TFT, a nice laptop.
in
would
the
be,
hotel?
exactly.
Yeah.
So an Alienware laptop would be good for that. Let's hear though from the Demon King on his All-Star experience as we hand it off to Shox for an interview.
Thank you very much. I am here with Faker, who has been to a couple of All-Stars in his day. So Faker, what's been your personal favorite moment of All-Star so far?
네, 이제 페이커 선수 모셨는데요. 페이커 선수는 워낙 올스타도 꽤 많이 와보셨는데 여태까지 와본 올스타 중에 뭐가 제일 좋았나요?
저는 작년이랑 올해가 가장 재밌는 것 같고 즐길 게 굉장히 많은 것 같아서 또 선수들이 편하게 게임할 수 있는 것 같아요.
So I want to say last year and this year because there are a lot of things to enjoy. So I think the pro players are able to kind of be relaxed and enjoy all the things.
I also saw that you hung out a bit with Tyler1, who is of course a very famous and interesting streamer. What can you tell us about your activities with Tyler?
네, 그리고 타일러 원 분이랑 이제 조금 담소를 나누는 그런 장면도 봤는데 조금 유명하고 조금 재밌는 그런 분이잖아요. 어떤 분이랑 생각하시나요? 얘기 나눠보니까.
일단 굉장히 에너지가 넘치는 것 같고 또 저는 굉장히 에너지가 없는 편인데 그런 면에서 좀 대단한 것 같아요.
So I think he's really energetic. So as a person who has like no energy, I think it's really great, awesome.
Yeah, he has a lot of energy. Now, what is very cool about All-Star is that a lot of the people and the fans here can take photos with you and talk to the pros, which is, of course, very special. And a very special moment was created today when Jankos took a picture with you. And he had been looking to take a picture with you for several years already, and it made him very happy. What can you tell us about that moment?
그러면 사실 올스타전이 또 특별한 이유가 많은 팬분들도 여기 와서 페이커 님이랑 이제 사진도 찍을 수 있고 말도 걸 수도 있었는데 이제 그런 소중한 순간 중에 하나가 오늘도 이제 양코스 선수가 페이커 선수와 사진을 찍어서 이제 포스팅을 하셨어요. 사실 페이커 선수랑 사진을 찍기 위해 몇 년을 기다렸다고 하는데 그 순간 어떠셨나요?
일단 양코스 선수가 제 팬이라는 거는 몇 번 들었는데 이렇게 또 같이 사진 찍자고 해주셔서 저도 오히려 감사했던 것 같아요. 근데 하도 사진 찍어달라는 분들이 많으셔가지고 그냥 뭐 그렇게 중요한 순간은 아니었던 것 같아요.
Well, so I heard that he's like my super fan for a couple of times. So I was also very thankful that he came to me and asked for a photo. But there are a lot of people asking for a photo with me, so that was like one of those moments.
Okay, I see. Well,
not important.
Thank you very much, Faker. Enjoy the rest of the All-Star event. Thank you, G-Sun, as well. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
GG, he respawns, not gonna matter, the Shy. The second player to win via the turret. Yes! And the recall swag, 10 out of 10. The Shy into the top 4. They're gonna try to kite back and forth. Ragnarok, of course,
nice dodge.
That dodge was needed, and he has the damage. The kill comes through. Charge the Aurelia, she knows. He's gonna go! This could be the damage! All he needs, he gets away from the stun! And Whippo shuts him down! That was such a smart play! Look at the damage up with their Caps, has the barrier. Ult's not gonna land, Uzi puts him down!
Welcome back to the 2019 All-Star event for our final bout of the day, the 5v5 Assassins Clash. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, joined by another premier Assassin player. We know you love the Assassins just as much as I do. Skarner's one, and so is Udir.
Yep,
Mr. Joshua Jat Leesman.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think by the rules of the Assassin mode, it's the things that show up when you type it, but Assassin in my heart, for sure. I'm an
That's
Assassin
what we're
player.
talking about right there. We are going to go ahead and jump now into the players competing on the Rift here today. On the blue side, we've got Evie in the top lane, Peanut in the jungle, Caps at mid with Mid Beast at bot, switching things up there with the names a little bit, and support Salnon.
Caps playing an Assassin mid does seem a little OP, but I thought the same thing of the LPL lineup. On the red side, we're going to see Sia in the top lane, Levi in the jungle, Faker in mid lane. Faker v Caps.
With an assassin.
Not allowed to play Zach because he's not an assassin.
Thank goodness.
That's good. Wei Xiao in bot lane with Red Mercy. Really excited to see Wei Xiao back playing League of Legends because he was just such a legendary AD carry from way back in 2012.
And speaking of who's allowed to play what and what's happening in this mode, one thing I do want to go ahead and make clear to people before we get into Champion Select, it's not just strictly the characters that are classified as assassins. Some fan favorites that aren't always built to be a glass cannon but can have an assassin build, like
really?
Lethality Lee Sin and Lethality Jarvan, are permitted as long as the players do not go for the bruiser options and strictly build the lethality items.
Can I build a health crystal?
Is it in an
Only
Edge of
if
Night?
it's part of.
Is it in an Edge of Night?
only as part of Edge of Night. Yeah.
Yeah, if that turns into a Jarm's Fist or that turns into a Randuin's, you're gonna get a smack. But if it turns into lethality, you should be good to go.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Faker versus Caps.
Yeah,
in
I'm
an
looking
assassin
forward to
versus assassin
seeing.
matchup.
Last year, I remember casting the Korean All-Stars versus Chinese All-Stars game, and when Faker locked in Zach mid, I was so
We were
bummed.
both there, yeah.
Yeah, it was so much of a bummer. But this year, he's in a mode, no Zach allowed. It's got to be something popping off. It's got to be something with a lot of damage. I love Chad builds. I love 1v1s. I love PvP. This is the mode.
Yeah. It is. We just got through some pretty exciting 1v1 matchups. Unfortunately for Caps, he fell to Uzi, unable to defend his title. Really unlucky that he's playing Uzi in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see the 2017 champion versus the 2018 champion not play in the quarterfinals, personally.
I mean, I would have liked to see a best of 3.
You do have to beat the best to be the best, so Uzi's on his way.
Well, Uzi's back on track there. Of course, we know Faker having already lost out earlier on in the 1v1 tournament, so that's not exactly his cup of tea this year, but maybe we'll see a pop-off game here in this Assassins matchup.
Yeah, already a little bit of banter being handed back and forth in the lobby. Levi says we have Faker, and then Peanut says we have Caps, former teammate of Faker back in the 2017 World Championship. And we're into this blind pick. Let's see which Assassins get picked.
All right, both sides with some early Wukong and Lee Sin hovers. It is a total blind pick, so we can get some mirror matchups. We could get technically 5 rosters of the same champion if everybody's of the same mind here.
Oh man, if Faker gets Diana, that could be a real pop-off. With no one being able to build defensive, you just get a Spellbinder on Diana.
And it's new Diana, because we're on 9.24. Because this
is it with the charge E-ult?
We saw her in one of the games earlier today in the Tandem Mode. It's the Diana that has the dash on her E, and her R is the Moonfall with the orbital cannon attached to it.
That's sweet.
So yeah, it's new Diana.
It's probably less bursty than old Diana, but better presets.
Not quite as strong with the Gorgonzola, not as much cheese built into this Diana. However, a lot of burst potential still there. So the Wukongs are locked in on both sides. The Lee Sin's locked in on both sides. The other picks do look like they're going to be different. We got Echo and LeBlanc for the blue, Shaco and Quinn for the red.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Jungle Fizz. I feel like Peanut might get a little bit outpaced by Levi, but Caps has already taken Lee Sin, and Peanut was like, dude, what are you doing? That's my assassin jungler. I have nothing left. We'll see.
It should be a fun one. We've got 2 different Lees, 2 different Wukongs. You can have both monkeys spinning around in circles as big old Beyblades with Lee Sins kicking them into each other. This could turn into quite a hectic battle.
Yeah, it really could. Conqueror is on a lot of them, which is interesting. I like the Electrocute or the Dark Harvest. Is Dark Harvest banned in this one because of the high kills? I'm shocked that no one has taken Dark Harvest.
I don't actually. I never asked, so I never got to find that out. But doing a quick check of summoner spells as we load into the game, there's one exhaust for Salnan on the blue side, and on the red side, both Red Mercy and Faker took exhausts to shut down all-ins.
Not a bad choice. I think Red Mercy Shaco will potentially have some effectiveness. It's really hard to pin that guy down.
All right, blue team, they're scouting around early. So I was talking a little bit backstage before this one started about what we were going to expect, and I figure this is going to go one of two ways.
Okay.
Either it's a constant Fiesta bloodbath with 60 kills on both sides by 15 minutes,
Yep.
or one team just completely annihilates the other team at 15.
Yeah.
Based on Snowball
Yeah.
and Assassins. Or we have a dance party in the river at level 1.
Well, that's option C.
Yeah.
It can also bridge back into option A or option B, so I'm okay with this outcome.
That's also the new Lee Sin skin for Levi, isn't it? The Nightbringer one?
Man, this
for both of them.
This playing on the patch that hasn't come out yet is really just
it's tripping me up.
Doing weird stuff to my brain. When I watch Faker, I'm gonna click on this.
Okay.
I'm gonna
what
read
do
the
you
tooltips
got?
to make sure.
What do you got?
Just making sure his E is a dash.
It's
yeah,
that Diana.
E is
guaranteed.
Lunar Rush for
Yeah.
sure. You're right. So it's a 22-second cooldown ability at rank 1. He hasn't skilled it yet. W is what you should be doing on Diana anyway.
Right.
It still resets his cooldown if the enemy is affected by Moonlight, but then the big change is the fact that R pulls in one or more enemy champions, the Moonlight will crash down and deal damage. So it's not just a vacuum that slows anymore. You can actually do some AoE teamfight damage. That's like a 100-second cooldown now. So a little bit more pre-6, maybe a little bit more flexibility in this reworked Diana kit.
All right, so I do not expect this to be a resident sleeper, farm up, wait till late kind of a game. In fact, I'm kind of surprised we haven't got a kill already. So I'm going to take your bet who gets the first blood and who gets first blooded.
Okay, I'm going to guess, but you also have to guess.
Okay, I will guess.
Because
I
it's
posed
the
the
1 in
question
10.
first. Yeah?
Yeah. So Levi will get first blood.
On to whom?
Oh, geez, that's like a 1 in a... Okay.
Yeah.
Levi will get first blood on to mid-beast.
Okay, I'm going to say... who do we got here? I'm going to say Wei Zhao gets first blood onto mid-beast.
Why are you picking on mid-beast, Flowers?
Because he has mid in his name and he is bottom.
Yeah.
He is out of his element, clearly.
Also, a little known fact, he's alt-tabbed right now, thinking of his next Dopa video. Trying to figure out how Dopa plays Echo bottom lane. Is going to give you a great tutorial on it later.
All right, well, we can expect a little bit of educational content after that, but for now, we'll see whose screen ends up being black and white first. Red Mercy setting up some traps, but it could be Levi. He gets himself over the wall, but the damage going to chase after. There goes your Fizz. We're both wrong. It's first blood over to Caps. And Faker's trying to get himself away. A little bit more damage would seal the deal, but Faker is out.
Levi was involved, at least.
That doesn't count.
I think it counts for some.
It counts for a congratulatory, you tried.
Thank you, that's something.
That's
I mean, sometimes that can be the best
You're easy
words
to
to
please.
hear after failure. So it depends on the person, on whether they respond well to negative or positive associations. But anyway.
Oh!
Yeah.
Well, Caps just gave Faker a negative association with a turret dive, and so that's another one under his belt. 2-0 here for this mid lane Lee Sin.
Peanut did say he had Caps on his team. And so lethality Lee Sin is a very true assassin. I've seen it actually pop off in Challenger solo queue games. Especially someone like Caps is going to have the mechanics to be able to pull it off. It's basically, a lot of it is just like QRQ. Yep. But there's little weaves and animation cancels you can do in between, making sure you get your E damage off, making sure you get a few autos, to actually 100-0 once you get ahead. And Faker was already low, getting into the turret, still had the ignite, clean by Caps.
That being said, if you fall behind on lethality Lee Sin, it quickly becomes a turbo int, and you just try to go in, and by the time you've got your leg up in the air to try to spin around and kick somebody, you just end up falling over dead yourself. So we will have to keep an eye on the tempo this man's able to maintain this game, see how far ahead he can stay. 800 gold lead right now, pretty much all on Caps.
And also something I want to theory craft later.
Okay, what do you got
I'm just
for me?
someone else will do it for me. I'm just going to propose what's happening.
Okay, you're just going to plant the seed.
Yeah, Serrated Dirk no longer having the passive on it, which does extra harass damage. It might be better when building your first lethality item to not upgrade it and just keep building more swords.
Ah, okay. So you just want to pile
yeah,
on as much AD as humanly
I don't
possible.
know if the lethality is completely worth it versus just getting more swords and then getting the lethality once you fully upgrade the item. It's close. It's way closer now than it's ever been.
All right.
Just a thought.
All you people out there who've got the mathematician skills that I absolutely do not have, go ahead and figure that one out and let us know so that we can figure out exactly how that's going to calculate itself. As bottom side, red team looking to make a play here once again. Levi goes in, exhaust dropped down. There goes Salnon. It wasn't mid beast, but it was his lane partner.
Bot
yeah.
lane.
So we
Yeah.
at least got something sort of right.
He's doing fine.
Yeah, he tried.
Yeah.
Topside Wukong versus Wukong's not actually turning into a whole lot of much. We've got the corrupting potion onto our red side Wukong and Seiya, so he's got a little bit more sustain at least. But
versus the Doran's Blade. Yeah, it's a bit of a handshake agreement for now.
Well,
until the first player hits 6, in which case
that would be Evie. And that would be a dead Wukong on the red side. And that means a 3-1 advantage here for the blue team as, Caps popping Faker here yet again. The man is a balloon, and Caps is walking around with a handful of needles, just throwing them all over the place.
I gotta say, Faker's weakness might be the All-Star game.
Yeah?
Yeah. Some would say it's G2 players because of the last 2 best-of-5s.
I could agree with that.
There's something there, but I also think that in these environments, he tends to go a little bit less hard played. This was really nice by Evie, actually, letting the minions kill the minion, which gives him level 6, and surprising Seiya with it. So once he's gotten that first blood as well, it is a little bit hard to swing the mirror matchups without anyone else going up there to help.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing we don't normally get in regular play because there's no blind pick, is the mirror matchup, right?
Yeah.
You're literally just now a weaker version of your opponent because he got more money and experience than you.
And it's not like Wukong has skill shots.
No.
He's just a stat check.
Wukong's the most, binary champion in the game.
Yeah. Although, this isn't going to be a problem for these players.
Right.
But a lot of Wukongs don't auto before their Q.
Which is
so you should E-auto Q. It'll make sure you electrocute. You can auto attack reset with your Q. It's way higher damage. And the lower you go in Wukong elo, sometimes people don't even Q before their ult.
Yeah, it's just ER, which is not correct.
You have to Q before your ult because it gives you the armor pin.
Yeah.
So in a 1v1, you should always E-auto Q ult. If you have Tiamat and the time, you should actually Tiamat after your Q. The only situation I'd recommend, like E-ulting, is if there's 5 people there and they have a lot of CC, just get it as fast as possible.
Right. Every situation has some sort of an exception to it, but in the 1v1, Wukong versus Wukong, monkey to monkey,
auto Q.
You've got to make sure you're getting those maximizations in there. You can see Seiya losing into a trade here yet again, but he's got backup showing up as Levi makes his way into the brushes. Wanted to be a sneaky snake. Spritter his way around here, try to find an opportunity to make a play. Evie tries to go in yet again onto Seiya. Will get the better of him, but has to flash away to stay out of the way of the Lee Sin.
Yeah, Evie's styling on this one. His ult is down, though, so Seiya basically just has to get into range of him to be able to ult. He should probably be able to get a kill, but I feel like Evie's going to play around that one. This is not the bloodbath we were foretelling.
No. I honestly thought we'd have triple this amount of kills by now. Almost 9 minutes in, only 5 kills. Bottom side, we'll see if the blue side can make anything happen to change that up. Salnon tries to get a little bit of a trade. Root finds its way there onto Red Mercy. Peanut looking to go in. Caps right beside him. The dive coming through. The damage coming out. Power drop coming in now as Caps goes on a rampage. The Quinn falls down. Double kill over to Caps. The man is on a mission. Red Mercy at least gets one in return.
5-0-0 mid-Lee Sin. I wonder which lethality item is going to go first. Well, Duskblade.
Yeah, Duskblade seems to be the choice. I like that, though. That is the chattest of the lethality items because it just gives you more damage.
Yeah.
If all you're looking to do is take somebody's health bar from 100 to 0 as quickly as possible, boom, there you go.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, turret plates just serving up a smorgasbord here in the bottom side. A buffet of money towards the blue team. Peanut not willing to give up that third one. Make sure he sticks around. potentially tempts the Quinn to just try to make a move, but it's easy to hop away. Let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, mainly, I think the turret aggro was managed pretty well by Peanut here. So yes, he eats the exhaust for his fish, but he takes basically 3 full shots of the turret before it ends up getting on Caps. And then as Caps is running right out of turret range, he's still able to get the last hit. And drop turret aggro for his unfortunate friend LeBlanc, but still counts. Doesn't want to give up that shutdown bonus.
Caps is 5-0-0 now. 5 of 6 of his team kills. The man can go anywhere he wants on the map and start to do exactly what you were talking about with that lethality Lee Sin and just QRQ somebody, nearly pop them instantly. Also, having the Ignite here ready to go means you've really got to be respectful of what could come out. Play may be coming through here from the red side, but Blue's ready to make some sort of a counter move if they attempt the dive. Rift Herald summoned by red in the mid lane. They have the opportunity to take that one. Yep. Shelly's going to rear up, charge forward, 2 plates. Will they be able to get any more? Blue's doing a good job to take her out. Nope, that'll be all, but that's still a kill's worth of gold.
Yeah, the Rift Herald buffs come in on 924 as well. So a lot of people who were thinking that the first Rift Herald was pretty useless to take, I recommend continuing to try and take it.
Preseason's all about learning, man.
Yeah.
Trial and error.
So, speaking of trial and error.
Okay. You guys can't see the grin on his face, but I can tell that something good's going to come up here because of the grin.
Yeah. We should try this after All-Star. Freak tried this with me earlier.
Is this another Volibear versus Skarner 1v1?
No, it's a double jungle, double funnel stat.
Okay, this sounds incredibly degenerate. How do we play this?
So, this is really off topic.
Okay.
So I apologize to those of you who really want a deep analysis of the 10 Assassins. But with the jungle having shorter respawn timers, it is almost impossible. This Faker's getting turret dove. Is this going to be the 6-0?
There comes the fish. There comes the carrot. There comes the damage. There goes Caps, the Faker. No! Caps will trade 1 back. He loses his own life. Faker's grabbing the shutdown on
Peanut.
that. As Seiya sweeps in, cleans up a 2nd kill onto Peanut, and Red is able to punish Blue's over aggression.
I'm really glad this happened, because this means the game is going to go much longer, because they've kind of reversed the snowball a little bit. Anyway, double jungle, double funnel. With the jungle respawning faster, with Dragons being more frequent, and with Rift Herald being more frequent, it's too much for one jungler to do.
Okay.
So, traditional funnel is impossible, because there's too many camps for someone to take the whole jungle and a lane.
Right.
Okay, so each jungler takes a side. One jungler gets the bottom 3 camps on red side, assuming you're a blue side team.
Okay.
The other jungler takes the top side jungle. Both of your side laners take the Relic Shield support item because they're not getting that much CS. And each jungle funnel will clear the 3 camps and then the lane. Either
the
top or
lanes,
bottom lane.
Not
yes.
the mid lane.
Yes, mid laner gets to do whatever they want. They're a normal mid laner. They just probably don't get that many ganks until the supports decide to gank because they really don't need the CS. So basically, 2 people get to farm 1 half of the jungle and a side lane. And then you have these 2 roaming supports with the mid lane.
Okay, so I feel like in this, you want your roaming supports to probably be like a tanky, low econ type thing.
Yeah.
And your mid laner to have strong wave clear.
Yeah, the bottom lane probably has to be something that can like survive in a 1v2, like a Scion or a Galio or a Cho'Gath.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily need a huge amount of farm. Top lane can be something like Pyke because he can roam a lot, and it is just a 1v1.
So speaking of top lane, we did see a pretty cool play up there coming out from the Wukong Showdown as mid lane. Baker's actually able to grab the first turret despite his rocky early start. He takes Caps out here for the 2nd time as well. We'll wait for the replays and see exactly how both of those shook out.
Yeah.
We did see a 1-for-1 in top side. Seiya was able to make sure that he did not die alone here in these Wukong battles.
I'm glad you recapped it. It also means you probably weren't listening to my whole explanation. So
no, I
we will
understand
play
that.
it.
You can give
We
me a
will
pop
play it
quiz
later.
right
Okay,
now.
okay.
I know exactly what you got to do. And bottom side, so does the blue team. They're going in once again here. 2 versus 2. Is that Quinn going to survive? Barely getting himself away for now. Wei Zhao's taking out Mid Beast, responsible for that kill. LeBlanc going into the clones here now, seeing what maybe there's something else to find. Nope, not quite just yet, but the red team swooped themselves in. Looking to make the outplay onto Mid Beast. He's trying to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge, but instead he's just dead. Levi grabs the kill, and Mid Beast is out of there.
He bought a good amount of time, though. I like the alcove usage, dancing around. What I've struggled with in the alcoves a lot of times is when you're winning the lane, the people that fake recalls in the alcoves. That's the most effective usage of it, I feel like. Obviously, playing Ring Around the Rosie is the best. Caps misses his Q.
He tries to go for it, though. I respect the try. And yeah, alcoves are absolutely made for bamboozling, and bamboozling is what they'll do. Let's take a look at our Axe What's Your Move replay to see the top lane fight that happened a minute ago.
Yeah, you can see Wukong pops his ultimate. Means it's just the baby fish, but then his move is to actually kill Peanut afterwards.
And then he has to use
Evie
his
trades
flash.
kill back. I mean,
but so does Evie.
That's the Wukong game. As soon as one Wukong flash ult is down, the other Wukong can flash ult and trade the kill.
By the way, we're answering the question that you posed in the pregame lobby right now with the Ruby Crystal in Evie's inventory. He is going for the Edge of Night, second item, just to make sure that he doesn't get stopped on his Wukong initiation. Both the Wukong's probably aware that they're the big initiators for their team if it does come to a team fight point. I mean, a game full of assassins, you're probably going to see more skirmishes, more 1v1s than a typical game of League of Legends, but it's not to say we can't have a full-on team fight. Peanut getting himself in some trouble here. Quinn almost able to find the burst. The Echo Stun trying to come through, but won't be able to save that Fizz. Can Mid Beast try to outplay this one with Salnon? Red team with control over the bottom side of the river. The Scuttle Crab is secured. The Drake not alive here for about another 100 seconds, so nothing really to fight for outside of these kills themselves, but in an Assassin game, man, I just want a bloodbath.
Yeah, and I want to see a Dragon Soul too. I want to see an Elder Dragon.
We're not going to
These
get
games
an
are
Elder
too
Dragon. Not in an
fast.
Assassin game. We are not going to get an Elder Dragon.
You know what? Assassins aren't that great at ending games. You don't got a tank to tank turret shots. You don't have a sustained DPS to finish Baron or take turrets. I would say it's more likely this game goes late than a standard 5v5.
All right, we'll see. Abby's going for the assassination, but he won't find it.
I think blue team has a cheater.
You think they have a what?
How is a Glacial Shroud an assassin item?
Oh,
I call foul on Sound.
What is that?
Yeah. Where's the referee?
What is it?
We gotta pause the game.
That's not.
We gotta make him sell it. Or maybe we don't.
Because he's got the Ether Wisp, he's got the Glacial Shroud.
Those don't build into an assassin item.
No,
This isn't some secret patch 9.24 tech.
No, there's no hidden meta here just waiting to be discovered.
Yeah.
Pretty sure this is a, I don't know if it's a clear rule violation, but it's at least a bending of the rules.
Yeah.
To a degree.
Yeah. This is like when LeBron just held the ball for 2 seconds running up the court a couple days ago and then just started dribbling again. Clearly a travel / double dribble. But if the referee wasn't looking, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. If the ref don't see it, you just gotta be it. In the bottom lane, though, it's gonna be another fight breaking out. Seiya's able to grab the first one. Quinn trying to swoop in there. The ultimate is active. She's flying like a bat out of hell, and she's found her way onto Caps. Does get himself away, using that safeguard, trying to stay alive, disengage this one further. Red Mercy still on the chase, splits himself into two, drops the exhaust, still looking to make the plays back onto Caps, jumping right back into the fight now, but not able to find the outplay. Wei Zhao takes him out. And now, can Salnon get himself away from these guys? He's in a 1 versus 2. He is on LeBlanc. This champion is slippery. Should be able to keep himself alive here. Red Mercy just waiting and baiting, bringing him back into the fight. The boxes almost grabbing the kill.
Yeah, really well played by Red Mercy there. Basically absorbing Caps' ultimate cooldown and baiting him into a spot where he couldn't get out. Started 5-0-0 on that Lee Sin, now 5-3-1.
That was so close, but I don't think it's even gonna matter. There comes your Wukong. Hit him with the stick. Seiya's grabbing another one, but he is gonna be cleaned up here, most likely by Peanut. Nope! Fish out of water instead, and the red team makes the outplays.
And the infernal blazes on the assassin.
Oh, you love to see it.
Nothing but fire drakes for the rest of the game.
And no oceans at all.
Yeah.
No oceans whatsoever.
Was this set up somehow?
This could be, I don't
Did
know if
someone
there
do
was,
this?
the dragons themselves knew what was coming into this game. So, all right. Remember that because it just goes to 4 elemental drakes on one side now, and then the elder comes up. The elder timer is variable now. It's not just set at 35 minutes. All drakes are now elders.
It's every drake after soul.
Right. So that means if the next 2 drakes go over to the red side, we could see elder coming online at about, what, 34 minutes? Almost exactly where it would be otherwise, but hey.
Yeah. Or we could never see it. Because blue team could get 4.
We have to hold out hope. We have to hold out hope that we see the elder drake in all his I'm a fire in my laser glory.
Yeah. Actually, really nice heal there to keep Seiya alive. Nowhere to hide.
Oh, that was cheeky, but is it worth it? Peanut jumps up onto the pole, comes right back down, shut down over to him. He gets his red buff at the end of the day. Meanwhile, mid lane Faker might be in a sad spot. SoundOn getting himself out, shut down credit over to mid Beast, taking Faker out there. Red team looking to chase after him, but the Echo does elude them for now.
On one hand, he got the red buff.
Yes. That's a tilter.
Yeah. On the other hand, he did give up like 450 gold. And the red buff.
Also a tilter.
Yeah.
But which tilter is greater?
Definitely the dying part.
You sure? Yeah. Sometimes it's about sending a message.
It
Sometimes
is.
it's about saying that's my buff.
It is. If buffs didn't transfer, then I think you should do it.
But because it did, you effectively just gave him
like
nice,
a mega red buff.
Yeah, just a big leash as Seiya barely walks away. Flash coming in from Evie there once again, grabbing himself a kill in the Wukong 1v1. Oh, one more shot from the minion. Oh, they got him right in the back. I hardly knew ye, Evie. He falls down, and that's a 1-for-1.
Man, actually 6 kills on Seiya on this Wukong. I haven't even noticed how much he's been roaming around.
Yeah, look at the mobility boots going in right after the first lethality item, and he went for the Yumu's Ghostblade. He's all about the roams here on his Wukong play.
Fizz in the alcove.
Let's see if Fizz can outplay it. Peanut up into the air, down onto the ground, right into the grave, and that's all you need to say. Alcove's not saving you from that one.
That was not the outplay I was hoping to see. The just face first into a Lee Sin R. Oh, okay.
All right. So
that's how you do it.
For anybody who might have doubted what Jat was talking about with lethality Lee Sin, that's
QRQ. Because you want to get the execute damage on the resonating strike portion of the Q.
Yep.
And that's why you often Q flash and then redetonate your Q.
And as we're talking about that, the fight continues raging. Faker grabbing himself 2 kills there onto the bottom laners of the blue team. Seeing if maybe he can find something else to chase down here. Caps running away into the top side of the river. Faker, no fear here. The man does have his Zhonya's Hourglass fully complete and ready to go. Has the Oblivion Orb in inventory as well, building towards that Nashor's Tooth. So not the full-on just one-shot you Diana build. It just goes QRQ, or QRR. That was
it's now EQE.
That's right. Yeah. I have to. We got to remember to switch the buttons around.
The whole paradigm shift.
As the shutdown credit goes over to Evie here, who has had more success in the Wukong 1v1 situation. I mean, he's up on farm. He usually solo kills his opponent when they fight, but just hasn't had the same map impact that Seiya has, considering, he's got more kills. He's got more kill participation.
Yeah.
And he's just building for the roams.
It's true. Mobility boots are my recommended boot on Wukong because it's so much about getting into range just for your E and your full combo. Obviously, sometimes you need to be forced into something else, but that's usually just depression zone. I was going to bring something up about Diana, though.
Okay, what do you got?
I wonder, for a Diana one-trick, so this would be like a theoretical question for you with Skarner.
Okay.
If his R became his E and his E became his R, wouldn't you rather just rebind your keys and forget about it?
Yeah,
like should Diana one-trick just change their E and R buttons? Is the confusion of reading just your skill bar and it being out of order versus just kind of turning your brain to the past and trying to play old Diana? Obviously, just think of it, oh yeah, my E changed, it's now a charge. And you're still pressing the same button?
I feel like if you're mid-season and you're pushing for a climb and trying to break a new rank or something, hit rank 1 because you are a dedicated Diana one-trick and you're obviously very good at the game in this hypothetical situation, then you change the bindings around for immediate profit.
Yeah.
But since we're still in preseason and everybody's mostly memeing anyway, you use this time to relearn and not have the reversed icon confusion later.
Let's get this Infernal. This is going to be the biggest fight of the game.
All right, red team, they're set up. Blue team's come in over the wall. Here comes the fight. Wukong's going to be spinning all the way around. Evie's able to find the kill onto Seiya, but the red team has slain the dragon first. Where will the fight go now as Red Mercy's clone goes down, but now the boxes are going to be firing those darts all over the place. Mid-Beast grabbing the kill onto Wei Zhao. There is so much money popping up above everybody's head. You thought they would have won the casino, man. Double kill over to Lee Sin on the side of the red team. Levi makes it happen, and it's 3 dead on blue, 3 dead on red. 3 Drakes for the red side.
And that's the biggest thing of the fight is the fact that they got the 3rd Drake, meaning they're 1 away from the Infernal Soul. And the other thing that popped out to me in that fight was Faker's ult did a lot of work. So we're going to watch this one more time. Caps gets the Q, but he's not the jungler. It's actually Peanut who would need to smite steal. And Levi does a great job of not only stealing it, but using his stopwatch for the Fizz ultimate, and then watching Faker, top of the screen right here. Boom, the Moonfall comes down and ends up chunking a substantial amount of damage. I think pulling the red side into the big lead.
Well, red side's now in the wrong part of a pincer attack as they try to make a play onto the blue team, but instead find themselves collapsed upon. Wei Zhao grabbing the kill onto Sao Nan. Shut down credit onto that Lee Sin of Levi, goes over to Peanuts Fizz. Faker trying to disengage, no mana, very little health. Blue team still looking to keep on fighting this one. Evie grabbing the kill onto Wei Zhao. Meanwhile, another red body falls in the backside. Peanut grabbing the kill onto Red Mercy, who takes out Evie with his dying breath.
All right, keeping the gold within 2K. That's another, that was just a 3 for 3.
Yeah.
They just keep trading these kills. 43 kills, 25 minutes, only 4 turrets.
Remember what I said. This game is either going to be a dead even Fiesta bloodbath, or it's going to be over by 15 minutes. Condition 2 has obviously not been met, but Condition 1 is going pretty strong. 2,000 gold separating you 26 minutes into the game, and it's honestly even less now. It's like 1.7. That's not bad for a complete snowball-based game of Assassins.
Yeah, I completely agree. I also think, and take this with a grain of salt, but
all right.
I do actually like the snowball anti-changes that were made in 9.23 where turret plates give less gold and some of the early Drakes were nerfed, because I did feel like games were snowballing too fast. And now it's still really important what you do early, but I think you're more likely to get games like this.
It's not unrecoverable.
Yes. Especially as a jungler. I don't know. I'm still up a little bit. I need to jungle more to figure this out, but losing catch-up experience.
I've been loving that.
Oh, me too.
I so much enjoy being able to actually outpath the enemy jungler now and be levels up on him.
I enjoy until I'm on the other side of it. So
no, that's just your chance to prove yourself and show you got the eye of the tiger. You got the hunger in your belly. Burning heart, bro.
Yes, in theory, I love burning hearts. I'm on board. In practice, sometimes if your mid laner is losing and the enemy mid laner decides to stop you from jungling for like 2 minutes, you just never catch up.
Yeah.
There's just no way back in the game. It's how it feels sometimes. Obviously, there are things you can do. In fact, the biggest form of catch-up experience is killing enemy champions who are higher level than you.
Yeah.
Is the way you get back in the game. That's just not always viable. I love the spirit of the change. I love being able to actually have a level advantage mean something. I just have had some experiences where it feels like falling behind wasn't really in my control, and then didn't have a way back in the game. We'll see.
We'll see how it plays out here in this game as well.
The way you stay ahead is double jungle funnel.
Back to the double jungle funnel. All right, we'll keep that one in mind as we keep going. So I'm actually very tilted now looking at Saunon's inventory because he's just sitting on the Glacial Shroud. He never built it into an item. Essentially, I believe the rules for these kinds of game modes are you're allowed to build a defensive item as a component of an overall offensive item. But Faker's just saying, you know what? We don't abide rule bending around here. We don't abide Glacial Shrouds, and just pops them.
No MR in that Glacial Shroud, is there?
No, sir. Not in this neighborhood.
Turns out Diana can still burst you.
But it is a lot of CDR on the side of Sao Nan. I mean, you've got 10, 10, 10. Does Ether Wisp actually give CDR? I'm pretty sure it's only move speed.
Yeah, it's just 5%.
It's only move speed. But then you've also... let's see what they've got here. Red team's going for the Baron. Blue trying to stop this one. Remember, they're only going to be 4 versus 5 here for now, but Evie's able to keep himself alive, get away. Problem is, red team health bar is still very chonky. They are going to be dissuaded from going any further into that pit.
You know why? Because the Dragon Soul's coming up.
Oh, baby. 5 seconds until soul time here for the red team. If you're blue, you got to fight for this.
Yeah, if they get this, they basically get Fire Ludens. But yeah, the fight has begun. Faker might just focus the Drake. No, he's pulling off the fight.
Red Mercy's in trouble. He barely gets himself away. Shield coming out to keep him alive. Drake is going to be secured, and that is a soul for the red side. Let's see what they can do with it now. Red Mercy over the wall is going to run into Caps there on accident. Caps should be able to pick up the kill here. Sonic Wave finds the mark. So far, it's a 1 for Dragon Soul, which is an easy trade for the red time every single time. Caps trying to get himself away now. Red team coming in. Caps looking to grab one in return. Faker grabbing the kill onto him, dominating as they make it 1 for 1 in terms of kills.
Yeah, there's just absolutely nothing negative about Faker's team getting the Dragon Soul here. I think I think when we see more pro games, there will be more teams trading a Baron for a Dragon Soul.
Yeah.
And then it's like a temporary buff versus a permanent buff, kind of how much can the team that took Baron to give up the Dragon Soul gain during the duration of the Baron. But here, when they just kind of sloppily fought over it, it was just lose-lose for the blue team because they've given up the Dragon Soul, and now it's permanent. They have the best Drake for the Assassin team Soul, and now they're just going to move to Baron and probably get it all.
And remember, if this game does take another 5 minutes, if Elder does come up, this is the new preseason Elder that executes you as soon as you fall to 20% HP with a screen-shaking dragon laser, which is probably just going to annihilate these team fights.
Yeah, I think that laser is super cool. Here we go, fight.
All right, Red Mercy takes a chunk out of his clone, but that's not really too important. Midbeast's going to be forced to chrono break here nice and early. Evie going in, able to find knockups onto multiple people, multiple men on the red side, but now he's going to find himself here in the middle of the fight, and he is popped. Wei Zhao makes sure of it. Midbeast also going to fall to Levi. We'll see if there's any sort of an outplay potential, but not for Sal Non here. 3 dead on the side of the blue team. The cost is Faker, but Faker alone. Peanut with a good disengage there, not allowing himself to fall. Levi takes the kill onto Caps. Peanut not having that troll pole ready to go again just yet. Tries to flash into the brush, drops some aggro, gets right back up onto the E, tries to get himself away. Red Mercy continuing to chase, but now going to deceive backwards. Red team knows they won the fight. Now they're onto the Baron.
I need a Captain Flowers ruling.
All right, what you got?
Is GA an assassin item?
Nope. GA is an anti-assassin item because it makes you not die.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
That's my official ruling. I don't have a gavel to bang on anything, but if I did, I'd be doing it.
Okay, that's fair. I just needed to make sure. They're going to get the Baron. I also wanted to make a comment about Elder Dragon.
Okay, what do you got?
I am very glad that it has been changed into such a visceral, powerful shot.
Same.
Because in many ways, the old Elder Dragon was just as powerful, if not more. People completely underestimated how much effectively that burn added to a fight.
Plus the bonus stats.
Yeah, oftentimes it was more than 20% of your health that was done by this Elder Dragon burn, but people just didn't notice it. Now, you very obviously notice what it's contributing, and people are appreciating the power of the buff, even though in some situations it could actually be less powerful. So it's just better. I mean, whenever you can tell what's happening, it's better than not telling what's happening.
There's a pretty big difference between this little orange thingy burning on you and a giant dragon spreading its wings and blasting you into oblivion, as Midbeast might find himself in a tough spot here. Using the chrono break to get himself away. Zonya's going to block that Fizz ulti. Faker keeping himself alive, does have the shield working right now, but Wei Zhao's grabbing a kill onto Evie. There comes your disengage kick, but it's not going to do a whole lot. Wukong's able to find the spin into the back lines here with the blue team. Oh, Sal Non, he's in the statue, but he's not going to stay there for long. Seiya looking to clean up the last one. Peanut's trying to find some sort of counterplay. He will get a counter kill out of it, but he falls in the meantime, and the red team just might not give us that Elder.
Yeah, they can get it if they want it, but do they want it?
It
is really fun to be a Fed Assassin when the other team is soft banned from defensive items.
Yeah.
So I could see a situation where they don't end on this Baron push and they do get the Elder in 2 minutes.
You gotta end the game in style. You gotta make sure you win with the Elder, all 3 enemy inhibitors down, all 11 turrets taken, leave no room for question.
Yeah, especially if, this will never happen, but especially if blue team is all kind of clumped up and then Faker gets the moonfall, Penta Elder, that would be.
So if that happens, let's say Faker does that, the beam hits them all at the same time. Does one dragon shoot 5 lasers, or does 5 different dragons spawn at the same time?
I have no idea. So I think from when I've seen it, I've only seen videos of it actually. I've played a lot of games. I still haven't seen Elder. We're gonna see.
Well, Faker just decided to remove Peanut from the game. So Evie's now decided to do the same thing to Red Mercy.
Yeah.
So it's 1-for-1 so far. Let's see if Evie can get himself away here. Well, he's just going to get smacked by Seiya. So that's an easy second pick up there for the red side. 3 still standing here on blue, but that's a pretty tall order to defend.
Yeah, 30 seconds till Elder. I think the wings spawn in the direction of the beam. So I think you get 5 sets of dragons spawning at the same time.
So they all just go woo, 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 wah, 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 wah.
I am guessing that is what happens.
Now I feel like we need to find 8 people and test this as the red side tries to make a play onto the enemy support. Faker goes in, just says, see you later. Salnon's barely walking away back to the base. He's trying to bait, trying to get Faker to go just a little bit too far in here. The minions are on the march. These Nexus turrets have got to be defended, and pings are coming out from the blue side onto the Elder Drake. They know what Red's been waiting for.
Levi wants it.
They know what the red team's waiting for here. Ping's coming out from both teams now. Levi's already into the pit. He's got Wei Zhao helping him.
Okay. Faker's got a Spellbinder now, so he is max Diana with double Infernal, with Infernal Soul,
with Elder,
and with
coming
Elder.
up.
Even the Wukong can one-shot.
They're just goofing off.
Come on,
they're not
take
even
it.
taking it. What are they doing?
Why are... what's happening? They're chatting. So Evie said wait. Midbeast said wait.
Oh, they want to fight.
Okay, we come.
They're agreeing to have a gentleman's battle for the Drake.
Because if you steal the Drake, the possibility of a comeback is still there.
Yeah.
Because it's not like the old one where it's more powerful with how many elementals you have.
Yeah.
It's still a real fight. So
we've got the gentleman's agreement. Red team does have the vision control over the Drake pit bottom side river area.
if you're really a gentleman, you let the other team win. But no one does that.
Everything
they
has
just
its
wait
limits.
in a bush.
All kindness has its limits, my friend. And Seiya's grabbing the kill onto Caps. The fight breaks out, but it's over before it even starts. Evie tries to go into the spin, but Red Mercy's grabbing the kill onto Salnon. Wei Zhao goes unstoppable. Mid Beast is down. Peanut is gone. Good Lord, it's a 5-0. They aren't even going to get the dragon.
No.
All the minions are going to end it.
Yeah, they're going to do it. I mean, we still got the fight. That's fine.
We got the fight. I wanted 5 lasers, man.
So did I. We'll get it. We'll get it one day. Maybe in World Finals, Game 5.
World Finals.
Yeah.
TSM versus G2.
The Pentakill.
Game 5 Elder Drake.
G2. Preposterous that G2 could make it 2 years in a row, Flower.
Well, at least we got to have some high kill action here. It ended up being 24-43, so we got 67 kills between these two teams on the Assassins. That was fun.
I think it was fun. I was actually impressed by the burst damage of Faker's Diana. I'm going to have to track the power of that pick coming through. Obviously, whenever you watch Faker play something, you never really know the power level of it because it is Faker.
Yeah,
So,
you have to take it with a little bit of extra consideration.
Yeah.
So the other thing that I was looking at is he ended up with 30 CDR, and his E is on a 9.8 second cooldown. So you can actually get that pretty low overall. 6.3 seconds on the shield, 4.2 on the Q, and then Moonfall goes down to 50.4 at that point. So that's not bad. It's pretty spammable.
Yeah. It might be a more viable pro pick now. Instead of just the... I mean, you can still do the one-shot stuff afterwards, depending on the other team. But we'll see how much that affects like early lane ganks or ability to follow up. But overall, that was a pretty good assassin game. I'm glad that at least we got to the 30 or 40 minutes of the game rather than it being like the KR versus CN match that we saw earlier, which was just like 17,000 gold really early on in the game.
The score was 30-8 at one point. Like it's just not. It's not League of Legends anymore. It's just let's pick on these guys. But blue team gave it a fighting chance. They were in there for a while. It was actually really even early on. We got to see the pop-off from Evie and the Wukong 1v1 at the top. But Seiya honestly did a really great job of saying, all right, you know what? You're the stronger Wukong right now. I'm just going to go monkey around somewhere else.
Yeah, and we got to see Caps 5-0 start.
Unfortunate after something else happened after that point.
5-0 start was great.
My memory's a little fuzzy. Something happened there, but yeah, overall that was a really fun one. But for a breakdown of that match and to wrap up the day, let's go ahead and send things over to the analysts.
We've got nothing either. We don't know what happened. That was so funny. No, just kidding. The Red Assassins, they won. I think that's an awesome
The
team
Red
name.
Assassin.
Yeah, that's what they're called. It's actually a great name. So what was your favorite moment, Dragos?
What you mean, Sean? What you mean?
You know,
My
like
favorite
your
moment?
favorite moment.
My favorite moment
We
was
got
when
the What You Mean crew here.
Yeah.
when the cameras came to us. That was my favorite moment.
Yeah. What you mean? Oh, you weren't expecting that. when the what you mean came back at you. No, I enjoyed the way that Caps came out the gate, kind of firing on all cylinders on the Lee Sin. You know, that made it very exciting. The action started kind of right from the get-go.
What do we think about the rosters, though? Because it is assassin mode, but then some people started building defensive items, and some people, like, Levi played his Lee Sin that he always plays. I mean, I want to see the Zeds, you know? I want to see those.
Well, it's still unclear to me what exactly you mean. I will say that I was pretty upset at Red Mercy for picking Shaco, because I think Shaco boxes are like the most anti-assassin fun thing ever, because it just instantly interrupts anything you're trying to do. But then there was a glacial shroud built, and I think it's always balanced in the world by Salmon here, because building armor items, that's the least. That's even less assassin-y than AP Shaco boxes.
Okay, we didn't show it, but early on in the Wukong v Wukong 1v1, Evie got the first, the first solo kill in that lane by hitting level 6 with his clone, killing the cannon minion while he was gap closing to get the ultimate on the other side. It was a pretty slick 1v1, but Seiya recovered fantastically and ended up putting up quite a Wukong performance himself.
That was basically the story of the entire red team, because Caps was slapping Faker around for a little bit, top lane was getting slapped around, bot lane, and then all of a sudden, in mid-game, they all start getting solo kills back.
All right, and we did get to see the soul come out. 4 Drakes were collected by the red assassins, and then as the casters mentioned, the Elder Dragon fight happened, but because it was a clean ace, no Elder Dragon necessary to close it out.
Yeah, I was quite impressed by how, in the end, the Red Assassins accelerated, because as we said already, it's not exactly the mode in which when you're ahead, you can just push down the towers or siege or just accelerate the game too much, but they finally did it, thanks to all the dragons. I mean, that helps.
Right, I think a lot of people look at Assassins as the type of champion that can snowball a game, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I could, you know, in a typical 1v or a 5v5 Summoner's Rift, it's like, oh, the Zed's super ahead, he can just kind of do whatever he wants. But in a situation where anyone's left up, it's very hard to siege a turret or to position around, you know, what do you, don't you, I see the smile.
Don't do it.
I see the smile. That's why I feel like the segment should just go back and forth between the two of us.
Doofuses can just
we
sit
avoid
here
asking them any questions.
I don't know what you mean, because you can just keep diving turrets with the assassin comp. You think you're not safe under a turret when it's Diana's.
Yeah, it's also unclear what he means.
Killing them.
Use Zed as an example, and Zed was not.
Yeah, I don't know.
But Zed is an assassin.
Yeah, but I mean, assassins are different, right? Like Shaco's an assassin.
You know who we should talk about?
Who?
The player.
We should talk about the Oppo player of the game.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Do you know
gonna
who
ask
that is? Do you know who that is?
No, I have no idea.
It's Faker. Faker for his recovery in the mid lane on that Diana. Yes, he took a bit of a beating early on, but came back to lead his team, the Red Assassins, to victory.
Yeah, absolutely deleting people after a while.
And doing it on the new Diana for us.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, would be disappointing if someone like Faker would not be Oppo player of the game in the assassin mode. So doing his job, Dracos.
Yeah, I'd say I'm more disappointed that Caps wasn't player of the game, you know, as an EU representative. But no, Faker popped off. I think new Diana looks crazy strong.
Yeah.
I'm so used to the the Poland doing literally nothing from her entire existence up to that point. So now seeing it do insane burst damage is wild. One more, Mark. Thank you. We're good.
So what inspired this actually? Why are you?
What the
this
heck
look?
is
What
going
is
on?
going on? I know it's All-Star.
There's
but
not
like,
much of a joke to explain.
Yeah, because
there isn't much of a joke.
Because the romance between Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake in the early 2000s / late 90s was not a joke, and this is what we're paying tribute to before we go to early 2000s pop night.
Were you aware of that?
I thought I was K-Fed.
Do you know the age group of people that watch us? Nobody will know what you're talking about.
I more feel like they were just trying to make our jobs difficult.
I think so too.
They're
and
succeeding in that.
Have you ever discovered that you and a friend own a similar article of clothing and wanted to match? Have you ever known that joy?
I don't think that's ever.
He just
been
doesn't know what we mean.
No, he has no idea.
You're right.
No idea
I've
what we
never
mean.
felt what you feel right now, and I'm not sure I want to.
No, but what we can't talk about is the 1v1 tournament. Of course, today we whittled it down all the way to the semifinals, and just 4 people left, and the round of 8 was quite exciting. There were 4 EU players going into it, but only 1 coming out, and that was Weibo.
Yeah, we did lose our defending champion in Caps, but Whippo has put on a show, in my opinion. I think Mark and I both kind of agree the champions that he's come out with have been extraordinarily exciting to watch. A different one every single time.
Yeah, it's been interesting that some players like Whippo, came out with the Rengar and all the different champions. Then there's Uzi, who just always picks Vayne anyway. He also said, I want to show more of my Vayne, but I'm excited to see how everything will develop. Mickey misplayed it a little bit. Janko's got counter pick.
Yeah. Kobe called it out too. He wants to see if anyone throughout the remainder of the tournament can force the Shy to keep both of his hands glued to the mouse and the keyboard, because in every single 1v1, he seems to be spending 50% of his time, fixing his hair or whatever, because he doesn't seem to be pressured.
It's so easy for him.
I guess you'd have to not let him recall either, because
Yeah.
he'll just take any moment he can.
Yeah, exactly. Keep him on the map.
Who's
as soon as he's back in base.
Who's the panel's money on for who's going to take it?
Ooh. I think it's hard to vote against Uzi.
Really?
Really?
Yeah,
I'm
no.
going the Shy.
I think it's hard to vote against Uzi because the guy's already done it twice. He's felt the pressure of the finals before. He has shown us that even on his champions like the ADCs, where sometimes they can be vulnerable, he'll still find his way to victory.
Yeah, it's hard to take away from the Shy though. The Shy is really insane on a
What
wide
does
variety.
the Shy play into Uzi that beats him?
He bans 80 carries and he plays.
So you're banning Vayne, Tristana,
and Varus.
Maybe Varus, maybe.
And then what do you? And then what do you?
ban
And then what do you?
I don't. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's really hard to know 100% what he thinks is good, because there was the 1v1 tournament in the LPL and there was like a bunch of Conqueror
And this
stuff.
is all assuming then that Uzi can't win on a non-ADC.
Yeah, exactly. Probably.
Just saying.
Yeah.
If he can win on anything else, then yeah, he's going to win the whole thing. My entire assumption is based on
All
a
right.
small champion.
But it feels
or
like we're all
limited.
pretty aligned that it's looking like maybe an Uzi the Shy finals.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I think anything else would be
Huh?
enough.
No,
You got
I
a
mean,
different, got some different thoughts?
Well, clearly I'm going to vote for Bwipo in the final, and
Okay.
he's going to win the whole thing
Fair
because
enough.
I'm biased like that.
I think that's who I'm like kind of rooting for.
He's
but
fun.
I just have more.
He's more
confidence
fun.
in the
He's
others.
fun.
The picks are way more interesting.
Yeah.
Let's talk about tomorrow, because it's not just the 1v1 semis and finals that are coming your way. We return to wrap up the week with another Tandem Mode match featuring the likes of Uzi God, Stan Zim, Shrimp Yuka, and Pally. Should have read those names before I had to do it just now. All that before we get the conclusion of TFT and the 1v1 tournaments alongside some Earth. And we get the Tyler v. Kobe push-up challenge.
Woo!
I am so excited that I did not lose that bet, because I'm pretty sure Tyler 1's going to crush Kobe.
You're just going to watch probably very closely.
I'm gonna be
and then-
cheering Tyler 1 on. I'm going to be in his
What
camp.
are the odds for Kobe winning that one?
Yeah,
They're like
what-
1 to 3,000.
The Vegas odds. The 3,000.
Vegas
The
odds
big
for the people
payout.
at home.
So if you want to walk away a winner, you put your money on Kobe. But if you missed any action, the rebroadcast of All-Stars Day 2 does go up at 7 a.m. PST, so you can watch that and then tune in for the finals. But now for myself.
Hey, are you going to hog all the copy? I just
I
want to read
mean,
something too.
You can read something.
Can I read
Okay.
It
Yeah,
had
you can
just
know.
had my
You wanna
name
see if
on
we
it.
can
I
read it
said-
together?
It had my name on it.
I was told
You
it
wanna
was.
read
I
it?
was told it was
Look,
dual
what did they
hosting.
do?
I was told it was dual hosting.
Succeeded in
Now for
dividing us.
myself,
Okay.
the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of the 2019 All-Star event. Good night.
What you mean? What you mean?
I got a giant thing.
Get me out, dude. It really was. Dr. Azale. It's actually not Drazale.
Yeah, it was Dr. Azale. They forgot to put the
doctorate.
space.
Tenemos para comprar uno, ¿no?
Oh my god. Trên top kìa, trên top kìa.
The snowball. This is the fight that's going to end it all, and it's... Oh, he got it! It's enough for Jankos. The dunk was heavy enough.
This guy's just going to wait.
Oh, there's no way through this.
He's just BMing him.
Hurts the Aurelia. He knows. He's going to go. This could be the damage. All he needs, he gets away from the stun. And Whippo shuts him down. That was such a smart play.
뭐 요 정도 형. 완벽히 나. 거의야. 에? 오호. 나이스. 온다 랜턴.
잠깐만 이거 찰게.
베인 갔어요.
괜찮아 이긴 듯?
이겼다. 저까지 텔 댐. 리시 밑.
Broken.
Strong.
Oh, there you go.
I got nothing. Oh, we got faker.
Let's go. Nice.
GG, boys. GG.
For the East vs West competition, I was appointed team captain, so it was my job to draft 3 rosters of every player on off-roll, and I think Pita was their team captain.
제가 어리긴 한데 제가 좀 더 경험이 많으니까 잘하지 않을까.
I saw him agonizing over which roster to put. I know he put a lot of thought into it, and so did I. I'm sure that the better team captain will come out on top.
Still lots more players left in the running for the title of 1v1 champion. He might have him! Look at the plays! Look at him go for it! And Abby gets him! Oh no! He can't trade back! This could be Pabu winning it! He's got a snowball! Oh! What a play! Pabu with the dab on the haters!
Now that I beat Double Lift, I get to play against Faker. I'm super stoked. Faker is, you know, all-time great at League of Legends.
This could be the Faker kill! There he is gone! And Faker, by the skin of his teeth, wins it.
The gap isn't huge, you know? Like, I mean, the gap is pretty big. It is definitely within the realm of possibility that I beat Faker. If I beat Faker, the likely path, I'll be playing against Rookie and Uzi.
That's gonna be the kill for Uzi. Flashing into knockup, Rookie's gonna walk away. He knows he has it.
If I can, you know, maybe put my name out there and take a few games, that'd just be insane.
We have the conclusion of the 1v1 tournament and more rivalries tested in this, the final day of All-Stars 2018 in Las Vegas, where anything that happens at All-Stars will get posted on the internet and shared for years to come. Fans have been making great use of the poster station so far, as Shocks and I had just yesterday. I feel like it's multiplying.
It's growing.
Every day it's
My
multiplying. More shots, of course, of Vegas playing host to 2018 All-Stars. That poster station that we talked about, provided by State Farm. I know I've used a fair amount of their ink. Glad that they still have some more. Ready rooms, taking some shots with Faker, meeting the pros, meeting the influencers. Everything here at 2018 All-Stars. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, kicking off today's action with Brento Raz Muhammad and Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley. How are you two holding up here on day 3?
Doing great, just soaking in the sights and sounds of Vegas.
Very much so. Raz?
100% feeling it. And just taking a look at the posters, a hell of a lot of them. Loving the Peanut one right behind me.
Yeah, there it is. Big shout out to Peanut, who's one of the coaches today for the East versus West matchups that we got coming. But day 2 brought us just as much excitement as day 1, with things like the conclusion of the 2v2 tournament. Void Boy and Double Lift coming out on top over Faker and Captain Jack.
Yeah, and Boy, you know, in his victory, gave a great speech.
Family, friends, you know, mental health is something that's often overlooked and overshadowed. Sometimes people are scared of talking about how they feel or what's going through their heads, and it's okay to, you know, be down, be going through a rough time, reach out for help, and, you know, have people supporting you and having your back, just like Double Lift had my back in the 2v2s. Hey, so hopefully this 100K is going to go to raising a lot of awareness, mental health, resources, you know, therapy, and just helping a lot of people out and changing some lives. So that's the goal, and I'm happy we were able to raise it for such an important cause.
Going into that one, too, you said it was really close to him, of course, suicide prevention, and the mental health is really nice for him, being able to take the victory alongside Double Lift, so congratulations for him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a very good charitable cause there, and Double Lift, it wasn't all the charity he was done for the day after he donated a nice kill in the 1v1 over to Pabu.
Yeah, I love seeing that in the opening tease too. Pabu
So
talking about
generous.
how he gets to move on now to face Faker, the gap, and whatnot. But it should be fun to watch that develop over the day. The 1v1, the trophy. We're going for that Acer 1v1 trophy. The Draven in Ice statue
Big names, though. Uzi still looking to defend his title. Faker looking to challenge. Rookie still on the board, and Caps.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like almost all the favorites are still alive. We got some underdogs in there as well, looking to mix things up. But this is a star-studded lineup for the 1v1. So many mid laners still alive, a lot of the best players in the world.
For me, Bang, of course, the first one taking down Sneaky when he had that cosplay show off. Played Zed against the mid laner, immediately eviscerated him. It was triple. So Bang coming into this one pretty hot.
Yeah, you definitely can't count him out. Maple, who kind of got seeded into the next round because of Arce leaving the tournament. He's moved on, so lots of mid laners, lots of top names, as you mentioned today. Things get rolling with 3 East versus West showdowns. 2 mixed region rosters will face off for Global Glory on Summoner's Rift, with the 3rd match taking place on our beloved Nexus Blitz. Then, the pool of 8 1v1 competitors gets narrowed down to 2, with the 1v1 final taking place after the China versus Korea show match, featuring the likes of Faker, Rookie, Uzi, Madlife, and many, many more.
Yeah, a lot of old faces coming back. Jetso, we haven't seen him throughout the tournament. He's going to be playing in the China-Korea match, which is really fun. He's a great Thresh player, so I hope he doesn't get off-rolled, but if he does, maybe he can show us something new.
I'm really excited for the LPL LCK show match as well, just because LPL has been slamming LCK over the last while, and it's almost like a rematch of Asia games. They won the last couple of Rift rivals. They beat them at Worlds. So, I wouldn't be too surprised if some of the LCK guys took it a little bit more serious.
That's the thing. You want to treat it as a joke, but then you take a look at your
but you
notifications.
wanna win.
Exactly. You don't want to just look at your notifications and be like, wait a second, maybe I should have tried a little
Yeah,
harder.
would be nice for the LCK to get to have the final strike back here at the end of 2018. To get some insight, though, on the strategy executed by the East in the upcoming show match, Jacques is standing by with Team East Peanut to get his thoughts on the match ahead.
Thank you very much indeed, standing by with Coach Peanut, who has the daunting task of preparing the East for the matchups versus the West today. Peanut, this is a very, very big deal. Can you tell us a little bit about the preparation that went into picking your teams and the strategy for today?
이번에 피넛 선수가 코치로 나왔으니까 어떻게 준비를 했었어요?
일단 저희 로스터가 너무 강력하기 때문에 세 판 다 이길 수 있는 멤버로 로스터로 짰고요. 오늘은 재미와 승리 둘 다 가져갈 것 같습니다. 네.
So all of our rosters are very strong. So I think we can easily win all 3 matches.
Easily win all 3 matches. Now, Peanut, just between you and me, you're getting to work with a lot of big personalities, Faker, Rookie, Bang. Between you and me, who is the toughest person to work with? Who needs some tough love?
일단은 코치 뱀픽은 뱀픽인데 이제 한국 선수들한테 좀 멘탈적으로 좀 용기를 북돋아줄 수 있는 게 또 코치의 역할이니까 코치의 역할 다 하도록 하겠습니다.
So it's the coach's job to help prepare mentally the players, and definitely that's what I'm going to do, especially for the Elski player.
Okay, now I also saw that you put Faker on Nexus Blitz. He's not someone that I usually identify with playing the fun mode, so why the choice for Faker in that one?
일단 제 로스터를 다 비밀로 저희 한국 LCK 선수들한테도 비밀로 했거든요. 제가 원하는 대로 해서 상혁 형이 좀 더 자유로운 모드에서 할 수 있도록 준비했고요. 상혁 형도 너무 만족했습니다. 네.
So I actually kept the rosters secret from all the players, and definitely I just want to have everybody have a good time.
Okay, well, I'm sure they'll have a fantastic fight. Thank you very much, Peanut. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Sharks, and welcome back to the Caster Desk. I'm Trevor Quickshow Henry, joined by a couple of all-star masterminds in Andrew Vedius Day, as well as Joshua Jat Leesman. And I quite like seeing that we're going into the East versus West. Jat, 32 pros, but we're going to split into 3 teams of 5.
Yeah, and you have the captains, Peanut and Liquor, so that's how everything works. You got a unique pro in every single game. 3 teams of East versus West, so you get a lot to pick from when you look at what Peanut has. You got Bang Fake from KR, MLXG Rookie Uzi. You can just see the huge list of East players he can choose.
Yes, and of course we do have a number of West players as well, with Licorice, who was at the helm, Double Lift and Sneaky, Broxer, Caps, as well as BRTT and Arakian. So a number of players that will be taking to the stage over the course of the next 3 games. 2 of them on Summer's Rift before Nexus Blitz. Let's take a look at the powerhouses taking to the stage for Team East in game number 1. It is Maple in the top lane, Evie in the jungle, Zeros mid, Rookie bot, G4 support with Peanut the coach. It's a lot of role spots.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I feel like there's some coordination that's going on right here in the fact that every single player is off-roll.
Do you think this is a rule? Because we heard Licorice talking about this, off air, that it was one of his strategies.
I feel like it's to give these players more experience across the board. Moving into 2019, you gotta have the diversity and ability to play those flex champions. And defending the pride of the West on the red side, we will have Diamond Prox in the top lane, Caps in the jungle, Broxah in mid lane, Kira in bot, and Rakin on support.
What do we make of Broxah in the mid lane? I've been giving him a lot of flame over the last few days after he lost to Night Blue in NA versus EU, and I pin
He did lose.
I pin the responsibility on his shoulders exclusively, which isn't fair at all, but that's what I've done. So, what do we make of these off rolls? Like, how big is the skill gap between roles, Jet?
I just want to know if Caps is going to gank for Broxah.
Well,
or is Caps going to make Broxah funnel for the jungler?
I feel Caps is the kind of player that when he's not in mid lane, no, forget that. When he's playing at all, he will make these decisions that his team will often question, that will either win them the game or lose them the game. And having had a quick chat with Broxah, he said, I don't trust Caps for a second. At level 3, I have no idea what's going to happen, but that young man's mind is unreadable.
We'll have to see whether it's going to be a Holy Poggers in celebration or Holy Poggers in disappointment. Seeing Licorice, of course, on stage, walking behind Team West is interesting. But again, it just throws into question, this is a little bit of fun. This is East versus West. There's bragging rights on the line. We've already seen some unique champion choices this tournament. I'm hoping that trend continues.
I think it will. I mean, especially when you have the coaches throwing the guys off roll. We already saw our Summoner's Rift game that we started the tournament on, the NA versus EU show match.
Yes.
And that was already just a bunch of players trying to make big plays the entire game. And what's better than making a big play as a jungler playing mid lane, right, which is what Brox is going to get to do. Vedius, what do you think he's going to play?
I don't want to spoil. I have intel that.
What intel? Well, they don't know. The players will not be able to.
That's true.
So share with the viewers what intelligence do you have?
So I don't have very much, but the info that I have available to me is that I had a brief chat with Brox, and I said, listen, Perks refused to play Nocturne mid. Caps refused to play Nocturne mid. You're my last hope of the year.
And he doesn't know how to play Nocturne.
He knows how to play Nocturne. He was telling me, he was asking me about what runes do I run, what does my build look like, and I basically said, just play jungle Nocturne, but in the middle lane.
So you go lethal tempo?
You go full. So against melee matchups, you do lethal tempo. Against range matchups, you go execute, electrocute, or dark harvest. But we can get into that if he picks it. I mean, when he picks it.
And I also think it's important to share for maybe some North American viewers that aren't aware.
Oh, yeah.
Vedius is a one-trick Nocturne mid.
It's true.
Okay, and he's so much of a one-trick Nocturne mid that you did a guide on it, you did a segment on broadcast, and Caps even acknowledged learning or thinking or playing Nocturne mid from you.
I even have a montage.
I
Quick shot.
would not have believed it if I was not watching the broadcast live myself to think that Vedius inspired Caps. But it is true, and now Caps is in the jungle, so hopefully he doesn't take the Nocturne away from Broxah.
Well, if he does, I will be very upset, because you can't really do anything. I think he's going to play Wukong in the jungle, personally. I think that those two Europeans can never be trusted in the draft, especially in these very serious game modes.
You hear a lot walking through the halls as well. I heard him say Kog'Maw jungle.
That is the kind of thing.
Those are words that he said. Yeah. I don't know if he said, I'm never going to play Kog'Maw jungle, but I don't know why that would come up in conversation.
I heard Mordekaiser in passing.
So listen, talking about Mordekaiser and bottom lane, rookies playing in the bot lane slot. We assume that the players will respect the assigned roles that their coaches have given prestigiously.
Yes.
You know,
true.
Peanut spoke quite eloquently about working on the mentality of the LCK players and working on, being a coach and getting the people in the right space. Rookie's not in the LCK, and he's playing bots. Do you think he's going to play mage? Do you think he's going to play AD and show off?
I want to see him play Yasuo. Because that's
Isn't
a
that
champion.
cheating, though?
It's a bot lane champion.
I mean, it is. That's why I said, isn't it cheating?
But he's in the bot lane.
Again, you're throwing all this logic at me, and I keep saying that sounds like cheating.
All right, what's a non-cheating rookie bot lane champion?
I think that if he were to take this game mode seriously, as intended, he would play something along the lines of, I would say, if I were to think deeply about it.
Evidently, you have not.
I haven't. I would look for a champion like One Punch Bard. That's the kind of thing I would want to be seeing from him. You know, the rapid fire.
Yeah, but now you've just gone completely off the deep end.
Why?
It's so
It's
far.
played in the bot
It's like
lane.
you already have, you have off roll to begin with, but now
Yeah.
you're like, okay, for fun, like super for fun off roll, like ARAM style rapid fire bard.
Yeah.
This is not ultimate bravery
All right,
star.
all right,
event. This
all
is
right.
the all-star
It's East
event.
versus West.
Okay, it's fine. We'll take it seriously. He is allowed, in my opinion, to play a something like a Draven. Draven would be fun. I'd be fine if he played something like a Draven. Lane dominant, mechanically intensive, and can make flashy plays. Is
I
that
would support
fine?
that. I would support a Draven. I also think I'd love to see Rookie get to the late game on a Vayne and just
That
wreck,
could be fun
just
too.
wreck the West on Vayne in
That would be
theory.
fun.
You know, that would be fun. What would you like to see, Jat?
Well, I said Yasuo for rookie. I want to see a Pyke solo lane somewhere.
Ooh.
The problem is it would probably have to be top lane because I don't think Brox is going to jungle
I mean,
Pyke.
Caps could jungle Pike.
By the way, Diamond Prox
Jungle
is
Pyke is
in the
the thing,
game,
yeah.
so like Diamond could run it top for anybody who recalls him playing with Darian in the top lane. Darian had some
Renekton.
far out there champions in the top lane, so if you took any inspiration from years of experience.
If we wanted to go old school, he could go back to the good old days of Nars's Folly Bear. And he could run one of those two top
Shyvana
lane.
could be good too.
Shyvana, oh, the
AP
OG.
Shyvana, take
the
that
OG
top lane, have
Shyvana.
some fun
Oh,
with it.
not AP, no, Trevor. Now we're going down ARAM mode.
One Punch Bard, you put that
Well,
on the
you
double
said
end.
I wasn't allowed that. So, but Shyvana was one of his OG. That was the counter jungling champion of that era.
Yeah. I wonder what Peanut is coaching on right now. And I also saw Licorice giving a pep talk to Caps earlier. Like, what was Peanut saying to G4 there?
So
And is it more valuable than what Licorice is saying to his team? I mean, I'm going to say yes, right? But
So,
I'm just
to be
it's a
fair,
question.
to be fair, what we've seen is that North America thrive in these kind of an environment when it feels like stakes are off, but they're actually at their highest. Is when North America really comes into their own. So when you have a player like Licorice, who's
as the
fresh on the
coach.
North American scene and was the only person to pick a Thresh in the tandem mode yesterday, I feel like his drafting will be on the ball. I have high expectations of Licorice.
Yeah, but the question is the ball one of those circus balls an elephant is dancing
Let's
on,
also
or
not
is it
forget
something more elegant?
He was coached by Reaper the Mastermind. So there are many layers
that is true.
to Licorice.
That is
here
very true.
That could set him up.
Obviously, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are resolving just a few technical difficulties on stage as the players are getting set up. This is good for us, though, because it allows the teams a little additional prep. And as Vedius rightly pointed out, and Jat definitely implied, Licorice's leadership is what's going to help this team. You know, while yes, Peanut can also do some work at the same time, it's very clear that what Licorice will be telling his players will be of more value to this East versus West
thing. On
bragging
paper,
rights.
yeah.
Yeah. Speak the same language, guys. That is
a massive benefit.
That's a benefit.
It does help. Although, you know, trying to understand Broxah at times can be challenging.
Pick with your heart.
What are you saying there?
He's got a
Stuff,
very
hey, Trevor.
deep voice. He's got a very deep voice. Did you listen to any of the mic checks? It's quite challenging with the chaos of the gameplay.
Deficio leaves and already you're mocking a different Dane. It's like you just target them.
It's years of practice. Years of practice. I have perfected it. And we are into draw for East versus West. Of course, East will be on the blue side this time around. And we are on patch 824. Nico taken off the table. Not a surprise.
That sets the table.
It also
As
means
the blue side team,
they
not
don't want
wanting
to first pick it.
Go, that's
So it's an advantage West,
that's
see?
surprising. That's an
So
advantage West,
the
for
thing
sure.
for Team East, right, is that Evie is a big carry top lane player. Camille is something that he actually really likes. He could bring that into the jungle as well if he wants to stick to something like Comfort. But I also look at some of the carry potential. You've got Maple and Rookie and Zeros, all big carry players in their own respective regions. So I feel like Team East looking for a very carry-orientated playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, I specifically think at All-Stars as well, you're very unlikely to see the tank boy anywhere on the map, which is what makes stuff like solo lane Pyke actually super good. because you would be able to have the one combo on pretty much anyone on the map. So other picks that normally get countered by tanks, I think, don't get countered. It's
Jack,
fun.
have you put any time or effort into coercing these players to see the light of solo lane Pyke?
No, I put all my effort into Nexus Blitz strategy.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm glad.
Yeah.
We'll get to that in 2 games' time. But the Yasuo's banned away, so that's not going to be in Rookie's hands. LeBlanc taken off the table. So these are pretty serious bans, I
Akali's
think.
open. There it is, insta-lock Akali. And remember, Maple has even played this top lane at Worlds. So he's almost being allowed his comfort champion right now, Peanut giving him something that he's very experienced on.
Karthus as well. That can go top or bottom lane.
Or jungle. It's jungle. It's jungle.
I think it's Caps,
I
Karthus
think
jungle.
It's Caps,
I think it's Kira, Karthus bot.
Do you have any proof outside of instinct?
So it's, no, I don't.
Okay, I just wanted to check that.
So for me, Karthus jungle just feels like a European thing. I don't know why. I have no evidence to back that statement up.
Okay.
I just feel like that if it's going anywhere, it is going to be in the jungle. So we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, I like that idea. I think if we're a different player, I might be more inclined to give drama, but with Caps, I think it's possible. East will lock in the Braum, so I think we're getting pretty serious draft, actually.
Look at
This
this.
is quite exciting. Rookie will be going for the Lucian Braum bottom lane.
They're off roll, but they're going real stuff. I do want to say, this is probably my only time I get to explain it, and it's already irrelevant. The reason that Dark Harvest bot lane Karthus was so good was because you could proc Dark Harvest off of 2 people in the bottom lane, so it was the best lane to have Dark Harvest in. And it's been fixed in this patch, but if you had a Liandry's, which is amazing on Karthus because you keep the Liandry's buff even after death, and you would ult someone, if you killed one person with your ultimate, the Liandry's burn would persist long enough that you would proc Dark Harvest again on another person. And if then that Dark Harvest killed that person, it could eventually go...
Jet, Kira is in the bottom lane. He's in mid lane. He could do it.
I think he should. I mean, Dark Harvest is heavily nerfed. Liandry's interaction doesn't work the same way.
But they could prove this story
But
true.
I'd like to see it.
Well, listen, Tank Boy that we weren't expecting is locked in.
But is that AD Tank Boy?
This is the next question.
It could be support as well.
Oh, yeah.
But I just think, surprisingly, I feel both these teams are taking this draft very seriously.
Yeah.
You know, you look at things across the board. If you assume Rakin is going support, then Thresh is clearly something he just has comfort on. Rookie is more than capable of playing Lucian, and Braum is a very solid support that I would say is not the most challenging to pick up. So I think both these teams are taking these drafts very seriously right now, which means that if we are looking at West and we are assuming that the Karthus is yet to be decided does have that flexibility, they could be looking at their AD carry right now, and something like a Draven or a Caitlyn would fit quite nicely up against the Lucian.
What would you like to see, Chad? 3 seconds left. East has already taken Varus off the table in phase 2. Likely going to ban another AD if they want to limit. No, actually going to go for the Camille, take that off the table. So
yeah, Caps could have been a real nasty Camille jungle, so I think that makes sense, unless you're listening to Vedius. That is Caps' jungle.
Yeah, that's Caps' jungle.
Gotta be Caps.
You're
Unless
right.
you wanted to play Kayn top lane, which is another thing Diamond Prox could absolutely do. Depending on the matchup, it gives you a higher
because
likelihood
red Kayn,
of like actually controlling the Kayn color you get, depending on who you lane
Because
against.
right now this looks like a solo queue draft so far.
Yeah.
You know, like sure there's a couple of unique picks, but it's not out there. You know, some people going for their comfort champions, and Team East, they have a very strong early game draft right now with the Xin Zhao, Lucian, Braum, Akali. If they round this out now with just a bit of engage like an Ornn, they would have a very standard, very strong team composition.
the tone of this commentary is going to change very drastically
quickly.
if this becomes an Ornn. And this actually makes me very excited because I had assumed a little bit less of a serious tone was going to be the theme of the day.
I mean,
and while it's not an Ornn, I will definitely take a cannon barrage and just Lucian, Akali, and Xin running down Team West. So East rounds out the comp is like pretty much all carries, all damage, all day.
Yeah.
And whoever's going to get their hands on Sion will be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, East has strong early game champions to bridge towards a late game GP, and that GP in the hands of Maple is a great game.
That hover is mean because they're not going to... Oh! Woo! He actually did it! Woo! Broxer, you homie! Yes!
Okay, now, there is a lot of swapping that can happen, okay? And if Broxer is actually going to play mid lane Nocturne into Akali, do you like this or dislike this?
Oh, it's an awful matchup. But we're not going to tell him that. Don't tell him that. This is so exciting for me. I never thought I would get to cast a mid lane Nocturne and now get to see the opportunity. Oh, and it also works because they have the Karthus in the bot lane. This is what you expected, Jat. This is exactly what you wanted to see. But we also, Team East, I believe this rule still applies. 20 seconds is when you have to swap. But yeah, Akali into Nocturne. Damn, all right, so...
This is the first time you get to cast a champion you're good at.
Yeah.
I'm very excited
This is the first time ever. I'm so excited.
Don't mess it up.
By the way, his Q does like 10 damage.
I have so much to say. I'll try not to monologue. I will try my best.
Now, because again, this took a little bit of a turn towards the serious, maybe for Team East a little bit more than Team West.
Oh, no, it's still very serious.
However, what do we make of these comps? Because we did some practice casts coming into this event, gentlemen, and there were some slanderous reviews of team compositions, you know? Very strong opinions. How strongly do we feel the two team comps line up against one another?
All right, so I would say blue team has a very good team composition, although they do lack engage. They don't have that much of it. It's basically cannon barrage into hoping Braum and Xin can run people down. And even though it looks troll, West actually has things that come together, right? Like they have a huge amount of physical damage burst, especially if Caps manages to get Blue Cane, have a tank, and they have magic damage. So like team fighting wise, those champions can work.
So I believe that West has better engage because of the Scion, the Nocturne. Also, their ability to play on the side lanes is exceptionally strong because Kane's mobility allows him to roam around a lot and very conveniently as well. The Nocturne ultimate gives you a lot of flexibility when trying to gank towards these other lanes. And then you have the Karthus ultimate on top of that. So I feel like in a straight up 5v5, Team East would probably have the advantage. But at the same time, West, I think, have a couple more options in terms of where they can look to make plays. They have a couple of unique strategies that I would argue they have at their in their toolkit as well. So off the bat, I would say I agree with Jat. I think Team East has the stronger comp overall, but West has a lot of tools to create advantage.
If they make those nuances work, that's when Team West can be winning all the bragging rights. Kira, unfortunately, did not take Dark Harvest, so I'm a little disappointed. Your speech would have been so good.
Literally, it did get nerfed really hard. It was doing, I mean, when it was first released, it was doing 50 damage base at level 1. Now it does 20. It also stacks much more slowly and doesn't re-proc off of dots provided by Leandry. So I was not a fan of release Dark Harvest on 8.23, so I'm actually glad to not see it. And now we might actually get to see if Karthus bot has some staying power without Busted Rune.
All right, well, we'll keep our eyes on the performance because not only is it a Karthus bot, but it's a Karthus bot into Rookie's Lucian. So there's just a little bit of an extra degree of difficulty to that one. Caps at level 2 has already been pushed away by Evie. Gonna dash over the wall with that Shadow Step, and it's not done yet. Actually gonna dash forward a little bit audaciously. Keeps trading back and forth. The 3-talent strike, not Caps in the air, and Rakin has made his way down, but Evie playing very aggressively.
Now, the thing is, at this early level, the Xin Zhao just has more power than the Kane does. And the fact that Caps revealed himself on the red buff gave him that ability. Now, the flash already coming out from Zeros. Get him, Broxah! Get him!
Broxah
Show the world the truth!
Taking a look at the Shadow underneath Zeros, but gonna move back into lane. That's because Caps is in a little bit of trouble. Shadow Step's helping out. Evie holds onto his flash for now. Look at the minimap. Rookie has already left the lane. He's coming in to Team West jungle. While that's happening, Broxah and Zeros, they continue to trade. Continues throwing out that 5-point strike, and Zeros has pushed Broxah all the way back.
Sorry there, quick shot, lost my composure a little bit. We're back on track now. Broxah utilizing the strong early game pressure
He has
that
already
Nocturne can
used
provide.
Flash and Ignite.
Yeah, that's because he was chasing after Zeros. That was almost a guaranteed kill. He just mismanaged his cooldowns a little bit. Yeah, but when are we going to talk about this mid lane matchup, quick shot? When are you going to set me up for that?
When we get back into game.
When we have a pause, I think this would be a great opportunity, quick shot.
I think he set himself up. Do you think he set himself up? What would you like to talk about?
I'd love to talk about this mid lane matchup, quick shot.
All right, top lane first.
Yes. All right, back to top lane.
No, we can do
Scion versus Gangplank. So Oh, it looks like that there was a bug with the Nocturne. I actually have no idea what's going on.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's
try and
pretty
swipe it out.
audacious, just chucking that one out there. But you mentioned during draft, Vedius, that Akali should dumpster Nocturne.
Right.
You didn't quite use those words, but it was implied.
No, it was implied. Now, again, to give people some context, big Nocturne mid fan, pretty much the only champion I can play at a relatively high level. And the thing about Nocturne is he often does very well into melee matchups. And the reason why he does well into melee matchups is because his fear provides a lot more time for him to just basically hit you in the face. But also his spell shield can just nullify an ability, which for melee mid lane champions is very important. The problem with Akali is that she is one of those big damage over time champions that even if you spell shield one of her Qs, she'll still proc the auto empower, and she can just then, because the Q is on such a low cooldown, keep harassing you. So you basically have to wait for the Shroud to be used, and then you can look to trade. And in those instances, you'll be in a very favorable position. But if you try to trade when the Shroud isn't up, you're almost always going to lose those exchanges.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Like, you could even hit a Duskbringer into the Akali Shroud, and the Akali's still going to win the trade.
Yes.
And Akali has all the control in the Spell Shield Wars, like in this situation, because she can just... It's almost an instant cast Q as far as the detonation time goes on it, so they can see the W, then literally just wait out the second half to not give you any attack speed, then hit you again.
Yes.
So Akali does have a lot of the choice in the matchup, but if you are using your Shroud to clear, then Caps could technically have some windows to gank.
Oh, for sure. And we are playing on nerfed Akali as well. So her level 1 Shroud is only 4 seconds right now, and it can only be extended by, I believe, another 2 rather than 3. So there are much more windows to try and punish the Akali at early levels, especially with the high cooldown on the Shroud. But he's already lost his flash. So I think that if we are looking for a place to gank, it would be mid. But the problem is the jungle is already being heavily invaded from Team East. They're already putting Caps under pressure, and they're taking advantage of the fact that, well, Kane, he really sucks in the early lane, in the early jungle clear.
I do want to see how this plays out, though, because yes, Evie did deny Caps, you know, buffs, and he's burning his flash and stuff. However, one thing Kane wants to do is stack up the passive, and that's happening because Xin Zhao is walking into his jungle.
Oh, this hurts underneath the tower. 2 tower shots. First blood picked up Zeros. Caps no flash, remember. He simply cannot chase. Only level 2, and Zeros picks up the solo kill. Broxah not quite Vedius level mid lane knockdown.
So yeah, he made a big mistake there. He tried to clear another wave, but he didn't have any of his summon spells available, nor did he have the mana to trade against Akali once she came out of the Shroud. So a big error there from the side of Broxah. Hopefully he's able to pick it up. Nocturne, one of those great comeback champions, so I'm not too worried.
Ooh, very nice play. G4 gets pulled under the tower, and look at that, Kira's already down. Tower shot helps out a little, and at least Kira can farm with those lay waste. Rakim gets the play underneath. Not going to be able to take out a little bit more. Nice, burning onto Rookie. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Team West.
Gotta respect the Karthus passive. Both of them died with flash up in the bottom lane right there because they were, I think, trying to proc the Demolish for them. Although, Vedius, for the mid lane, I'm going to blame the coach. Why are you putting a jungle laner in that matchup against a solo lane laner?
It's true.
Yeah, you can't trust Licorish's decision-making, nor can you trust his analysts. Those European commentators feeding information into the mind of the Team West players.
You can already see Broxah looking for a roam. One of Nocturne's great strengths is we see a gank in the top lane.
All right, defensive flash there from Maple. He's going to find some support from Evie. Gets a shot onto the powder keg. Procs both of them. Diamond Procs will get turned into zombie form, and he hits pretty hard, but there's not enough time. Caps dashes forward to that Reaping Slash, and Evie runs for his life. Not going to find the damage onto Maple yet. Caps smites for a little bit of HP. Dashes away, but it'll just be one more hit. The Shadow Step keeps Caps alive, and he takes Team East on a ring around the rosy.
Beautifully played there from Caps, just buying time for his E to come off cooldown. More fighting in the bot lane though, quick shot.
All right, Rakim down at 200 HP, and he's going to be able to escape with his life. Death Sentence goes just wide. G4 and Rookie, they are putting the pressure onto Kira and Rakim.
Yeah, and they already burned all the summoner spells from that bottom lane. This, obviously, when we saw the NA vs EU game, it did open in a similar heavy gold favoring one-side fashion and turned into a great game. This one also has that potential. You got the Kleptomancy GP who's going to be farming up off the Scion. This bottom lane looks going to be in a powerful position when they want to, and we already know how that Nocturne mid is panning.
Yeah, I mean, so the problem that Broxah has, he's not managing his mana efficiently enough. he's making the decision to get single hits onto minions rather than just sacrificing the wave and holding his Q to trade, because the thing is, you got to try and punish the fact that when the Akali doesn't have a Shroud up, you want to try and be aggressive, you got to be in their face.
Oh man, Rookie stays alive a few seconds longer, stays under the tower. Rookie escapes with his life, the level up just keeps him up. Now Kira's got no mana to speak of, Caps continues to chase. Paranoia just gonna buy some time. Paranoia picks up a kill into Evie somehow, and Kira secures the kill. I didn't quite see how the trade went back and forth though, Broxah went down as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see that again, because Broxah ulted as he was getting turret dove. Rookie going in for it from Kira.
All right, there's a passive from Kira that's going to help out. Death to 5, not even needed. Kira 3-1-1. Taking on the defending world champion Rookie. Maple survives the Requiem, and it's already 11 kills at 6 minutes. I love where this game is going.
Yeah, this is going to be another one of those bloodbaths. Caps as well with the 001. I don't know if you win that 1v1.
Definitely
don't.
don't.
Jump on him and dodge the W.
Well, gotta run. Lantern's available to him. Takes a proc. Now it all of a sudden the 2v2. The Dragon has been enlisted. Cannon Barrage drops as well. But the Dragon's helping Team East. That's not fair. That's not a fair fight at all. It's a double kill for Zeros, and Broxah is running for his life. He's got Flash available to him. And the Shroud will protect at least the knockup. That keeps him alive and escaping. Now Maple's under a little bit of pressure from Diamond Prox. He's caught up by Roar of the Slayer. Estimating Smash comes down. That's a good chunk of damage. But Maple eats an orange and he's okay.
Whew, so we've seen a lot of action over the last few minutes, but it's Team East that have been picking up all these kills, and Caps tries to go for this invade, which is very quickly punished from that of Zeros and the jungler as well. So this is the dive that happens in the middle lane. They're trying to shut the Nocturne down. They see this as the real threat of the team, and unfortunately for Brox, he can only turn his attention towards the jungler. But you saw how much damage he threw out in that 1 versus 2, and it was good that he was able to get that return kill.
Yeah, and that's actually the one instance when the Akali Shroud, you don't want it to drop turret aggro because it was a little baby level 4s in diving with him, who ended up just getting one shot by turret plus Nocturne. And then Cannon Barrage kind of sealed the deal when they jumped into the Infernal Drake pit. You thought it might be cute to have the Blast Cone jump the jungler over, but it turned out being pretty defensive.
Yeah, it did not work out at all. Caps needs to find this Lantern. He does stay alive just long enough, but look at Team East. This is coordination on the next level. Broxah's gonna get tower doped, but the fear will buy some time, and it's gonna be a dash over the wall. Zero survives with the flash. The chickens are chasing him down. Kira's on a rampage, killing Rookie, and Evie does not care. He's fighting the blue sentinel. Rakin trying to set another. The flash death sentence will not find a target, and without a Requiem available, Zeros has escaped with his life.
So I gotta say, Broxah living through there and already having his ultimate back up because he probably took Ultimate Hunter and Presence of Mind on Nocturne for the really fast ultimates, and the fact that Caps is getting into so many fights, which will stack up his passive a lot faster. It is a 2,000 gold deficit right now for West, but if they get the early Kayn transform, and the fact that Kira and Broxah are probably both running Presence of Mind is going to make their ultimate press R very potent.
I mean, the farm is what concerns me the most for Broxah right now, given that he's less than half than Zeros. Not quite managing that efficiently, as we see another fight in the bot lane.
All right, Kira needs to try get to that Lantern. Will do so.
Nice try.
Throws down the ulti and picks up a kill. Going through the Karthus ultimate or passive, please correct me, will not be done just yet. Now we take a look at the top lane. Maple continues to push into Diamond. It's a small lead for Team East. It's only 2.5, nearly 3,000 gold, which at 10 minutes is... It's not impossible to come back from. It's just very, very
Caps
difficult.
already gotten his upgrade 9 minutes into the game.
He was fighting so much.
He's not even level 6 yet.
All right, Requiem comes down. This will be a pick-up onto Maple in the top lane, just combining those ultimates. That's before Paranoia was even used. Zeros takes a tower shot. Did he fancy it? Not going to go for the dive just yet, Jazz.
Yeah, definitely not. But that, you notice that Caps champion is going to be getting a lot stronger. Very rare to see it before Warrior, but it's because he was fighting so much and he was always hitting melee champions, which is going to stack up the red form. So even here, it doesn't look like an efficient fight for the Kayn, but it actually is when he can get so many hits in. Also, beautiful hook there by Thresh allows Kira to get a lot of damage down on the Rookie.
Yeah, Rookie, he's been playing hyper-aggressive on this Lucian. He's been really trying to build up his leads as an individual rather than relying on his team. That allows him to get caught out, and Team West find themselves another kill. Now, Broxer, he did decide to go for the Hex Drinker early on. Not my preferred item of choice, but understandable given the amount of pressure that the Akali has been putting down. Yes, respect the Gunblade spike that Zeros has now picked up for himself, and the fact that this Akali is now level 9 and has received a lot of jungle attention as well.
Vedius, as you know, the mid lane Nocturne expert, when you're going up against a 4-0 Akali that has a 40 CS advantage, an 800 gold bounty, a completed Gunblade. Just how difficult is that?
Oh, it's not, because you abandon that lane and you go elsewhere. That's the error that Brox has been making right now. Oh, Zeros though in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think so. Shield comes up. Paranoid's going to buy some time. That is nicely done.
Do it.
Fia's going to get tethered. The tether is broken by the flash forward. Broxer trades ignites. Zeros goes for the dodge. Cookies himself to victory. There's no Karthus ultimate available because Kira is in trouble. He's chasing down Rookie. The lane waste is just not close enough. Now the passive comes out. G4 at least goes down. It's a little bit of a trade. Caps fancies himself a shot at Zeros. Throws down the Umbral Trespass. Is this enough to get through all of the sustain and lifesteal? No! A clear answer, and Zeros is wrecking West.
What we've identified here is that the mistake was allowing Akali through the trap. She is clearly a very strong and talented champion that in the right hands is capable of really so much in the laning phase.
Yeah, Rookie trying to get the turret!
Oh, that is the ultimate nope. Luden's Echo, by the way, for Kira. I think he's the only hope here for Team West.
There we go.
It really
looking
feels
for
like it. Zeros as well is running away. 950 gold bounty. If that breaks, it's going to bring back a lot of this. But here you see in the Acer Predator replay, Zeros gets turret on him. Just ease for the gap closer. And actually decently played early on by the Nocturne, I think, running out of the shroud. But then opting to go back in, not having any mana for the Q. And then stepping back in less than extra.
That's the big thing there. You identified it.
Mechanically, if he had flash to keep the tether, you know, for the fear.
You're right.
Maybe that would have been the game changer. But you know what? Brox just doesn't have the mechanical ability of a mid lane Nocturne, as you can see. Death Sentence connection from Rakin, but instant turnaround. As G4 and Zeros have got some support. Rookie's making his way up. Another good Death Sentence, but there's no follow-up. Caps is stepping through the shadows of the wall. Gets a decent Reaping Slash there onto Rookie, but there's no further follow-up. Remember, Kira's still dead, not with his team, no Requiem available, and Team West are only down a small amount. It's 4,000 gold.
I like how you started that without looking at the goal.
I really want to know what your definition of small is.
I'm redefining it, okay? I have to broaden my mind for All-Stars. Caps is going to fancy a little bit of a fight here. Actually, he's just going to get...
Oh, he's dead.
He just gets dunked. This is definitely, you know, G2 Caps, not Fnatic Caps that we're seeing right now. 3-3-1 in his decision-making. I want to see a little bit more from him, Vedius.
So, right now, Team East pretty much have full control of the game. They have pressure in bot lane, they have pressure in mid, they have pressure in the top side of the map, and now Team East looking for a dive in bot.
All right, Kira's going to rely on this passive, see how many kills he can get. Not even going to be needed. The Lantern is really, really good. Rakin's doing a lot of work to save his teammates, but it will not save the tower. Tower first blood, and what is in fact a gigantic lead. 5,000 before 15 minutes.
Yeah.
15 kills to 11, and some really good scaling champions on the side of Team East.
Yeah, they got a lot of gold out of turret plating as well, almost getting 10 plates before the actual plating fell, so a bunch of gold won't be able to get taken away. Roxa, just try to live!
Oh, he's fine.
He's doing his best. He stays alive long enough to get Zeros back into the tower. Zeros takes a tower shot for his troubles. Now in a 1v2, Umbral Trespass will be enough to secure the kill, but that's a 1-for-2 trade. Look, Kira and Rakin, they went down.
Yeah, and Kira wasn't, I believe his ult was still on cooldown when he dropped, but now it is available. If they can keep these low health members around, maybe they can fight it, or maybe they don't need it.
Flash already blown there from Evie. Even if Evie survives, I think Requiem may be enough damage here. Instantly being channeled. Now Caps needs a whole lot more health. Survives!
So the armor and MR provided by Raham stand beside me was enough that a minion killed him.
Reworked minions, 824. They probably hit harder in 15 minutes.
So listen, I will say, yeah, early game, the minions' damage is pretty much unchanged, but as it scales up towards 20 minutes, the melee minions do more damage, and eventually they do a ton more damage.
So not quite yet, right? But later.
I think in that case it helped. I need to check the exact per level scaling.
But I mean, right now, Kira looks like the big hope for Team West. He's currently sitting on 7 kills, completed the Luden's Echo as well. I don't know if he's going to expect this. Yes, he is.
All right, Kira's again going to be in trouble. Rookie goes for a full channel on the cutting, trying to stay out of range of those late waves. The bird's not enough to take him down. Rookie's so close to being killed. Rakin can't find the death sentence, but this might be him.
The passive!
What? That was such a good chunk of damage. Of course, Kira's still standing with that death defied. I keep expecting it to time out, and it lasts so long.
Yes!
Trade in 1-for-1. Broxer does it. Get some revenge on that Nocturne.
I mean, think about this. Level down. We'll get to it in a second. We got to go back first to the replay. Caps in a 1 versus 2 scenario thinks he can get the outplay here with the Karthus ultimate, but Rookie, too much damage. Heavy.
The entire minion
He's
wave
trying to
is
life
hitting
steal.
him.
He's just trying to life steal off the minion wave. It's just not quite enough. He does end up dropping.
So listen, there is one thing we haven't done since the pause. We were going to talk about the top lane matchup, and I want to give some kudos here to Diamond Prox. Top lane Sion got himself Frozen Heart completed, the only member of Team West that's ahead in CS that matters, that is opposite number up till now. In a Sion, I don't think that's too terrible, but I don't know if the tanky boy is going to be enough to save Team West here.
Yeah, I mean, also the fact that GP's been contributing in so many other ways. I gotta say, when I really look at these team comps, not only are the champions on one side a little bit favored, and I have no disrespect to the West, but when you got 2 junglers playing solo lanes against pro player solo lanes, that's a mismatch. I gotta see what they come back with in game 2 with this 6,000 gold deficit, or if they can clutch something out here with this Karthus.
Wow, really nicely done. Nice. Plus Kira do a lot of good work. The Paranoia comes in to help close it out. Death Sentence doesn't find a target, but it's a 2-for-1. It is a 5,700 gold deficit, but they did pick up that kill onto Zeros, by the way. That was a 1,000 gold bounty, and West are still behind.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. East look confident right now. They've had control over the laning phase. They've had individual outplays across the board. And for West, they're just looking to try and punish the overconfidence of Zeros. Now looks for a play up top.
All right, 1 shot, 2 shot. 1 more combo is all that's going to be needed. Rakin goes down. It's just 3 of those Qs, it looks like. All right, Red Team's going to do a lot of work here for Team West. The fight does look to turn a little. Broxer manages to chase down G4. The unspeakable horror will proc. G4 slowed in place. Reaping Slash knocks him up. The barrels have been placed. There's not really enough damage to follow it up. Team West continue to chase, but look at the minimap. Evie and Rookie are coming in for support. Caps needs to run for his life. Now the team comp is really starting to shine here for Team East. Synergizing so well. And of course, this does mean that the blame needs to be put on Licorice. Licorice put the Team West players in this position. And if it wasn't for Licorice's poor leadership, maybe these players would have a better shot. They find themselves in a very difficult position, and Licorice needs to up his game for these next 2 matches, Jack.
Couldn't agree more, Quick Shot.
Thank you so much. That's what I needed.
That's what we're looking for.
It's not a scapegoat, it's a reason.
It's truth. It's not an excuse either.
All right, very nicely done. Rakin takes the Lantern, or at least gives the Lantern rather to Caps, but every other skill shot misses.
Here's the Boots of Mobility coming into effect though for Rakin.
All right, Rookie will get chunked down. Death Sentence connects. Ignite is going to be enough, but look at that damage. Rakin just goes like, 75-0 in about 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, he's quite squishy, and that Akali also has 9 kills, 2 fully completed items. Is pretty scary. Immediately gets a 450 gold bounty, but still, we got to look at the late game. That's what we rely on in the West, you know?
Tried this narrative with NA versus EU, it didn't work.
I mean, NA won the late game. I think it worked out perfectly fine. What he's talking about, Quick Shot. And now Zeros, he's in a position where he could get collapsed on.
His Akali has been
real Akali,
good.
yeah.
But he's out of his shrouds.
All right, Paranoia
in his shroud.
Such good play from Zeros.
Exists.
Literally every single movement ability to clear half of the rip.
Very cool.
By the way, a lot of people don't understand what just happened there, but if you shoot your E into your shroud, it's as if it hit the champion because the shroud like counts. You can catch it in there. So that's why he hopped over the wall, got followed, and was like, by the way, I'm going to go back to my shroud now. So a really great execution of the mechanic there. His Akali has been clean.
Yeah, and he's able to get the ulti and flash out from Broxer too. And now Diamond Prox, he's overextended bot lane.
All right, Black Cleaver as well as Blade of the Ruined King for Rookie. Oh, plus support of Evie and G4. This is just a matter of time. But Diamond Prox is going on a ride. Drift around the corner.
No!
Nope, not quite enough drift to get through the jungle. Zeros isn't hunting him yet. Let's see the choice of path. Time is going to run into a very fair to Kali. 9, 3, and 1. Zeros is just like,
okay.
Nope, don't care.
Parlay has been called.
There we go. Instead, going to have the conversation up in the top lane. Caps plus Kira will look to shut down Maple. A lot of support coming in here. Maple eventually gets run down. That is a shutdown as well, so a little bit of extra gold going the way of Team West, but it is a gigantic uphill battle.
You say uphill, I say diagonal.
All right, let's see what happens in this fight. 2 versus 3 plus Requiem actually going to help out.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all.
Get obliterated, deleted, decimated, and absolutely killed. That is a dead Team West. Double kill for Rookie.
It's going to be an ace.
Diamondprox will be the last man standing. There has been 1 or 2 kills back in reply for Kira, so at least something happened.
Yeah.
Good ultimate by Kira at the end, but wow, where did that damage come from? It's like 3 people died simultaneously because there was a Xin Zhao, a Braum, and a Lucian.
Yeah.
So it's not like I don't think there was a GP barrel or anything because GP was dead. Zeros wasn't there.
Yeah.
I'm going to see that replay. By the way, shout out to Rookie scoreline, 888. You almost never see that.
And I think this will be this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Yeah, get 10-10-10.
So you can see, I think just a lot of AoE damage comes out from Lucian, but he's also just untouched in the fight, right? Broxah has very little mana. Rakin takes a chunk from the start. Caps with no items yet is still very squishy, and then the moment Evie comes in from the flank, it becomes a very easy cleanup for Team East. So
get that ult in there. Oh, doesn't even need it, right?
he used his ult at the start of the fight.
Yeah.
And
he just kills him with the file and Qs.
Just the passive, nicely done. Caps, you should not be celebrating or clapping. You are getting clapped, my friend. This is a very disappointing showing in game 1 of this best of 3 between East and West. A lot of bragging rights on the line. And all of a sudden, I was looking for the death sentence, so waiting to see if Ricky can set it up. And here comes Brock. All right, so this should be enough damage.
There you go.
Track Thought does a lot of work. And of course, Caps is here to help out. He gets the kill secure, Black Cleaver and Warrior Enchant. Now, Jet, how does Team West come back? You know, what is their comeback mechanics?
More ults. Yep. Broxah, I think. Veddies, what do you think about Black Cleaver on Presence of Mind?
No.
Ultimate Hunter Nocturne, because then you can ult like every 35 seconds or something.
But you just can't take advantage of the Black Cleaver. You really just want as much burst damage as possible. You play as an assassin and finding these picks quick shot. Yep. This is exactly what Jack was talking about. We want to see them as often as possible, catching Team East out of position. But right now they're grouping up. This is where Team West need to disengage.
All right, Kira's going to find the lantern to safety. Caps is already going to get deaded.
Hey!
Well played, Caps! I wrote you off far too soon. Kira goes down, Requiem's available, starts to be channeled, may not be needed. Rookie gets burst, that's a whole lot of damage. Caps needs to try and chase, trying to step
Rookie!
Shadow step through the wall. Broxah comes in, the knocker from the Reaping Slash buys enough time for Broxah to get back on the board. 5, 5, and 4. Rookie 11, 9, 8. Unfortunately not going to give us the 10-10-10 scoreline.
Yeah, and Kira got the triple-double before Rookie did. It's very impressive when you can get double digits in all 3 kill, death, and assist categories this early on in the game. I will say that with the bloodiness of this game, as 2 more deaths are surely happening under the turret.
Maybe more, maybe more. Broxah stays alive. Diamondprox seems to be tanking for like an eternity. That is one tanky boy. This will end up being a trade 1-for-1. G4 escapes with his life.
With the bloodiness of this game, it makes Presence of Mind really busted.
Yep.
Because you're getting so much mana refresh and so much ultimate cooldown refunds. This is why I almost always take Presence of Mind on ARAM, on anyone who likes having ultimates, because like Broxah, normally that is a very long cooldown ultimate, and Karthus' ultimate is insanely long. He's not even building a CDR beyond the Luden's Echo, but he's got Transcendence, he's got Presence of Mind, so he's got massive cooldown reduction on an ultimate, and because everyone's dying so often, I think the West actually has a comeback opportunity in this game.
Oh, you're building up hope. I don't want you to give me hope.
We talk about late game. You've seen how much damage this Karthus is doing as well, but the thing for Team East is they sit with the gold advantage right now. They're the ones that can keep applying pressure. They have 4 towers to 1, which is what is making it difficult for Team West to really kind of get their grip back onto the game.
All right, 25 minutes in, Baron's going to start being a lot more concerning for these teams. Also remember, Dragons have been secure. Rakin might just get 1 shot. No, I take it back. It's Kira. Kira gets obliterated. The Akali late game is all that's needed. Umbral Trespass will buy some time. There is a Requiem available. It's not started to be channeled yet. Nearly every bullet of that culling was landing just until the last few seconds. Diamond, run away, man. You do not want to be in this fight. Run away! That's exactly what he does.
Yeah, so as I was saying, Quick Shot, even though there's a lot of ultimates on West, the East still has a huge advantage. So you can expect them to capitalize.
Rookie gets taken down, Baron gets turned off. This I was going to say earlier, that Infernal Drake, by the way, 10% bonus at rank 1 on the new patch, so valuable for the 4 damage dealers. But there's a Baron steal opportunity here for Broxer, but he's got no smite.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's no tank to tank it, and this is great for Team West as they go in.
Wow, great for Team West. There's a 2v4, Venice. We have different definitions. Broxer's trying to do what he can. Requiem only gets the 1. Now all of a sudden, Diamond is the target. Broxer's escaped with his life. I'm so sorry, Venice. I'll stop doubting you. As now Diamond goes down, but crucially, the Baron has been interrupted.
Because this is what I wanted to talk about, how there's no way for East to stall the Baron out. They have to turn and engage. And if you're just going to fight onto the Scion with the Karthus ultimate primed and ready to turn the fight around, West wanted that situation. East were not in a confident enough position to really secure that Baron for free.
Yeah, and if you're just talking about team comp building, you can see even a 1 in 5 Scion still has a large effect on the game. Like, if you do want to win in your solo queue game, your team...
Yes, baby! Late game Nocturne. That's what I like to see.
Broxer solo kills Rookie. Ladies and gentlemen, make that a Reddit headline thread and give him your upvotes. This mid lane Nocturne is finally paying off.
It should be Prodigal Analyst predicts champion that solo kills world champion. That's what the title
I have an alternate highlight. Prodigal Analyst predicts pick, which gets him solo killed 4 times in lane, and enemy Akali pops off.
It's not quite as sexy.
Not as catchy, not as catchy.
Yeah, I don't think that'll make it out on you, I'm afraid.
Ooh!
Kills though, take a look at Kira. He manages to pick up the kill on Zeros. I don't think Zeros had gone back yet. He was fairly low from what I recall. But this 6,000 gold deficit that has been there for about 15 minutes, now becoming less scary. These press R combinations from the West. There's a possibility if they press R together that even with Licorice's terrible drafting, they can make it work if the players execute correctly.
Yeah, and they have Karthus. Ultimate's going to be up by the time this fight happens. So if they go in for 3-5, they're going to lose at least 1. It's all about trying to see it with no smite.
All right, Requiem is available, as you mentioned. No flash for Kira, no mana, though. He needs to die. He needs to get that passive pop. The Baron is secured by Caps. He smites it down. The Paranoia buys some time as the vision is denied from Team East. A play from Requiem buys enough. A recall from Kira gives the
that's a big goal.
Requiem. G4 should go down. Oh, look, damage on the Maple. Caps is looking for the re-engage, and Broxer decides to run for his life. Broxer's going to be in trouble. It's a 1 for 2, but Baron goes to the West.
So Team West were very indecisive there. They thought that they had to just disengage from the fight. So Broxer used his ultimate as an escape tool, leaving 3 members of West in the pit. But then when that Karthus ultimate came through, they realized we can actually win this fight, but it was too little too late. Rookie finds himself a good return kill, but West sit with the Baron now and only a 4,000 gold deficit.
Yeah, and I'd also have to double check that, but I think Kira used his empowered recall to get back to base, completed his Void Staff, and then pressed
wow,
off.
That's good.
I think that's what happened, but I wasn't tracking his items before the recall. Watching this one more time. Caps says this jungling thing is easy when the other team doesn't have any burst damage or other smites. Although Maple could try to be stunned with the barrel.
And Kira has no mana here as well, so he has to go back to base so that he can use the Requiem, but this is where we see that indecision. If they just committed to the fight, the Karthus ultimate probably could have secured them 3 kills, but instead Broxer, he's kind of going in and out. Caps flashes away, not much they can do.
On a personal level, I would have preferred Kira going into the pit and suiciding, using the passive. Broxer stays alive and survives. Broxer not only solo killed Rookie, but now he survives the one-on-one. Diamond Prox goes golden using that stopwatch, but Caps needs to run for his life. At 3-on-1, Diamond Prox will get run down. Caps, he's fancying a shot here. Requiem's going to be up in a few seconds' time. So,
okay.
Oh,
Here
that's
comes the
not
ulti.
fair. This was a bait. It's a next level bait. Diamond Prox passive finally gets popped, and Kira is trying to push for him. He's got that ultimate available to him. He starts to channel. Is there enough damage? Umbral Trespass comes up. Maple goes over the wall, but I don't think there was enough for the kill. I didn't see that landing. Finally, G4 goes down, and Team West are clawing back this gold deficit.
All right, doubters, who's that player that's dominating right now? The 9-5 Nocturne. The late game is where it really comes into its own. 850 gold bounty, level 70. I always believed in Broxah as Caps now in the 1v2.
All right, gets a knock up there onto Maple. Maple just gets burnt down alive. Enough damage, 8, 9, and 10. Ladies and gentlemen, the victor of this game is not the team that kills the other Nexus. It's the team that gets all 5 players into double-digit kills, death, and assists.
Yes, I agree, Quick Shot. I think that should be the statement for who comes out on top in this game. Rookie now only level 14 after what was a dominating laning phase has fallen masterfully behind Kira. Level 17, here's the 1v1 once again.
All right, can Kira kill Rookie? I mean, Broxah could do it. Is Kira at Broxah's level? That's what we need to see.
Yeah, it's the exhaust, remember?
Just going all coming down.
This game.
He wants it.
Look at the minimap. Broxah's coming down. If Rookie had continued that push, you have to feel Broxah would have thrown the paranoia out. What is this total? 79 kills in 31 minutes. 3 dragons secured by Team East, but the Baron went the way of Team West. It will be timing out shortly. This is a decent Baron power play.
Also, 2 1,000 gold bounties accumulated by the West here along their comeback path. The Baron just running out now, that power play completely neutralizing this game.
And Chad, I'm a real fan of the bounty system and how you can see this game eloquently shows you how the comeback mechanic can work, right?
Oh, they're going in.
Because Team West was 6,000 gold down and now they're even. Broxah, the man, the myth, the legend, gets another kill onto Rookie. Caps is running amok in behind the tower. Humble Trespass will buy some time. Evie is in trouble. The Reaping Slash knocks up Maple. Team West, they're tower diving, not 1, but 2 towers. Kira's underneath the base, trying to get those lane waves. Here comes Zeros, he's exhausted. He dashes back over the wall. Survives the fear. Broxah, you've bitten off more than you can chew, my friend. Will not be enough to kill Zeros, and the death sentence goes wide. It's a 2 for 3, but Team West win the fights.
It was definitely a win as Team West picked up themselves the first inhibitor of the game. Zeros was very late to the fight. He couldn't use all that gold to swing things in Team East's favor, and after what was a massive gold lead, is now in control of Team West.
Jazz, I'm telling you the bounty system. Look at this, right?
Okay, what are we looking at?
No.
Yeah, so listen, I'm interested to see how the bounty system plays out in pro games. In games like this, it just makes it crazy. Everyone just has full pockets all the time because you kill enough 1,000 gold bounties, you get one of your own, you give it right back.
And you can see on the minimap, Zeros actually cancelled his back, and Broxah getting that assassination. This is what you want to be doing when knocked in these team fights. Find the kill, get out there, wait for your cooldowns, and just rely on the rest of your team. The consistent DPS coming out from Kira. Rakan landing a couple of good hooks in the middle of this exchange as well. And now you'll see that once Zeros joins the fight, this actually looks pretty good for East and in the second half of the play.
Yeah, and even though you got every single player off roll, you're still seeing some pretty sweet mechanics come out this game. We've seen Zeros pretty much the entire time, making sick plays. I think Caps has been actually insanely elusive on the Kane. There's been multiple times you think he's dead for sure. He's ended up to make it out alive.
And if I recall correctly, Caps played Kane mid against H2K earlier this year, if I recall.
Yeah,
and he went
Misfits
Assassin Blue.
as well.
And it was Misfits, sorry. It was Misfits, in fact. And he kept wrecking Hunt Summer over and over. So yes, it's off roll. But he's playing a comfort pick, although this is Caps, the man who played mid lane Vayne too.
And Wukong.
Lost for 30 minutes and then won the game. But that's something that Broxah is definitely telling all of the solo queue players out there. You can feed in lane. He was 1 and 4 at one point. Now look at him. 10, 6, and 9.
Hold on. As a jungler, he's like, guys, it's okay if you feed. I don't know if that's really what junglers are saying to solo lanes, but
what I will say, every single piece of advice I have said over the last 35 minutes should be disregarded and discounted. None of it is true or factual.
What I will say, though, is Diamond Procs should give hope to all off-rollers. If you have never played top lane before, you are not comfortable on the champion, we got to fight in mid.
Yep, Rookie's going to go down.
Dead. Rookie's
so
dead.
Continue, because Diamond Proc's the man of your story. Got the kill secure.
And this is the thing, even if you're feeding in lane on a tank, you always have value. And this is the important lesson. If you're off-roll, follow Diamond Procs' lesson and just add value as being a front beefy line.
Well, it definitely worked out. I have to give some credit to Licorice. I doubted his team composition, but it is working out. Requiem comes down, and it absolutely melts the HP bars of the carries from Team East. But look at that. Cap survives with a sliver of health. GA is going to bring him back up. Humble Trespass was already used. Diamond gets another. He secured the first fight, but Caps is blown up on the backside. Zeros now will get caught by the Wall of Pain and instantly blown up by the late waste. 3 members of Team East are down, but Team West, they've got to be a little careful as Evie can try to turn this around.
So, This is a big solo queue mistake. Grouping up mid, running into the lane where the inhibitor is already dead and trying to end is a very easy position for the enemy team to defend it. Team East did a great job of stalling out. They were able to keep both their towers alive. There was no pressure on either of the side lanes as well. And now the Baron is alive with pretty long death timers on the side of Team West. So Team East already making their way towards it.
Well, of course, we talked a lot about Licorice as a coach, but now Peanut, he's going to need to be taking some notes, right? Peanut will be sending the next 5 players in. We'll need to give his players some mentality feedback. It'll be a different bunch, right? Different group, but they'll be prepping them and watching them, giving them advice. Baron number 2 is on. The game is not over yet. Broxah has got Paranoia if he wants to jump into the pit. Throws it down. Baron going low. Jumps into the pit. Evie secures the Baron, but at what cost? Broxah needs to dash and dive. He's taken out by Rookie. Rookie gets his revenge. Maple is just firing out parlays from the back as Rookie gets his second of the fight. Now at least there's one back. Maple finally goes down, and Diamond Proc survives just long enough to keep the members busy. Requiem is available, starts to be channeled. I don't know if there's enough damage to kill. So close! The slash from downtown! Caps is in a 1v3, trying to pick up the kill. He's already used the ultimate. That knockup is what keeps Caps alive! Going golden, G4 survives just long enough for Caps to get the stylish triple.
The Karthus ultimate took 67% of his health. It's like, oh, he's healed up.
Late game Karthus, boys. Now we have another fight. Don't worry, Quickshot, I've got it. Zeros in the 1 versus 2. Akali trying to get the outplays. He's able to find both kills. Zeros, they find what is effectively the double ace.
Double ace. And now we can just take a deep breath. That was cool. Time for replay. There's literally nothing we're missing.
Let's just enjoy the replay. Quickshot, run us through this one.
Yeah, just do it again. Just do it again. I think that'll be fine.
I have 2 more games of this, so no.
So do we. We need analysis this break.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how many times we've seen a double ace, but the Requiem damage that lands, this is bonkers.
Yeah, it is. You can see Rookie's low. You think, okay, surely Requiem will
I
kill him.
thought that this was just a massive throw, but then I'm like, oh yeah, late game Karthus, boom. 50% of his health gone, the knockup coming through from Caps. And then this is the really annoying thing about Red Kane, the amount of sustain he gets. It's just so obnoxious.
I'm pretty confident that's over 11 or 1200 damage from Requiem. Because Rookie got up to about 1400 if I was looking at his HP correct.
Would you say that it was tons of damage?
No, it was much more than that.
Amount of damage. Oh my god, Zeros also landed. Eon Kira gets hitting Knight, pops him up, and the double ace.
It just would have been a bit more fun if it wasn't a Karthus, because it would have been double ace instantly instead of waiting for death to fight.
Yeah.
So there was a little bit of a buzzkill in that moment. Ladies and gentlemen, Kira has 20 kills and 15 assists.
Yes.
35 of his team's 49 kills he's been involved in. It's a Karthus, it's what you expect. But more importantly, when you look up and down the rosters, Team West are closer to the win condition of double-digit kills, deaths, and assists. Kira will get shut down and kill. Paranoia comes in, but look at that! Zeros is surviving by the skin of his teeth, gets away. Finally, Zeros goes down. Caps is now jumping into the fight, but can he turn this around? It's a 2v4. Team West may have just botched it. Team West may have just thrown. Rakin's running for his life. The Flay will buy some time, but just not enough. Diamond Proc's passive will also stall members of Team East. Rakin's doing so much work. The minions! Not going to be enough damage just yet. Now Caps in the 1v1.
Oh, Rookie!
Rookie, Umbral Trespass will be enough. Cap stays alive.
Caps has to get the minion dead. If he doesn't kill that cannon and melee minion, then the backdoor bonus won't kick in from next turrets and the game will be over. But if he can get to those minions, it might buy enough time for Kira to respawn.
This is it. Caps versus the East. He's the only line of defense left.
Oh, the barrels are zoning away. Caps is trying to kill these minions, but look how many hits they're taking. Caps has got no ultimate. Remember, he used it to kill Rookie. I think he would have needed that. Tries to dash away. The Nexus is exposed.
Here comes Broxah.
Yes, that's Kira. The Nexus is being focused. It's chunked down. The Nexus is low. And Team East take down the West.
Oh, and it all comes down to the fact that they found such a great pick onto Kira in the mid lane. The main damage dealer was gone right at the beginning of the fight. Broxah used his ultimate onto a backline carry and failed to use the stopwatch. And East, they just found that perfect late game fight. They found the 5v5 that they needed, and they were able to secure themselves a win.
Yeah, I agree with you, Vedius. Part of me says if this was a different event, they might have ended it faster.
Maybe.
There has been a lot of balance changes that go into the extra bloody games. 106 kills, I believe, is the total in that game. 50 plus on both sides. Rookie, I really think, embodied the spirit of this mode.
Yeah, he really did.
Going for every single play all the time.
But I think the moral of the story that we can take away from this is
I'm
that
not gonna like this.
I've been speaking the truth the entire time.
If
it was hard
Broxer
carrying.
can kill Rookie solo with a mid lane Nocturne, it has to be an easy champion.
Thank Mr. Vedius.
I mean, look,
You're
that was
welcome.
very fun. It
You're
was
welcome.
very entertaining. And I think Kira's the man who stole the show for me. Kira and Zeros, if I pick like sort of, man of the match on each team.
Yeah.
Right.
Zeros' Akali was
Oh, it was beautiful
to watch.
You know, right? And I know many people have strong opinions about the champion. They say it's strong, but playing it to that level takes a lot of skill. And when he got that outplay, when 3 people were collapsing on him, he used the. He not only got a kill, he E'd back to his shroud, and then he ulted over the wall. Like some great stuff from him. Very impressed with what Cyrus was able to do.
Right, bottom lane Karthus, it wasn't Dark Harvest, but how do you rate the performance? What do you think of it overall?
Pretty good.
You're pretty excited about it?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think there's, I'm not sure if when the game slows down enough, the long cooldown on the ultimate might hurt it.
Got
But
it.
if you're able to keep the pace of the game up, I think it's definitely like a certified solo queue pick.
So there we go. Day 3 All-Star event pick as well as certified solo queue. Jat said so. For a play-by-play breakdown of that brawl, good luck. Let's send it over to an interview with Team West captain.
What a toss, quick shot. That was great. Anyway, I am actually here with West Coast Licorice. What a heartbreaking coaching debut. You got that tough loss. What do you think you guys could do better for next game?
Well, I think my draft was perfect. And I think that this next game, I have a couple more North American players come out, as opposed to the Europeans who are just on stage. So I think we have a much better chance of winning this one.
I don't disagree with that EU comment. So you're saying that you leaving Akali open was a good draft?
I think it was perfect, honestly. The East had a great strategy of flexing their top and mid laners into the other role, so they had too many flex picks. So we had to pick and choose which ones we wanted to ban out, and that just left them with the Akali, and that was all that my players had to deal with. So I think it was just a really good draft for me.
So again, you're telling me this was not your fault in any way?
No, it was perfect. My pre-game discussion, like game coach planning, before the game, it was all great. I got them all hyped up before the game. But really, it's just on the 5 players on stage at the end of the day.
Now, could we see a little bit of that hype?
Let's
go! Let's go, baby! Let's go! Well, I mean, sadly, that didn't work for you this time. You do have more coaching opportunities later today. Do you think those will go better?
I think I have a lot of faith in my team this game. I've got a strong carry topside coming in with BRTT, Sneaky, and Double Lift all on the top side. So we just got to funnel some resources over there, and I think we got a free win coming our way.
Now, those are some North American players. That's what I like to see. Well, that's it for us. We're sending it back to you at the desk.
Thank you very much, Tyler One. The East getting better to the West this time around. Love that interview with Coach Licorice. Wasn't his fault at all. Entirely on the 5 players executing on the day.
Oh, 100%. 1,000%. I agree with that holistically.
Yeah. I mean, Licorice, I think Reaper might have to be a little bit careful. It sounds like Licorice is kind of trying to gun for his job a little bit. I mean, he's a perfect coach. He hyped him up. Flawless draft.
There was a piece of me that was hoping that experience might enlighten him to the fact that Reaper's job is more difficult than you might think. And maybe he'd have garnered a new appreciation for the role of a coach. But instead saying, I did it perfectly on my first time out.
I have never seen a coach find a way to create a funnel Karthus composition because that Lucian was funneling all of that gold into the Karthus. So I was like, damn, you know what? I was impressed. I do think that Reaper has something to learn from that occasion.
Let's talk about his overall strategy for both Peanut and Licorice, because both these guys had quite a task ahead of them in terms of putting these players into positions across the map. Is there any player that you thought was way too far out of their element, or someone that overall was too in their element or succeeded in a role maybe they shouldn't have?
I mean, clearly an issue was Broxah was too influenced by Vedius.
That's what it was.
Nocturne mid, 0% win rate in competitive Vedius. That's all I have to say about that. But I mean, you can really just blame him. Blame him for the pick.
I love
Vedius'
the fact.
fault.
100%. but I think going up against Zeros, who was 100% in his element.
Yeah.
Not only did he get the Akali, but he was a carry top laner now put in the mid lane. He's a solo laner. Wait a minute.
Right.
He wanted to do that all his life.
Yeah, not that much different. It's just a different lane, but the same exact style of play. Of course, this all led to some hilarious moments. Jack called it out. Over 100 kills in this game. Plenty of highlights on both sides of the coin, with the East ultimately coming out on top. Let's roll through some of those game highlights.
For me, the bottom lane was a major focus of this. Rookie, I talked about the funneling gameplay because he got a lot of the initial kills, but he ran straight into the damn Skittles.
I mean, Rookie was doing a lot of stuff. Some of it good, some of it not so good.
I just love the fact that he is on this skin, so every single time he dies, he just goes straight into a grave.
Yeah,
That's the best part about it.
It was hilarious. I mean, the East team had 2 solo laners going up against 2 junglers, though, so pretty impressed that the Western players were able to keep up, that it was actually quite a close game, because that's not easy for Diamond Prox or for Broxa.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going up against solo lane players who know the matchups, who know the lanes, and it was a really exciting game.
Yeah, it was so, you already see it. Nevi, he was on the Xin Zhao, had the pressure through mid lane along with the Akali, and it was working out with them really early on, but the fact that the Karthus ultimate was dealing this much damage made it super difficult for the team to come out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Quickshot called it out. It was dealing like over 1,000 damage per player, per ultimate in the late game once he's full build. So not too shabby, doing about 5-6K every time you press it in the late game.
Feels good, man. Now, you had the Aerie too, so he didn't even go for the Dark Harvest. My goodness. Oh no! Oh, yeah, we don't want to see that.
No, we don't. We don't. But yeah, in any case, as we were talking about before the video, it was really interesting to see what position would be taken in about which roles. But I also want to talk about some specific picks indeed. We already talked about the Nocturne going to the mid lane for Broxa. Is this now redemption? Are you willing to put your endless mind in it and say that Betty is, oh God, okay. But listen, it was hard in the beginning, but you can't say anything against the fact that it was
mid
scaling.
ever.
Okay, so Vedius was right.
I mean, the thing is, just because he's the best, it doesn't mean it's the best of what, right? He's the only one who ever played. He's got 0% win rate.
Yeah, I mean, it does have 0% win
Yeah.
rate. I do think that Licorice was a bit hard on his players too.
That's
but
true.
The assassination potential that he had, once he actually had gold underneath it, made it so difficult for, you already saw the pop that he had on the Xin Zhao. Later on in the game,
So
Lucian
what
coming
is it
through.
that, what is he buying and what is his playstyle change for the Nocturne later in the game that makes him more equipped to deal with the late game?
The lethality, when he just goes straight for it, I mean, at that point, completes the Ravenous Hydra as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's such a tough lane matchup. He's playing against an Akali. It's basically
Yeah.
impossible for Broxa there. That's why I'm blaming Vedius.
You're blaming
I'm
Vedius. Okay, so we're
Vedius.
still blaming
Yeah,
Vedius.
just
No matter
blaming
what.
Vedius.
Also for Broxa, you know, East versus West this time was a lot closer than, you know, Fnatic versus IG. In the final. It was about 20 minutes longer, this one. So that's
Rookie
that's
died many more times,
He
probably
did.
in this one game than he did at all of Worlds.
Yeah, crazy. So let's look forward. Of course, we have a couple more of these matchups. So the next one, Licorice already touched on it. For West, we'll have BRTT, Sneaky, Double Lift, Seiya, and Tierwolf up versus Bang, Westor, Uzi, Triple, and Artifact. What are we thinking?
Wait a minute, you're saying that there's going to be Bang and Uzi on the same team?
Yes.
Who's going to be playing AD carry? Do we even
Both
know
of
that?
them.
Both of them? Yeah, both of them.
Everyone's role
That's fair.
swapping.
That's fair,
Everyone's
that's
role
fair.
swapping. They can play AD wherever they want. I hope we get, you know, some Double Lift versus Uzi. We get some, you know, we get all the Bang versus Sneaky again, because they've been matching up in like every mode. So we'll see if Sneaky can get something.
Do we have
back
more
after
trust
getting
in the
slammed
next
in
one?
1v1.
I think Double Lift and BRTT should be in the same lane just because they were together in the tandem
Yes.
mode. So by this point in time, they know how to communicate with each other.
Yeah, and they should be both playing AD carry and then just fighting for every last CS. That would be awesome. So we're having a great time here, and the attendees are also having a great time. And when they aren't competing on stage, they're living their best lives in the MasterCard VIP Lounge. There's been plenty of ways to catch up with old friends and just de-stress from a year of intense competition. You can find yourself enjoying magic tricks, witnessing some gorgeous creations, or getting one of those world-class massages. There's also paintings being made by Ricardo, massages as well. What did you guys enjoy about all the lounges and all the activations going on?
The magic tricks got me.
Yeah.
This man gave me an ace of hearts. Somehow, you know, I enclosed my hands. It felt clean. The guy didn't sneak anything underneath it. That card somehow became blank. I want answers. I demand answers. bring him
He's
to
a
me right
wizard.
now. But that was fantastic to be able to see.
How about you, Azil? Did you get a massage or something?
I did get a massage. It was wonderful, but it's just been nice kind of catching up with friends from around the world, people in the scene that you don't always get to see that much. You know, the players are having a lot of fun. Everyone seems very relaxed, and it's nice for them to be able to hang out without kind of, the competition looming over them and being really stressed out as they are going to be at Worlds or MSI or whatever. So everyone's just been having a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the joy of All-Star. Everything's a bit more loosey-goosey. Everyone's able to catch up. But this next one is super serious because 10 more players are going to defend the glory of their regions. We'll see you here after the break.
It sounds like we have a good plan, guys. I don't think there's anything that can go wrong.
This spacing.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
One more, eh?
Whoa! Got him. Whoa, nice. Wow.
Very good. Nice.
3+ Requiem actually going to help out.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all.
Get obliterated. All right, Kira's going to find the lantern to safety. Caps is already going to get deaded.
Hey.
Well, Caps, I wrote you off far too soon.
Nice. Okay, nice.
Caps is now jumping into the fight, but can he turn this around? It's a 2v4. Team West may have just botched it. Team West may have just thrown. And welcome back to the HyperX Esports Arena, Las Vegas, where we got another East versus West showdown brewing. Let's jump into the next set of competitors for Team West. We have in the top lane a BRTT, in the jungle it will be Sneaky, mid lane Double Lift, bot lane Seiya as support, Teal Wolf, and of course their coach returning Licorice.
I like this roster, as Licorice said. You got a lot of 80 carries, which were successful last time, and you got your jungler on support so they can control that vision.
And challenging them from the east, they are in the top lane, Bang, jungler West All, mid laner Uzi, bot laner Triple, and support Artifact.
So what do we make of this draft? We're coming into, I recall from the North America versus Europe matchup, Vedius, you were talking a lot about the team that had more AD carries.
Yeah.
Ended up being in the advantageous position.
And we know AD carries are really strong in the current meta, so the more AD carry players you have, the better position you're in. And when we think about it, Team West, 2 AD carry players. They have an NA coach. And what we've seen already from the drafting from Licorice in Game 1, I'm expecting something special here in Game 2.
I hear what you're saying. But what if you have Uzi and Bang?
Okay, I have flip-flopped Team East. Really strong draft that they've got for themselves. I'm fascinated to see Uzi Double Lift mid lane matchup. Do we think they go full mages?
Actually.
Or do we think they're going to go for the AD carry matchup?
It's like the 1v1 we never get to see because Double Lift
It's never in the same group.
It's never at all. Yeah, maybe the junglers can just leave them alone and they can just have a 1v1 for the first 10
That'd be
minutes.
great.
That would be nice.
Do you leave things like Aurelia open because you assume no one can play it?
Ooh, Aurelia is just so good. Sure, I think.
Like, are you afraid of BRTT or Double Lift's Aurelia?
No.
I think, actually, after seeing Bang Zed yesterday, I might be afraid of his Aurelia.
Yeah, I think I would be as well. And Bang in the top lane, that's actually the scary matchup, I feel like, looking across these two. Uzi versus Double Lift. You can call me super biased for saying Double Lift can match up to Uzi, but in mid lane, you never know.
I have a question for you. With Syndra being banned, where do you think that Syndra was banned towards? And also, as we're going to turn our attention, if this Pyke gets locked in and you have just joined us, Jat was hoping and praying and really wanting to see a solo lane Pyke from the first East versus West. Now, have you had any time to coerce or collude with Licorice or anybody else?
No, unfortunately, I had to cast that whole last game, so I didn't get a chance to talk to Double Lift and Sneaky and RTT and tell him to play Pyke, but you never know. It can go anywhere.
So we've also got to remember that Victor top was nerfed.
Sure.
It is much weaker now, but also it was Licorice that came up with the counter, I say in quotation marks, to the Victor, which was the Echo.
Yep.
Now, given that he has Say in the draft, he may just force BRTT on to the Echo.
How confident are you that's top lane Victor? Why could it not go somewhere else?
Or bot lane Victor. Sneaky's done that before.
Yeah, he has. That's very true.
In answer to your way earlier question, Quickshot, I think the Cinder ban is towards Uzi. He's actually, the reason he's a 2-time 1v1 champion is because he's actually super good at mages and can beat mages in mage matchups and then beat ADs in AD matchups.
But I reckon that Yasuo is mid lane, and I reckon they've locked in the Vladimir for Double Lift, who's also shown his proficiency on Vladimir, as an answer to the Yasuo that I expect to be played by Uzi.
All right, let's see how the rest of this draft plays out, because a lot of flexing is what determined that game 1. Surprised us a little. We thought that Karthus was going to somewhere else. It ended up in the bot lane. It didn't give us the Dark Harvest that we were hoping for. And of course, Gragas, is that Sneaky Gragas we can assume? And then Rakan locked in. So assume that could be Rakan bot lane. And already some tools to enable this Yasuo.
Yeah, it could also be a support Gragas, just because it is a jungler bot lane in the support position. So the flexing is insane.
There's a lot. There's so much flexing, yeah. I mean, Team East, I say the only thing that's guaranteed is Artifact on Rakan, probably. Outside of that period of time when we saw mid lane Rakan, it hasn't really been flexed anywhere else, so...
Could it work on 824? Solo lane Rakan?
So. No, because they nerfed the... I want to say the scaling on Rakan, which made him worse full AP. But I can't exactly remember what happened to him, I just remember he fell off.
Well, we're in phase 2 now, and we're going to start piecing together, excuse me, the direction of these comps. And the AD carries are now being banned out. So Jhin and Xayah, so Team West feeling that Triple is going to be playing some sort of AD, we can assume, or denying something that Uzi could play solo in the mid lane. There's some question marks there.
What's funny is, at this point in the draft, when you got 5 traditional AD carry players in BRTT, Sneaky, Double Lift, Bang, and Uzi, you may not even see any of them play AD carry. And the bot laners, being mid laners, may also just decide to play mid as bot lane. So, you never know.
I would really like to see that personally. No AD carries. Give me 5 bruisers or mages or, you know, brawlers in the game. Team West, Team East make this happen. Of course, Team East already has a 1-0 advantage in this best of 3. We want Team West to balance it out, and then have the deciding game be Nexus Blitz. And this could be a case to be made that every deciding game should be Nexus Blitz.
What about Kindred? Do you two think that Kindred is fine?
What do you mean fine?
Well, because it's an AD carry, but it's in the jungle. It's a jungler for all intents and purposes. So if Sneaky were to play Kindred, would you be upset? Because I'd be fine with it, personally.
Yeah, I'd be totally okay with that.
Yeah.
No, I'd be disappointed. I don't want any AD carries, and so far we don't have any. Iver's locked in. Come on, give me this Rise. Rise, bottom lane,
but the thing is,
terrifying.
yeah, because Seiya is a mid lane player, so he might just be going for comfort right now. It looks like he is. And I think Rise... Rise actually does fine. Good, this looks good.
Okay, Licorice, I apologize for doubting you. I apologize for all of the negativity I threw your way in game number 1. You have redeemed yourself in the eyes of Quickshot. And over on the side of Team East, there might just be one additional tool. Now, will this be for Uzi in the mid lane, or what else? Will he take the Yasuo into the Darius? Where does Kai'Sa go, Vedius?
Triple. It's got to be triple.
I think it's triple.
Yeah. I think that what we've seen is that both sides are respecting their positions, which is good to know.
Yes.
You know, we're not seeing a huge amount of like swapping.
Players aren't taking things into their own hands.
And what we got to remember though is in game 1, they had 2 solo laners in Maple and Zeros that could be flexed between the 2 lanes, right? So Akali was a perfect day. Now, though, the disadvantage for East is they have 2 AD carries playing in those solo lanes, right? They don't have the safety of someone else just carrying them through the laning phase anymore. Junglers are really unreliable, especially Westall on this Ivern. You don't know what he's going to do, right? So Uzi and Bang will have to fend for themselves against a Darius mid against the Yasuo. And this, if you don't know, can be quite a challenging matchup.
You can trade up until 20 seconds. So what just happened is they traded until Uzi was mid, and last second, that Darius and Vladimir traded between the mid and the bot lane for the West. Darius is known as a counterpick to melees in the mid lane. We actually saw it in LCS during some of the craziness we got at the start of the summer split. So a very real matchup, if you can actually believe it. And how better to test the skill of Double Uzi than to watch them play Darius?
Oh, there is no better way, chat. There is no better way. Licorice said it himself. He's more confident in his players because he's got a couple NA boys on stage now. And they're going to be representing. You've seen it a couple times, you know. the NA North America For Fun region. Can they bring up a For Fun victory? Double up to Uzi. There's a serious faces now. Because a few moments ago, with all the swapping shenanigans, Uzi, he looked a little uncomfortable. You know, that was a nervous smile, an uncomfortable smile when he wasn't sure what his matchup was going to be.
Well, now the hope of the West resides with the second squad, because with Team East already picking up a big win, arguably some could say a comeback victory after having a 10,000 gold lead. The pressure now falls on some American players, some Latin America, North and South players, and then BRTT from Brazil. We'll see if they can pull things back, make that Nexus Blitz the decider, or if Team East can close things out right now.
Also, I was pretty excited when Ivern got locked in.
Were you?
Yes,
Is that
Ivern,
the feeling that
Ivern is one of my most played champions since the release of Ivern.
So you don't have fun when you play League of Legends?
I had a phase. Let me explain this to you, Vedius. I had a wrist surgery, so I couldn't play any champions that required mechanics.
Oh.
But I still wanted to reach Diamond.
That's fair.
So I played Nunu and Ivern.
Oh, that makes sense.
And it was great, because you only have to find the player who is best in the game and just cast your buttons on that person.
What happens when that person's on the other team?
Then you cast your Nunu E button on that person, and when you put Daisy down, you click Daisy on that person. It's actually super effective.
All right.
Nunu has been changed to make that less effective, but you can still do the same things with Ivern. You max E, you do as much as possible to delay the enemy jungle. So watch this. He actually warded red, saw that they're not starting
beautiful
red.
pathing.
He's going to start red. So I actually think this is a little bit suboptimal, because what you should have done is you should have been channeling one of your small camps, channeling your blue buff, then you can go in, smite the red, go back to your own blue buff, and pick them up because the channel time is already done. So Westor, not exactly the most experienced Ivern, but there's a level 2 game.
Well, let's see if we can help out in the mid lane. Uzi will be very happy because now double if he's blown that flash early on.
So you see, this is what he's doing right. He says, Uzi's the best player on the team. I'm going to run towards him and start pressing my buttons on Uzi. He actually did channel his blue buff. I missed that part, so he's doing it mostly right.
All right, so I do need to quickly check, though, because you said with the broken wrist, you still wanted to get Diamond. Did you get Diamond with Ivern?
Yeah, I got like D4 with Ivern.
Congratulations.
Super easy.
Oh, that makes me feel bad about myself. What do you think of Vladimir and Pyke in the bottom lane? Because we weren't quite sure who was going to be complimenting this Pyke, but the kill potential once they get to 6 is terrifying to me.
You have done pretty much all the analysis, Quick Shot. Good job.
Great.
So I think you've summarized that matchup very nicely. The problem is in the early levels, their wave clear is going to be lacking. You see a bit of trading in the middle lane. Thanks to the early gank that Uzi was able to get for himself, it does mean that he is generating good pressure, and I love his use of the ranged tornadoes to keep these trades going up.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Double eating that skill shot as well, sending the message. Take a look. It comes under. Takes the tower shot, not enough yet to pick up the kill.
But look at the button presses.
Picks it up. But this is an advantageous trade for the East.
Yes, Uzi, knowing he's got Ivern in his back pocket, gets the first blood bonus and then denies a good number of minions to double.
Oh, here we go.
All right, this is the early level trading. Teal Wolf and Saya trying to get triple as well as Artifact. Teal Wolf going to survive a few seconds longer. Triple's in trouble. Saya's now going to try run down Artifact. Not going to have enough CC to stick to him. He's level 3 on Vlad. This is not the scariest point for a Vladimir in the game.
True, but Vlad does win that trade because he gets the kill, whereas it's the Rakan that gets it from the opposite side. So let's watch this duel one more time. Uzi does have the health advantage at the start, but it is super difficult to get on Darius. However, we got Westor here. Got a shield. And doesn't get the damage from the shield. Then,
yes, this is the big thing. Double F thinks that he's got him with the apprehend, but he doesn't respect the knock-up that is available from Uzi. So it ends up being a trade kill, 1-for-1. But we've also got to acknowledge that Double F solo killed Uzi. A lot of legends are dying at this All-Star event. Arguably one of Double F's biggest achievements to date. We'll see if he can make more as the game progresses.
However, if it was a 1v1, Uzi would have won because he killed him first. Disregard the fact that he did have 2 people in the 1v1.
Double F did need a tower. You're right. No, never mind. Take it out of his trophy case. It's gone. All right, well, in terms of the 1v1 matchup, 20 CS advantage. So Uzi can still do Uzi things even when in different lanes, is what we've learned.
Well, it definitely helps when West All has been pushing his buttons in this lane multiple times.
It's literally, it's the play the Uzi comp.
Jack, it's very clear that you have been coercing and coaching the wrong side.
I don't know how Westor watched my games in D4, but somehow he studied my Ivern.
He was like, how do I get to Diamond on Ivern? I know where to go.
Oh, here we go.
That is the place. Uzi's got Flash available to him, got Wind Wall available to him. I saw their BRTT was being pushed in the top lane. We've not touched on yet this Rise versus Victor matchup. This double F will trade a little bit here, but Uzi doesn't even take any tower shots. And then we haven't seen that top lane, so we'll get to that in a little bit.
The reason why we don't talk about the top lane is because it's just a couple mages trading back and forth. They're going to be waiting for those big items before things really get exciting. And just as a reminder, top lane Victor did receive a big nerf on the most recent patch, which means that his base damages have been hit quite hard. He doesn't pressure anywhere near as hard as he did before, as we see more trading in the mid.
All right, Westor goes in for the engage. Rushmaker comes out as a trade of 1-for-1 thus far. The kill was secured by Westor, whereas Double Lift does get the second of the game in favor of Team West.
I do just love that regardless of where Uzi plays, comps are still built around him. Just regardless of what Uzi does, the team says, you know what, let's just invest. The payout will be huge later on.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Yesterday in the Tandem Mode, I remember hearing Candace saying, when Twitch was locked in, so is this free win? And yes, it turned out to be a free win. All right, big trade in the bottom. He goes for the dive, goes out. Teal'c does find a stun. Saya's going to be forced to back away. One thing I want to point out, this is a Mountain Drake on the Rift right now. I think it's very important for Team West to pick it up because they don't have an AD carry. True. Killing towers is going to be so difficult. Artifact's able to dodge away from all sorts of engage on Team West, and now Double finds himself in trouble once again.
Look
He's
who's
got
here.
that Noxian guillotine, but there's just not enough damage. Double my friend, you need to be more careful. In a 2v1, you should know better.
But we've talked about this. You know, mid lane, AD carries aren't used to this. Ooh, trading in the top lane.
All right, interrupted. I think this is more than a trade. That's a defensive flash on BRTT. Bangs looking for the chase. Tower shot almost takes him down, but he survives.
Tank with
Here
Daisy.
comes Daisy.
Walk it in.
This is going to be very easily picked up. Westor decides, I can visit another lane and gets a kill for Bang.
Yeah, he's making me want to play Ivern again. Like, he's not even that far behind in farm, which is a nice thing. He stole the blue buff. He goes in with Daisy. One thing that I would tweak is I like going Domination secondary and getting the Ingenious Hunter one, so your redemption is on a way lower cooldown once you get it.
Oh, that makes sense.
He's gone for Airy, which is still a shield amp, which is fine. But
you sound so disappointed. He's like, he watched my games. He learned my strat, but not my mastery.
Not the best strategies. But other than that, the way he's playing around mid and top lane is very Ivern-like. And one more thing on Ivern, since I think we're going to have a little while, and I want to explain this before team fights, is Root Caller plus Yasuo is incredibly strong. Ivern is one of the best enablers for Yasuo, because not only does Daisy provide somewhat random feeling knockups in team fights because people have a hard time tracking the third Daisy auto attack amongst Chaos, but if you land a Q on someone, Yasuo gets within auto attack range, which basically makes him inescapable because then he can still E after you get away from him rather than having to E to close the gap in the first place. So it makes Yasuo even more lethal.
I also think what we've learned this week is that Doublelift isn't a very good Darius player. He has been struggling in lane. We are seeing a bit of a gank up and towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, we do RC gank flash.
Yeah,
and
RC.
Bang escapes with his line.
Well,
very nicely done. But Uzi continues to trade 77 CS to 40. On the way to double. Westor, come on, go for the dive. No Daisy available. Rushmaker comes down for some interruption. Double gets some decimate damage down, but it's not enough. Noxian Guillotine will catch onto Westor, and Sneaky misses the barrel. That's simply not good enough for this level of play. But not this time round. It's a double kill for the East as we jump down to the bottom. Trading goes back and forth. Saya's running for his life. Jumps back up. Throws out the Hemo Plate. This will bring him back to close to HP, max HP. But the Team East are off to a flying start. 3,500 gold lead, and it's feeling like game one all over again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering, like, a lot of teams play around Uzi, and Uzi loves playing Ezreal and Xayah, but... but this new Ivern Yasuo thing, I feel like is going to be pretty intoxicating.
Yeah.
To constantly have this Ivern shield on you that also does damage to your opponent.
You right there, quick shot?
Sorry, I just love the idea that Uzi gets executed.
The instant.
Guys, there's something wrong with my screen.
Yeah.
Something has happened.
There's this color I've not seen this color very often.
I'm not used to this.
What is happening? Obviously, we'll give you guys an update as soon as we hear what is potting. But let's get back to this Yasuo Ivan. Why do you use the word intoxicating?
Because it just must be so nice for him. Like, yes, when he plays bottom lane, he often has a 3v2, which is nice. That is 50% more people than the opponent. But when you have a solo lane and there is a jungler there, that is now 100% more people than the other team. So it is a much bigger advantage. And I think he's learning this in this game.
Give me a statistical improvement on your odds of winning the game, whether you have the 50% more people in bottom lane with Uzi or the 100% more people in the mid lane. What gives you higher odds at overall victory? I know it's fine.
It sounds like you have
quick stats and Jat stats, right?
You have a 50% chance of winning bot lane in 3v2s and a 100% chance of winning solo lanes in 2v1s if we go up.
Hey guys, if any of you at home are lost, I would just say that the better player always wins. And right now we're seeing 2 better players better than 1. So that's how I do my quick math.
Uzi may be winning the 1v1. He's definitely winning the 2v1. That is one thing I'll say.
What do we make of the first 10 minutes of both games now? We've got to see both regions. Of course, it's not the same sets of players, right?
All right,
keep
so
this in mind.
one thing we can be confident on.
The only consistent here is the coach, and we'll get to that later.
Sure, we can get to that later. The one thing I will say is that twice in a row now, laning phase has definitely gone in favor of the East, especially in the mid lane. We've seen Akali in game 1. We saw Yasuo in game 2. A lot more jungle involvement from West. And the thing I think that mid laners going to jungle have over pretty much any other position is they know how valuable ganks are in mid lane, right? And they sit there and they go, if I just get my mid laner ahead, we can win games.
Did you see how
do you explain Caps?
Yeah. So Caps is a rogue. We don't think about Caps like that. And like Caps is not your conventional mid laner.
I love it.
Westor has invested his mid lane resources into Uzi.
I truly wish the viewers at home could have seen Jat and I rolling our eyes as Vedius was spewing this nonsense, and we were just waiting to jump in there. Of course, Broxer wasn't set up for success either after some terrible misinformation.
Maybe it's payback.
How to play
Maybe Caps
that champion
built up rage over the
just to give you guys
out east.
Just to give you guys a quick update, we did have a client crash on stage. It has been resolved. The players are now back into the game. And we'll see whether or not Team West can pull this back, because I'm not hopeful. I got the emo flick today because I felt like it was going to be a sad day for the West.
If our observers have an opportunity to flick over to the gold, we can kind of talk a little bit about where they can come back on. So you can see in the bot lane, things are actually very even. Top side of the map has been struggling a little bit after that early kill, but bot, Saya and Tearwolf, this is the duo that really needs to bring things back for the West, because the mid lane difference is just, it's a little too big to rely on Doublelift to be the carry right now.
Second game in a row as well, where the bot lane players for the West tend to be the hope. Yes, all of this North American pride is up top, as Licorice was trying to have you believe, but this is the side of the map that needs to step up their game and claw it back in the mid game. Westall, he's decided not to play around Uzi for a few minutes.
All right, look what he's doing. He's not even trying to land skill shots. He walks up to them with the slow, and then once they're slowed, you land a skill shot. He's got this Ivern thing on lock.
Yeah, he gets it.
Jat Strats 101. Yeah, that's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. Uzi's not going to find the Tempest this time around, and Doublelift with that Phage and Kindle Gem into a completed Phantom Dancer is in a lot of trouble. 1v1, it's a close range decimate, but look at that. Just obliterated. When Westor's not there to hold Uzi's hand, Artifact steps in to make sure somebody is always holding Uzi. He's not used to being alone.
Yeah, this is brutal. They're going to get another plate off this turret if they want to. Remember, every plate has more armor and magic resist than the previous plate, and after you kill a single plate, there's a temporary extra bonus of armor and MR depending on the number of champions above 1 that are near the turret. But here we go, another fight, and look who is here.
All right, Uzi's able to escape with his life, and Westor will not find the skill shot because he didn't follow the instructions.
Yeah, he didn't run close to them first with his E, wait for the slow, and then shoot the skill shot.
I'm actually writing all of these tips and tricks down to see whether or not it'll help my game.
So you listen to his tips and tricks, but not mine, quick shot?
Yes, indeed. Diamond, not diamond. So
diamond! False! Now, back to the League of Legends. Westor once again makes an appearance up top. Level 10 right now. The second highest level in the game, has more farm than Bang does, but Sneaky's here for the counter gank. Only
Actually,
level
that is
7.
terrifying. Westall and Uzi level 10, Bang level 9.
Oh no.
Hello.
He loses this 1v1, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. This time around, Westall took it to the next level. Wait for the enemy to come melee range to you.
Yeah.
And then cast your spells. Westall 204.
Oh, this is going to be...
He's got a completed Ardent Sensor, and he's got Uzi and Triple to buff up. This is really good. But for the West, Saya and Tia Wolf are doing a lot of work. The Chemo Plague is working out. That's a flash forward from Saya. Transfusions will buy some time. Artifact goes golden thanks to the stopwatch. The teleport will be channeled. Bang's coming in for the fight. Triple dashes away to safety. Doesn't get caught by the stun. Saya still not able to find himself a kill. Now he's in a 1v3. No cooldowns available. And the East get themselves 3 total kills at the cost of only Uzi.
Extremely good stopwatch by Artifact. Like, that's the thing when you're up against Pyke. It is absolutely worth it to burn a flash or a stopwatch to stop that thing. It prevents the reset and prevents yourself from dying.
And the West are just falling apart right now. 4 kills to 12 in the early game, and Westall has been the player that's been swinging a lot of this in their favor. Now, we seem to miss a bit of a play that was going on in the jungle. Uzi, 1v2. Looks like that he's going to drop. Is able to get the double knocker. And only gets away with it because of Sneaky stopwatch. Beautifully played there from Uzi, demonstrating he can carry on multiple lanes.
Yeah, very close to the double kill there. Only going to get stronger from here. Great CS, already 5 kills, and the Ardent Sensor probably going on him in most of the fights from the West Door shield.
Ooh, Bang really wanted to chase that one down. One more hit maybe would have given him the confidence to throw down that Chaos Storm. And look at Doublelift. He spent so much time running away. 68 CS to 122. His tower's about to fall. And yes, Tia Wolf is there, but look at the minimap. Artifact is just close enough. Westor's more than close enough to also get involved. And the East have got themselves a 6,000 gold lead before 15 minutes. So may even be more impressive than game 1.
What's important to remember as well is that here comes the TP flank.
All right, let's see what this does.
BRTT.
BRTT's coming to help, but there's no Chemo Plague available. Nor is there an ultimate available for Tia Wolf. Room Prison's doing a lot. Triple uses the Killer Instinct really, really well. Puts a lot of distance. Realm Wolf comes up. BRTT! He butchers that one. You can see he's an AD carry player. Artifact is killed at the cost of the TP, and Westall almost goes down. Doublelift finally figuring out how to play Darius.
Ooh, he's able to get away with his life in that one. 2 versus 1. Finally survives. Uzi does not secure another kill, but now the West are getting a bit more map control. They've invested 3 members towards the bot side. Can they secure the first tower of the game?
And of course, very important to note, after the 14-minute mark, so the tower plating has dropped. The bonus gold not available to them. Tower First Blood was secured by the West. That is a small victory.
Yep.
It's at the cost of their mid lane tower, though, as Uzi and Westall have shoved it. They can also push top and help Bang get the second tower of the game.
Yeah, they will end up getting a turret advantage. That extra 150 gold for first turret does go over to the West, though, as you mentioned. Just a consolation prize. Tiro sneaks in behind. Now it's a 2v3.
All right, take a look at this. The quickness goes down from Artifact. That's more than enough CC to allow a quick and easy kill onto Sneaky. Uzi is being gifted. Look at how the East coordinate. They back off. They do not use any abilities. They do not run the risk of kill stealing from Sir Uzi. They set it up once again, and that was the play you wanted to see.
It's the combo, Jat.
And then you got to see the root caller into Yasuo just flying across the screen to kill you.
And look at all these bounties on the side of the East.
Oh, it feels
600
so bad.
top lane, 600 jungle, 700 mid lane, 450 on triple, and this was supposed to be the winning lane for the West, but things are falling apart.
You know what it feels like to me?
Tell me.
In a lot of RPGs, you have bags of gold, right? And that's the visualization.
Yeah.
It feels like the East are holding their bags of gold, going na 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 na.
Yeah.
Just in front of the West, because they have absolutely everything on lockdown. It's getting close to 10,000 gold lead. Saya survives a few seconds longer. The Hemo Plague will buy some time. The pop comes up.
Still alive.
This is very impressive. It looked a little scarier than it was going to be. Now, Sneaky's got no barrel available to him, so that's going to be difficult. Look, though, here comes Doublelift. Can they chase down Triple Uzi and Artifact? Westall's going to join the fight. The tower has been killed, and Doublelift locked in place. He's going to pick a fight with Westall. Sneaky is trying to help him out. Westall escaped with his life. There's now Uzi and Triple and Artifact. They turn it around. The East are on the hunt. Westall's going to connect. They're onto Doublelift. He's knocked into the air. He may as well get frequent flyer miles. A lot of damage being secured as Triple looking for the missiles. Won't find it just yet. Uzi comes in. Westall, how dare you steal that from Sir Uzi? Triple is taken down by Sneaky, though. So it's at least a 1-for-1 until Uzi picks up another onto Tier Wolf. 17 kills to 6 and a 10,000 gold lead.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. I think this game will be shorter than the last game, even though the goal to 15 is pretty close.
It is, but it's worse now that there's North American players playing. I think the pivot in strategy, the pivot in starting roster, it hasn't worked out. And you know, I like the theory, Licorice. I appreciate the confidence, but Peanut and Team East just have the West beat.
It honestly feels like that the East are just beating the West with their bags of gold right now. 900 is the bounty in Uzi's back pocket. The Darius counterpick on paper looked good, but the West were not prepared, surprisingly, for the protect the Uzi composition, which
just
East so far have played to perfection.
Who could have predicted that people would camp Uzi's lane?
Yeah.
Check the Asuo.
I mean, there's no ways, right? Well, look, I don't want to take anything away from the East. I have developed a peanut allergy over the last 2 hours, and it is definitely hurting because look at this. Artifact gets the charm onto BRTT immediately after killing Tier Wolf, and the Realm Warp will buy a few seconds' time. I was kind of hoping the East would continue to chase. They've got a 12 kill advantage. They're pushing to inner turrets. Mountain Drake is secured, and they have a Kai'Sa as well. So, I don't think there's a comeback mechanic yet.
Oh, well.
Look at the bounties.
Let's not forget Rookie versus Towers in the last game. How will East look to play around these towers now? So far, the siege has been pretty clean.
Pretty well.
Okay, yeah, that was good League of Legends, I admit.
Do you want to carry on with that point?
I'm giving you options, Quick Shot. I'm giving you analysis.
That's a very bold statement there, Vedius.
You know, as a caster, you can't just say, well, the game's done, it's over. You got to look at what could they do. In this instance, it's well, you could read a book in your free time. You could learn to knit.
Could learn about Ivern.
You could learn.
Overall, I
think the West have learned a lot about Ivern in this game.
3-0-7. West All is absolutely obliterating this game. 1,000 gold bounty for Uzi. And it's been a clinic. Maybe Nexus Blitz will help us out, a little bit more of a full fun game. But
maybe. And, you know, so I've joked a lot this game about Ivern and, like, the simplistic ways you can get victory with him. But I do think there's, like, an overall point towards climbing in League of Legends where it is very easy to look at highlight videos and watch pros and think, hey, the way I get better is, like, 150 ribbon games, and then I'll be able to win my lane and take over the game. But so many of these little things that I stated, a lot of players just don't do. Like, they'll go for the max range skill shot instead of flashing next to the person and guaranteeing the skill shot to get the kill. And funnily enough, Westor, who's been playing for a while, almost never been able to win lane, like his whole career.
Yeah.
Been able to stay a pro player and made it to Worlds multiple times because he actually gets a lot of the little things.
And
all right, that's it.
So, I will say, the reason why Ivern is not considered good in competitive play is because of how easy he is to counter jungle. He has no dueling power, he generates no jungle pressure, and the advantage that the East have is they're against the Gragas, who can't punish him in the jungle.
And not only that, 380 carry players.
I mean, it's true.
That all they've done for the first 15 minutes of every game for the last 6 years is farm. Very nicely done by Uzi. He jumps onto BRTT. Not going to pick up the kill, but triple will. So yeah, goes into the into the Sanguine Pool just to survive as a Chaos Storm chases them away. Team East are going to be able to push onto this inhibitor turret. And as you mentioned, Bettis, it was coordination that was necessary to
they've got the Rift Herald as well.
On that jungle, Ivern. Rift Herald comes in. Right, give me a dancing Rift Herald. This is what I want to see. Team East will take down the inhibitor. They're going to look for the chase. That's a dive forward from Uzi. He goes in, uses the stopwatch. The Herald's going to get the boot onto the Nexus turret. We might get ourselves a dancing Herald. It's down to 4,000 HP. Follow the Herald. Team East continue to push. It's a 4 versus 5 that the Team West have to try to defend. The Herald, 3,000 HP. Triples back.
Oh, no! The Herald is down.
What an all-star.
Team West, they defend the Rift Herald siege, but they will not defend their Nexus. 21.5 minutes into the game. Team East are obliterating the West. The 80 carry combination and the Team West team are defeated. The hands of the East. 2-0 in one hell of a crushing
But
match.
it's not over yet.
Yeah, I think you still play the third game because you can't complete the. It's not a best of three.
It's a
three.
Yes, hit the nail on the head.
The same way best of two could end in the
We
tie.
still
This
have
can end in the
5
3-0.
Yeah, we still have 5 players that need to play. You haven't defeated all of the West yet. You've just defeated a good.
Ladies and
portion
gentlemen,
of them.
we are in Vegas. Double or nothing, the next game defines
Yes!
it, okay? Whoever wins the next match, let's get Licorice and Peanut to have a conversation. Do they agree
Yeah.
that whoever wins Nexus Blitz can have eternal glory in East versus West?
That is one thing. Or double or nothing could mean 2-2. For some reason, I just decided to make this way less exciting because double does mean 2 instead of 1.
I would accept the tie, actually. I think as a European caster,
yes,
I can live with that, and I think the memes would be far more entertaining for it to be a draw in that regard, right?
Yeah.
They pay off for much longer, in my opinion.
Uzi
that
and
hurt to watch.
Westor styled on that game.
They did.
Like that was, Westor was always mid lane, but also was using the timing of his camp spawns pretty well. With Boots mobility, super important on Ivern as well, to be able to camp a lane just like that. Because we saw him 3 levels ahead of Sneaky at one point in the game.
Really excited for the RNG announcement next year of Uzi now to mid lane. I think
Westor signed on. The third jungler of the
Not everybody follows the LEC news, okay? Not everybody follows that style. But that was tough to watch, you know? Like,
I mean, it wasn't. I had a lot of fun watching Double Lift and Sneaky be obliterated by Uzi and Westor.
What is amazing to see and what is very fun is you don't frequently get to watch pro players on this stage against other pro players playing off-roll. But also really, really, really shining. Like, you know, Jat strats for Ivern could have increased Westor's performance from like the 95 percentile to like the 98 percentile, right?
Right.
But he was hitting 95 percentile and really playing so well. It's beautiful to watch because in my head, I always just like type class people and I never really think about all the solo queue games and the streaming games they play.
I think it's important to remember that in solo queue, people don't always recognize some of the big weaknesses of champions, which is why things like Ivern can be taken advantage of. Nocturne mid is another one. People don't think to camp it. If he is 0-2 in lane, he doesn't do very much, right? So you just got to find these niche picks that don't require a high skill bar in order to maximize, but can get you a lot of benefits if played to a mediocre to slightly above average level.
Yeah, and Bang, if we're going through the East versus West lens, like 1/5 of that East team is actually part of the West team now, joining 100 Thieves. And not only did he win a Zed mirror match in the 1v1, he then won Victor versus Rise. So going into more of the 1v1s today, Uzi, Bang, watching those 80 carries, being able to flex in and out of marksman and non-marksman play is going to be fun to see.
It does make me very happy that the West does have, the West did have a player that picked up a win, you know, in Bang. I mean, it's a little early to call that, but I think it is fair, you know. He had the 100 Thief sticker yesterday.
We still have the 1v1s later, quick shot. Don't give up on the West just yet.
But this is the bracket that's called East versus West.
That's true.
Right? So specifically from the 2 games that we have seen already, the West was able to put up a good performance in Bang. So thank you for that one, Bang.
Thank you, Bang.
I have to claim it as much as I can.
Well, let's not forget, Double or Nothing coming up next. Nexus Blitz, the expert over here, Jat. You've seen your Ivern already.
He's
Nexus
not
Blitz.
good. He's really bad on Nexus.
Really bad. I can imagine. Amumu, I've seen is broken for some reason.
Sid, I want to also quickly ask, has Double Lift just been his career now in free fall after winning the 2v2? Right?
Perhaps.
Like, every match since lifting his first international trophy, really, really just, you know, disappointing. And for a player of that caliber, I expected more.
What I think we learned is that Voyboy was the real winner and that Double Lift was there for the ride, perhaps?
A little. Double Lift was able to defeat BRTT.
That's true.
Yeah. He was.
And then he did not win the next.
No, I mean, that Olaf was just depressing, and I'm not going to forgive you for it. But for more on how that match played out, we're going to head down to Shucks and Caps.
Why, thank you very much indeed. Joined here by Caps. Caps, it's not going well. East versus West. What's going on?
Well, I guess the Eastern teams are a bit too good. We already lost to NA, so losing to East now as well.
There's good news, though. The next mode is East versus West Nexus Blitz, and you have a lot of NA players, so they're like the for fun region. So do you think that's going to go better?
I think so. I played the Nexus Blitz myself yesterday, and we won, so I have a lot of faith in us, and I hope we can at least get 1 win today.
Okay, things are looking up. Now, you're also in the 1v1 tournament. Still, there's a lot of big names there. The biggest one is, of course, Pabu from OCE. Do you think you'll be able to beat him?
I hope so, but first I have to go through Maple. So
Yes.
I'm focusing on one match at a time, and then maybe I can look towards the final and semifinals after.
Maybe, indeed. I was just making a joke. I think Pabu is a smaller name but he's doing incredible. But as you say, Maple is in there, Rookie is in there, Faker is in there, and it feels like this kind of competition, the 1v1, is something that you take quite seriously. Am I right? Because you're a very mechanical player, so.
Well, I actually always wanted to go All-Stars because I wanted to win the 1v1 tournament. So it was like a big dream of mine to go All-Stars. But now that I actually got to All-Stars, I kind of had a huge break in the offseason because I've been talking with so many teams, and I've been trying to take a break before the next season.
Yeah.
So I actually am not too serious about the 1v1 tournament.
You feel like you got worse, or you got worse?
Well, I basically didn't play solo queue for like 6 days or something.
So is that an excuse, I hear?
Yeah, I'm definitely making excuses. Just so that it looks even better when I win, right?
All right, nice. Finally, Broxa just commented that he hopes that Nemesis is going to smash you next season. Is there anything you want to say to your future opponent?
Well, I don't think he will, right? I think Perks already made it quite clear what's going to happen next split. I'm feeling pretty confident in the G2 lineup, and I hope we're going to show on stage.
No trash talk, eh? A reformed Caps here. Well, good luck, and good luck in the rest in the tournament. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more action in Nexus Blitz. Don't go anywhere.
Power shot not enough yet to pick up the kill.
But look at the button presses.
Picks it up. Well, dashes away to safety. Doesn't get caught by the stun. Saya still not able to find himself a kill. Now he's in a 1v3. No cooldowns available.
I got one, boys. Don't worry.
That's good. We're recovering, dude.
We're smurfing.
Team West, they defend the Rift Herald Siege, but they will not defend their Nexus.
Welcome back to All-Stars 2018, where I'm graced to be in the presence of one of the greatest ADCs to ever play the game, BRTT. And of course, Shox is joining us.
One of the worst AD
Dual
carries.
host, yeah, one of the worst AD carries to ever play the game, right alongside me. That is not my favorite role. Double hosting this one, you get to be the sandwich in the middle. But East-West matchups not going fantastically for the West so far. It was more even game one, but that one was absolutely crushing in defeat. What went wrong?
I feel like that's coach fault.
Oh, now we get the other side
Give
of
us the
coin.
dirt.
I don't know. There is a double lift playing Darius mid, VRTT playing Rise top.
Right.
There's something
So
wrong,
wait,
dude.
explain this relationship. You guys you don't have any say in the,
And
in
just
the champion?
not to
Yeah, we have
influence,
kinda, but yeah, he said like, oh, Rise have a good matchup. Can you play it? And I was like, yeah, I can play.
I mean,
But
I can
if you-
still hit
if you are a
QWER.
coach, you need to feel it's not that good with the champion.
BRTT, not to influence your opinion on your coach, but after the first loss, he did put it all on the players. He said that you guys were not very good. So I don't know. Maybe there should be a re-examination of Licorice as coach.
A reconciliation.
Yeah.
And a newfound respect for Reapert and his job.
That's true.
But here we have one more opportunity for the West to strike back in our Nexus Blitz rematch here against the East. So,
The for fun match.
for
so
fun game mode, that's where I was going.
That's why.
Is that it?
That's what we're looking for, dude.
All right.
Our
You don't
chance.
have, do you have any experience in the Nexus Blitz game mode? Or
No, I never played, but I was watching the
Yeah.
game. I think it was yesterday or the day, but it was really fun. So I think
From
we
that
have a
one
chance
game
now.
of evidence from watching,
Yeah.
is there anything in particular you think is overpowered? Like if you were, okay, if we ripped Licorice off the stage right now.
You are
and
the
look,
coach.
You're done.
Can we do
You're-
that?
You're 0-2. You're 0-2 as a coach. BRTT's in. What would you be drafting? What kind of comp
Dude.
would you draft?
Guys, what are guys are comfortable to play?
There you go.
He
He's gonna listen to
he
his
didn't
players.
make that question. He didn't make that question.
He didn't even ask you what you wanted to play. I don't know.
Yeah.
Man. I mean,
yeah, at the beginning, but yeah, he was not like confident. You know?
He asked and then
It wasn't your
ignored. It was
fault.
one of those situations.
a fun thing, maybe Faker is playing Nexus Blitz. Jizuka is on the other side as well. We know that in the 1v1 they like narrowly lost, but it's
that was
funny
close.
because we know that Faker he doesn't use skins. He likes to play the serious mode. So I'm very excited about seeing him play Nexus Blitz. How strong is he going to be in Nexus Blitz? Do you think, Faker?
Yeah, kinda. This guy has some mechanics, so
Some
this
mechanics.
map,
Yeah, he's all right.
it's
mechanically.
like I think he can like make a really difference and maybe carry.
I mean,
but
his brother in arms in the LCK, Peanut, had one of the highlight plays yesterday on a Mumu in the Nocturne event, getting the blind 5-man. Oh, that was insane.
Wukong, Amumu.
Wukong is a champion we haven't even seen yet this tournament.
I don't know what happened, but looks like there is a 2v2 in Summer of Arena.
Yeah, the Battle Royale where it throws you all
crazy.
into the middle. That would be pretty bonkers.
Also,
there.
we don't have any jurisdiction whatsoever, but let's just say who wins Nexus Blitz wins the whole thing.
Yeah, there it is. Shock declared it. So it is so. With that, it's time to send it over to Quick Shot, Vedius, and Jack to get us into Game 3.
Thank you very much, Dash, and let's dive right into the starting rosters for this instance of a Nexus Blitz. Team East will be on the left-hand side, the blue side of a Nexus Blitz, and looking at the roster, it is Seros, Faker, MLXG, Pabu, and Rocky.
Man, the fact the East held back Faker for the final game and still has the 2-0. But West lineup, we got Jizuke, Dumbledoge, Seiya, Broken Blade, and Plugo.
Yeah, so we're going to get to see Broken Blade and Dumbledoge join for the final game. We've been saving our power picks for the end as well. We do know that Dumbledoge was one of the original Faker Slayers, right?
That helps.
And he's going to be joining up with Jizuke in the jungle. And he came close to killing Faker yesterday as well.
Like
so
98%.
Their combined powers may very well be enough to take down the Legend.
What I love about the Nexus Blitz game mode is watching the pro players trying to coordinate the mini games, because there is a pretty heavy-handed teamwork element to some of them that you do need to work together and try to understand not only the flow of the map itself, but the flow of the mini games, and then amongst the different languages that everybody's going to be speaking.
So my favorite mini game so far from watching was watching the Scuttle Crab one, because one of the teams didn't know what to do, and it almost looked like they were protecting their Scuttle Crab to the end, when in fact they were just helping the enemy team.
Yeah, that was really
because they weren't attacking it. And I just thought that was so entertaining, because that's what I would do. I would look at it and I would be like, what am I supposed to do with the Scuttle
realize that
Crab?
one team is just repeatedly killing a Scuttle Crab. Like, why were they killing their old Scuttle Crab? That's
One of the
cool.
things I am really, really happy to see is, of course, I've been giving Licorice a bit of trouble over the last years, but Licorice and Peanut having a good chat, having a good laugh.
Coaches just talk to each other. I wonder what they have decided here, because this is the blind pick version of Nexus Blitz. So we'll see if they have anything go down. As we've seen, team fighting champions are insane. My suggestion for those of you playing Nexus Blitz at home, if you're in the jungle position, actually farm your jungle. It's worth an insane amount of golden experience, and be ready for it to respawn. It's absolutely worth it. You want to maximize your farm in between events and then focus on the events, but that's if you want to try hard in a clearly not try hard mode, which is fine. I do that all the time.
100%, yeah.
But this is kind of my go-to for the quick game when you want it. Try out champions, learn stuff, but it's so cool to see such skilled players in such a new and unique environment.
So I've seen a Mumu be really strong, Master Yi, Kennen with some of the big champions that I thought. Akali as well were some of the champions that I thought looked pretty good. And to me, having never played the game mode, maybe AoE wave clear junglers were good. I don't know. What do you think, Chad?
AoE's good. I think AD carries are slept on in this mode. On fire, or if you do an AD carry jungler, it's a really good way to get resources. And I do think that, like, Alistar, just having one Alistar who runs in between lanes when you have two carry lanes and then like another support and a tank in the jungle is my ideal team comp.
Wait, there are 2 lanes?
There are 2 lanes.
I've only ever seen everyone group in the mid lane.
Mid and bot, they are very close together. And
Right.
I played the first iteration of Nexus Blitz. I haven't played this one yet. A lot. Like, a lot. And Wukongs and Rumbles did surprisingly well.
Yeah.
Fairly low cooldowns on the ultimates to a degree, and like just the impact on the map, because everything's so condensed, you just get mega value from those ultis, and both, I think the Wukong and Rumble were locked in there for Team East. So there's a brutal combination once we start getting down to some of those Ring of Fire Battle Royale type battles.
Yep, presence of mind because of all the kills and assists as well happens. But a lot of the runes have actually changed for this map as well, like Super Magical Boots happened earlier. Gathering Storm ticks every 4 minutes instead of every 10 minutes. So there is stuff that is actually made to make sense in this 20-minute or less game mode. So I really like it.
And there's one thing that we haven't seen yet in the 2 Nexus Blitz that I am hoping and praying happens. I want this game to go to the Mega Ultra late game, because if a game is not over by, I think it's 18 minutes, your Nexus will get up and become the super mega minion it always wanted to be and walk to the enemy Nexus to attempt to kill it. Depending on how many towers you've secured along the way, I have seen my own Nexus int by running into the enemy several times. So I want to see those Nexuses doing battle. Jet, what do you make of the first early setup here? Because it looks like the Team East are pushing into the West.
Yeah, wards are really important in a lot of the brushes that move between the two lanes and between the lanes and the jungle. Also, a lot of cheeky players in your first few games of Nexus splits actually try and counter jungle the other team's big wolf camp. It's a good way to get ahead, but it doesn't look like that'll be possible in this one as both teams are starting up there.
We are actually seeing an 80 carry support duo jungle, something you talked a little bit about. I think it works. Jat, something that you can just funnel resources into your 80 carry, but already some aggression in the bot lane.
Really nicely done. Fugo and Seiya getting an advantage there onto Rocky and Pabu. The Pyke Wukong going to have some difficulties in these early levels. So we need to see Team West getting a good advantage from the 2v2 benefits they've got right now.
Yeah, and this game really usually has its first conflict after the jungles take the first 3 camps. So they actually have played this before. Did you see what they just did? Broken Blade and Double Doge. I got excited about this. So the big wolf explodes and does a ton of damage. They pulled the Raptors up to the wolf to explode it on 2 camps at once, therefore clear faster.
Oh, very nicely done. Double Doge and Broken Blade trying to bring one back for Team West. And they've actually played this and really thought out the duo because it's double smite as well on the Zyra Khan combo, and that's going to become very impactful, not only the duo, but as the team fights and the little mini games start to become alive.
So Jat, talk me through these buffs. There's clearly a red and a blue buff. Do they matter at all?
They're super powerful, actually, and they actually go to the 2 closest people when it dies.
Oh, very, very close. There goes Master Yi, forced to jump in, flash away. This is a 4 versus 4. The poison's not going to be enough just yet. Siros burns down. First blood picked up by Jizuke on Cassiopeia.
So good early kill coming out from Team West. There's a big fight happened around that important red buff. I'm not entirely sure who ended up securing it, but with that early kill going over to the hands of Cassio, that's going to start that snowball for Jizuke.
And also, didn't Jizuke play Cassiopeia in the NA versus EU matchup to open All-Star?
He's played a lot of Cassiopeia during this event. Pyke v Pyke able to get on the hook real easy, but Double Doge and Broken Blade looking real good. Still red buff, both level 5, and a blue buff that they can still take.
I felt like Plugo was playing the bait game there. It looked like Pabu and Rocky initiated, but there was no further follow-up. So small advantage to Team West. They got the red, they got themselves a kill, and they're already off to a good start.
So what does a red buff actually do? Because I can see it on top of the Pyke right now. That's the little infernal thing.
It does the same things that red buff does on live, just way more power. Same with blue buff.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
All right, looks like Plugo's going to be in some trouble here. Not enough follow-up damage, down to 100. Ignite is going to be ticking down. This will be close. Manages to catch the clone, not enough follow-up, and Rocky easily picks up the kill.
So he could have just gone into non-vision, and he would have regenerated, right?
Yep.
So definitely a bit of an oopsie there, but I guess he gets back to base faster, can buy his serrated Dirk.
I also think
with that.
non-vision is a great term. I'm going to stick with that one for a little bit. Pabu, I'm looking, does he have flash available? If he wanted to go for the hook, he could have, but decided against it. Jizuke got the petrifying gaze. And of course, there's the mid lane, Vedius. MLXG.
Yeah, I know that one.
And the one we were just looking down bottom.
But
where
I've always just seen everyone in the mid lane, so I always was surprised that there was a second one. Now, loot Vigar. I'm going to assume that means that you're going to hunt a Vigar and try and steal his loot.
There you go.
Be careful, he can fight back. So unlike Luke, Vigar casts spells, so it's an occasional Dark Matter, an occasional Event Horizon, but every once in a while, and we might not see this, he just casts multiple Event Horizons and a bunch of Dark Matters. So you never know.
I certainly hope we get it this time around. It is an odds game. I love the random factor to it.
All right, where is he?
You can see Vigar's HP bar on top of your
That doesn't seem fair.
This is how the game works.
Well, it's because they're behind in gold.
Oh, okay.
It's been designed that way, really helping out. He hasn't cast too many yet. The equalizer actually thrown down by Ceres. The team fight's going to break out. Pabu's the first one to go down, killed by Plugo. That's a lot of damage already. Vigar's running for his life. Nobody's hitting him yet. Seiya finally realizes, but he's caught inside the Event Horizon. All right, Vigar turns back around, and Team East simply not going to be in a position to fight. This is so well done by the West. They will get caught by a very small Dark Matter.
Chain lightning after move. Is that static shiv?
Yes.
Okay.
It's static shiv on all 5 people for the next 2 minutes.
Okay.
And they got like a super win for that event? Because they seem to do like every bit of damage to Veigar, which means they got all the gold items.
And you can look at where the dragon indicator would be. That's the indicator that they've got themselves the lightning. Of course, there's an early kill already picked up in the Dumble Joe. The slicing maelstrom goes in. That's a double kill sitting for the West. It's a trade back as Broken Blade goes down. Everybody's in the fight and everybody's dying. But it's Faker that's turning this around. He's got himself a double kill. Turns his attention onto the red sentinel. Jizuke gets exhausted, but he's got enough damage in the cleanse to burn through. It's a 4 for 3 in favor of the West. The champion from the meditate keeps Faker alive, and he's even got the audacity to dodge in front of Jizuke's form.
Faker, no matter where he is, still able to pull out a lot of those mechanics. Peanut, the brilliant strategy of putting him in for the next Splits game.
Oh, that was beautiful. The Hex Flash into the Bone Skewer. Nicely set up by Plugo. 66 in kills.
Oh, I love all the laughs that are coming out. The smile on Faker's face. That's what many fans have been longing to see for a while. The guy, still Faker playmaker on the Lee Sin, not Lee Sin, right? Master Yi, 2-0-1 right now. Is that a jungle item that he's completed?
Yeah. So that's just, the jungle items are all actually very strong. It's the same trio of jungle items you would see on live as far as what they do. Right. So that's attack speed, red one's attack damage, blue one is AP.
A lot of fights going on at the moment as Team West is pushing in behind the tower. Faker decides to go forward. They've already got Jizuke. Jizuke was way out of place, got caught by that Bone Skewer and chunked down. West have got themselves a 3,000 gold lead, which is substantial. But we need to see how these mini-games continue to play out, because that is the game changer. Boo! Oh, he just gets blown right up, Venius.
Careful what you hook in when you got the static shift buff on red team.
This will be the first tower of the game going down towards Team West as well. So this early game looking pretty promising, but I do know that the events are pretty good ways to come back. Yeah. However, I have noticed that when an event starts, the team with the gold lead seems to automatically be at an advantage in these events anyway.
Well, occasionally, right? If you have the gold lead, the event is usually biased towards the losing team.
Right. But what about the 1v1s that sometimes happen?
I think it just happens. Yeah, you just gotta fight it out.
So we got prize fight coming off. This is one of my favorite events. As you can see, the teams will face off in a series 2v2s. And if it works out to be a tie, then the final 1v1 will determine which team wins the battle. And of course, the players selected is by total gold value.
Yeah, the 2v2s are random. It's the 1v1 at the end, which is right. So Broken Blade doesn't get to play this with Dumble Doge, but he does have red buff going in, which is going to be pretty nice.
This just feels so bad. An Ornn and a Pipe versus Zaya and Kenneth. Zaya is going to be able to pick up a kill before anything can happen, and Pabu just gets blown up. All right, RNG, Rumble Yi.
Oh, God.
Oh, my word. Okay, Seros, he absolutely botches the equalizer. It's going to be up to Faker. Seros comes back in. Oh, damages up. Double supports. They managed to pick this up. Faker goes down.
And now Rocky has to take on
the double support combo.
Because it was a 2v2 win, Rocky has a chance to go after everyone.
But it's the double support. How can anyone beat this combo?
Flash!
That's when he has the flash. Okay, that's okay. This should work out pretty well. Plugo's got some support. Oh, this is gonna go bad. Crushing blow helps so much. The
heal, Rocky, heal!
The honey fruit keeps Rocky alive. But I think one more hit
is gonna get out of this one.
Yeah.
No, by the way, if you're not fighting, you burn to death.
Oh.
I did not know that rule.
I don't think he did either.
The catapult is really, really fun. You can jump into the catapult from base, and it just shoots you somewhere on the map.
Oh, is it random?
No. You can target where you want to go.
Okay.
But once you targeted where you want to go, you cannot change the path in any way.
That makes sense.
Yes, and it just becomes problematic when you try to jump into team fights later, because by time you land after the travel, the fight could be over.
Right.
I have, on more than one occasion, flown to my death after stepping into the cannon.
Oh, man. So, because they've won back-to-back events now, they're feeling pretty strong. But you never know if they can turn around.
They're already down. That's a really good engage. It's a 1-for-2 trade in favor of the West. Faker will get taken down. That's
Looking
a
for the
triple.
Penta. That's an on-fire pipe.
We already got one. That's a quadra. Chase down Seros. Come on, West. Get the Penta kill for Plugo.
And now as well, Pyke being on fire, reduced cooldowns, deal more damage, take more damage, worth more gold. Gets pretty crazy.
And this is the solo flame Pyke that you wanted to see, chat. You can see how much damage is pulling up. He's looking for another combo.
Oh, Plugo is destroying the East. Come on, I think we can win this fight. Bone Skewer goes out, won't find the kill. Support coming in from Seiya. That's another one. Seiya picks up the kill, though. The Orn Horn is poor, but there's no follow-up. Here comes Plugo once more, dashing in for the damage. 29 kills already on the board, and we're not done yet. All right, the West is doing very, very well. Nearly 10,000 gold up. Nexus Blitz seems to be where we are thriving as a half of the world. I was going to say
as a hemisphere.
Well, is it hemisphere? Is East and West?
I will go with it anyway. The
I'll
East
go with
and West
different
hemisphere.
word for that. There is a different word, but I'm just going to go with the other word for hemisphere.
Now, we've got to keep our eyes on Faker still, because he is still level 12. The Master, why do I keep saying Lee Sin? The Master Yi still feels pretty strong, and he's only going to get stronger as the game progresses. But I want to know how he can be set on fire, Jan. How does he get to that state?
Well, anyone who gets set on fire, it's after a certain number of kills and assists. Usually 4 kills in a row will give you on fire, but also assists contribute towards it as well. Here's another fight.
All right, so he goes in with a slicing maelstrom. Important.
Oh, huge
25
ulti.
seconds until the next minigame, but look at this! Absolutely destroying the East. It's a quadra kill for Broken Blade, an ace for the West, and 15 seconds till the next minigame.
And now Zai's on fire as well. This could be a quick one, but it looks like we're going to make it to at least Paranoia.
But what a beautiful ultimate from Jizuke, landing onto 4 members to just set up for the Wombo combo to come out from the West. Beautifully done from the West squad. But now we have the on fire. Is it just... Oh, the darkness is involved as well.
Yeah. So everyone is under the effect of Nocturnaut right now. So it's actually pretty sure.
Oh, it's almost dead.
He recalled and it moved too fast.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? He fired in the cannon, but the ring was traveling quicker than it.
Wait, Jizuke's dead as well.
It's a 3 versus 5.
Here comes the Orn.
This is how the East can turn this one around. Look at how it is favoring the team that is behind. They have next turrets to help, and they will be winning this little game. Plugo hops over the wall. Ooh, but the West is going to hit a 1 versus 4. East are going to be able to pick this up.
Plugo won't do it. He can't do it.
He's going to lose the on-fire status. He's going to lose the minigame. And now the extra regeneration will help the East out.
They won Mega Ocean Drake. So this is like, to use an example for Mega Cloud Drake, which is another reward you could get, would give you 250 out-of-combat move speed. So that's the level. It's like 6 Ocean Drakes in normalized card they have for the next.
Ooh, that's a big rumble ulti.
Is indeed. A couple cannons landed on top, but look at this.
Oh,
East
boy.
is not coordinated enough. Regen is only useful when you are alive, and they are not alive just yet. Rocky jumps in and is immediately taken out. Seros running for his life, and Plugo finds himself face planting in behind the rock. That was so beautifully done. Plugo hops over the wall, pops down the ulti, and it looks like a 14-minute win is on the cards here for the West. The Nexus turrets are being demolished as they stand. The Rift Herald is summoned inside the base, but here comes the East. They've got one last attempt to save the day. I don't think they will do it. The Nexus
Dancing Herald
is being hammered down, and we were denied a Dancing Herald in the previous game. We may not be denied one now.
Inhibitor
has respawned. The East have been saved to live another day. They're turning this fight around. The minions are empowered thanks to that Herald buff, and the inhibitor is still standing.
There it is.
The West will get the kills, the West will get the Nexus, and the West will win Nexus Blitz.
And depending on who you talk to, maybe the whole East versus West event. It just depends how you decide to score.
Oh man, that was a very intense game. Shout outs to Plugo on the Pyke.
Yep.
Pentakill, fantastic roams, really good setup. Faker tried on the Master Yi. He did his best, but unfortunately...
So that's the second pentakill in Nexus Splits that we got, right?
Of
We got one yesterday,
Oh,
one
I missed
today.
the first one.
So nicely done. That was very, very fun to watch. Minigames are always entertaining to me. I love the fact that the Battle Royale kills 2 members from the West.
When it's so dark out, man, it's hard to run from that thing. It's fast.
scary. And you commit the cannon to one particular part of the map, and then you're like, oh, hang on, the ring is traveling quicker than I am. So you're flying through the air, watching your champion die.
Yeah.
Very, very entertaining. It is very fun. I actually am looking forward to getting back home and playing that because Nexus Plus is one of the best distractions and like stress relievers from the grind of ranked for me. So
I am looking forward to figuring out what champions are good. Tanks didn't look very good to me.
So tanks can be really good.
They can?
Yeah, like if you play Nautilus, Amumu,
you've also got to remember, it can be beneficial. Now, I haven't tried a lot of the new mini games, like the 2v2s and the 1v1s was not in the first iteration of Nexus Blitz. So if you have multiple tanks, or if you have a few of them, you can just be oriented into bad positions, right? Like we saw the double support, but they managed to make it work.
But I also saw on Reddit this morning the double tank, and the only reason why someone won was because they burnt to death.
Yeah.
So it was Nunu versus Maokai, and they fought for literally 5 minutes, healing off of each other. And then Nunu, he landed a snowball, and then he just ran. And then that's how he won.
Did you see the little thing in the top right of the screen that said WIP?
Yeah.
It's a work in progress, man. Why the flavor of the game?
I'm not flaming. I'm just saying that tanks have not impressed me in this game mode so far.
Well, what do we make of East versus West? Now we've done, it was 3 games.
Equally skilled is what we've learned.
Okay.
Equally, did the double or nothing.
2-2 tie because Next Blitz is twice as important as our games, clearly.
Yeah.
Yes.
We saw a commanding victory from the East in game 2.
Yes.
We saw the
competitive game in game 1.
Game 1, yeah. Nocturne, big part in that, I feel.
Here's Karthus had a little bit more to say, in my opinion, but yes.
That's also true.
I acknowledge.
He was there. And I love the duo of Ivan and Yasuo. That could be the new combo that's coming to fruition.
Favorite player champion combo of the last 3 games? I am claiming Zero Sakali.
Okay. I'm going to say West or Ivern.
I'm going to say Broxer Nocturne. It was by far the best performance of the tournament.
Too predictable. I shouldn't have given you the option. For more on that victory, we are going to send it down to Dash, who is standing by with some pros in the MasterCard Player Lounge.
That's right. Quick shot. I'm standing by with Jizuke and Plugo, the pentakill from the last game. And 2 of the guys who handed the West our only victory in that all-important East versus West matchup. They already called it out. Nexus Blitz being 2 times more important than Summoner's Rift.
Of course.
That we actually are 2
Actually, it's actually 3 times. So
3 times. There it is. Well, now we have the official
Actually,
word. So 3-2 in favor of the West. But gentlemen, what has been your experience with Nexus Blitz, and how, like, did you know much about it coming in?
Like sort of. Pretty much there were many updates on this map.
Yeah.
Compared to the precedent one.
Right, yeah, all those added events. Plugo, what about you? Did you know much about it?
I didn't know about much, but I think Broken Bay, Dumbledog, and our coach Ligoris knew what to do it solidly in the jungle, so props to them. They were doing
okay,
great.
so we had a little bit of prep. There's that pentakill. How did that feel?
It felt really good. Like, I have lost every game here, so I wanted to try my best, and I was so happy for this game.
Boom.
Locked it down.
It was really cool.
So was...
I thought it was your penta even here. I thought it was double penta.
No.
When it came to the mini games, what was either the most fun mini game or the hardest mini game to play?
I mean, when the Paranoia mini game came out, I was dead already. I respawned and I died again. Like the circle was like in enemy nexus or something.
Right.
So I died 2 times in a row, but
like
it was.
Everyone
I didn't
said,
play it.
just back right now, the event is starting, and this guy got back in the base, so
yeah,
we didn't get too much to live there.
Like I didn't even base. I was dead. I respawned and I'm dead again.
Was there a lot of strategy around, like, oh, as soon as the event's announced, like, we got 30 seconds, we got to back, we got to make sure we're buying the right items and whatnot.
Yeah.
What about the cage match? That felt super stressful.
Like, we didn't find it too much stressful because the champions, like, the 2v2s were really easy, I think. And
well, you had the support 2v2. That was amazing. Was it Rakan and Pike, right?
Yeah.
What a duo.
They're fully P and fully D also. Like they were pretty much CCing them down and they were winning. Yeah, I think we won the team went really hard because we had the better 2v2.
Yeah, picking up
and then it was 2v1 later as well.
The most important victory here at all of All-Stars is, of course, the Nexus Bliss East versus West match. But coming up next, we've got the 1v1 tournament. I just want to get your guys' thoughts on the 1v1 as it continues to develop. We've got 8 players remaining. The defending champion in Uzi. We got big names like Faker, Rookie are still in there. We got dark horses like Pabu, who took down Doublelift, stabbing fashion. So what are your thoughts? Like, who would you pick as maybe your 2 finalists? So we'll start with you, Jizuke.
Well, my eyes are on Faker, Rookie, Caps.
Okay.
And, I mean, Faker and Rookie will play in semifinals, and Caps is in the other side of the group.
That's,
so
yeah, Caps on the top side. Faker is...
Caps, I think, can play against Maple and Uzi, so we can go final like that. But Faker and Rookie will meet in semifinals, and only one will go finals.
Right, Uzi versus Evie, Caps versus... what about over here? What do you think, finalists?
I think Rookie, he won against me, so of course he will win everything.
Gonna go the whole way.
And I trust in Pabu. Pabu talked with me, and I think he will like make a cheese, and he will stomp every guy in 1v1. So I trust him.
All right,
I think
so
Pabu will.
I don't want you to give away his cheese, but
No,
just from your own, from your own experience, what have been the strongest couple picks in 1v1 so far?
Well, just mid champs.
Mid lane champions.
Yeah.
That's what Uzi was saying when I asked him. You think it's mid laners 100% of the way?
I think for sure.
Yeah, of course.
This 1v1 tournament will win either Faker, Rookie, or Caps, because mid lane champs are favorite. And
Yeah,
I'm kind of rooting for Faker, so just to like end like he didn't win anything this year. So I feel like if he wins at least the All-Stars, yes, a win on his shoulders for this year. And it starts like good for next year.
All right, fair enough.
Like the story of the SKT taking the world back.
Yeah, that would be pretty great. It'd be a start of a new era, or a new SKT era, right? Going into
that would be really nice.
It would be pretty incredible. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me here. Thank you for handing the West their only win against the East. We're all going to bow down to you for that. We're stepping away. When we return, Freak and Kobe bring us back to the 1v1 tournament. As we go to break, though, let's listen in to some of the player comms of All-Stars 2018.
Which one's the real one? Is it you? Or is it me?
You're actually cheesing.
Why? Why am I cheesing?
I don't know why you're cheesing, actually. Disgusting.
Nice!
Let's go! Play 2!
Flash Ignite? You're
Yeah,
kidding
Flash
me?
Ignite. No, I'm not beating you. I'm not beating you.
Yeah,
Actually.
I'm fine.
No bad manners. You want to know how many times I've played Nico?
Maybe 2?
That's twice as many times as I've played her. Hey, GG, dude.
I shouldn't have gone Tom Kench, dude. It's failed. It failed. I repeat, we have failed the mission.
Oh.
What up? It's your boy. No! Come back, dude.
Oh, no kill me, please, guy. Yeah, nice.
Good luck.
Oh, good luck.
Oh.
Which skin did you pick? I forgot to look.
I'm not exposing my position, man. What the f? How am I so bad?
I hit the bush.
I'm not there.
Which one are you hiding in?
I see it.
Is that free wing?
The was dope.
Yes.
Wait.
Winner.
Uzi!
Finish it!
Go.
No! Go!
GG.
Finish!
What about him? Fire Lolly.
No, you go jungle, you know jungle. You have to play Amumu.
Amumu.
Amumu OP.
Yeah, Amumu
Really?
is OP.
The junglers take smite, right?
Come on.
Oh, nice.
Okay, nice. 10. Nice.
Finish.
Nice.
Yeah! Good job, guys.
Welcome back to the 1v1 tournament here in Las Vegas, where our top 8 competitors will clash until only one is left standing at the end of the day. Many will fall, few will remain. My name is David Freak Turley, joined by the best 1v1 color caster of the year, Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler.
Yes! Who else has casted 1v1s?
Me. Which means I am worse than you.
Nice.
Grammatically, that would be better, by the way, so Elias, step your game up. Now, 1v1 bracket recap is on the prompter. That trophy is up for grabs, by the way. Uzi won it twice in a row. He beat Maple, then he beat Bjergsen in the respective finals. Now we'll see who he might face who can move forward. Uzi at the top of that bracket faced off against Evie. Caps and Maple. Maple, the finalist from 2 years ago. Rookie and Bank Faker and Pabu after the upset win over Double Lift. It's going to be a fun one.
Man, it is so stacked, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense, right? All-Stars and all the best
All
players.
the players got voted in, and the good ones won.
But yeah, it's definitely looking good. Faker here, still in the tournament. I was sad last year when he got knocked out kind of early, you know, in one of the ones where they agree to mirror match style. But he's definitely still fighting, and we'll take a look at his opponent as well.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Just to give you the quick overview of the tournament structure, in the top 8 1v1, it's still best of 1, so 4 single games. Immediately following those 4 games, we will play the semifinals, which will be BO3. So we'll have 4 best of 1s into back-to-back best of 3s. Then we're going to have the China versus Korea show match. Then we will have the 1v1 final. So that is the run of show for the rest of All-Stars 2018. Faker and Pabu in the 1v1. He already took on Double Lift. Faker's next up.
I mean, and Pabu here with the blue hair that was just on your screen there, he's been kind of an underdog for the 1v1 tournaments, considering, you know, how famous a lot of the names in this tournament that have been going far are. But now he's up against Faker, one of his main goals here. And we'll see if he can actually take him down, because he was one of the ones doing a lot of planning coming into this, right? Coming up with, okay, if Heimerdinger is meta, then this is going to be my counter. Or, you know, if X champions are what we're going to expect, he has a lot of these counter initiatives.
To be fair, I'm going to walk back what I said, because you're quoting me from yesterday. Really said, hey, how good do you think Mordekaiser is? And I was like, probably not very. He's like, but I think it's good in a Heimerdinger. I'm like, okay. And there's no Heimerdinger, so he's not playing Mordekaiser. I feel like
that's what your story grew out of?
More or less. But like, he was thinking of counter picks, but he more or less is like, hey man, what's it going? I'm from, oh, so cool, like, I can tell from the accent. He's like, yeah, how good's Mordekaiser? And I'm like, probably not the right choice.
Yeah, I think I concur on that one.
Even his level 6 all-in's not even that strong. So we'll see though. Faker, I actually have been liking watching Faker at All-Stars. He's been more...
You like watching Faker?
Yeah.
Oh, you hipster!
I'm such a hipster. He's been very emotive, though, about how the game's been going. And this is going to be spicy. We saw, like, a chain of, like, Tom Kench and Pantheon 1v1s where, like, the aggro melee was, like, maybe getting in and doing stuff. So now Faker on this Cassio, pretty standard mage pick for him. But he's up against a Darius, which is going to be very spicy.
I mean, I honestly think that's going to be really hard for the Darius. He does have Flash and Ghost, though. He's going to need all that mobility.
Yeah.
Because Faker here can obviously ground him, get extra speed with the poisons. Darius is going to have to choose the all-in very carefully, I believe. I mean, if you don't turn your back during Faker's ultimate, I feel like that's just a loss right there.
So one thing I want to theory craft on the runes right here for this Darius is I actually don't like that he went coup de grace, which is bonus damage on low health, because he'll execute with the ult, which is already true damage and won't be multiplied. I would rather he take last stand, because he's going to be at 10% at some point in that fight, and having a big Q hit when he's super low is, I think, a bigger deal. Really minor point, but it's one thing I would like to see changed.
Honestly, I think last stand is super underrated.
Yeah,
because it's actually a much bigger percentage increase in your damage. Yes, it's, you know, a harder, you know, or less wanted situation to be in.
But one of you's got to get low. It's how the game flows,
exactly.
right? So
you don't want to be the one making use of that rune in the first place by getting yourself super low. But if you can, then it has a big payout.
It might. So here we are in this one. I think no one is surprised that Cassio is having a better early laning phase than Darius.
Yeah. Also, blue side gets the first cannon for the decent cannon spawn. So that always does help. But your point still stands. Cassiopeia poison spam as well as Twin Fangs coming out.
But it's going to make it hard because he's guaranteed under turret, and then if he tries the last hit, he'll take probably 300 damage from a Cassiopeia trade. And if he goes for an all-in, he pulls two waves. So he's checkmated for a while here. I think he can eventually wait. Again, 100 CS takes about 10 minutes, so he's got a lot of room to wait around.
So my theory for most of these matchups, which we've actually had a lot of mage versus,
mage
AD
melee.
threat or melee threat, is to just go for your perfect Hex Drinker back, not really worrying too much about minion count, but trying to get as much gold as possible, as quickly as possible to get to the Hex Drinker, immediately go back on that purchase, unless the summoners are super desynced or something, make your all-in attempt, because that has so much value, the shield for all-in.
Right now, Exhaust is on, but he's got the cool back in, and he can chase through the flash of Faker. Faker's not gonna get away easily. Oh no, there's a big Q. One more hit. How about poison? Good flash from Faker. This might be a double reset here. Pabu forces him out. Both summoners out.
Okay, now he has a bit of a health lead, clearing out some of the minions here, but Faker returning. There's no other gap closers for Darius with both summoners down.
Yeah. If Faker lands a Q, he can kite this forever. So Pabu's trying to get away from the Q. If it doesn't land, there's no move speed. If he's in apprehend range, this can be a kill.
Not in range.
Oh. Time Warp Tonic, keep in mind his. Oh, that's the W. He might have it. He might have it. He might have it. Faker. The Q could kill him, and he's done it. Are you serious? Pabu takes down Faker.
Pabu is making a run straight for the top here in the 1v1 tournament. Faker went back close to the brush.
Yeah.
After the apprehend missed, he thought he was all good, but you get back into that melee range. It's extended there for the snare.
That face is exactly the face I think every player in his situation has to feel where you're like, I just solo killed Faker. And everyone saw it.
All right, let's take another look so people can remember this one for Pabu. This is the second all-in, because the first one used both summoners. There, he retreats into the bush, but he immediately goes offensive with his positioning. Faker thought he was going to run away through the poison long, as well as getting too close to the brush. And he takes his opening.
I like that Bang hand him around like, what?
Yeah.
Faker lost? Good thing I left this guy's team. Holy moly.
Oh. Too soon. Too soon. It's actually so soon. He hasn't played a single game on 100 Thieves yet.
That's true. He has played in NA at least.
True.
We're in Vegas here and All-Stars getting warmed up. All right. Well, that is one of the
who's going to stop Pabu? Honestly.
I mean, I don't know. It's good. He's not on the Uzi side of the bracket. He's on the rookie side of the bracket, I think. So either way, in the top half, Maple going up against Caps. Caps, of course, on your screen here. That's going to be very, very exciting. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be, I think, a really, really exciting matchup here as well. So, I mean, what can I see? These are really good players. They're playing Nico Mirror.
Yeah, once again. Now, this is our second Nico Mirror.
Mm-hmm.
So much of it did revolve around whoever gets these triple blooms. Yeah, double blooms are great, when you hit the champion, but if it's next to the minion and you get the triple bloom, that prompts the all-in, or at least that's what happened last time. The big trade. Here's the all-in level 1, though.
All right, the auto should be the same power, and there's no reason to kite except to get in the brush, which Caps actually got. The first auto lands a 2-hit Q. Actually, sorry, 1-hit Q for each. There's no nullifying orb triggered.
Ooh, so we definitely had Caps with a nullifying orb. Did we already see? I
think it's Mana Flow ban for Maple.
Maple had it, because if he has Mana Flow ban, he stacked up some free mana.
Yeah, 25 extra mana. Because I didn't see that ever pop for Maple's side, so I feel like Maple didn't run it.
So also though, kiting in and out of those brush, the timing on when the auto attack of your opponent coming out, that can mean the difference in a 1v1 victory.
Yep. Oh, important thing though, keep in mind that Sweeper was used by Maple but not by Caps, so important cooldown still on the table here.
Yeah, and of course the starting item difference pretty big there too. The corrupting potion there from Maple, burning him down with the extra little bit, making a decent difference.
Yeah, it's why he kind of won that trade, because Caps was unwilling to burn potions and just give up 100 gold or so when he knew he could just reset anyway.
Well, no summoners blown though. Yep. Not a big deal. Caps, in his interview earlier with Shox, was talking about how one of his goals, career goals, was to win the 1v1 tournament previously. However, with so much action going on in the off season, he then kind of backtracked a little, and he's like, okay, maybe I just want to, take a little bit more relaxed this time around.
Sure. This damage, though, being a fairly close trade here as they are moving in, and Caps want to take this fight.
Oh.
Gets a triple hit on the Q. Ignite is on. That might be it. Maple could be going down, then right away. Caps finds the all-in.
Well, it looked pretty relaxed there, and he goes in for the kill. Finishes off on Maple instantly.
Yeah.
One of our quickest ones, actually, right on the level 3. Throws out the clone. Ignite down, lands the bloom.
So Caps top 4 MSI, top 2 at Worlds, now top 4 in the 1v1 as well.
All right, let's take a look. Pretty close health to start. Oh, the snare missing from Maple.
Yeah, that
Ignos
means the
is all in. He runs up to the minions and autos first to see which way Maple is going to dodge. Then he's able to freely land his snare.
Yep.
An extra ability landing in a mirror matchup.
Yeah.
That's going to determine the winner.
Especially when the root guarantees 3 hits of Q. That was way too much health difference. So well played to Caps. Going for the all-in as soon as a cooldown was missing. That's a really big deal. And now Rookie's next up.
Yeah, we thought that it was going to be a possible Rookie versus Faker matchup after their next 2, but now he's fighting to face off versus Pabu if he can even get to that spot. I mean, the semifinals are looking pretty hot.
Rookie versus Bang, 100 Thieves. Different cheek this time. It was his right cheek last time. Now it's his left cheek. I find that interesting. I noticed it, so I said it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you did really good on the Sunday newspaper. Like, what's the difference between these 2 pictures?
Oh,
Spot all 9 differences.
Yeah.
So well done, Freak. You got the one today.
Thank you. I got the 100 Thieves, different cheek. I actually think I'm not good at those, by the way. You bring that up. Like, I remember, like, trying to play those.
Right. I was just trying to give you a compliment here. Obviously, it's pretty easy to see that's a completely different stamp that he
I don't know.
on his cheek.
Pop quiz Twitch chat. Did you notice that he had the sticker on his other cheek? I don't know.
Twitch chat more observant than Freak?
Oh, wow.
Yes, no.
I mean, combined, maybe. They have more eyes than I do. Either way, Rookie on the Zoe. First Zoe I think we've seen of 1v1. Bang bringing out Lucian. We think he's like a super, obviously powerful 1v1 champion and obviously in his pool.
Yeah. Up until this point, Rookie actually playing melee assassins with the Yasuo. And what was the second one? Echo or something like that?
I'm trying to remember.
It was definitely another assassin type champion. Here we go though. Bang on Illusion. This is marksman versus mid lane champion. So these guys not playing around as we get closer and closer to the semifinals. Yeah, it was the Yasuo and then the Akali. How can we forget?
Yeah.
Another melee assassin that also has ridiculous range abilities.
Pretty strong.
He definitely won both of his matchups super convincing.
Yeah.
So we'll see how well he fares up against Bang.
All right, managed to dodge the Q there. Good first autos. This definitely really strong from Jizuke. Keep in mind that both halves of Q trigger the passive, so you can press Q, then auto, then press Q again, and your second auto will do a bit more damage. So
all the
that's great for
sparkles.
Rookies. Yes. Ooh, and that's a nice Q hit. So Rookie obviously nuts at this champion.
He also went for the trade right there as the minion's dying, so Bang didn't get the last hit during it too. The timing choices for going for these trades where you get to choose are really big.
And right now it's just wave clear. And so far it feels like, especially with the cannon, again, desync goes first to blue.
Yeah.
It's always going to be Rookie's push. Bang getting CS that he can and hopes it's not too overwhelming of a wave under turret. Anything you can thin out before the turret hits it means you're not battling it for the CS. So that's a bit useful here. Thankfully, a melee minion got in the way of that Q, so not a problem for Bang there.
Oof, the Aerie getting a lot of value too, Rookie.
Yeah.
Constantly proccing it, keeping it up with either Q or the auto slipping in. Level 3, he went for the short on the paddle star there, trying to just get in some quick damage and proc another Aerie, but Bang outranges it.
Yep. And Bang also doing, ooh, that's a nice shot right there. Doing Manifold Band. I just saw him get that. Oh, he's going to be drowsy. This is, I don't think Q's up for cooldown yet, so just the auto attack.
Yeah. Fair enough to proc it with whatever you have so you can get your bonus damage.
Yeah, might as well.
It brings up the topic we kind of talked about yesterday again, though. The relic spawning. Blue side almost always, has this push in these. Well, we've seen a lot of range melee matchups as well. But if you're gonna have the push and you're up in enemy territory before 215, prep a little bit for it. We've seen people so reactive for the relic spawns.
Yeah, I think that is one thing that would evolve in the 1v1 metagame if people kind of spent more time thinking about it. Yeah, I think you try to curate a slow push that it's under turret at 210, and then you guarantee that you get both relics this time around. That's a good point. On the flip side, I feel like as red side, you can maybe let it into your turret or just fight more aggressively for the wave. I'm not sure if it's possible, but like that would be the evolution is you start playing on the health relics, I think would be like the first layer, and you figure out if like champs like matters a lot for that kind of stuff. And end of the day, it only really matters if the first recall is going to change the result of the game.
He cut a barrier, just uses it for the damage because Bang going back for the recall.
Yeah, I think all they got was the move speed. I don't believe any of the W passive particles actually came out and dealt damage. So Not too harsh. Bang will get that early recall, buys the second Doran's. Did go for a shield +1 potion, but he's gone through that already. And choosing to do longsword instead of like boots and a potion here, so less sustain now on Bang.
Ooh, he got an ignite next. If you can get back in time to use that one too, can make a pretty big difference. Again, Bang does have cleanse, you know, for the bubbles, but you can also use it on whatever situation arises.
All right, and as the lane resets, we are 31-29 in CS, but Rookie should lose a couple here, especially he's got the cannon wave. He recalled in front of a cannon, which means that a lot of these melees are going to be dropped down. He's losing one melee.
It's actually killing the bubble minion, Freak!
That's actually...
The balloon is dead!
Excellent RNG in Bang's favor. And yeah, no bubble is a pretty big deal there. No balloon.
There.
Well, that's the early ult at level 6. I like that a lot. I actually think more players should be just pressing R if they have 6 versus 5 because they guarantee some damage and they guarantee a bad trade.
Rookie also just hangs the paddle star there. Doesn't actually send that one into the creep wave to try and thin it out before the turret. Let's see how many of these he can get under duress.
Nope, so far so good.
All of them so far.
Yeah, hasn't missed one. This is a good bubble. That melee's gonna be hard.
Oh, he got him off, Rookie!
Oh,
he did it!
Perfect. Wow.
That was actually very impressive.
He's CS up now.
Yeah, turret damage on Howling Abyss takes a while to get used to.
Well, Rookie, maybe best spin in the world. And not only SR, but with Faker gone, arguably Howling Abyss as well.
We shall see. He's got to deal with Pabu.
That's true.
First.
I know. That's actually just amazing, the fact that he's already made top 4. But we'll wait for that one a little bit. This is still Bang facing off against Rookie here. And I mean, I feel like Bang's road has been sort of quiet. It's weird. I feel like hasn't made a lot of waves, but he's certainly moving towards X-Drinker. He's in a good spot to be able to take down Rookie here. It's still a very close matchup. Down 9 CS, but that shouldn't mean too much just yet. Gets away from the bubble.
Yeah, I mean, his Xayah 1v1 with Sneaky was completely dominant in Bang's favor. And right now, he does have the pieces for the Hex Drinker. So it's definitely a possibility he goes for that before going for another all-in. That would also time really well with his ult coming back after the early first use.
Ooh. Okay.
Tower actually getting
This is a good time. Rookie's out of mana, but there's no way to chase forward. I think if Bang had ult back up, you would just run at him, and he would probably force a flash at a Rookie there. But yeah, popping the fake barrier gave him the move speed and spell thief, and that's wow. Those are some really good cues. Rookie's so good at sneaking those in, and Bang, though he has dodge tools, this could be it. Does he flash for it? There's always a chance, right? That flash is suddenly Bang's dead.
I agree. No, there's nothing necessary here.
You can do this. Like, mini waves are in the way now, but like every time, like that is a possible kill.
That's how you have to think when you're playing against Zoe, Freak. So I like your mindset.
Yeah.
He can do this.
I could die. I could die right now. Okay, I'm not dead. I could die right now.
Don't fall asleep.
Blue smite. Oh, actually burns it right away. He doesn't want to save it for like a slow, for a partial all-in. I guess he's going for the reset.
I mean, it's Zoe. He's going to pick up another one. Here we go. 72 CS, bringing on the pressure. There's the Hex Drinker we've been waiting for. The ultimate is back online.
Yep.
Bang is ready for the all-in. Positioned close to his tower, too, so he has a possibility of chasing down. The hard thing with Zoe is if you're running away from her and you use Flash and Cleanse, then she picks them up and uses them to continue the chase.
Yeah.
If you chase her, then she can't really use them to get away. Nice job.
Right, there's the ult. And that's a few pellets, but Rookie doing a really good job of juking left and immediately right, and Bang slightly oversteps the move, and Rookie gets away from most of that damage, not losing a summoner. If he plays that a little bit wrong, that's a forced flash.
All right, he's got the wave pushed up through the turret as well. Can he harass Rookie at all to kind of soften him up a little bit, maybe for the next all-in, because it's already 80 minions.
Yeah, he's running out of time to get the all-in. Bang can't easily force this, and it's actually quite trivial for Zoe to get some of this CS out like this. So 8 CS difference, that's almost impossible to make up here for Bang.
Another Ignite.
Out. Yep, jumps in, Ignite for damage. Okay, that's probably a good cleanse. I think it's the right choice.
Yeah, I mean, you can't afford to lose any more health from that Ignite first down.
I think like maybe like right then was a try because E was on cooldown. Like you have to just like go in and take that fight. If you're melee range, Zoe's Q does not do much damage. If you're taking a fight like this, she doesn't hurt you very hard. So I actually wanted to see her jump forward. Want to see Bang jump forward on that last wave.
Yeah, because now doesn't have too much mana to work with either. Another Airy proc on that Paddle Star.
Yep. Okay, that's a good jump forward. And now you try to get the autos, but look how far back Rookie's playing. Wow, even dodged the Q. That's a huge health difference, and he can't go around. Pulps in the Hex Drinker. The Q, it's one in! Oh, that's fine! Oh, he life steals! He's still alive! 12 HP, and he jumps in and gets it. Zoe, rookie, with a 12 health difference, takes out the 1v1.
Oh my God. Rookie has won with 3 separate champions. He has gotten the CS lead, but he has still gone for the kill every single time. And that one was one of our closest yet.
That was really, really nice. I love this mechanic. He actually knows you can go ahead and do this first pass because it gets down to like 5 HP here.
All right, here we take a look at it. Is able to use the heal again, gets more sparkles, and they get through the magic shield, but Bane goes back in the queue, both flashing at the exact same time. At this point, Zoe is able to use the pickup flash there, ult right in, and get the guaranteed damage.
And I love that fight because Zoe passive auto is instant. It's instant hit, which means you're not creating projectiles. You will always deal damage before Bang deals damage to you. And he knows if it's auto for auto, Zoe always wins that. Well played.
Trouble with trading flashes with Zoe.
She gets another flash.
Yeah, that's not a fair trade. She can just go pick up the one that she traded to you.
Yeah.
That'd be like me paying you $1, Freak, for the candy you have in your pocket, and then you slip into mine and then take it right back.
To be fair,
I get no candy. Freak gets $1. That's not
the dollar is a loan, right? Because it does go away if you don't use it right away.
Okay.
So you've got to liquidate it back in, like, launder that flash into some damage. Otherwise, it does get stuck.
Well, Uzi definitely has quite a few dollars of his own.
That's true.
One of the most famous players. Maybe actually, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe the
very close with Faker.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of the 2 most famous players in the world. One of the most successful, especially on Howling Abyss, defending champion.
2-time defending champion.
Yeah, he does not like to lose, and he is very good at this mode. Let's see him walk it down here with the exhaust heal Varus. Does have Airy, so it's going to be a lot of not only the Hell of Arrows, but also Qs coming out, I would expect, for the quick timing there.
I actually like this setup really well for Evie. Keep in mind, he can, with the ultimate, he can blow through Varus ult, he can walk through the E, and he can blow through the exhaust. And part of Olaf's damage profile is true damage, so even the exhaust damage cut won't affect the E. So I like a lot of what Evie's bringing here. With Comet, every Q is going to deal max damage, is going to land for all that as well.
Yeah.
This could be a really big positive here for this Olaf.
Big thing is the axes as well with Olaf. You always have to pay attention. I mean, most of the early points are going to go into Q. So making sure you land that on the champion model, as we said last time when we had our Olaf 1v1 mirror, is going to be huge.
Oh, he lands the Q. This could be it right now. Will he pop Ghost? Not yet. Just going to go for second Q, third Q. Good damage, and then there's going to be a fade away here, and it's health bar lead.
Comet Olaf here with the big trade from Evie. Very nice axe chain thus far, and he's getting the push into turret. That did have a lot of minions die to his pushing wave during it, but looks like he got a pretty decent chunk of the health
he's
off
missing.
of Uzi.
He's only missing 1 CS. It's 8 with 3 to stand. He missed exactly 1 CS for that play. This was basically perfect. Okay, he's down 2 now, but he also was corrupting potion start, so he's not even losing gold for this. But Uzi started 3 pots with boots, and he's now down 50 gold as well. So I mean, this was just all great by Evie so far.
All right, Evie with some clean Olaf so far. Corrupting Potion, I think, is the best choice as well. Mana is so important in these trades for him. If he doesn't have the ability for these Qs for the threat, which almost all of them have hit, by the way.
So there we got to see an example of the wave resetting in time that Uzi got to grab his own health relic.
Yeah.
So you can find ways to play around that. I don't know if it was Uzi's plan or if Evie kind of dropped like a possible way to push that wave differently, but at least that is some sort of much needed mana back in Uzi's favor. Uzi did go nullifying orb, by the way, so no mana flow band mana there for him.
All right, Uzi on the push here. Olaf under tower, a lot more difficult to try and clean those minions up because Uzi has half a bar of mana to harass him with. He's able to hit the cannon with his axe, though.
Yeah, that's something. That's going to be pretty good. But now I wonder when Evie gets a recall off, because at this point, he's used all Corrupting Potion stacks, and Uzi still has that boost speed advantage to kite away, to dodge the maxes.
I mean, spam some axes through the minions to try and get a decent amount of gold for your next back. He still has the,
Okay, he's strong right now. This is the play. Exhaust is on. This could be really good for Uzi, though. I feel like he's got the damage of the wave, but the X is still coming through. This might be the damage. The charge of Q is not enough, and he does take him down. Uzi is going to advance.
Yeah, Evie decides to go for the all-in. I thought he might even back off with the Ghost once he got exhausted, try and get out of range and not get sniped down on the way out, but he commits hard to it inside the minion wave. Uzi fights his way out, has the heal for later, and that is enough to secure the victory.
All right, well, that's GG right there. There's the handshake. Nice try to Evie. I do like that he went for an aggro matchup. I think picking a style mismatch is a good thing when you're trying to pull the upset. But Uzi did play it right, had lane control, and those waves helped him a lot. Here's the Ace of Predator replay.
All right, so again, tough situation here for Evie. Under tower, it's easy for Varus to harass you, has 2 abilities he can do so. He just goes for it, gets exhausted immediately, trades his own exhaust, but with the heal from Uzi, it actually got pretty close. The axe was about to come back up once you pick it up, refunding the cooldown there.
Yeah.
He had about a quarter of a second left on the next axe to come through. So it was a little bit closer than that health bar told, but again, Uzi moves on once again, his relentless march towards the finals.
Of course, that is quarterfinals over, so we are right away into the semis. We move on to best of 3, the top 4 in the tournament. It's gonna be super exciting. Here we go on the screen. Our top 4, Uzi versus Caps, but up first is Pabu from OS versus Rookie.
Yeah, Pabu going really deep here in the 1v1. But now, as you said, we're in the best of 3 situation. I'm going to be curious if Rookie continues his trend of using a different champion every time. In addition, in these best of 3 matches, then he's going to have to get pretty creative pretty early on here.
At a certain point, you do run out of new things you could possibly play, but you know, there's more than 140 games. That's a very long bracket.
Not all of them are that great for 1v1s, but definitely agree.
True.
The options are there.
But they've done what they could. So we'll see what comes through into this one. Best of 3. We have not seen, it from the top 8 onwards, any handshake matchups. We've had a Nico mirror, but that seemed to be them intentionally just like, well, this is the best champion I have in my pool ready to go. Like, we haven't seen any troll ban games, so.
Oh, you're thinking they didn't agree to that early on?
I think it was they both put in 3 bans, said, okay, my 4th pick is Nico here.
I think the one clue that would support your argument would be slightly different runes. Because usually when they decide ahead of time, they match up everything, runes and summoner spells and the like. So I'll back you up, Freak, with a little bit of detective work.
All right, these players far apart, by the way, not adjacent. Sleet's like 1 and 4 over here.
As we get deeper into the tournament, the
More
competition stiffens. You get a little bit more cold.
All right, and we are back in with Champion Select now because we're into the serious mode where we need to see what they ban, what they get rid of.
Okay, pretty realistic bans here. With the Urgot and Jace coming out.
You see that Darius ban? It took down Faker. He knows.
Yeah, he does not want to see that one coming. Maybe something like the Cassiopeia is floating around then.
Mordversheimer, I want it. We can circle it all the way back to what Pabu brought in on Wednesday.
Okay.
Mordversheimer.
The problem is, you have to choose that blind, right? So you just have to guess what they're using.
Or you talk about it. You're like, hey, let's play Mordversheimer. And he's like, okay. Why this? Trust me.
I mean, that's a good way to settle arguments, right? Very famously, Froggen had the Karthus versus, what was it, Kassadin argument? Or either that or LeBlanc. It was one of the 2 as far as those AP assassins.
Yeah, I think it might have been Karthus LeBlanc,
Really,
saying that Karthus wins it.
Yeah, really big over Twitter. The majority of mid laners are like, oh yeah, for sure the
LeBlanc smashes,
LeBlanc side smashes, but Froggen stood tall with the Karthus side, and that would be a good way to prove your point in the All-Stars 1v1.
Well, looks like we're going to see more all-in from Pabu, but Rookie is back on Assassins as well, so Olaf versus Akali. And a snowball right now for Pabu.
He's going back to the Akali. Now, this is a champion with insane level 6 burst. Also, you can look really cool while you're going for these kills. And honestly, I think that Pabu might want to take it before the level 6 then, because Akali gets tremendous burst damage at level 6. Olaf doesn't really get
20 armor and no arm.
Really, and then even if he pops it, gets negative, right? Because it's going to take it back off.
Away,
so I honestly think that he is going to try and push this before level 6 to have his best chance.
Yeah, the big inflection point I see is the Twilight Shroud from Akali. The first time it gets popped, you can throw Qs at the Fog, you can show her with the Obscurement if you land Snowball as a reveal, if you wanted to bring Ignite alongside that, that's a reveal. And you can throw Axes and kind of keep up some of the damage and try to trade back. But as soon as it's down, I think that is, okay, let's go. Let's make the Axe chain and like actually go for the follow through. I think that the
sort of 15 seconds between Twilight Shroud 1 and 2 is the window for Olaf.
Yeah. You have to be ready for the window. I think, much like real life, if the good opportunity presents itself, no matter where it is in Howling Abyss, you have to be ready to jump on it in an Olaf versus Akali matchup because the timer is a ticking.
Life advice with Professor Kobe. I appreciate that.
Man, I haven't done a professor segment in so long.
Yeah,
I need to get back into the lab.
I agree. What is your preferred science?
Physics. Cool. Because all sciences are physics.
Kobe, have you heard
Can't be argued.
Have you heard of the electronic universe theory? It's fake science.
I have not, actually.
It purports that gravity barely exists. Everything is just electricity fields.
I've heard it.
Yeah, it's XD.
Oh, we have a Nimbus Cloak. Oh, he did that last time too.
Yeah.
But last time I think he had Celerity, right?
He did have Celerity.
He had Celerity and Nimbus Cloak. Now he's decided the extra damage from Absolute Focus is going to give him
I like the
edge.
dance off though. This is nice.
I mean, Prestige Akali's got more updated moves. Let's see.
True.
It's not exactly a fair fight.
But Broloff juggles axes.
True.
That's kind of cool no matter when it is.
The baseline difficulty there is ridiculous.
Yeah.
5-point strike coming out here from Rookie to try and get some damage on the minions. But again, Olaf here right in the middle of them. Pabu even takes the 5-point strike along with his minions. Solidarity.
Just to do it. He's got Conqueror ready.
That is very important for these trades, too.
Yeah.
Right? You see the glowing gold there on his arms.
Yep.
Oh,
he likes the axe. There's no way backwards, so Q into E. Does dodge the second axe, though. Big for Rookie.
Yeah. Decent little trade.
But it never autoed, so Conqueror didn't turn on there. Another trying again. Snowball's on. Good Q. But yeah, until he autos, Conqueror doesn't do anything. There's no bonus attack damage there. So Comet would have done maybe 40 damage by now.
Yeah.
Just kind of tracking.
I actually really did like that comment. And honestly, if he knew he was going up against Kali, I think he would rather have the comment too.
Well, so you have the time to switch runes around. Like the champion is blind. You get 40 seconds with the matchup to pick runes.
Well, I will revise my analysis then. I think that he would rather have Conqueror, knowing that he's going against Kali.
Good call, Kobe.
Because he chose so.
Yeah, he would rather have it.
All right, 2 stacks of Corrupting Potion versus the single health potion for Rookie. However, Doran's Shield doing a decent amount of work, keeping him up there towards the 80% mark.
All right. And of course, still, ooh, okay, I like that one. And he can always go back when he needs to. W's in for the auto attack. That's a better trade for Olaf, though. That was nice.
Shroud down, Shroud down, Shroud.
Oh, no, you take Snowball. You take Snowball. You go in for the fight right now. He might kill him. He might kill him, like, right now. You have Flash to chase. That Flash down.
Ooh, okay, so I was sad because the Snowball didn't hit the champion, but
hit a minion.
Yeah, take the right to the cannon minion anyways. There works.
That's
out.
the Q. Yo, he's flashing in for this one. That's a good backwards E.
Oh, he's got
Does he have the damage? He's going for it. He's going for it. Does he have it? No. Rookie deals the damage. That was a bit greedy. Game 1 goes to Rookie.
Again, you don't got a lot of chances. They're already at level 4, and once Akali gets level 6, I feel like it's going to be over. Oh, we got some misdirection here. What happened? Confusing on stage. Did I win?
It's about the 3.
Did I win? Oh, yeah.
I got to play another one.
But, I mean, honestly, you can go shake his hand after one game. I feel like that's still good sportsmanship.
That's fair. It's up to you.
Unless you like psychs the other player out. You're trying to play with some mind game.
What did you just do right there?
All
That's
right,
one
well,
thing I miss.
Pabu knew he didn't have much time. He wanted to go for it. He got pretty close to E range there, trying to get it. Not close enough, though, and Rookie kites away under the turret.
Yeah, all right. That was cool, though. That was pretty close, though, and I think it definitely winnable either player, but Pabu's got to do the run back now. He's got to 2-0 this one.
Yeah.
We get lots and lots of reaction shots, but they're going to be ready to go soon.
All right, will his hair turn from blue or purple or whatever? I think that's a purple. Into Super Saiyan Gold like quick shots.
Blue or purple.
Because they have pretty much the same hairstyle.
That is like the common hairstyle nowadays, though, right? It's like really short on the sides. I can't pull it off, obviously, for reasons that we're all aware of. It would look, actually, if I grew that, it would look so bad. Me with that style would be rough.
I agree. Once again, we're in alignment.
We are in alignment. Freak has no hair.
Pabu, meanwhile, setting up. All right, back against the wall. What's going to be the #1 secret strat?
I need to cut you off real quick, Kobe. You see that the stage picture there for Pabu? That is blue.
Fair.
Like maybe the end accent is a bit purple, like towards the end.
The lights make it really hard to determine the color as well.
Yeah.
So let's move on.
But I mean, we're saying blue, so I win that argument. All right. Look at the bands right here. These look like the same 3 bands for Pabu.
All right.
Rookie Actually winning his own Akali.
Yeah,
and he
like,
wants the Aurelia.
Oh. Yeah, so Pabu's reaching deep into the history of the 1v1 tournament here if he locks this Caitlyn in. Because Caitlyn, probably the most successful over the course of 1v1 history as far as the strategy here with the long range.
Okay, so thoughts here. Pabu knows that the Aurelia ban was dropped for Akali. So we should, I think there's a really good chance Aurelia was the pick. And so it's not as blind pick. You have an expected counter pick here into Aurelia. That's with me knowing he's picked it, but I think that's a reasonable thought. Thinking about this though, Aurelia did get nerfed last patch. The W has a longer cooldown and gives you less damage reduction. So that
also doesn't give you a stack of your passive
for free anymore
on casting it.
Yeah.
So you still need to focus on queuing minions when you're going for your all-in because the passive is so important.
It is. So this is going to be interesting. Caitlyn versus Aurelia. We know Rookie's Aurelia is super good. Pabu is not a Caitlyn player. He's a top laner.
I mean, have you gone through his op.gg?
I haven't, but I'm willing to expect that's not in his competitive
I think
repertoire.
that's a good percentage bet.
Yeah, I would take that bet for most people.
All right. Honestly, let's see. If the Caitlyn consistently traps close to her own feet and is just constantly, looking for the Q ins from Rookie, I feel like Pabu has a good chance at evening this up 1-to-1. Then again, Rookie on an assassin, typically mid lane champion, has been successful 100% of the time.
Yes.
In 1v1 tournament.
It's been good for him. And at 6, and we know this matchup will last longer than the first 6 levels. You can't win by CS before level 6. That all-in is scary, and Rookie can make that happen. So Grasp, Demolish, Bone Plating, and Unflinching. So he has Tenacity when he pops Summoner spells to get out of the stuns.
Yeah, also could stack it up there. And Tenacity, important versus Aurelia here.
Yep.
Obviously going to have to deal with at least one stun. And, yep, standard there for
Plating and
for
Shield
Rookie
Bash.
as well. Shield Bash.
I mean, it fights against things that are almost unusable in that tree.
Yeah.
Demolish is not going to happen for Aurelia.
Yeah. I mean, fair enough.
But, I mean, I forget what second win fights, but, like, Overgrowth is also bonus health. Arguably, Shield Bash is...
The thing is, that's not his main stat tree, so you can go down to a different one. You don't have to take one from that line that fights with Shield Bash.
He did all of it just to take Bone Plating, basically. Which, to be fair, is a good rune. But it's useless against Poke. It turns on when you take the first hit, so you have to take a second hit for the Bone Plating to do anything.
As expected, Caitlyn getting the early push here on the minions. Same deal with Summoner's Rift as well.
Yep.
And again, even we have moved on to the semifinal, so we can reiterate the Caitlyn Grasp meta that has emerged.
Right,
It's just a 1v1 thing.
Yeah, it's a solo queue thing as well.
Super common. Actually across most ELOs now, just because of the laning prowess that she does bring. So much sustain and continuing to stack up that health. Very good versus Aurelia.
Yeah, actually, the more he can get that 3 health at a time or so against Rookie, the better chance he has of not getting killed at level 6. So Rookie needs to kind of consider that he's occasionally giving away more than just a bit of health. He's actually giving away a chance at a win condition, as little as it would be.
He needs to stay in range for the Demolish to trigger, actually.
I think it's worth Pabu actually going in for the greed there and doing that. But nice stun. I don't think he'd follow up on this.
Yeah, I think early on you can definitely...
Okay.
Oh,
he has a minion to go back to. And Q's still up, so he has still the mobility. But yeah.
Did get the mark on him. But yeah, I think early on it is worth it to stick around in range for the Demolish tick. Since we've seen the turrets on Howling Abyss are really, really easy to take down. If you force a bad recall later in the game and you got an early Demolish off, you can just win the game straight up.
Yeah.
With Demolish #2 and trying to push with a wave.
Yeah, I really wonder what the optimal strategy sort of input for Pabu is, because obviously you want CS for item. Getting yourself some armor against Aurelia is a big deal. This is really good. That was really nice.
Everything that's there. We got the net as well as the stun.
But what I'm kind of curious about is under turret like this, is it worth pushing back Rookie and denying CS?
Oh, he doesn't get...
Or is it worth getting 200 damage on the turret and saying, I won't win by 100 CS, but I might win by first turret. Your timer is now shorter, right? And it means you give up harass. It means you do less damage and push Rookie off the wave less often. But it means you shorten the game timer.
Yeah, I stand with the Demolish. But look what he's doing. What he was doing with his traps as well. He's using the traps offensively to try and zone Rookie off of CS, individual CS. So it's very clearly, trying to speed that up as quickly as possible and force Rookie's hand. Here we go. Stun lands so he can get the relic.
He should have committed just grabbing the relic right there, but now this is going to be the fight. This is going to be exhaust on, and honestly, pretty solid. Rookie baits out the summoner and gets away.
Yeah, Aurelia is so good at baiting out summoner spells. With the extra mobility from queuing back the low health minions there, and the time you can sit the exhaust in your Defiance.
Yeah. Pabu can feel really comfortable now, though. Rookie is basically out of mana. There is 0 chance he can get a stun out. He has a Q, but you don't get mana back on Aurelia Q anymore. So even if she resets to a minion, there's no fight to have against the Caitlyn. So this is Pabu in full control, auto-attacking from this kind of range. He's got the wave in front of him as well. Like, these should be pretty easy auto-attacks.
Yeah, Rookie playing right now, he's just trying to get enough money for his purchase. You get your level 6, you purchase, and try and come back to use your combo because this exhaust window is huge. It's perfectly set up. Once you have access to the level 6 burst, it's just a regular Caitlyn with flash.
I think Pabu's playing too safe. Like, the full combo for Rookie costs like 190 mana or so. Right? He going for a flash ult, but there's no ult. There's no chance Rookie wins a fight like that. And Pabu gets to keep playing up right there, so Rookie has to eventually take a bad recall. He's down CS by 13. Pabu can play up in his face because Aurelia has no mana and has to burn through 200 mana to kill Caitlyn.
Well, in the world we live in right now, Aurelia is looking at a summonerless Caitlyn right down the lane and still has access to the ultimate. Now the Sheen burst damage. He's definitely looking for that all-in.
Yeah. More opportunities to all-in, 10 CDR, 250 more mana to burn through for these fights. This is good.
Now, the minion wave pushing away from Rookie, so Pabu can literally stand at his turret, not expose himself to that all-in at all. And I don't think there's any chance that Rookie's going to be able to pull that off under turret.
You should steal the health relic, and he's not doing it. This could be
but
stun.
He's out.
Yeah, but he gives Rookie the chance to get a little bit more health and mana. That's, I mean, really minor misplay, but it still adds up, I feel like. This is just Rookie taking CS. Nice trap. Oh, it's going to be under turret. He's going to try right now. Ignite is on. He's on the wrong side, but he gets the stun. Oh, the turret trap came in time. And another turret dive. One more.
Oh, my goodness. Pabu does even it up. We're going to a game 3.
Wow, that was intense. The nerves on Pabu as well. He actually walked into the side of the Aurelia ult. He wanted to kite away, not get shot. Took a bit more damage there, but this was the fight. This is hype.
This is Rookie going for the turret dive. He's like, oh, what? You're going to trap me off? That means you have no defensive trap. So he hits the ultimate, goes in for the first Q, dodges away to this 2 minions actually to finish stacking up. Lands his stun.
Oh, that auto didn't do enough damage.
It was pretty close, but the turret definitely the winner here. Takes down Rookie, and that is going to be Pabu. More life left in him for this 1v1 tournament. What a run he has had.
I don't know if Rookie was exhausted, if that came back up or what, but that last auto felt like it did no damage at all. Like, this was like 100 HP.
It's kind of hard to tell because it's under turret, so we definitely have to look at the summoner spell.
I know she had no attack items, like her only item was a Sheen, so like the basic autos weren't going to hit very hard.
I was pretty sure it was still on cooldown though. And Defiance was ticking.
Yeah. Or, I mean, I'm talking about like a basic Aurelia auto attack.
Yeah.
Like, it felt like it did 12 damage, which could have been just minions. So I'm sure someone will know what that was. I couldn't quite tell myself.
Got to slow him down for that one.
And it was slow-mo. I was looking for it too because I thought Pabu was going to die. But we're in a game 3. Pabu is a game away from the 1v1 tournament finals. And Pabu was the 3rd voted in OS player, brother. He came in because Surenfire stepped down. Surenfire said, you know what, I've got to take care of stuff at home. I got to take care of myself a little bit. And so Pabu came in as the 3rd vote. And he's like, I don't know if I can do this. I mean, I have top laner mechanics, which he meant as an insult, by the way, to himself. Not my word choice, his word choice. He's like, I don't know if I can do it. I got top laner mechanics. And he is a game away from dethroning the world champion.
I mean,
as king of mid lane. As king of mid lane.
Okay.
We're going hype, Kobe.
You don't get to take away the world champion ship from one of the players by winning the 1v1 tournament, but Hovering Fiora, that's the top lane champion. That's some top lane mechanics, Freak.
That's some top lane mechanics. You press Q and it auto-targets an enemy for you.
That's very true as
I'm
well.
pulling out the shape.
And honestly, it is a lot of RNG on your side. If you get some good vitals proccing,
Yeah, I do know Vitals coding, by the way.
They adjusted it, I know, a couple times.
Yeah, my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. Basically, there's a good and a bad spawn. A good spawn is bottom and left, if considering he's blue team, and bad spawn is top and right, and it will alternate back and forth. So you'll get one of the good sides, then one of the bad sides, then one of the good sides, then one of the bad sides. And so it's up to Rookie to kite away for 10 seconds when it's on the bad side.
So what you're telling me,
yeah,
every single person that loses lane to Fiora and blames bad Vital spawns, using it as a crutch?
Yes.
Okay.
There is some minor points, because if it's like top versus right, based on where you are in the lane, that can be harder to achieve. Like, I understand
I feel
the
like,
differences.
yeah, because I feel like top, especially if you're in top lane, sometimes you can try and hug close to the wall or something.
But by and large, it's reasonably fair.
Trying to get Freak into some stronger, more outlandish statements.
Yeah.
Than he already spouts himself.
Fiora is, which is already a hole I dig myself into frequently.
All right.
Outlandish statement. Pabu's going to smash Rookie.
Bold prediction?
Yeah.
That's more of a bold prediction, you might say.
I mean, I don't think anyone thought we were going to have this guy in top 4, but he's a game away from the finals against either Uzi or Caps. Of course, same spot for Rookie. Don't want to sell him short. Amazing player. Much love for Rookie. Coming back on the Akali here, and Akali versus Fiora is going to be the decider of the first semifinal.
All right. Game 3 here. Everything on the line. I doubt that we'll see someone go for a dive like we saw in the last game in the game 3, right? You don't want to take those risks anymore.
Yeah.
Ignites for both sides, but the extra flash here, again, Rookie valuing that mobility so much. And there's a good Vital spawn.
Yep.
As determined by Freak. That would be the left one and the bottom one.
Yeah, bottom/left. So once that despawns, we go top/right. This is if I'm Pabu, I would just take this, Like, I would just, you're willing to fight me. But I understand they've said they'd rather just dance and laugh at the start of the game.
Same runes. The only difference here, actually, instead of the Ravenous Hunter, which still does give you
2.5%.
2.5% of your spell vamp, you got the Ghost Poro for the brush vision here.
Yeah, I think that can definitely matter, because you don't want to get sort of brush baited. So there's the first hit, second grass trigger, good damage there.
Ooh, backs off before the 5-point strike comes out too, so Pabu.
Yeah, Pabu's setup is super sustain heavy. It's all about health sustain. He's running Overshield plus Legend Bloodline, which along with Grasp, you can actually get that shield going up, and he's actually running Shield Bash as well. So there is enough healing coming in that Pabu can actually self-trigger Shield Bash, but he's doing that kind of over picking something like Mana Flow Band.
Yeah.
Where instead of taking that precision secondary and grabbing Overshield and all that, which is gonna do a little bit, don't get me wrong, the Bloodline will matter a little bit.
Really, really good Grasp box as well. So you can see the little green hand there when it's ready. 4 seconds here just in combat with the minions, then goes in for these Qs, and he is consistently stacking. He's actually got more Grasp box with Fiora than he did with
Caitlyn. All game. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. But making it happen, pretty good pushing. He's going to have 14 of 19 CS here at this top half. Very similar boat right here. So Rookie is not dropping CS despite the pressure lead.
Oh, Shroud goes down, trying to get the relic.
That went on Fiora, and they got the trade auto. Even though Rookie tried to E backwards, the auto came in time. Pabu has those reflexes, made it happen.
However, the Easter Bunny is still there. This Ghost Poro has not been scared away.
Ooh, that's true.
That's our little mini game for this one. Pabu has not walked into that side brush yet. So Rookie.
Oh
no! There it goes.
It's just afraid.
Caster cursed.
Yeah.
Ghost Poro.
You caster cursed the Ghost Poro. That's unlucky.
Can't get away from it.
I believe Fiora Q will target into invisibility, so he has a chance of actually.
All right. You know what? I'm not even going to complain, because the Akali Shroud is ridiculous ability in itself. So whatever you want to do to attack Akali in there, I'm actually fine with it.
You know what's actually great? Misfortune Q will also do that. I have gotten a kill on Akali, who's like sitting there, and I'm like, that cast minion's low, and I get like a 600 damage double up.
Ooh, good parries too. Okay. Vital with that one.
Yeah.
Vital giving it a lot of health back as well. You're talking about the sustain.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It has really given him control of the minion wave, so a lot of vamping coming off of endurance, lifesteal as well. But we're approaching the level 6, Freak.
Yeah. This is the first time Pabu, I think, like this entire tournament, is playing a champion that he's normally playable as like in top lane, versus like, the Caitlyn's and like random stuff that he's clearly never going to play there. Even Olaf's not really a top laner anymore.
Yeah, fair enough. I think Olaf definitely still gets some time in solo queue, but
yeah,
haven't seen him in competitive top lane in so long. Not
Gonna
since
get
the
a dig.
days of Boy.
Whoa, 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 that's under turret. That's gotta be careful. Rookie has to make sure he autos in between turret cooldowns and drops correctly.
Oh, that's
going.
vital.
That could be, he's got no sums left to chase through, but he's gonna have Q soon, he's gonna have Q soon. He might have it, and Pabu's into the finals!
Oh my goodness, Pabu takes down a world champion here at All-Stars with this Fiora into Akali.
He beat Doublelift, he beat Faker, he beat Rookie, and he's waiting for Caps or Uzi in the finals. I gotta shout out Pabu beat Tierwolf at the beginning, started all as well. I don't wanna sell that one short. He took down some great players all the way through. Tierwolf going to the LEC next split, but that was hype.
All right, Rookie, again, his Shroud is down. That is the go signal. And right before he gets to the level 6 as well, Pabu chases him down. He's got double combat summoners, throws the Ignite Exhaust on him, able to get the lunge at the end, and that is gonna be it.
That is it. He's like, oh, my heart is beating. Like, this is exactly the emotion again you have when you're like, I'm not supposed to beat these players. Like they have such a pedigree above me.
You beat Faker and Rookie.
Yeah, in the same day. In the same day. That's incredible. I am in love with this run so far for Pabu. Now, Caps versus Uzi is exciting as well. Caps, I mean, I think really blew up this year. I know he's been around for a bit longer than that, but I mean...
Oh, he definitely blew up this year.
Oh, man.
And what an ending it was to this
World
year for him.
Finals. Yeah.
Going to G2.
Going to the team that beat Uzi, by the way. Point that one out real quick. Like, that's some hype stuff, you know? So
I like the tie-in.
It works out, and it's going to be exciting. Cap says, I think like a lot of these players like did take somewhat of a break after, especially ones who went to Worlds and went really far, took a break because you're grinding and grinding and grinding for 10 months of the year. I understand wanting to take a step back, but he's top 4 so far. And looking good doing it.
Yeah, and speaking on, you know, his move to G2, his response to a lot of the fans were like, oh my God, you're leaving Fnatic, you guys just got finals, you know, what's going on here? He said he knew that it was his riskiest option, but he wants to do everything that in his power to win, and feel like that is the best way for him to win. Maybe that will translate as well into his 1v1 style, taking big risks, doing everything he possibly can, because this is the time to pull out everything. It's Uzi.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Nobody beats Uzi in the 1v1 tournament.
Not for a very, very long time. He can drop the occasional game, but he's a 2-time 1v1 All-Star defending champion. Bans his own Syndra, the only mage he is known to play in this bracket, but there's the 3 conventional marksman bans out there by Caps. Varus probably next up in the order. We'll see what he actually goes for. Kallista's been around there a little bit as well. And Caps, ooh, it's a mid laner. Aatrox is a mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, no longer a jungler either after taking out the most recent patch nerf. Uzi as well, we looked into, because I remembered him playing some mages, but you went to look at the actual match history, and Syndra, that was the only actual mid lane champion, even though I believe...
the only non-marksman he played.
I believe he also received some, like, Orianna bans as well, but his Syndra was pretty clean.
Yeah. Won a bunch of games on it, but now it is the Aatrox. Go ahead and lock it in for Caps. Uzi still debating his options, and he will go for the Ori. Kobe saw it coming.
I knew that was another mage.
Call him Mama Murphy. He's got the sight.
All right, now I do like the extra move speed that Ori can bring into Aatrox. Anytime you get more move speed, right? You know, trying to outplay the sweet spot. But again, Aatrox here, pretty good at those all-ins. Hitting level 6, I think this time the advantage is for the Aatrox. You know, at the level 6 breakpoint. Your Shockwave baseline damage isn't that amazing.
Yeah.
The displacement's pretty good for 1v1s, but honestly, until you get a lot more AP for the ratio, I actually like the extra speed and all the options that it gives Aatrox for a level 6 fight. So we'll see if Uzi goes his regular style of getting a CS lead, forcing his opponent to make a more difficult choice in forcing an all-in.
What's interesting, though, is this is a matchup straight up that I guarantee you Caps has played. Aatrox Orianna is for sure a conventional mid lane matchup. So
I actually would be willing to bet that Uzi has played this matchup as well, just solo queue style.
From solo queue, that's fair.
Because I know that he does play mages as well, and you know Aatrox is such a popular mid laner. Maybe at one point he did.
Yeah, no, that's actually completely reasonable. That sort of splashing does happen. Either way, it's a best of 3, much like the previous. And we have the Doran's shield in for Caps. Makes a lot of sense. I expect Resolve secondary for him. Cool. Yep, that's exactly what I would expect right there. Definitely revitalized. A good self-healer. Taste of Blood, Ghost Poro. Yeah, I think that is pretty much the optimal runes you could pick here for Caps. Domination can help you make sure that all-in actually works. Uzi, I expect some mana flow band, and yeah.
Nope. No Flying Orb.
Is there any magic damage on Aatrox's kit at all? I think the passive even is physical.
I'm pretty sure it is too.
Yeah, I think that's only wrong, but that's okay. Really, really minor point here, and we'll wait to see until the game starts.
Electrocute taken for Caps though. All right, let's see if he gets into the brush. Uzi establishing dominance in enemy territory. Wants to get the push on this blue side. A lot of damage onto the melee, softens it up, actually groups them there by the side.
Aatrox has no magic damage in the kit at all.
Okay.
Just looked it up. Thank you, Kobe. What a huge misplay. It won't be very much. It blocks like 30 damage. But let's see. So far, trading on for the early parts of the waves. And with Aerie, Uzi's getting the early push onto Caps. Keep in mind that Q cooldown is quite long for a while. Even the Keystone choice should be adaptive to his stats, which will just become attack damage because Aatrox, of course.
Yeah.
Scorch, I think, is always magic. That's the only one.
Yeah. Not much chance of it coming through. Meanwhile, level 2 achieved for both sides. Aatrox, the first Q is so long that if you get brush control here, yeah, on the left side from this map, it actually gives you a large arc of control. Especially now that he does have Rumble Dash after level 2. See him landing one there.
All right, so far 9 to 11 in CS, but there is more minions waiting for Caps to kill, so no obvious early winner on CS just yet. 0-0 so far, and the best of 3 winner faces Oceanic top laner Pabu. After a string of incredible victories today, Faker and Rookie falling down to his massive plays, and now a battle right here. Low health bars. Electrocute goes through.
0 sweet spots landed there with some good footwork from Uzi.
Yeah.
Stays just outside the sweet spot. Does get hit by a lot of the secondary damage, but with the minion wave, I like him taking that trade.
One thing that's going to be scary this game for Uzi is there's no flash to get out of the W, the chain. Now, he's got heal and he's got other hastes with the W, so there are ways to run away from it. But if he ever lands the chain plus a single sweet spot, that is a guaranteed pullback, and that is almost definitely death for Uzi.
Again, I'm honestly really liking the level 6 possibilities for Caps here. With Aatrox, with having flash and the access to the extra speed with your ultimate, feels like the all-in could go very well. Again, Uzi, though, so confident with his double defensive summoners, as we've seen.
Yep. Now picks up boots. I like that again because move speed is a very important stat for this matchup. Took the first recall. Caps is able to equalize CS. I wonder if he wants to take this recall, though. I think he should have to. At half HP, I think he can't really fight very easily. It's the sweet spot. This could be a kill right away. Uzi could do a lot here. Third sweet spot's going to land. Ignite is on, but he's got Summoner still.
He touched the relic right before the chain pulled him back in. I think that's the difference.
That's a big deal.
That's the difference between, you know, the flash and the exhaust also coming out.
Yeah.
Both these guys hold on to one Summoner spell because of the extra health provided by that relic before the Ignite came down. Really close.
Okay. So Caps can stay around. Uzi is low, and he knows he's actually a flash combo away from dying. That if Caps does like QQ into like Q flash, and just lands third sweet spot, that might be enough to set up lethal. So Caps, wow, that's impressive. Stays against the first back, managed to get another decent trade, and is able to stay in lane for longer. That was impressive by Caps.
Yep. All right, on this recall, a lot more attack damage being picked up for him. Does now have access to his level 6. And he can choose the next all-in as this minion wave comes bouncing off of the turret. Cannon minion pushing for Uzi.
And Uzi with refillable again. He's implying he's going to recall at least once more to make it worth it.
Yeah, I think if all goes according to plan for Caps, will not be the case.
Health relic not stolen. In fact, he's going forward right now, looking for the W angle. He's going to find something.
Got it.
And does not time Q3 correctly. Now the pullback, is it ult for ult, or does Caps just run away? He's going to grab this health relic. No, wants to use the round, but he's low. He's got to respect this. He's going to pop the ult in now. Forces exhaust out. And Uzi should not trigger the ult here. He should let Caps stay low.
Yeah, let it time out.
And now Caps is kind of on the back foot. Yes, he's got a summoner, but he's close to death.
Yeah, I mean, you can heal up a decent amount off the minions as Aatrox, but Uzi gonna try and harass him. His mana's pretty low, 30%
He's got a relic behind him
here.
With Uzi having relic behind him, I think he can go down to 0 and still be infighting. Wow, he flashed, but he misses. That's huge.
Yeah, I mean, Uzi's very happy to see that one. That was probably the one thing he was worried about, was the big flash play coming from Aatrox on something like a second or third Q. I think he can breathe a lot more easily now.
And Uzi's up 5 CS, so I think this is now in the LPL favor. I think Uzi is in a good spot. Now we're going to find, he's got to go sideways. Will not get away from this one, but there's no E. He can't find that third sweet spot. He can find, oh, he does! The cooldown came up, and first blood goes over to Caps.
Caps finish it off just barely there. He was on the edge of that Q hit. Umbral dash at the very end, closes the distance, takes down Uzi in game number 1. This is still a best of 3, but man, what an opener here. Just on the edge of the chain.
Sweet spot.
Still allows Caps to get Q number 2 because of the wide spread, and then here comes your next charge of Umbral dash, just in time.
Wow.
Extends his range there and finishes off game number 1.
I did not know that he was coming back up right then. That was the difference, and he made it happen. Well done right there. All right, Uzi back against the wall. Could be dethroned by Danish mid lane superstar Caps. Best mid in the West, I think, is all but the most stalwart NA fans would agree.
Honestly, it was a huge big brain move moving to G2 and kind of pushing his main competition off that role too, right?
Yeah.
Now that Perks is not a mid laner, I say definitely.
Niski goes over to NA, one less competitor. You got kind of Jizuke maybe next up to take over the chance at the crown. We'll see. I mean, Nuke Duck's obviously good, but yeah, I mean, Caps is obviously incredible. G2 looks exciting for next year. Imagine you come in, you're like, hey, we took a world finalist and the 1v1 champion, and G2's ready to go, you know. I think it's exciting. Caps has had a very good year. This would be a sick way to cap it off. Uzi, a bittersweet Worlds run, one of the favorites to win the whole championship. Gigantic upset against G2 Esports in the quarters.
Yeah, I would still say Uzi had a great year.
Oh, yeah.
Even though the Worlds is really recent in your memory, and
Yeah.
that one's gonna sting, especially for him. But so much success regardless for him in the earlier stages of the year.
2 LPL titles, hadn't won before, the Crownless King. Won MSI. I was like, okay, now we believe.
His biggest year to date, basically.
Oh, I mean, easily by far. Unless you consider World Finals itself so much more than all those things, but I would not agree with that.
All right. I would consider All-Stars 1v1 champion paramount in awards, and he won those 2 previous years.
He did.
So he's going to have
and yet you said this is his best year.
hit that
despite
market
the early 1v1 titles.
So I'm saying that he has to win.
Oh,
in order
okay.
for it to get
To
there.
make it. Oh, okay. I got you. He's not on pace for the 2016. I get you. All right. Well, Ban's coming through again. Triple marksman yet again. Same 3, I do believe. And do you ban Aatrox now? I think you might. I think you might ban the Aatrox and take a Varus.
Ominous stare down here. They're definitely concentrating on the last possibilities, because if you ban that, remember all the things that are open. We've just seen Rookie display with Akali the possibilities for your 1v1. Ooh. But yeah, that has been the problem, and that was kind of the problem at Worlds, right? Where there's so many of these powerful solo laners floating around that pick ban phase got very difficult for teams, even with multiple possibilities floating around. So Uzi does change though after being beat by the Aatrox, takes him down. Let's see what Caps pulls out next. He did play Wukong in the European LCS.
Yeah.
So that's also a possibility.
I want to point out, because I'm reading bans every game, Caps is 1 character away from spelling out LEC with the bans. I don't know if the order is really intentional, but LMC, it's close. League of Legends Mesopotamian Championship.
I don't think they give like partial credit in spelling if you get close to spelling.
Partial credit in spelling would be like the most fraudulent thing ever.
Especially for 3-letter acronyms.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? You miss up 33% of it.
Yeah.
Not going to give it to you.
Yeah, that's fair actually. All right, well, Orianna back in the mix here for Uzi. Yasuo for Caps. I think that was Probably his breakout international champion.
Baby. Yeah.
Think back to MSI, had some hard carry Yasuo games.
For sure.
That made the world take notice instead of just Europe take notice. Caps has never really let up since. He's been great all year and about to dethrone the 1v1 champion if he can win Yasuo versus Orianna.
Oh man, and Uzi going back to the Orianna again.
Yeah.
You always get so much flack from fans and responses if you lose back-to-back with the same champion.
Yeah, run it back.
He did make adjustments. He banned out the Aatrox, but Yasuo also has so many all-in possibilities with the Orianna, and the possibility of stopping the ball short when you're trying to move it around with a wind wall. Feels like there's definitely a huge opening for outplay.
Okay, so Conqueror. Not much.
Got a potion and
Doran's shield or play. He's debating.
Are you feeling risky, Caps? He said he was willing to take every risk if he thought it would give him a better chance of winning.
Yeah. Well, this time around, Shield Bash makes sense on Yasuo.
Yeah. Shield Bash as well as...
Second Wind.
Yeah. Okay.
Regen, missing health when you take damage.
Uzi in the same spot, really far up in the brush. Wants to get control of this minion wave once again the exact same way.
Okay, this time he's got mana flow, which honestly would have helped him last game.
Yeah.
He ran into him a couple times when he could have had some more lane pressure.
Definitely would have helped more than
Ravenous over Ghost Poro, which I think is debatable. 2% of very little is still something.
I mean, I take it most games, even after the nerf, just because.
Yeah, but you actually get kills and assists.
Stack it up.
Summoner's Rift. Yeah. It triples in value on your first assist.
He went Sword Freak. That's the Doran's play.
Okay, let's go.
So he's looking to...
And he's already off the lane.
Had the extra oomph for the all-in. I like it. Being able to get the lifesteal as well, definitely powerful. You see, he's trying to charge up his shield. There you go, just walk around. Then he can go in, try and get his minions down.
Yep.
Sustain off those minions as well. Ooh, short Q.
Yeah, I think actually Caps missed both Qs so far. He's got them with autos.
And Uzi punishes him very quickly there with the command attack and distortion.
That's actually 3 Qs missed. Caps is not quite landing them on the targets he wants. Keep in mind, we saw Uzi play some Yasuo in a 2v1 lane. West All camp for him on Ivern, and they completely dismantled double it. It was not close, as 2v1 lanes tend to go.
Yeah. As many of my mid laners are fond of informing me.
Where's my ganks, Kobe? Where's my smite, Kobe?
Well, they didn't let me on the map for Howling Abyss, so good luck, buddy. Uzi also going to have control of both health relics, easily able to push up the wave before 215.
Good win wall. Yeah, that's a big deal that he gets the sustain lead. He's got the push first, and those are waiting for him so he can blow through mana. He can blow through his health bar as long as he doesn't get chased down.
All right, now once Yasuo has access to all 3 abilities, really starts to gain control here. Conqueror is procced.
Tornado in 1. Okay, can he get a knockup? Can he get through? No, he's gonna dash away.
I like it.
Oh, he flashed it for the knockup, but he's had the damage. Exhaust is up into the health relic right behind him. He's gonna try to get it. He got the relic. Oh, Caps!
That was actually so slick. He dodged out every time there was a summoner spell blown. He waits out the entire exhaust before flashing in with the expiring knockup in his sword, going for the kill, and that is 2 all-in finishes here from Caps.
Wow.
Aatrox into Yasuo, both finding victory against Uzi's Orianna. Here's another look at it.
That was slick. All right, he waits out the exhaust, times out, goes back in, flash Q.
And then he's gonna walk away for the command attack at the end too. That was critical.
Getting that relic.
Able to use the E through Uzi once again, knowing he'll be able to get to the relic first because there's no flash, no extra mobility from the Orianna. That was well calculated and well played from Caps.
Head shake. Uzi will lose his 1v1 King title. Had back-to-back victories in 2016, 2017. He will be dropped by the king of Western mids in Caps. And Caps versus Pabu will be our 1v1 finals. One of those players you can make a case for. Like, Caps is definitely, obviously good enough to take down those scalps, grab those kills. Hey, well done to him. Impressive performances. Pabu took some freaking upsets in a row. And especially considering that he probably shouldn't have beat Doublelift. Doublelift killed himself in that one. Very different world we could have been in.
I mean, you play against whatever player they give you.
Yeah, absolutely.
If they give you a guy who's at your turret and
he pulls aggro,
gives 1E, then you're going to have to play around that.
Yep. So that final will be after the LPL versus LCK matchup. That's going to be exciting. So stay tuned for the last few matches of the day. But to get a grasp on what it feels like to compete for the 1v1 title, let's send it over to Dash and Caps.
Thank you very much, Freak. I'm standing by with our second finalist in the 1v1 tournament, Caps, as he unseats the two-time defending champion in Uzi. We have to remember, he won in Barcelona and again last year. How does it feel to 2-0 him?
It feels so good, honestly. Like I always wanted to come here to the All-Stars just to play this 1v1 tournament, and I am even more excited that I finally beat Uzi because he always ends up beating me. So I can't even, like, it feels unreal.
I mean, let's be honest. While watching, in between games, I saw a little bit of a jitter in those hands there. You were just on a World Finals stage, and you're jittering up here in the 1v1. I mean, talk about the difference in intensity of a 1v1 versus the team-oriented setting.
I mean, honestly, I was just very, very nervous playing up against Uzi because, as I said, he's beat me so many times. And I ended up having, like, some of the wrong runes, some wrong summoner spells, and I made a lot of mistakes, but I ended up winning, so I'm happy.
So where did the thought process come with the picks? Because a lot of the players I've been talking about, to have said mid lane champions is where it's at for the 1v1s, but you pulled out the Aatrox into the Orianna, so why were you lunging for some of these other style of champions?
Well, I saw that Uzi didn't use Flash in the other games, and I knew he was, like, I was banning so that he was, like, on an immobile AD carry or mage. And with Aatrox and Yasuo, if I can get to him and he doesn't have Flash and he's, like, immobile, then he's basically dead. So even if I drop a lot of CS, then that works.
Yeah, well, the prep was there. I want to ask you about your finals opponent in Pabu coming out of the OCE. He has taken down some huge names, Faker, Rookie, just to name a few, Double Lift as well. So how are you feeling about that matchup against him?
So I haven't gotten to see, like, all the matches, and I'm definitely surprised that he managed to make it. So that's going to be an interesting final. I'm probably going to go watch some of the games and see how he did it and what he did it with. So that's going to be fun.
All right, well, you got a bit of time to do that. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me, Caps. Congratulations on making it to the finals. We're going to toss it back over to Shox at the analyst desk for a word.
Thank you. Now, I don't think you can ban this guy out. I don't think you can do anything. I'm here with the legend, Pabu, and also another legend, Dumbledoge. But first, man, I got to go to you, Pabu. What's going on? You're the best 1v1er at the tournament, almost.
I mean, I'm just playing to my strengths, you know, sticking to what I know, just picking my top lane champions, and it seems to be working so far. So if I keep on going with that, I reckon I can take it all.
Yeah, Dumbledoge, what are you making of this unlikely run?
I mean, I think he's lucky that he's not a support main, because you don't have a lot to offer in a 1v1 if you're support main. I mean, only time I farm is when a minion has 50% HP and I hit it with my relic shield stack.
Yeah.
So I think he's lucky to be top lane main, and he's doing amazing.
Yeah, you are. I mean, that is a good point, because if you're a support and you're just picking within your own champions, you're not going to get very far. So what do you make of your opponent then, Pabu, Caps?
Caps is a legendary player, you know. He's someone that I've, been watching throughout his career, and I don't know, he's incredible. So I'm, super honored to be here and get to play against players of these caliber. So I don't know. I mean, it's definitely a winnable match. The gap isn't, incredibly huge, but I'm gonna try my best. So
I think you will win.
Pardon?
I think you will win.
Oh, you think I'll win?
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean, you.
Why is that?
I saw his games, and when I feel top lane, I play Fiora, and his Fiora was really good. So I'm rooting for him. Also, rooting for an underdog is always better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of you. I hope you win as well. Sorry, Caps. But let's take a look at some of the highlights, and I believe yours will be in there as well, because there were some crazy things. Also, this was the first one, so walk us through this. So what are you thinking?
I mean, I just wanted to walk forward because I knew he thought I would walk back, so I just wanted to walk forwards and dodge all his Qs. That was the plan. So if I kept walking forwards, he would just miss them. So that was the idea behind my movements.
And then here, of course, I think he thought that you were just going to back off, but you were like...
he thought...
Were you talking to him?
Yeah, there's a couple words I can't repeat, but, I don't know. I just thought he thought I would walk backwards because I had no summoners, so there was no reasonable way for me to get on him. But
yeah. Also, this was crazy. I don't know if you were able to catch his double. This was insane also. Bang is going to go in a second. There we go. Oh my god. And the tower. And they survive. Oh,
Rookie is
that's
actually nuts.
Yeah.
The first flash was incredible. I don't know. I forgot that he picked up the Lucian flash, so I was super surprised when it happened. That was very smart play.
Isn't it crazy isn't it crazy that in 1v1s, like, you're like, oh, this is a better player, they should win, but it never turns out that way.
It definitely has its own meta, and anyone can win except support mains.
Here we go then. The best moment, the final moment. Oh, how did that feel?
It was incredible. I was so close to losing. Like, the second game, I was one hit away from death, and it managed to pull it out. So, you know, that felt amazing, you know, to clutch it out like that.
So, I mean, the first time, like, you beat Doublelift and you beat Faker, so at that point, you're like, oh, well, I'm just going to win the whole thing right now. I mean, what does this guy have? He just beat Uzi, that's all. Like.
Oh, only Uzi. Just one of the most legendary players to ever play.
And also, I do want to give some praise to Caps, but because it wasn't easy matchups, you know. He picked that Yasuo in the first one. He went in on Aatrox. He had the right timing. So there's a lot to look out for.
Especially in the Yasuo game, he played very smartly around like Uzi's summoners, and the way because typically like the flash isn't super valuable, but the way he made use of it in baiting out Uzi's summoners and killing him later was very intelligent.
Yeah, it was awesome. And this is then the bracket that we are left with. When we came into today, I think we thought it was going to be completely different. You know, almost. I mean, especially the Faker Pabu. Let's be completely honest. But I love it. Who doesn't love an underdog? I mean, you've been an epic underdog as well at big tournaments. It's fun.
It's definitely relatable for me. And it's not just because he's an underdog. I seriously believe that he can win. And that's why I think he will win.
That's also, like, what does this mean for OC?
I don't know. I didn't expect to be here in the first place. So, you know, I'm just super happy that I can, you know, do my best for the fans and show that Oceania isn't nearly as bad as everyone thinks it is.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that's what I saw on Twitter the whole day. Everyone's just proud. You've like fixed everything. Like, everyone loves you guys. So it's going to be amazing. What are you guys planning to do on this final day? Are you playing any more modes? No, because it's the 1v1 final, and then it's China versus Korea. So you are done. How do you look back?
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you look back?
I mean, it was definitely a fun event. It's always good to just play for fun because I'm that person who never plays these fun modes.
No.
And it was definitely fun to play like Tandem Mode and Nexus Please. Especially if you play with amazing people.
Yeah, I mean, you have the best name for Tandem also because everyone just becomes dumb. That's great, Dumble, whatever. All right, well, thank you guys very much for joining me. Pabu, the best of luck. I think a lot of people here are rooting for you as well, so knock them dead. We're going to take a quick break in a minute, but first, at All-Star this year, MasterCard is, of course, surprising fans of the day for using their MasterCard at the merchandise store. Sally and Jessica today from North Carolina were surprised with behind-the-scenes access to the MasterCard VIP lounge. And in that lounge, they got a chance to meet Doublelift and Shoutcasters. They posed with champion weapons as well. They also got to snap a pic with Doublelift, who got knocked out by Pabu in 1v1, by the way. Maybe that's relevant info. No, they got to have a little chat with them. They got to draw as well. What is that? A heart? Pose with some awesome weapons. Yeah. And they got a priceless treatment in the lounge. So good luck to you. We're going to take a quick break. And when we return, it's going to be China and Korea squaring off on Summoner's Rift. Don't go anywhere.
Tonic, he might his, oh, that's the W. He might have it. He might have it. He might have it. Faker, the Q can kill him, and he's done it. They are moving in, and Caps want to take this fight. Oh. Gets a triple hit on the Q. Ignite is on. That might be it. Maple could be going down, then right away. Caps. Q, it's one hit. Oh, that's oh, he life heals. He's still alive. 12 HP, and he jumps in and gets it. But the X still coming through. This might be the damage. The charge of Q is not enough, and he does take him down. Uzi. He's got no sums left to chase through, but he's going to have Q soon. He's going to have Q soon. He might have it. And Pabu's into the finals! Summon to the health relic right behind him! He's gonna try to get it! He got the relic! Oh, Caps!
Welcome back to the final clash on Summoner's Rift for All-Stars 2018. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, joining Jat and Vedius for this LCK versus LPL grudge match. Let's go ahead and jump right into the starting rosters here. Playing for the LPL on the blue side, we've got Godlike in the top lane, MLXG in the jungle, Rookie at mid, Uzi bottom lane, and Chetzo at support.
Really star-studded roster when you think about it. Godlike Uzi's old teammate from the 2013 World Finals. And also on the red side, it is Korea. We got Watch in the top lane, Pete in the jungle, Faker in mid, Bang in bot with Mad Life, the support of all supports.
So many big names from both past and present on both these rosters. I'm really looking forward to this one. I've been looking forward to this since the event started.
Yeah, I think that this is a really exciting one. And to me, what makes it slightly more compelling than the NAEU one that we had is our pros are in their lanes. Right? Because in NAEU, we had like 80 carries playing in mid, we had mid laners playing 80 carry, whereas this time, you've got Rookie versus Faker, you've got Amalex G versus Peanut, and you've got Bang versus Uzi, which is always an exciting one to see.
Yeah, and Watch as well, a former jungler, but also still a very high elo player up against Godlike, who also is retired. That's the one that's not fully on roll, but I totally agree with you. Like seeing Faker, Uzi, Bang, all in their element, and also to see if Mad Life still has some of those highlight plays up his sleeve.
I wonder if he will lock in the Thresh.
I hope so.
I want to see it. Both these guys were known for their Thresh. I mean, Mad Life was the guy who made supporting cool back when support was not a very cool thing in the opinions of the majority of the League of Legends player base. So
I mean, he was someone who is considered the best player at the world of the world in that time period, right? Yeah. He was just so good, and he was one of the first people to have a move named after him. The ability to predict where someone was going to go and then landing the hook in advance was just, it's so impressive to see him now back in a competitive environment.
I mean, even these days, whenever you see somebody make that prediction of like, oh, I know he's going to flash, I'll aim where the flash is and then pull him, that still blows everybody's minds.
Yep.
But back in the day, before everything had evolved to the point that it is now in League of Legends, back in the day when the first insect was just, holy cow, I'm throwing the table, that was incredible. That was even more so. So this guy, a blast from the past. I hope he's got his time machine in full gear and can bring us back to some of those glory days.
I absolutely agree. I can't wait to watch Rookie and Faker as well, especially seeing the upsets we had in the 1v1, knowing that Faker's not in there, Bang's not in there, Uzi's not in there. This is really the last hurrah of this competitive season, it really feels like, until 2019. So I'm hoping that we get to see a little bit more comfort on the champions that are being picked. It is fun to watch the East versus West that we saw earlier with everyone off-roll and playing a lot of weird stuff, but with players this good, right? Like, I'm just hungry for some competition.
I'm expecting this to be a very focused game. You know, we've seen a lot of people picking comfort, people picking wacky stuff, but I just expect both these teams to take this very seriously. They're going to try their best. They're going to pick champions that they can succeed on. And as you mentioned, Jet, the only people that are really off-roll are the two players up in the top lane, Watch going up against Godlike. But even then, I just think that it's going to be exciting. We're going to have some very high-quality League of Legends, and it's going to be on the brand new patch of 8.24 as well. Will Nico be a priority? We haven't really seen her being banned or prioritized in a lot of the drafts that have been coming out recently. Will we still see Karthus coming out as a high priority pick? I think there's a lot of cool stuff to look forward to.
And that's always one of the fun parts about these off-season style tournaments, is sort of getting that sneak peek into what could be the meta or the standard going into that next season. Because if you're going to get a sneak peek, you might as well get it with the guys that you expect to be at the top level of skill throughout that entire next season. Anyway, Faker versus Rookie, like you said earlier, shaping up to be one of those hopeful clash of the titans as the next season comes up and goes forward, because that's going to be one that a lot of people are already in different camps as to saying, oh yeah, Faker's the greatest of all time, Faker's the best, Faker will never fall. And you've got the new people saying, no, 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 the age of Faker is done, the age of Rookie has come. Let's see who's right.
Yeah, well, he's the defending world champion, but SKT and Faker have geared up for the new season, right?
Oh, yeah.
They've completely rebuilt SK Telecom with Bang coming to NA, getting Teddy in as the AD carry, Khan as a top laner, a couple of junglers they can throw in there, one of them actually coming from the 4th place LPL team as well. So there's so much to look forward to in 2019, and I'm just hoping this is a good capper to the 2018 season.
I mean, SKT pretty much just set themselves up for the redemption arc with this year, right? You can't have the redemption arc unless you have the falter arc beforehand. Right, yeah. You have to have the fall before you can have the much more incredible rise, and we'll see if they can make that happen in the upcoming year. But first off, they got to get through this showdown up against the representatives from the LPL. And all right, Vedius, what is the #1 pick you're hoping to see in this game?
If you could, Nico.
If
Nico
you could pick
has
anything,
to be
okay, the Nico.
Rookie or Faker with Nico in their hands, I think would be really exciting to see. It would almost set the benchmark for how this champion should be played, could be played. I think that it would be a very big pick. And obviously with LPL being on the blue side, they would have priority over it. We say this is going to be a very Garen is back.
It just means they want to let the highlight champions have their day. They're making sure that every possible highlight champ is available.
Jat, are you telling me that pressing Q, clicking on your opponent, and then spinning in a circle multiple times is not the definition of mechanical talent?
He's just not the highlight champ, is all I'm saying. You can be a
I'm just
good
wondering, when
Garen.
Godlike was playing in pro play, maybe Garen was the go-to top laner at the time, and he's like, whoa, this isn't still
Get rid of
broken.
this.
Yeah, you got to take this off the board. What are you guys talking about?
All right, let's see what we get from everybody else. The Lucian banned out by the LCK squad. They want to keep that one out of the hands of Uzi. Uzi, of course, this player that we all know, you invest a lot of resources into a guy like that, and he is going to make some moves happen, especially with a stylish champion like Lucian. So getting rid of that makes a lot of sense. Camille now banned out by the LPL squad.
Yeah, so the rest of the bans are looking a lot better. Unless maybe we're missing something about Watches, Garen, and solo queue or something, because the rest, and then he banned. Oh, man.
So I thought maybe they were
Baker's played in pro before, Vetty.
I was like, maybe they're trying to spell LPL, LCK. There's no G in LPL.
No.
There's no P in LCK.
Unfortunately
not. But this was the champion we were talking about, Nico. I'm hoping that it's in the hands of Rookie. It still has a lot of flexibility options. Your Night Blue playing it in the jungle on day one. And we've seen it a lot in the 1v1s. But could potentially still be flexed into a bunch of different roles.
Well, at least LCK did ban LPL as their ban, so we can make some sort of
fair.
sense
That's
right.
yeah.
But LPL just, I don't exactly know what the GCM is, but whoever they are, they're not welcome in
I
this
mean,
game.
it also depends what language your client is set to, the way it filters the champion. So that's why Faker always has the same bans every time he would play in solo queue. But here we go. Looking like the good picks.
All right.
Give me that jungle twitch.
We've already got the Nico picked up for the LPL, as you said. Is Kaisa locked in for the side on the LCK? And what else do they want to go with it here? Cycling through a couple of them. The Karma locked in.
Karma, okay.
Could be mid.
Wow, insta-lock Aatrox as well. So I think, we also get the Thresh taken away from that life.
Listen, if you're ever a pro support, you're known for some Thresh plays, and Jay Zhao has played some great Thresh games. Takes it away from Mad Life, so the denial right there.
He was a Thresh player in his own right as well, so you're not just stealing it away, you're picking up a weapon that you're used to using.
I am personally disappointed in not seeing it, but understand.
Speaking of secret weapons, the secret weapon going to be locked in on the side of the LCK. Zac in the jungle, the long-range engage picked up for this team.
I remember Zac being one of Peanut's kind of secret go-to junglers during this year. It was something that he found a lot of success on during the regular season, and often he would kind of default back to it when they needed something to kind of shift those best of up during the regular season. It looks like that it will be going in his hands, but there is the possibility of flexing it to the top lane as well. So far, LCK have drafted very much a composition around enabling their AD carry bang on the Kai'Sa, a little bit more towards that scaling option. The Karma can be flexed to both mid and support, depending on what they're looking at, unless we're going towards one of those infamous Karma top lanes.
Well, the LCK will ban out the C and the K from LCK in their second part of the bans as
Yes,
well.
they
They're
will.
really targeting these tri-codes here as the Orianna and the Jax banned out by the LPL team, as now the LCK will make their next pick. They're hovering over the Rengar, and that one's locked in.
Oh my! So
top lane Rengar?
It could be a top lane Rengar for Watch, seeing as he has been a jungle main in the past. That's what I got, Betty.
That's all right. That's a period, not a comma.
Take her from there.
I reckon, I just feel like Peanut would be the one that's more inclined to play the Rengar.
Zac Top?
And then Zac Top, yeah. I mean, do you remember the days of Zac Top?
When he was like a totally different champion.
Yeah.
It was very different.
I remember the days of the style of the
But now it looks like it's actually an Aatrox in the mid lane. It's Aatrox in the mid, Nico in the jungle, Sion in the top lane. Remember, you can still flex the Sion and
What
the
if it's
Aatrox.
What if it's Aatrox jungle, Nico mid, Sion top?
I think it's Aatrox in the jungle with Aftershock.
Ooh, what if we see the Uzi Yasuo in the bot lane as well?
Do it.
Yeah.
Because I heard that in solo queue, his Yasuo is not that good.
Well, at All-Star, it's been great.
Oh. Switch away from it, but wait.
Wait, there's a lot of communication going on right now. Being like, why do I have
Wait a minute,
Malzahar?
I forgot you already had Nico. Like, what? Who's just going to play what? Why'd you pick Malzahar?
A couple thinking emojis there on that one, but we'll see how the LCK wants to respond
Yeah,
here.
what? What?
I don't really know what the LPL is doing.
What?
The Malzahar, we'll find out.
That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. Blitzcrank. Okay, we still get to see the Mad Life.
Stepping up.
All right,
Is
so
Uzi playing Nico?
no.
Because that could be a thing.
No.
Yeah, that's the most logical.
I like how you're acting as if any of the choices now are logical.
It is, like, Aatrox jungle, Malzahar mid.
Wait, is
With the
Faker on Zach? That's a smite on Faker right now.
No.
That he has a smite.
He does have those things, and he has a Zac.
Mid lane ballistic missile AP Zac.
Yeah.
All right, rookie on Malzahar and Faker on Zach. Was this part of the plan, Jen?
So somehow I called the Nico bot lane, but not the Zac mid. I don't know how that happened.
So I'll be honest. I was expecting different. I was not expecting this draft.
I was not expecting. Okay, sorry, I got messed up there by the players' sleds. They're not quite up.
Oh,
there.
Yeah, I was about to ask about. I saw Karma jungle Rengar bottom. I was like, hold up a second. Is this actually
Wait a
than
minute.
we thought it was? But I don't believe it is. I think they had them traded around the way that we expected them to be traded. But yeah, Zac mid. I feel like the one problem you've got there up against Malzahar is how do you ever pop the shield? Because you got to be maxing the elastic slingshot, and then you just slingshot on
W's not a low cooldown.
yeah, it's also on like a 75 range. Don't worry, Malzahar. Let me just walk up here and throw some goop on you. Okay.
I mean, let's say it's a learning experience for us all. I feel like we're definitely going to learn a lot with Faker on Zach, a new champion to add to his extremely deep mid lane repertoire.
So we also do have to remember that the Monster Hunter debuff is gone. So
yeah, that's what it is.
Smite mids have kind of started to come back. Aatrox was the most prevalent one. In fact,
Talon and Nocturne too.
The jungle timing of Raptors and Wolves moved back by like a second or two to make it more difficult for Soul Laners to start there. I have yet to see the mid lane Zac, but there is a first time for everything.
Yeah, we'll see if Faker can pull that off. And you all know at home, if he does, preseason solo queue is going to become that much more for fun.
Watch it
as
be
it'll
great.
be locked in every single
seen them.
game.
Wait, but I'm not sure if pings have come down. Did they see them walk into the pit?
Well, we have as much
I
knowledge
don't
as
believe
them.
so.
I love it when the observers do this. Like, is the LP on
Yeah.
the rush?
Oh, Peanut's going to face check.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. No, he's not.
So they've seen MLXG. That's all they got. All right. Ooh, that could have been way more than it was.
That could have definitely been very different. All right, so Korea now setting up in the brush.
Oh, they're going to camp it. They're just going to wait for him to leash and then give him a very rude awakening.
Yeah. Well, they are not leashing. So
No,
even
they're
though they've
not.
made the jungle timer changes, Aatrox starting at Raptors is actually pretty common. Faker might try and steal it though.
Oh, he's gonna
get in there, Faker.
Oh, Faker's ready to go.
Gets up.
He's got that smite ready to fire.
They're taking every.
Oh, MLXG denies it though. Meanwhile, Peanut will take away the enemy red buff.
Peanut's gonna walk away with the red.
Keep MLXG slowed down, jump at him a little bit, find another bola, find some more damage. Peanut is going crazy.
Leap after leap after leap. Peanut chunks MLXG out of the jungle. He's not going to go back to base, though. Still only level 1. Now the level 1 gang mid.
Oh, no, he's got no need to go back to base. He's looking to cause some trouble here. Stab that minute.
I mean, at this point, Faker should just go kill the Scuttle Crab. Like, he's not going to do anything in lane against the Malzahar who's just going to shove him in.
Would either of you have ever predicted that Rookie versus Faker would be Malzahar Zach?
Zach with Smite. Don't undersell this, Vedius. It's not just Zach. It's Zach with Smite.
This is the world final that the fans were waiting for. Well, so far, unsurprisingly, Rookie has the advantage in the mid lane. Maybe that'll change as the laning phase progresses. As we said, this is a big learning experience for us all.
Yeah. This is what the salty LCK fans during Worlds were like, oh, everybody just did the best because Faker wasn't there. SKT wasn't at Worlds. This is what they were talking about. The Smite mid lane back as the pull goes over the wall. Mad Life looking to set things up here, but the LPL will get themselves away. Ignite drop down to the MLXG, but he's still getting out of that trouble for now. Peanut making a return visit here to the mid lane, but Rookie keeps himself out until that empowered bola lands. Takes a bit of extra damage, very low on mana. Does walk right back towards his turret, but he takes the shortcut, which puts him in a little bit of danger. MLXG nearby means they won't be able to chase him any further for now. Peanut still looking to continue this one. Wants to get an empowered bola if he can. Won't quite get it just yet. Will throw that second one there onto Faker. Not onto Faker, onto Rookie as Faker walks up, trying to get the stretching strike. There's nowhere to slam his opponent.
Man, when you think of 2v2 strength, Rengar Zac definitely up there in the tier list, really bullying out the Malzahar and the Aatrox in the early levels.
Yeah, that's what I always think about in my tier list. Rengar Zac. Where are they going to fall?
I'm not sold. I feel like they could use a little bit more range.
I mean, to be fair, we can see.
Good hook. Ooh, Mad Life doing what Mad Life does. One more turret shot would have sealed the deal, but Uzi gets himself out thanks to the lantern.
And we've been so distracted by the mid lane. Okay, no, he's fine. We've been so distracted by the mid lane matchup, we completely forgot to talk about the fact that Uzi is in fact playing eco.
Yeah.
Down towards the bot lane. Now, while you can mimic other champions on your team, there are no other AD carries. So we can't take advantage of their auto attack style or anything. He's playing a brand new champion, and he is struggling a little bit during the lane phase.
Whoa, ooh, MLXG gonna make this one go down, and there you go, decimating smash. His first blood for the LPL, but it's a 1-for-1 as the turret helps Watch even it out.
Yeah, getting one back as well, so not a huge advantage there for the LPL team. Also got to call out the Kleptomancy Karma. That was another change that can be done. You can actually get 2 procs after a spell use. So trying to take advantage of that in a range versus melee matchup. Eventually should be able to power up the Kai'Sa in the late game if that's what he decides to go for. Let's watch this gank one more time.
So Watch, he flashes very early to avoid the initial knockup from MLXG, and fortunately, the increased damage from towers means that he is able to get a return kill, and he's very happy about that. And 1 versus 2 to be able to get something back, definitely a big advantage for him. Still very even across the board for the time being, as Faker, he will get pushed back by Rookie in the 1v1.
Well, no, the Malefic Visions plus the Space Crabs. Doing a lot of damage here down to Faker. Silence coming through. Faker does still have the pass. Still trying to go further after Rookie, but he's likely going to be forced into the gauntlet right here. Flashing away, but oh boy, now MLXG has showed up, and those Bloblets are in for a world of hurt. That's some AoE, and that's the dunk. MLXG makes it 2-for-1.
If that doesn't confirm Rookie greater than Faker, I don't know what will, really.
Yeah.
Straight up outplayed him in the 1v1. Yeah, MLXG came up to clean up at the end, but really, just a straight up solid outplay from Rookie against the former world champion in Faker.
Right, when the former world champ goes up against the current world champ, I mean, what are you going to expect?
Tomatoes, you know?
Fresh hook, gonna go a little bit wide there. Mad Life won't be caught out by that one. He knows the tricks of these hook champions all too well. But now the flash and the play. Looks like Bang might not be quite as ready for that one. Does get himself away, but has to pop 2 summoner spells to do it.
Now we do see MLXG coming towards the bot side of the map, but Peanut making a kind of gank up top.
Let's see if he can stop this in time. Will not be able to. Godlike does manage to grab himself 1 kill, but Peanut should be able to clean this one up, no real issue. Does manage to get that one, and it is 1-for-1, but there's assist money over to the side of the LPL, as now Mad Life does get taken down, but that's 1-for-1 as well. This game is just back and forth, gentlemen.
That was a good hook as well from Mad Life to kill secure down towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, and you can see even that roam not getting too much out of it. Does Faker still have Elastic Slingshot? Does it matter?
I don't think it matters.
What I will say is I do like the Tiamat start at a godlike Scion in the top lane. I think it can be better than a lot of the tank builds because of how much wave clear you get when you have a little bit of AD plus a Q. It's generally an auto attack and a Q, and you're clearing pretty much the entire wave. So that should be able to neutralize and get rid of some of the poke in the top. We're in for a game.
All right, Peanut's popping the ulti, but he's not going to get much out of it. Trying to maintain control over this area so they can continue to monopolize the chicken camps. When you're running 2 smites, chicken monopoly is the name of the game. Faker does make sure he gets that one with the smite this time. Won't end up losing it like he did at level 1. Meanwhile, top side, it's Watch versus Godlike into that 1v1 yet again. Nice slam damage coming in from Godlike, but Watch returns a little bit there on the end with that interplay.
Just a bit of trading back and forth up towards the top side of the map. Watch now finally hitting level 7. Looks like he's working towards the Rod of Ages. Will give him that stacking health. MLX yet to hit level 6, but feels confident that they can make a gank happen up top lane.
Who needs level 6 when you're able to get a couple of back-to-back knockups into the chains, into the pains, and there goes Watch. MLXG grabs himself a kill, and there's no return kill.
No, not this time, because Godlike has done a great job of actually getting full charge Qs onto the Karma, which you don't expect to be able to happen in the top lane, but it's because he's getting really good pass-throughs on his E. And I also feel like it's because Watch is greedy his Kleptomancy a little bit too much. That happens a lot when you're trying to get as much as possible out of it, getting into auto-attack range. It's lining him perfectly up for Godlike's Decimating Smashes, and he's paying the price.
All right, we're seeing the LCK team try to set up something here in the bottom lane in that brush. Mad Life using the sweeper just to make sure there's nothing there in those lane bushes. But it looks like Peanut has been sniffed out here by the side of the LPL. They know that something's going on. They don't want to walk out any further into this trap, but Peanut decides to stick around just a little bit longer. Wants to really invest down here in this bottom lane. Let's see if Mad Life can grab the hook. Not going to go for it just yet. Uzi's still walking up a little bit further. Void Seeker fired off, but that won't do a whole lot just yet. And Peanut's already gone, so the play's called off.
No, and Uzi is actually sitting in a CS advantage in this 2 versus 2 for the time being, demonstrating once again that regardless of the matchup, he still knows how to farm. The guy is very talented in that particular department, and so far, he's sitting in a pretty healthy position.
I think the most surprising part of that sentence for me is the fact that you said 2v2, because normally when it's an Uzi lane, it's never fair numbers. Uzi's used to having everybody on the team. Yes, Mr. Uzi. No problem, Mr. Uzi. Be right there, Mr. Uzi. So far, he's been left to his own devices, but it is going pretty well here for him. The LPL team currently up about 500 gold. You can see the most notable bounty on the map right now is MLXG with that 450 spree. 2-0-2 on the Aatrox. Warrior already completed on him there in the jungle. As Mad Life threads another one. Manages to grab that pull down onto Uzi, who gets himself away again thanks to the Lantern. Looks like the LPL won't find much of a counterattack just yet. They're still happy farming up.
Yeah, still a big trade win if they want to decide to make something move down to the bot lane, though. This is going to be a tough game.
Oh, Faker goes in, but he's going to be suppressed immediately. Instead, it's Rookie thrown back towards enemy territory, taken down now as we're going to see Peanut get himself away. Faker, though, does fall in the return as Uzi in the bottom lane looking to find himself his first kill of the game. And grabs the kill onto the Thresh instead. It's going to be 1-for-1 so far. Mad Life wants to escape, but the damage continues to come out, and Uzi will show you exactly what Nico's made of. A double kill over to the LPL, while mid lane it's MLXG cleaning up Peanut and getting himself out with the ulti.
MLXG and Uzi making some big plays in the game here, and that's the level 6 power, I think, of Nico. Can't wait to see that one in a replay because the ultimate does 250 base damage at rank 1. Especially, I want to see if he came into it stealth at the beginning, but they are dueling up in the top lane as well.
Back and forth and back and forth, and I guess when it turns out you take 2 players from the team that won almost everything this year except for Worlds and put them on the same squad, they're gonna make some moves.
They certainly look like it. Now 3 members of the LPL making their way towards the mid lane. Jizu.
Oh, just a little bit
shy. The very quick channel to give just enough movement to get away from any potential Thresh hook. Knowing the Malzahar ultimate's still down. Faker with the Syndrome mid lane Zach. The fact that he's only down 9 CS is actually really impressive.
That's super impressive. I was about to point out the same thing myself, because every time we look at him, he's just getting blasted with Malefic Visions and Spacecrafts and all these other awful Malzahar harassment tools, but he's hanging in there.
So my favorite thing about this is we may see some action happening mid. No, everyone's just going to disengage for now. Ooh, saying that, Mad Life, the ulti is available for Rookie.
Mad Life says, nope, I'm getting out of here. Got the blast cone, getting himself away. As Rookie decides to drop the ulti on the Faker here in the mid lane. Suppression gonna put plenty of damage down, but Faker will still get himself out. Oh, MLXG though. Nah, not willing to run through the 2 turrets.
But my favorite thing about this is one of the most common statements I heard throughout Worlds from fans, analysts, pretty much everyone was, imagine Faker on this meta. Imagine with Irelia, Akali, Aatrox, all these huge carries, and he goes Zac Smite in the mid lane.
And while we were talking about it, he unfortunately loses the passive and his life yet again in the mid lane. Somebody spills a big old pile of green goop on the floor, and Faker's screen is black and white for the next 15 seconds, but LCK down about, what is that, 3,000 gold now? So not quite where they want to be, but we'll see if maybe Mad Life can make a play in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, the LPL grabbing the first turret here in the mid lane at the same time. Stun down onto Mad Life, going to be taking him very low. Uzi grabbed the first kill, as we're going to see Jizo try to get himself away from that retaliation. He will do so. Uzi makes the double. Rookie still looking to maybe make this one a triple. Bang forced to continue running out as MLXG spreads his wings and makes his way into the bottom lane. This should be a 3-for-0 for the LPL.
And they might be running away from this one. The start of that fight Thresh hooked Rengar out of his ultimate. So a perfect start. Then while they're CC'd, Uzi hops up into the air, lands the double stun off his ult. They absolutely destroy the bot lane in that exchange.
Yeah, the LPL looking to continue this year's trend of shutting down the LCK. And so far, they are at a huge deficit. 5,500 gold. Faker will do what he can to steal away this red buff. MLXG has no idea that this is going on right now. He will be spotted out in the jungle, though.
And we've got double Doran's rings with completed looted echoes on both of the mages on the side of the LPL, so the burst is that much scarier than it otherwise even would be. You do have your Storm Razor down for Bang, so it's not like he's completely irrelevant, but he is not nearly as impactful as that Nico is. Take another look how the bot lane fight started.
Yeah, check this out. So obviously Mad Life's trying to make it engage. Watch the Thresh hook though. Boom! Right there. Uzi's already channeling his ultimate. It's actually a 3-man. Perfect Nico play as they counter the gank with Rookie, and then easily MLXG through the down mid lane turret cuts off Bang at the end.
So my favorite thing about that hook was...
I think it was aimed at Uzi.
Yeah, now we see the collapse in the bot lane.
All right, it's 3 versus 2. Can Uzi manage to outplay this one? A very nice amount of damage coming out from that ultimate. Uzi still barely getting himself away from this one, returning plenty of firepower in the meantime.
Comes MLXG.
He's trying to keep himself in a decent enough spot to provide some support, but the counterattack has shown up. It's the LPL now looking to go back onto the offensive. It's Uzi going unstoppable. Finally shut down, but it's still going to be a 1 for 2. Make it a 2 for 2. That's plenty of bounty gold going over to the side of the LCK. LPL seeing if maybe they can get their mid laner out of here. It looks like Faker can't really move in and stop him. Not quite a lot of damage on Cinder Hulkstack.
So Bang picked up a lot of shutdown gold there, which is great for him. Now Faker going in for the 1v1.
Taking Rookie down to about 1/3 HP here. Rookie returning plenty of damage. And yeah, Rookie is likely going to lose this one. The shutdown over to Faker with the solo kill.
Whenever Zach is 0-3-1 and hits level 11,
you got him right where you want him. You got him right where you want him.
Spike right there. Damn, Faker. Showing he still got it. Still got the moves.
Oh, but here comes the sign. Oh, yikes.
Ooh, he could be in some trouble now. Mad Life and Faker in the mid lane, but he's on his way.
Faker decides to get the hell out of town. He wants to just take that slingshot all the way out, and of course, with it being level 5, that means you can go real far.
Yeah, he's going Zerat Scion as well with the Titanic Hydra. So at a certain point of this game, he may be focusing on turrets. We shall see.
Ah, the strategically minded Scion.
Ah.
Yes.
Yes.
That is a precursor.
I mean, so far, his laning phase has been very dominant.
Yeah.
A lot of jungle support.
That's the thing. You can be strategically minded and have a good laning. It's missed often with the strategy.
You don't just have to be strategically minded as soon as the minions spawn. You are allowed to play League of Legends.
That's where the strategy comes in. I get it now.
Yeah, it's all adding up. Big thing. All right, Godlike will be looking to take down that Rift Herald, which does go along the lines of that strategy we have just been talking about. So securing that means more tools in the pocket of the LPL. LCK, you got to strike back. Let's see what they're working with. We got the Rod of Ages, almost the Iceborne Gauntlet done on the Karma. Rengar's got the Tiamat, he's got the Warrior, no lethality or anything on him. A lot of times you see Rengar's rush like Dustblades or something just for the insta-gib, but not this time around.
So the top lane tank Karma build is basically high CDR and just a huge survivability. Things like Spirit Visage are also really good in terms of the build, just because it gives you loads of kite power, it gives you loads of sustain, and you can just slowly chip away at pretty much anyone. I've even seen Karmas like outplay 1v3s.
There is Scion.
Faker's on the side here, thinking about maybe coming in for the flank. MLXG does have the Ghost Blade already completed on this Aatrox, while Uzi, along with the suppression from Rookie for the setup, just going to delete Bang right off the Summoner's Rift. Peanut wants to go in. Faker's going to be mostly disengaged there by the Thresh. MLXG taking down Mad Life into the back. They'll find the kill onto Peanut here as well. Faker tries to hold him off, but what can alone Zach do? He can flash away and stay alive, but that is about it. TP coming in, and it's a 5-man push from the LPL in the bottom lane.
The LPL looking extremely dominant as they look to break the base of the LCK. The Rift Herald has now been spawned.
Are they going for it?
Oh, here we go. Shelly charging in, turret taken down. Important to note that Rookie was also executed by a turret during this push. So
drop portal down.
Let's see if they can find anything else. Nope. All right, Shelly just takes down the inhibitor. They decide there's nothing else to push for. It's 18 minutes into the game, and the LPL squad has 19 kills. Let's take a look at how that happened tier 2 in this Acer Predator replay.
Yeah, you can see Uzi disguised as a giant Scion. KR already outmanned, basically one-shot as he pops out with the Mauser ultimate as well. And Faker just kind of desperately tries to engage. Great play by Kesh
really
as
good.
well as MLX Team just diving Mad Life. Here we go, mid lane.
Wow, mid lane. Let's see if the LCK can strike back here. They go for the Scion, not really the guy that you want to try to make those moves on. Will manage to scream cowards as he runs away. And we'll see if Godlike can continue to evade this pressure. Faker going to be taken very low. Does get thrown into the bloblets. Can he survive? Uzi goes on a killing spree. Mad Life already down. Faker's going to follow a double kill over to Uzi as now more pressure being applied to the LCK representative. Peanut gets locked down by the suppression, and the death stare will send him down. It was Watch, actually, not even Peanut, who's invisible off to the side, trying to make some sort of a counterattack. Only takes down the blue buff instead. I mean, trading one guy for 3 is pretty bad, but one guy for 3 and a blue buff.
That's probably, no. I don't want to see that. No, that's the line right there, Flowers. But the LPL are just dismantling the LCK right now. I was not expecting this Nico Thresh bot lane to do as well as they did, especially against Bang and Mad Life. But yeah, 9-1 and 4 right now is the scoreline for Uzi. And he's having a very impressive performance as LCK tried to go for a fight.
Uzi's still popping off all game, and I mean, let's not discredit MLXG either, who's 7-1 and 5 here on the Aatrox. LCK coming in, looking to make the moves. Rookie already going to be taken down now as Watch, the second one to fall here in the team fight. Uzi going in with some big old damage. He's unstoppable, taking down Mad Life. We'll see if they can find anything else here. Jizo keeping himself alive for the moment, but Faker grabs the kill onto him. MLXG behind a couple of turrets here, looking to go after Bang, won't quite find it. Still keeps himself alive here too. Uzi looking to hang around, make that sort of an outplay. They'll lose their jungler, and now Uzi stands with his Scion next to him, but no one else. Peanut tries to remove some of the minions, make it harder for the LPL to escape, but Uzi goes dominating. He'll take down Bang before he falls, and now it's Godlike's responsibility to try to get himself out. He'll make the ulti go towards the top side, but now he just has to walk it down top. Faker will try to stop this. Scion shouldn't have enough damage to do a whole lot to him. Peanut coming in now as well. Karma shield goes through. Damage comes down. Peanut gets the hell out of town because he knows he might just die if he doesn't. And Godlike will finally fall.
Faker picking up 3 kills in that fight right there, and a lot of large bounties going over to the LCK. I want to call out Uzi has had some really good Nico ultimates as far as being able to counter the engages of the LCK so much, but they're struggling in this one, Betty.
Yeah, they are just a bit. I've been really enjoying the way in which you can utilize the Nico E into Q. The setup that it provides, combined with the amount of poke that you have, is really, really strong. And Uzi just seems to be utilizing it very effectively. Faker now hitting level 14 on the Zac. I feel like this is where we really start to see the mid lane Zac come into its own. A couple of items have been completed. It's even got the stone plate. Baron being kicked off. This could be the opportunity for LCK to find the steal.
Yeah, with 2 smites and a Zac as well to get to the pit. Like, this is a very real chance of this game getting a little crazy. They know they're in there. Faker UC, but they still have the blast cone. If they both go in together.
Yeah, it's still only about half HP.
Yeah, they're disengaging.
The LPL recognizes the throw condition there. They decide to back away from that one. And honestly, Faker's Zac, we already complimented him earlier for only being slightly behind in farm, as the minions will take down the Nexus turret on the side of the LCK. Let's see what MLXG can do here. Mad Life gonna get himself away from the hook coming out from the Thresh. MLXG taken down below half HP now as well. Korea trying to disengage this one if they can. MLXG filling up that blood well rather rapidly, but it's on to the Nexus for the side of LPL. LCK needs to get themselves back there and get there quickly. Peanut will go down. Jizo grabs himself the kill. It's Bang getting one onto MLXG in return, but Watch will fall to Uzi. Let's see, LPL, can you end it right here? It's still gonna be a 4 versus 3. Bang tries to keep himself alive, makes some sort of an outplay. He doesn't quite have the damage. The hook is down, the damage is out, and the LCK is out of there. The final kill of the game on to Faker himself. It's an ace for the LPL, and they'll win the game off of that one.
You got to see the bot lane, Nico. You got to see MLXG playing aggressive, Aftershock Aatrox. You even got to see some top lane Scion action.
And
without
some
beating.
mid-lane Zach action with the
turn.
second highest farm in the game.
Wow.
Second highest farm in the game behind Uzi, which doesn't even count because he always has the highest farm. That's pretty much first highest farm
I
in the
think
game.
this sets the expectations of 2019 for Faker. You know, I think this is a clear indication of the direction
You're going to have
that he's
so many
heading.
angry messages from fans for that statement.
Can you imagine they bring in all of these big-time players and then Faker's like, you know what? I think Zach is really good.
Guys, I've had a good
Ram
run.
is
It's
mid.
about time. Let's just...
Yeah, Ramus mid, the minions will kill themselves on my shell. I can farm for free.
But yeah, I want to give a big shout out to Jizu as well. His Thresh was great.
Oh,
He had
yeah.
a lot of good interrupts, landing the hook onto the invisible Rengar, clearly intentional. And then multiple plays interrupting the Zackle ease as well. So I think that he really put Manlife in his place.
Absolutely. I mean, we talk about the Madlife in his place. Madlife's like, man, great hooks. What? I was like, you randomly...
Yeah, Madlife was actually
like
threading the
gone.
needle really
Yeah,
well,
he had a
too.
good game too. But, you know, you got to throw it out there. I mean, he took Thresh from Madlife. You got to
Yeah.
make a statement if you're going to do
And
that.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, so,
I do
yeah.
agree. If you pick Madlife against Thresh and then you just run it down.
Madlife against
Thresh? If you pick Thresh against Thresh, they're actually so interchangeable, I interchanged them. Totally intended. If you pick Thresh against Madlife and then just run it down, people are going to be giving you some thinking emojis. But that kind of play, nothing but fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even those two supports, no longer current pro players, right? Like Madlife retired. We also know due to some health issues, Thresh retired as well, but they didn't necessarily show it in that game. Obviously, they're having some fun, Faker on Zach, but still good team fighting and high-quality gameplay throughout.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch, which is what I wanted it to be, right? And even though they were behind for the entirety of the game, the LCK, they still managed to find a couple of strikes back. Like you said, Faker grabbing the 3 kills in their base during that one fight towards the end. It was a good time, but for more on the victory, let's go ahead and send it over to Dash for a breakdown for the MasterCard VIP Lounge.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right. We've been checking in all week to the MasterCard VIP Lounge to see what's been going on with the influencers and the pros. I figure, hey, one more time on the final... What do you mean? Well, I've been in here all week. Didn't you just see the camera? It just went right by in the lights. I mean, look, I got a microphone in my hand and the whole IFB thing. What is he doing in there? What? I mean, look at this guy. I mean, check this guy's credentials. I mean, he looks a lot like me. I can believe that you would have mistaken him for me, but I'm the real Dash. This guy doesn't belong in here. Can I get some help? Can anyone here vouch for me? No, I'm being completely stonewalled. Look, I see you looking right back at me. Tell this guy who I am. No help? Nobody? Look, all right, I'll tell you what. No, not even that? Oh, my goodness. All right, well, I tell you what, guys, look. I'm going to throw it back to you, Shocks, at the desk while I figure this out. I'm telling you this much. I'm getting into that party.
Oh my God, I cannot believe it. I think we should team up against Dark Dash. What do you guys think? The nerve on that guy.
I'm on Dark Dash's side. He
What?
He was an
Get
absolute,
off my
He was an absolute Chad out there. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay,
He has a little bit more
okay.
personality. I like that.
Then who? Who are you calling out?
Real Dash. I'm saying I like Dark Dash's personality just a little bit.
Okay, listen, we'll talk about that later. I'm in Dash's camp. But first, let's also talk about what we just saw on the Rift. LPL continuing their streak of beating absolutely anyone, and in particular, Korea this year, by also winning this one.
Look, they try-harded. Jetso is a main Thresh support. He retired at the height of his career, and then they just ran through the bot side with their Nico pick. It was a lockdown comp.
It was crazy.
Now, I think that Uzi actually hates losing. I've seen him try hard in every single game mode. I felt sad because after he lost, I've never seen somebody look so angry. So maybe he told his entire team to pick their best champs.
Yeah, maybe. It did look like they had a really strong comp. I always feel that about Uzi. It's like people expect so much from him all the time that he just always, now he picks Nico again. So, Tyler, after a lot of Nico's this weekend, and most of what we've seen of her in the competitive scene, what is your verdict?
Listen, if I queue up for solo queue and I start seeing this champion bot lane, like he just played it, hey, we might be playing another game.
Oh, damn. Well, it means you're not good enough to beat it, or?
Well, I mean, or the champion is just
no,
completely broken.
Definitely option number 2. In any case, I also love the fact that once we say Uzi's tryharding, and then on the other side you have Faker, he's like, yes, fun tournament, fun game, I'm gonna pick Zach.
Look, so the gold funneling thing, they eliminated the limitations during the preseason, so you can technically gold funnel. It's like, okay, now you can help out the Rengar a little bit, except they were just leaving him on an own on his island, and he was just running it down, so that was a little unfortunate.
He did. Faker did 1v1 Rookie when he was 0-3-1.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. So in the end, really good. LPL won again, but they aren't in the 1v1 tournament anymore, though. Rookie is out. Faker is also out. Uzi is also out. Who's left? Caps and Pabu are taking on each other in the final of the 1v1 tournament. Guys, give me your breakdown. What is going to happen?
Oh my God. I mean, the fact that Pabu got through Faker, Double Lift, Rookie, that in and of itself, that's a strong-ass resume.
Yeah.
I'm cheering for Pabu.
Oh, Tyler, your professional opinion.
Now, I've talked to Caps a lot today, this weekend. He's a really good kid, but he's from Europe.
There we go.
Pabu he's not. And
Can I just stop you right there? I've been noticing that throughout the entire weekend of All-Star, you've been just like dropping small little, because you're from Europe, because it's Europe. What's up with that?
Listen, here's what I'm saying. Now, during the World Cup.
Round 1.
Football?
Soccer, but yes. I had a lot of people come and flame me during that.
Yeah.
Because the United States didn't make it. And honestly, since then, I've had a slight vengeance.
Okay, yeah,
Being
okay.
honest,
Listen, okay,
Rebuttal?
I kind of get it because during the World Cup, things get crazy. People get very hot-headed. It's kind of like during Worlds for League of Legends. But can we call a truce?
Yeah.
Wait, I
yeah.
said round 1. I was hoping for... Okay, there we go.
There we go. Cool.
Wait. I didn't make my pick, Caps or Pabu.
Yes, there we go.
Pabu.
All right then, but we'll see. Also, it's a best of 3 again. It does make the game a bit different, of course. We saw the bans changing, okay, like in the last one, Pabu saw, okay, now Rookie is banning the Akali, so maybe he goes for the Aurelia, then he banned the Aurelia, but he went for Akali. I kind of feel like Caps, Pabu's in his head, because it doesn't matter. Pabu doesn't have like a strategy or a plan, while Caps is trying to figure it all out. What will mathematically work? What do you guys think?
Yeah, Pabu, knowing him from the OPL, he just goes for a lot of carry picks, options.
Yeah.
He will literally just change the next game just for the hell of it.
Mhm.
That's what I'm expecting here.
I think they both did. We've seen Caps play Yasuo, Aatrox.
You're right, actually.
We've seen the Fiora Olaf
Mhm.
from Pabu.
Mhm.
I think it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, I think so too. Tyler, if you were in the 1v1 tournament, how far would you get?
They wouldn't have let me join because they would have known I would have won.
Really? Draven only, or?
I can play anything.
That band, and you just run off the stage, you're like, screw this.
I'm better than that.
I know. Okay. I'm sorry, we just made a truce, and I'm
Hey,
like,
look, you're
still
coming
going
out of my
off on you.
life.
All right, cool. We are going to take a quick break in just a second, and then the 1v1 will be coming up. Also, there will be a very grand entrance. It'll just be the most stressful event of these players' lives. It's not like Caps played a world final or anything. It is time for a break. Don't touch that browser. We will be right back with that 1v1 final.
Whoa, ooh, MLXG. Gonna make this one go down, and there you go, decimating smash.
哇，nice！
我伤害超高，我操
OK， 兄弟。
Nice down onto Madlife, gonna be taking him very low. Uzi grabbed the first kill, as we're gonna see Jizo try to get himself away from that retaliation. He will want to go in. Faker's gonna be mostly disengaged there by the Thresh. MLXG taking down Madlife into the back. They're gonna be taken very low. Does get thrown into the blob. Let's get him survive. Uzi goes on a killing spree. Madlife already down. Faker's gonna follow a double kill over to Uzi, as now more pressure being applied. You end it right here. It's still gonna be a 4 versus 3. Bang tries to keep himself alive, makes some sort of an outplay. He doesn't quite have the damage. The hook is down, the damage is out, and the LCK is out of there.
Welcome back to Assist of the Week. During the final game of the 2018 Grand Finals, Invictus Gaming had Fnatic on the ropes. IG were circling around the outside of Fnatic's base, looking for a moment to strike. Ning and Bao Lan got tired of waiting and created their own opening, jumping into the enemy team, causing chaos. With a solid ult from Rookie, IG decimated Fnatic and secured their spot as the 2018 World Champions.
Never won before, but that will change today. The Crownless are finally king, and Invictus Gaming are your 2018 World Champions.
Some measure greatness by KDA.
Yeah.
And and others by the number of world championships they've won. But the true test of a champion lies in some of the greatest words spoken by some of the most historic minds in solo queue. 1v1 me, bro. Gets an up back.
That's it. There it is, Bjergsen. You already know I'm the real wonder.
Oh, here we go.
Before I bring the storm, you gonna feel thunder. Say you like counting something with kills. How about you can take a look at some real numbers? Might just double up with you while I still slumber. I'm the living proof that he's coming through for the thrill of it. Room full of all-stars, we all guys. Somebody gotta be Zeus, I'll take charge. Who's next in line? Can you make that? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that? Now is the time, his word is Uzi.
Got the grass pocket so hard, nice sidestep, others.
Yo, we came here to fight.
This year, some of the best players in the world shed all they knew about jungle paths, team fighting, and sneaky calls to compete on Howling Abyss, where only the fastest fingers come out on top. From 32 competitors, only 2 remain with 2 kills separating them from the title. So without further ado, let's meet our finalists!
First up, from nobody knowing his name to dabbing on double lift and taking out Faker and Rookie, the People's Champion, the pride of the OPL, it's Pabu!
Opposite him, the EU Wonder Kid, making his first World Final at age 18, and now just a month later dethroning the 2-time defending 1v1 champ and challenging for a title of his own, it's Caps! Well, the stage is set.
Yeah.
So would you like to?
No, I think you should.
No, really. Well, should I? Maybe you should.
No. Well,
Should we do it together?
let's do that. Okay, let's go.
Let the battle begin!
And with that, the toss is to us. Welcome back. It is time for the main event, the 1v1 final. I am Freak. That is Kobe. And in our ears is Aphia Shocks to Portra. Maybe for that trio cast. Thanks for the apology. I appreciate you.
Thanks.
We did it. We also can say things together.
Honestly, though, that was such a cool intro for these guys. Both of them are still so young.
Yeah.
And this has got to be, you know, these are moments that you dream about. Actually lying in bed at night, you know, 1v1 All-Star Finals.
Absolutely.
The pressure is on here, and the bans are coming out. We already saw how successful both of these have been, Akali and Kaisukia off the table already.
And so this is going to be interesting. Caps, we heard from his interview, he was researching. He knew that Uzi was playing without flash. He knew he could play an all-in champion, and if he got into melee, he would be able to get those kills. So he was doing prep work. He knew what the kinds of matchups were going to be and played around them, and hasn't dropped a single game so far. And none of them, I feel like, have even been close. He's always been obviously the winner here.
Well, so the research turned out to be a Pantheon and Akali ban. Pabu has not played Pantheon or Akali yet.
Sure.
So maybe these are predictive new possibilities. Caitlyn, he has played. And that is definitely going to hit home. But again, the Fiora that we saw him on most recently is what he's known for in the OPL.
Yep.
And was probably his most stylish victory. So maybe he'll lock it in again here. The double combat summoners is what he used last time, going for the all-in, ignite, exhaust, grabbing that, hitting the vitals.
And if he's up against something like an Orianna, you should be able to always riposte Shockwave. So that is certainly very powerful. And oh, look at this, Caps bringing back the Vayne. I believe he is the famous mid Vayne as well from LEC. I guess EULCS technically when he played it. Incoming LEC. So Vayne Fiora has been played top lane at some point, I assume.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Probably never been played mid.
For sure solo queue.
Yeah, for sure in solo queue.
I mean, some Fioras have been played mid, not too much recently. Even in pro play, we had some Fioras mid. He did it in the LCS. Vayne versus Fiora is super interesting though. Trying to tumble out, dodge the riposte, trying to get your condemns down on the lunges. Protect your vitals is always such a cool mini game as well.
If you're able to riposte condemn, it's going to be a stun, and you're almost certainly in range of it. So if the prediction lands and Pabu gets a riposte stun, he probably gets the kill. If he's late, he's going to be disengaged. Caps can keep using the range. Like, I expect the Fiora to be poked out, but anytime Vayne is in auto attack range, she should be within lunge range as well. So we might see a trade of blows. The problem is, though, there's no good way out for Fiora if she's not willing to all in. You're going to get run down by Vayne triggering Silver Bolts.
I'm pretty sure he's willing to all in. The man's taking exhaust and ignite, or at least he did last time.
It just depends when, right? Because you can, like, riposte, sorry, not riposte, but lunge's cooldown is longer than tumble. So there is going to be situations where Pabu can't keep up with Caps. He's going to have more move speed than him. He's going to have more tumbles, more dashes. So I think this matchup is tenuous. I think it comes down to some of the crowd control.
Yeah, I mean, if you miss a lunge as well, then the cooldown is huge. You're not going to get it back at all, and that's pretty much the big outplay for me. That's why I was talking about, condemning the lunges. Here we go, though. Does touch that one.
Wow, and he's doing lethal tempo as well, so it's really high damage here for Caps. And there's actually a lunge down, so he's going to go back for the Vita, but doesn't get it.
Uh-oh,
he's going to deal with Pod. He's got double sums, keep in mind, on both sides here. There's heal down, there's exhaust. And he can get chased, though. He can get chased, and he has flash. This could be a kill right away. Ignite can outplay it. He's got to find a Vital. He's got to find the damage. Pabu needs one hit, and he's going to happen before minions even spawn.
The Q came back up just in time to finish the game. And just like that, game number 1 is over before it even gets started.
Kobe, on the first day, we were worried too many 1v1s would come down to 100 CS. This one came down to 0.
So, like we were talking about, the lunge hits, that means he can keep up the chase here, but that lunge into the wall means Caps knows there's a huge cooldown. I'm going to keep up this chase no matter what. Going in and out of the brush here for Pabu, he's trying to gain some distance. The tumble backwards during the exhaust means that Caps has to face check here. He flashes in, and even with the sweeper going, he can't get the damage out in time. Lunge comes back up, and Pabu is on the board.
The sustain mattered a lot.
It's match point already.
It's match point already. Second win plus Revitalize was a lot of health coming back in. Obviously chugged the potion, had the Dorn shield in there as well. He probably regened 150 health over maybe like 6 seconds during that chase. Like, he was an auto or two from dead. Rune choice mattered a lot there. That gave him a lot more health than Caps's Taste of Blood and Ghost Poro did. That secondary rune tree was a difference in the mechanics of how that fight played out.
Look at him. He's entering his state of zen now after that extremely crazy game number 1. Are you, for game number 2, you think Caps is coming back? Are you going with the people's champion, as Shock steamed him?
I think we're going to game 3. I think we're going to game 3, honestly. Look, there's 2 things I've seen watching esports, specifically in North America, is anytime there is an underdog versus a favorite, the North American, and NA is not in this battle anymore because why would they in the final? The North American crowd gets behind the underdog. So they cheered for Taipei Assassins back in Season 2 when they took down Azubu Frost. That was a huge deal. I remember them getting called the Taipei Americans just because the NA crowd back in LA was hoping they would win. At this point, it's like, Caps, you took us out of the finals. You yourself on Fnatic took Cloud9 out. So I know the NA crowd is behind Pabu here, hoping to knock down Caps a little peg. So I understand the audience is behind the Oceanic top laner. But Caps, I think, pulls back this one.
All right, Ban's already out and hovers on Nico. Are we going to get another Nico? This would be Caps' third Nico pick of the tournament. Started out really early on with it and has quickly gained mastery.
Ooh, and Aurelia is going to be locked in here. So it is going to be another aggro champion. Pabu's going to be pushed back by the wave clear of Caps.
Definitely within the top lane pool. We were talking about Pabu, and you know, the Fiora and Darius were the only, you know, super true top lane champion.
He's got an upside down keyboard. Oh wait, no, it's Caps. Never mind.
I mean,
sorry, that was a bad joke. The first shot, keyboard's upside down. I was really confused. It's like there's no way that's really the keyboard. And then I realized it's the camera shot. All right, I ruined everything. Kobe gives me a double thumbs up.
I don't think you could ruin it.
Ooh,
look at that blue steel. It's a blue steel for Pabu.
Gosh. Can he turn left, though? That's the question.
I don't think he's going to have to here. He can get up out of his chair. 2-0. He's calling the shots. Very confident in his Aurelia play. We saw Rookie go for the tower dive on Aurelia. Didn't turn out so well. It was very close, though. Getting to level 6 is, of course, what you're looking for the all-in potential. A bunch of side drinkers here on the water as well. Pretty good technique. Nobody's spilling on themselves.
You don't really need the microphone. You're in a 1v1 where your only comms are your opponent. Like, you could just move it and go for the more, you know, standard drink, but...
Or you could have confidence in your own abilities.
Yeah.
Which is necessary in a 1v1 environment, Freak.
Sure. All right, so Pabu. Now keep in mind, Aurelia Q does heal you, so there is some merit to overshield. If he's at full HP, Q will give him a little bit extra there. And Ibis gets Time Warp. I still really prefer the Resolve secondary, but maybe there is a lot of benefit.
Yeah, I mean...
in the Biscuits. I mean, Biscuits are burst sustain when you've got this, like a burst heal when you've got Time Warp Tonic, so I do get that is some extra sort of in-combat, like really meaty durability.
Also, Aurelia definitely does rely on her mana resource as well. So, I mean, Domination second is super good for health sustain, but definitely going to need the extra mana for trades. Caps, though, on the Nico, should be able to get the early push on these minions after forcing Pabu back to base.
And I think I do like him going for this Nimbus Cloak on...
Yeah, I think...
On actually, Nico, because the R, you're going to get in a ring.
Yeah, every Nico that I've seen has taken it for better R placement. I think it's 100% necessary on Summoner's Rift, and also a pretty good choice here for 1v1.
And of course, we'll see if it gets that far. We've had a lot of very explosive games where level 6 number comes in. And it's Corrupting Potion versus that Doran's Ring 2 pots here. We already saw the runes and fairly standard stuff with Inspiration Secondary. Caps did miss 1 CS, I believe, but he's still okay.
Should be just a little bit of farming here for the level 1. Caps gets early level 2. Does he go for a snare?
Ignites that stun. Ooh. Because he was 4-stacked on the Q right then, so that could have been decent damage. It's Ignite Flash for both, so there's no CC coming out of Summoner spells.
Yeah. Bloom goes a little bit wide there as well.
Yeah. I think them having Flash does favor the Nico, because you can jump, let's say, over the R wall or get out of an E stun. I think there's a lot of good usability there. Ooh. That was the real one. Yeah. He didn't necessarily know. Ignite side, he's going for it right away! He's going right away! He's going to the turret! Oh, it's so close, but it's Caps who pulls it back!
Oh my goodness, one more tick and he goes down!
That is confidence. Another auto away.
Another Aurelia, another failed dive.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, so close there. Pabu, let's take another look at it starting, Freak.
So he goes right in, he finds the stun, doesn't realize it's the real one until later on. Oh no, he finds the auto. So he is vaguely aware that it could be that. And he's like, yeah, you know, I got this, has the reset.
He goes to stack up the passive. Flash answers here, gets his auto off, but has nothing left. There's no more Qs. He used all the resets, and Caps just barely under the turret finds the answer.
And the only games Pabu has actually lost have been in turret dives under that turret. Going in and being an auto attack or a Q away from getting that kill, just narrow margins there. But it means Caps pulls it back, and now we have a final game. One last battle on Murder Bridge to decide, is it Caps or Pabu who takes that Ice Lodge Draven X as the trophy?
All right, game number 1, we got to level 1. Game number 2, we got to level 2. Maybe, I don't think anyone hit level 3, so.
I don't think so.
Maybe this game, we could get to level 3 before it comes to a climactic finish here at All-Stars in Vegas.
Oh, man.
We have had such a crazy tournament leading up to this one.
Seriously.
Big display from both of these guys. Getting past multiple world champions. And now there's only one left. All right, what the ban's gonna be? Are they gonna let Aurelia through once again? I think you actually just do.
Yeah.
I didn't write down the ban from last time. I think it was, Urgot was the same.
I think they had the same bans all the way through on both the first 2 games. I love, by the way, that Champs Like music is Silver Scrapes. I think it's very fitting for the final game of All-Stars.
Another Pantheon ban. So this is just a blocker ban from Caps over and over, even though Pabu has not used it. I think Westor was the only one to actually use Pantheon. He got a bunch of regeneration.
Yeah.
But
he was getting out-farmed and he couldn't finish.
He only had one longsword, so he didn't have a lot of damage behind the kill threat or the all-ins.
Yeah. All right. Gets rid of the Fiora. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, Cassio, Urgot, Jace, I feel like we're all bans that Pabu's used before, at least in game 1.
Yeah, fair enough.
Does Caps respect Aurelia? Actually, I think there's a decent chance we have Aurelia mirror here. I think Caps would happily take that gauntlet. And I feel like Pabu would pick it up as well.
Akali's in the air as well. I kind of want to see some more Akali.
That's actually pretty hype too.
It puts a lot of pressure around that level 6.
Right, what do we have? No Darius, which means he's willing to do a melee.
That was used by Pabu, round 3.
I think Caps is going to play something melee because of the Darius ban.
Oh, is he running it back?
I think he was willing to play Aurelia here.
If he blind picks the Lissandra into Aurelia?
But see, I don't think you'd pick Liss if you were going to ban Darius. Like, I think you'd let him, you'd play the champion, then play Liss into it, right? Like, you pick something that you would expect to lose to Darius, which is why I think he's going melee. He was because he was hovering Liss every game in the semifinals, so I think he's doing it.
Fair enough.
But maybe I'm wrong.
He's definitely contemplating right now.
Yeah.
You can see
the furrowed brow.
The cogs turning.
Oh. Yeah, I think this is the matchup. Aurelia is locked in.
Oh. The last minute flop.
Okay. Just like Nico's the chip for him.
Once again, we're going to have a Nico and an Aurelia in here. Are we going to get to level 3, Freak?
I think we are. I think Pabu knows the only way he's lost this entire tournament here was a little bit too overzealous in the tower dives. I think he actually pulls it back. The question is, does he pull back too far? Because this is a matchup where you have to find an all-in. You can't be too passive or you will automatically lose.
Yeah, I mean, as much as everyone's having fun at All-Stars, this is the very last game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of all of 2018 All-Stars here.
Yeah.
All or nothing. So, the nerves might get you. You might be a little bit more cautious in the opening.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see, though. These guys have not shown it so far.
A quick
very quick opening, too.
Cap said he was very nervous in the semifinals. Seeing small shake stands, I feel like, here as well. But it's the spot where you sit there and you're like, loading screens up, deep breath, like, it's one game. There's no jungle ganks. There's no RNG. It's just like, okay, did I play it right?
They had 2 warm-ups to think about this one.
You got to get your head in the right spot. You've got to get yourself back in the zone and playing reflexively, playing with muscle memory. You've got to get yourself back into that mind state.
All right, same skin. Corrupting Potion coming out for Pabu. Caps with the Doran 2 potions.
Are we going to see different runes? Will there be different runes, Kobe?
Well, the Keystones are the same.
Those are the same.
So, nope. Pabu going for the sustain once again.
Yep. Including the mana back. And this is, I believe, identical as well. So, okay. Exact same stuff, same sides of the map. We'll see if we get that level 2 tower dive again.
The first one decided by 1 auto attack.
Yeah. Second one was also 1 auto attack away. Caps was dead for 1 more auto.
Yep.
But the Ignite ticked first and Pabu went down.
All right, same thing. Same opening should happen, though. Even though we didn't have Pabu forced back to base. The Nico can get burst control, try and get some early damage on the minions. He might actually try and take a Q here, a blind, a little bit of harassment.
I would almost Q in a melee there with auto. Just because the Q would be on cooldown. So there's the Q in.
I like those mind games, too, with the first skill shots. you shoot it back, seeing if the guy is going to be, you know, more of a defensive player.
Yeah.
But so many of these players at this,
he's going for it right there with the Q stacked up. Those are good autos.
Conquer.
With Karthik Push, it's a better trade. He has more sustain, but those are really good autos trailing for Caps. He got 2 airy triggers there.
Advantage for the range champion. If you retreat on the open side, not by the brush here, the range champion can get so much damage on the exit.
Yeah.
But if you retreat to the brush side, of course, for the melee, that's so much better.
Yep.
Top laner is very well accustomed to that.
And of course, Pabu gets move speed. Ooh, this is big damage. He could die. He could die. This could go for the ignite. He could go for the play.
Flash answer.
Does Caps choose to flash ignite? That's a flash. He can get it. This could be Caps in right now. He can get that kill. One more audible to it, and Caps is the 1v1 champion.
Caps does it. Hits the finals in the World Championship and takes the 1v1 belt for himself.
And that is the trophy, the 1v1 trophy presented by Acer Predator. Caps, it belongs to you. The best mid laner in the West and the best 1v1 player in the world. Dropped a single game in the finals.
If you didn't think there could be more hype around the off-season move from Fnatic to G2, now he's going to bring an award with him.
Pabu, a sad exit for him, but
honestly,
that is an experience.
Yeah, that is definitely a celebration. Yes, in the moment, it sucks to lose, but man, what a run he has had. He was 3rd voted. Shermfire step back from the tournament, so Pabu steps up for his country.
Good play. So now Dash is standing by for an interview with your champion.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, let's roar it up again for your 1v1 champ, Caps! Caps, it was a hard-fought series, went all 3 games. They were pretty quick and spicy, though. I just want to hear from you first. How does it feel to come away with the 1v1 crown?
It feels so good, man. I think I've always wanted to do this because now every time someone flames me, every time someone hates on me, I can finally say, come to the ARAM and 1v1 me, bro.
There it is, 1v1 me, bro. It did take all 3 games, and the first one didn't go in your favor. Talk me through, game by game, kind of the thought process, the different champions, and how you guys were interacting.
Well, so I really want to play Vayne. I was hoping he would go like Olaf or Darius. Then instead he went Fiora, which is like a bit harder, but he kind of baited me actually. Like I was auto-attacking him level 1 and we were fighting, and then when he was walking backwards, he was like, oh no, I did a mistake, you know. And then I was like, oh okay. And then I was going forward, so he baited me. But then after that, I was like, I was not trying to listen too much, just trying to play, and it worked.
From there, you went back to the Nico. We had the Nico-Aurelia match, the tower dive, helping you out, getting that first blood. With it being so close in that second game, why did you have the confidence to go back to Nico one more time for the winning game 3?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think I got hit by the E in the second game, and I felt pretty confident that I would be able to dodge it, like in a different game if we reversed it. I also felt I played a bit too aggressive, and I tried to go W, but I like the E on level 2 instead.
I like it. And then how about the interaction between you and Pabu? Because you guys are able to talk to each other, right? Was it lively? What was he saying to you? What were you tossing back at him?
Well, it was actually funny because like all the other matches, no one we didn't really talk at all to each other. But Pabu was talking a lot, and I felt like he was throwing me up a bit, you know. So in the end, I was just trying to like just focus on the game and actually get the win.
All right, and then finally, what do you have to say about your competitor in the finals? He took down a lot of people to meet you here, and he gave you a solid run for your money.
So I think it was really impressive. I felt like a lot of these games, I felt very confident because I were on matchups that I had played a lot, and the matches were also like, I was never like low on HP, I was never like a super friend. But in these games, I was like 1 health every game at level 2, so it was definitely exciting, and I was a bit skeptical in game 2, like just to check exactly who won. Right. but I ended up winning, so.
You had all of us on the edge of our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your 1v1 champ, Caps!
absolutely awesome. I mean, of course, Pabu, fantastic ride. I was also rooting for him just a bit, and now I'm flip-flopping because Caps won. But hey, a wonderful champion. And I think it kind of fits with Caps in the story of kind of his year. He was such a good mid laner in Europe. He made that big move, and now that redemption and showing that he's the strongest 1v1 king.
Mechanically insane, and the fact that he can always swap through a lot of champions.
Yeah.
That's what has been his major strength, bringing in Vayne mid in the EU LCS, now LEC. So I love to see the mechanics he can bring into the 1v1 tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like it's made for him almost.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at the lineage of 1v1 champions, Bjergsen, Uzi, now Caps taking down Uzi, I feel like it fits, right? Caps has had such an amazing year. He's known as the mechanical player, and it feels good to have that rewarded with the 1v1 championship.
Would it have fit if it was Pabu?
Look at that magic.
Hi.
there we go.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Pabu would have, I think, been a much more surprising thing to see up there, and I thought he brought his own flair. I liked what Caps was saying about how he talks so much. And then you think of all of the times, like how he beat Doublelift. It was an Olaf Mirror matchup. Why was it an Olaf
He
Mirror
is
matchup?
an OPL player,
I
so
feel
there
like
was
he took
probably
it-
some smack there.
Yeah, I think he took a different approach than a lot of the other players, which caught them off guard and led to a lot of success.
Yeah, he brought it in without stress anyway.
This is why I love that All-Stars is such an international event that you bring in players from all walks of life. The fact that Pabu, who I know from the OPL being such a strong mechanical
What
top
was he saying
laner,
in this moment? What was he saying?
baiting him in the entire time. He's like, oh, I'm hurt, dog.
I mean, even
I
Cap
can't
said
take
he was
this.
like, he straight up baited me in this
Yeah.
first game.
Yeah. Oh, I messed up.
Oh, I gotta
I
run.
cannot believe it.
Oh, no, don't chase me.
Just kidding,
I
dog.
can't
I
do
got
it.
you. I want to believe that it's everything Jet just said.
Because
Everything.
I was noticing it in a champ select, and like before they went into the actual laning, I just saw his mouth moving constantly, and Caps was like stone-faced. He's like, no, I won't let you get in my head. And then it went into, of course, the next one where it was so close as well.
Yeah, this one broke my heart just a little bit because you want to be able to see him. He was even calling it out. Before the game started, he was saying 2-0,
this. I got
100%.
this.
Goes in for the last auto attack, just
Oof.
one more, but the ignite tick is what got him.
Just a moment.
So close, so close. And I love what Cap said, too, here, that he made an adjustment between games 2 and 3 with his Nico, saying, I changed up my skill order. I went for the E next time around, and I knew that if I could just sidestep one of the stuns from Aurelia, I'd have the advantage in this matchup.
And so it was. He sidestepped everything. He was able to poke him out and then just finish him off, Jet.
Yeah, and he still had the ignite once he had vision of him. I got a little worried maybe something weird was going to happen.
Yeah.
Really was starting like 150 damage auto attack, but no, he knew exactly what he was doing because so many times throughout the 1v1 tournament, people would just get over-aggressive on Pabu, and I do find it almost fitting that Pabu had the advantage on Cass in game 2, but gave it up when he dove the turret.
He's going to be rewatching that moment a lot, and also a moment for all the towers that killed a lot of very good contestants of 1v1 in the process.
But I'm just happy that the 1v1 finals ended with 3 kills. And at low level, these were 2 guys who were willing to go at it. It wasn't like, let me pick the Aurelia, go to 6 in the matchup that I then know I can win. I'm going to try and outplay. I'm going to look for a flashy play.
That's the thing, because at the beginning of the 1v1 tournament, you saw those go to 100 CS wins, and a lot of it was based on the fact that people are trying to play it easily, seeing, okay, I can pick Resolve Tree Caitlyn and see if I can win it just based off that alone. But the players that had confidence in their skill, that saw the windows opening, and they just went all in, are the ones that
Yeah,
won
I
at the
mean,
end of the
sometimes
day.
it goes the other way. I say don't hate the player, hate the game. If you can go to 100 CS and if you're good at it, if you can take down the tower. But I think we all agree that this is what we love to see, and it was a wonderful ending. Yeah, absolutely great. So then, All-Star is about to wrap up. Outside of the 1v1 tournament, let me go down the line. Some favorite moments from this year's event. I don't know who wants to go first. Raz?
Ooh, from just the events as a whole this year?
All-Star.
From an All-Star, I just loved being able to talk to people, even though it wasn't an actual event that was being held on stage. The fact you were walking back and forth, before like some of the parties that were happening, just
Everyone's chill, and nobody's like too stressed out.
And also people just coming in from around the world, being able to see the Southeast Asian crew and talking to them. You don't get a lot of opportunities like that.
That's true.
Yeah, I really liked Voyboy and Doublelift winning the 2v2 for a couple of different reasons. I mean, I've known Voyboy since he was 16 years old, and then like I don't talk to him much anymore with him being the streamer influence he is and me being a caster, but how much he cared about the charity that he picked, how touching his speech was, also it going to a great cause. That was really cool to see how much he's matured, and also being able to make that much of a difference.
Yeah, I agree.
Right, and again, they did it in such cool fashion. The different combos and champs that they did with taking down Faker and Captain Jack to make it happen. I'm going to go with Nexus Blitz. I think that was the surprise. I think that was the surprise game mode. We knew Tandem was fun. We've seen that in the past. We've seen Urf be fun. But we hadn't seen Nexus Blitz yet up on the professional stage in a sense. And so I just think that that game mode, really surprised a lot of people. So many people saying they hadn't played it yet. And now the number of pro players and casters that I'm hearing are like, I can't wait to get home to go play some Nexus Blitz. Just a surprise game.
Absolutely. It's so much fun.
And one thing that really was fun for me was like the LCK versus LPL battle. Watching God like play Inting Sion in stream on Doyu, and then him getting on stage and saying, hey, it works! Yeah. I'm smacking this tower. We're coming out with a victory. Like that, just being able to see the streamer come out and play actual professional players and still get that victory was real fun.
Yeah, it was a beautiful ending to the
What about for you?
year. For me, maybe co-hosting with yours.
Oh!
It was awesome. It was great. Yeah, I think that's also All-Stars, right? We all do a little bit different things. You went at the casting. We'll never let you do that again.
Yeah, never.
Disagree.
Man, your skills have degraded. No.
Never again.
Kidding, of course. Now, for All-Stars, it wasn't just the fans over here who made it memorable, but also those of you at home watching and who blew up Twitter with your favorite big plays of the day, brought to you by Acer Predator. First up, at FanPage Caps, really appreciated the all-out brawling that created a double ace.
Oh my goodness, this was almost 100 kills in when this fight started. The Karth Assault doing about 1,100 damage to Rookie, and then Caps coming out with the triple kill, but it can't end there.
He's gonna do it again, and it was only there. Maybe their only win condition still in that game, maybe the Nocturne mid as well, but wasn't enough.
Yeah, and then obviously you had to wait a little bit to see the Karthus actually have the 10 ticking death timers coming down through the rest of it, but definitely the highlight moment of that game.
That it was. Now next up, Sergio C popped off when Plugo's Pike clinched the 5th kill in Nexus Blitz.
Yeah. You win. Look, masih. Yeah. Nice. Okay, I'm coming for this. Penta for me. Okay, I'm going for you. Go.
I think that's one of the things I like most about All-Star in general, and like international tournaments, but maybe more at All-Star. These guys that you're like, oh yeah, I know who that is. I've seen them play, and then boom, they get a pentakill on Pike and Nexus Blitz. They get to the final of the 1v1 tournament. Beautiful moment.
And they won the most important match for the West with that.
Yes, which we declared.
That is all that mattered.
Yeah. We declared as, then they won the whole thing.
3 points. Wow, I didn't know that counted that much.
Yeah, well, I didn't know either. Finally, young league fan Pabu22 said it best. My career has peaked.
Tonic, keep in mind his. Oh, that's the W. He might have it. Faker. The Q could kill him, and he's done it.
Oh my God. 갔다. Let's f***ing get her.
Oh man.
Nobody gets the neck roll out of Faker, but Pabu
right?
did it.
Oh my, he got
why did I face Checkterius? What am I doing?
I got news for you though, Pabu. Your career has not peaked. Your career is just beginning. You've made a name for yourself at this event, without a doubt.
Let's absolutely hope so. It was wonderful. Thank you guys, of course, for sending in the tweets, not just for this event, but the whole year long. You made sure we didn't miss any of the big plays the entire 2018 season. And with that, it's time to say goodbye from myself, from the casters, the entire broadcast crew. Thank you so much for watching all throughout 2018. We'll see you in 2019 for another great season of League of Legends. Good night.
Yeah, keep it simple. Drop a rock into the water, watch it ripple. Let's
go, buddy. Hello, We're gonna win this? Are you serious?
Are you?
We did it! Oh, quit spamming the noodle! Get more bear speed! No!
What is happening right now?
Okay. Can you make that? Now is the time. We all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here. Who's next tonight? Can you make that? Now is the time. This one is. It's 100,000
$1,000 to the charity of your choice if you take the 2v2 bracket. America kills Canada in the 2v2 collab.
Wait, we're Thresh All-Star? No, I can't really play. Oh. But you want to do that? Do you want to? Yeah, sure.
By the skin of his teeth wins it.
Beat him up! Come on, blue
Just
team!
letting him walk towards the finish line.
Do they think that that one's their Scuttle? I hope not. There it is. I don't know who's winning.
Red might be winning.
All right,
Wandra, kill my Moo. This could be a...
Wait, he died.
God.
What the?
I'm right next to the legends. I go off my pleasure. Say goodbye to the old me. I'ma make sure that you know me. After this, here you gon' owe me. They choose a game and chose me. You know what G owe me to an OG. Let's go. Who's next in line? Can you make that? Now where's the time? Get out of your mind. Raise up the lights. We can't hear the next. So let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight.
All right, boys. Hey, great game, fellas. We're gonna need a smurf it. I'm on my way. Somebody please smurf.
Your rookie returning plenty of damage. And yeah, rookie is likely gonna lose this one.
Can you make that?
Oh, he flashed him for the knockup, but he's got the damage. Exhaust is off with the help relic. Right behind him. He's gonna try to get it. He got the relic. Oh, Caps! He might have it. He might have it. He might have it. Faker. The Q can kill him. And he's done it. Are you serious? Nice trap. Oh, it's gonna be under turret. He's gonna try right now. Ignite on. He's on the wrong side. But he gets the stun. And Pabu's into the finals. He can get it. This could be Caps in. Right now, he can get that kill. One more auto will do it. And Caps is the 1v1 champion.
We came here to fight. Yep. Get your back off the wall. Come on. Yep. Come one. Yep. Come on. Get up. Yep. Get your back off the wall. Come on. Yep. Come one. Yep. Come on.